Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The 11th life has begun. I lay there still, unable to move for quite some time. The pain from my death at the hands of the Great Scourge was too intense. It felt as if my entire body had been sliced apart, making me break out in a cold sweat, effectively paralyzing me. Huff, huff. Eventually, the realization of my death settled in, but I soon cleared my mind. After all, I would have died regardless in that state. Wasn't it rather fortunate that I managed to land a hit before dying? However, the resentment within me still lingered. There were too many scoundrels in this world that needed to be killed. I simmered in this hellish hatred for a long time, and as the pain subsided, my strength slowly waned. I then stood up and checked my physical condition. Thank goodness. My cultivation remains the same. I felt that I had gained quite a lot in my 10th life. Now, I could perform top-tier medical techniques, having mastered Hua's 108 needles and the 5 animals play of Huatuo. Additionally, I had entered the basics of sorcery, and my potential had significantly increased due to a decade of training with sacred treasures. Most importantly, knowing the whereabouts of the Moon Luminary and the powers of the Protectors, along with understanding the strengths of the 12 Rat Clan leaders and the Dharma Protector, was a tremendous achievement. But my thoughts are still disorganized. I decided not to leave the barn immediately and instead sat down to ponder. There were still several unanswered questions swirling in my mind. I spent about one meal's worth of time contemplating but couldn't clarify those aspects. Thus, I resolved that I would have to borrow Mangyang's power once again. Oh right. As I was about to rush out of the barn towards the Heavenly Secret Manual, I suddenly stopped at the door. Something felt off. So, I cautiously used the concealment technique to approach the village chief's house. It was possible to sneak into the village chief's room undetected in the early dawn while everyone was asleep. I quietly observed the deeply sleeping village chief. For some reason, I didn't feel much resentment towards him. Instead, I crossed my arms while looking down at him. What would happen if I killed this guy and then left? Even if my resentment was assuaged, killing him was still an option. The village chief was quite a detestable figure to me, and I could easily smash his head open at any moment. However, this murderous thought didn't stem from particularly hating the village chief too much. Karma? I had experienced how even the most trivial of actions could affect my fate. In reality, there had been several instances when I was abruptly held back by past events despite my flourishing progress. Hence, I found myself wanting to test this now. What would happen if I were to commit the act of killing the village chief at this moment? If I could find that out, I might be able to discern the potential variables that would arise in the future. In truth, even if I merely concentrated a bit of my cultivation to my foot, the village chief's head would explode. I raised my foot gently and placed it above the village chief. I withdrew my foot. Forget it. I could test this, but it didn't sit well with me. Most importantly, just because I could be resurrected didn't mean I wanted to use that ability indefinitely. To preserve my humanity as much as possible, I should refrain from recklessly walking the path of the non-human or extraordinary. There's no need for senseless murder. This thought had arisen as I learned the path of medicine. I resolved to never harm or kill the village chief or anyone from Dark Heaven Village without reason going forward. Instead, I decided to carefully use a deeper needle technique to examine the village chief's health. He had excess flesh, high blood pressure, and a high risk of stroke. He also had turtleneck syndrome, with poor lung and liver conditions. He was a typical case of a wealthy man's ailment. If I left him be, he would likely die within 15 years. Ordinary people, excluding doctors, often underestimated the detrimental effects of excessive meat consumption on health. In reality, the village chief didn't live beyond his means in history and passed on his wealth to Sanya. I knew that there were unnecessary silver needles lying around in the village chief's room. After disinfecting the tips of those needles using my cultivation energy, I slowly moved to insert the needles. Hua's 108 needles. Life-inclined needle method. I carefully targeted the 12 acupoints in the village chief's body, expelling the turbid chi within and inserting the needles. As the needles penetrated, the negative energy within him dissipated, and his injured organs began to recover. I stabilized his internal state using acupuncture, then withdrew the needles and utilized the 5 animals play of Huatuo to further stabilize his condition. With each press, his joints eased, and any stagnant blood vanished. After a while, the village chief lay peacefully, snoring. I had infused him with my cultivation energy, ensuring that the life-inclined needle method had been executed with full effectiveness. As I got up, I muttered to myself. With this, your body, ruined by alcohol, meat, and lust, should endure for at least another 5 years. If he takes care of himself, he might even enjoy a long life. The secret of Hua's 108 needles was originally the finest medical technique in Hebei, making this quite simple. Thinking that I had repaid a bit for the past wrongs against the village chief, I made my way towards the Heavenly Secret Manual. Upon acquiring the Heavenly Secret Manual, I rushed straight to Mount Huang. All right, let's go. When I arrived at Mount Huang, I immediately prepared to obtain the spear and sword, as well as the black and white lotus, before entering the secret realm. The 1000-year snow ginseng was quickly found in the secret realm. Since obtaining it was very easy, before consuming the 1000-year snow ginseng, I first jumped into the pond where the black and white lotus resided. Splash! After entering the ruins within the pond, I moved the golden casket outside again, then re-entered and made my way to the altar. I decided to reread the inscriptions on the stele. Strangely, this time I understood it better. With the sporadic knowledge I had gained, I could almost read everything. The Song of Darkness. Those who pair. The Steps of Wind. The Cold and White God of Silence. The Primordial North. The Arriver. No trials. But for those who wish to break the seal. Meet the God of Silence. Blood is drawn. Awaken and arrive. What is offered at this altar is the blood of the Arriver. Oh, I felt a sense of wonder. After the strange sensation I felt in the ruins of the moon luminary, I appeared to have gained some ability to interpret the peculiar language. I couldn't explain why, but in this situation, it was a very helpful ability. After reading it several more times to remember the content completely, I prepared to challenge the trial of hell. Kruong! The wall opened, revealing a narrow bridge leading to hell. Moments later, as a spider jumped up from below, I immediately activated the Ragin and Wind Needle technique along with my preparation for acupuncture. Although the Ragin and Wind Needle technique required some preparation time for real combat, it wasn't a problem since I had already inserted needles to ready my great technique. The giant spider let out a thunderous roar, but I had already dashed in and thrust my spear with full force. With the extraordinary physical capabilities bestowed upon me, the giant spider could not even resist and had to take the first hit. Charge! I'll strike! Bam! Screech! Although I had only stabbed 5 times, 6 of the gigantic spider's legs fell off. Realizing it was no match for me, the spider released silk from its body again, but by that time, I had already charged and struck its vital points, tearing it apart. Kaboom! The spider's blue blood gushed out. I gathered all my cultivation energy and hurled its body aside into the outer wall before it could fall. Boom! It smashed into the rocky wall with a deafening noise. It felt satisfying to see that hideous creature wedged there. That was good. This was a complete victory. I realized that dealing with the giant spider alone was no longer a significant issue. Leisurely, I crossed the bridge, collected the materials from hell, and glanced at the spider squirming against the wall. Come to think of it, that creature was quite the demon beast, wasn't it? That means it might have an inner Dan as well? Swish! On a hunch, I took out a dagger from my pocket and threw it. The dagger embedded itself between the spider's eyes, and soon after, due to the overwhelming energy, the spider's head exploded. After inflicting a fatal wound, the writhing spider finally fell still. After half a meal's worth of time, I leaped toward the now motionless creature. Shrike! As I settled atop the dead spider, I carefully drew my sword and cracked open its outer shell. Blue blood erupted from within. I quickly avoided the splatter, noticing that the blood seemed acidic, as it was corroding the nearby rock wall. With the acidic blood gushing out, I grimaced and quickly retreated towards the entrance. TCH. This is going to be troublesome. Not only did I not know how to extract the inner Dan, but the corrosive fluid filling the spider's body made it dangerous to touch recklessly. I thought I'd have to bring a hunter or a medicinal expert with me later to study that spider properly. After safely disposing of the spider and obtaining the materials from hell and the golden casket, I ascended to the surface. I dug up the roots of the 1000-year snow ginseng and black and white lotus and placed them in a large sack. Especially, I carefully wrapped the 1000-year snow ginseng as it was precious, while I harvested 8 roots of the black and white lotus this time, unlike before. As a bonus, I also gathered 4 lotus flowers, lightly dried them, and placed them carefully inside. I will take as much as I can carry. That's right. This time, I won't eat the 1000-year snow ginseng. It seemed that consuming it wouldn't significantly enhance my cultivation level, so instead of eating it myself, I thought about how I could utilize it. Unlike the black and white lotus, the 1000-year snow ginseng held a very high external value, and if I could use it well, it might help me achieve my goals more easily. Once I had collected everything I could from the secret realm, I sat on a rock in front of the waterfall to take a moment to rest. After a day of relentless action, I felt the need for a brief respite. As I sat and relaxed, I pondered. The Huangshan sect is associated with the Wind Spirit sect. Moreover, the leader of the Huangshan sect, Yangzhong Il, is likely closely connected to the Dharma Protector Swordsman of the Wind Spirit sect. He was, after all, a disciple of that bastard who killed the 9-tailed fox. I had been contemplating this since my previous life in the stable. I hadn't thought deeply about it before, but things are different now. Why is the Huangshan sect, one of the 9 great sects, a lineage of the Wind Spirit sect? It can't simply be explained by the fact that the leader is a disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. For that, the skills and martial arts practiced by the elders and disciples are all regarded as Zhang Zhong's techniques in the world. The overwhelming impression of the Wind Spirit sect's martial arts that I had experienced felt almost negligible. Furthermore, although the Huangshan sect is a newly emerged faction, it is said to have existed for over a century. As I pondered, I murmured, "No, I won't act just yet. I can't afford to mess things up by acting impulsively. It would be easy to infiltrate the Huangshan sect or provoke them to satisfy my curiosity. However, that would make it harder to meet Mang Niang. It wouldn't be too late to share the information I acquired in my 10th life with Mang Niang and listen to his opinion before taking action." I gazed at the distant base of the Huangshan sect. "I will definitely uncover your origins." After finishing my rest, I immediately began to run towards Jinrang Valley, where Mang Niang was. Along the way, I utilized both Raijin and acupuncture techniques to reach my destination even faster. I was confident that my current running speed surpassed that of any legendary steed, even the celestial horse. I did not forget to stop by the Hua family in Taigaiyang village to grab the phoenix sculpture. Although I learned about the events of Balhae and decided it was unnecessary, there might be a chance I would need it later. I had hoped that the Hua family would be connected to Hua Sheming, but, as expected, they appeared to be a distinct branch of the same name. Upon arriving at Jinreng Valley, I climbed up to Mangniang's hut. This time, I found Mangniang passionately embracing a young village maiden by the well, sharing a deep kiss. With a tender gaze, Mangniang caressed the maiden's jawline and said, "You are the only one for me. You know that, right? I'm so embarrassed. When you smile like that, you're even prettier." While Mangniang was lost in his youthful romance, he suddenly noticed my presence and was taken aback. What are you? Who are you? Goodness. Startled, Mangniang stumbled back while the village maiden screamed in surprise. I quickly waved my hand. "Don't worry. I'm just a wandering martial expert passing by." But Mangniang shouted back. "No, that's too suspicious. How did you get past the Mang Unjin?" Ugh. Mangniang seemed somewhat angry, disturbed by his sweet personal moment being interrupted. Perhaps that was why he was more emotional and hostile than when we had met previously. I had no choice but to take out the golden casket from my bag and toss a gold ingot. "Let's talk after you take this." Gasp. Catching the ingot hurriedly, Mangniang fumbled. "What is this?" The village maiden, startled, widened her eyes and approached Mangniang. Upon Mangniang glancing at her, he tightly held the gold ingot and pushed her hand away. "This is mine." His tone was firm. "TCH." The village maiden puffed out her cheeks. Suddenly, Mangniang broke into a broad grin and said, "Oh dear, little friend, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to ask of me?" I realized that throwing gold at Mangniang resulted in this kind of situation. I nodded my head and then, glancing at the village maiden, said, "I'd like to talk to you alone." Mangniang understood. "All right. Xiao Xiang, stay in the village." Mangniang. Xiao Xiang cautiously called out to him, her gaze fixed on the gold ingot nestled in Mangniang's arms. "It should be split, right?" Mangniang avoided Xiao Xiang's gaze and tightened his grip on the ingot. Xiao Xiang stared intently, but Mangniang stubbornly turned away, spreading his arms like a butterfly and defending his prize. Eventually, thinking that conversation was futile, Xiao Xiang glanced at the gold ingot again before heading down to Jinrang Valley. "Golden brat." Xiao Xiang's last remark was striking. Ignoring her words, Mangniang confidently declared, as he spread his arms. "Seeing that you've passed the Mang Unjin, you must be a formidable martial artist? If you need wisdom, you've come to the right place. I can solve anything, just tell me what you need." I couldn't help but chuckle at that, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yes, Mangniang was always this kind of friend. Well, I hesitated, pulling out the hellish scene to speak, but then stopped. The words Mangniang had once said resurfaced in my mind. "Then how about this? Next time you meet me, just say it's an investment for the future." Investment for the future. I'm quite the calculating materialist, so if you give me that one line, I will work tirelessly to return the favor equivalent to the gift you provided. And when you face a great enemy in the future and need assistance, I will do my utmost to help you as much as I received. This way, we won't owe each other unnecessary emotional debts. Mangniang has always been wary of indiscriminate and immense goodwill. The fact that he explicitly insisted on this guideline back then signified his desire to trust me as a comrade. Moreover, this guideline served as a shortcut leading to the comprehension of Mangniang as someone with whom one could communicate. I pondered and then spoke. Rather than a request, it would be more of an investment for the future. Huh? Investment for the future. Listen closely. This might be hard to believe. I slowly explained to Mangniang that I was a reincarnator and that I had experienced a total of 10 lives and deaths, with this being my 11th life. As I narrated my story, Mangniang initially wore a look as if he were regarding a fool, but when the tale of Chen Wujin and Mangniang arose, his expression hardened. Eventually, as I recounted the adventure chasing the 7 luminaries, he became completely absorbed in the narrative. When I showed him the 7 luminaries' hellish scene, he almost fainted, rushing off to a nearby tree to vomit in shock. When he returned, any trace of disbelief had vanished from his face. After about 30 minutes of recounting my story, Mangniang remained silent for a long while. Then, he suddenly threw the gold ingot to the ground. Clang! "This story is far more precious than this gold. I truly enjoyed it." He wasn't angry, instead, his face was filled with excitement, even tinged with a blush. My tale had ignited the grand ambition in his heart. Mangniang chuckled and sat on the bench. "Ah, that's incredible. Forming the Half-Celestial League and going against the Imperial family? Awesome. At novel bin at. Of course, I can't know what happened to you in my 10th life. What's certain is that because of the Black and White Lotus route I leaked, the deputy leader of the White Lotus sect recovered, and the leader was on the brink of invading the Central Plane, aiming to unify it within just a few years. Let me think about it." Mangniang tapped his head with his arms for a moment. After deep contemplation, he finally spoke. "We can identify 3 major points." I questioned him. 3 major points. Yes. Let's start with the first. Mangniang gulped down some cold water from the well and continued. The first issue is, when there was originally no change, where did the Golden Eagle Guards obtain the 7 luminaries? That is indeed a curious matter. If we don't uncover this, it would be a waste of time. I involuntarily sighed. In truth, even while learning medicine, I had been troubled by this dilemma. According to the original history, if nothing was done, the Golden Eagle Guards would acquire the 7 luminaries and strengthen their power. However, they did not do so and easily handed over the Central Plains martial world to the White Lotus sect. Why did history change in such a manner? Mang Niang continued to speak. In my opinion, the change can only be attributed to your actions. When you went to Goryeo and saved the Great Dragon Merchant Association and the Sogung Escort Agency, that act itself altered the future. In other words, had you not saved them, they would have been captured by pirates and either become slaves or sacrificed. The outcome of that defeat can be seen as having a decisive impact on the whereabouts of the 7 luminaries. I heard those pirates have not been involved in just 1 or 2 acts of piracy, yet you suggest that this single act of piracy led to the Golden Eagle Guards acquiring the 7 luminaries. Don't you also feel it? The starting and ending points of causation are not something that human wisdom can dare to speculate upon. Even peaking with supernatural powers requires the abilities of a celestial being. Thus, no one can know how that matter flowed and reached the future. Mang Niang added a subtle hint. If I were to guess, it would be realistic to assume that the Golden Eagle Guards joined forces with the Sea Gods. This might also be related to the Sea Gods' assault on Sojiang. Interesting. He pointed at me with a knowing look. In other words, no matter what, you must save the Sogung Escort Agency from the pirates. Doing so would significantly increase the likelihood of preventing the Golden Eagle Guards from acquiring the 7 luminaries. That would be a massive waste in terms of my reincarnation journey. While it is about saving lives, it would require traveling 1,000 miles back and forth to Goryeo. If you truly dislike that, you have no choice but to uncover the process and causes of causation for yourself. Uncover it for myself. Yes, there are 2 methods. The first is to enter the Golden Eagle Guards and observe how they acquire the 7 luminaries from the side. The second is to enter the lair of those monstrous fish and understand how the 7 luminaries are passed down. The former is likely easier and has a higher chance of success. You previously cautioned me against entering the Golden Eagle Guards, citing it was dangerous. As I mumbled, Mang Niang chuckled. Back then, you possessed nothing but martial arts and were recklessly charging forward, so from my perspective, it wouldn't have seemed likely that you could preserve your life in a place like the Golden Eagle Guards. Moreover, you died too often, and I wanted to give you time to grow and refine yourself using the blessing of the Queen Mother of the West. The carefully selected talents of the Golden Eagle Guards excel not only in martial arts but also in strategy and wit. Furthermore, I have heard that unknown high-level experts are lurking within. You could easily end up being used and tortured if you're not careful. I had no words to counter that. It truly seemed plausible. But now it's different. From what I heard, you have become significantly calmer and are able to think for yourself compared to before. Frankly speaking, you have acquired knowledge surpassing that of ordinary individuals, mastering not only martial arts but also sorcery and medical skills. With who you are now, you can sufficiently infiltrate the Golden Eagle Guards and achieve your objectives. Thank you for the praise. Thus, the first recommendation was to infiltrate the Golden Eagle Guards to discover their schemes and progress. As I listened to Mang Niang, he continued. Now, let's address the second point. Please tell me. The second point, as you might have guessed, is that the 12 Rat Lord is a rather cunning individual. I believe so too. The fact that Great Master Xiao-san and Yu Zhong, 2 eminent monks, guarded the remnants of the 7 luminaries without even knowing what they were, the mere fact that they told you about the Moonstone, and their attempt to conceal their identity from you all indicate dishonesty and a lack of trust towards you? Having said this, Mang Niang shifted his gaze to a tree stump. I have heard of the 12 Rat Lord as well. They are a supreme being ruling the Eastern martial world, the embodiment of the 12 Rat, and a tremendous genius. It's news to me that you knew my master, yet it's unlikely that someone of such stature would lie without a reason. Surely, there must be some objective behind the lies regarding the Moonstone. He certainly hoped to gather the 7 luminaries into one. At that moment, my understanding of the 12 Rat Lord's emotions felt genuine. However, Mang Niang shook his head. That may be true. But Bekong, don't absolutely trust a single proposition. If the 12 Rat Lord is clever and slippery, he can skillfully mix numerous facts without becoming fixated on one truth. The emotions you observed from him are merely one facet, so you can't be certain you grasp his true intentions. Hearing those words left me more confused. I had suspected that the 12 Rat Lord had lied to me from the moment we entered the Moonstone ruins. But why did he lie? If I hadn't suddenly been compelled to follow the nine-tailed fox, I would have trained in medicine and eventually departed for Dongyang. Trusting in the Queen Mother of the West's blessing, I might have explored Dongyang for a century or two, eventually dying without achieving anything substantial. Chilling. Countless scenarios raced through my mind, but I suppressed them for now. Mang Niang continued. However, you currently have neither the justification nor the time to seek out the 12 Rat Lord. This is not something to act on immediately. What you must remember now is that you should never fully trust the 12 Rat Lord or the 12 Rat organization. While the individuals may be virtuous, the collective will can change at any moment under the influence of the 12 Rat Lord. I understand. You also won't be able to go after the Moonstone right now. It's better to remember the location and revisit it later. After saying this, Mang Niang went back to draw water from the well. He returned with a bowl of water and took a sip before speaking again. Thirdly, and this is the most important, how do you plan to grow stronger? I intend to train and become stronger on my own. You already know that I'm not asking that. Li Kuang did not teach you everything. While he might have demonstrated the visible martial arts, he likely did not share the true secrets with you. You probably came to realize this before you met the Wind Spirit Sect's Dharma protectors. That's true. I responded again with a weary voice. The ability of the Wind Spirit Sect's Dharma protectors was on an entirely different dimension. That much was certain. Yet, even beyond a mere difference in level, the types and levels of techniques I was learning were vastly inferior. Especially considering the insights I had witnessed from the Wind Spirit Sect's footwork, secret techniques, and ultimate principles, it felt overwhelming. Li Kuang often repeated that if one's attainment level matched, the Thunder God Sect could defeat the Wind Spirit Sect with over 70% probability. Even if that was thanks to the Thunder name, there remained many secret techniques in the Thunder God Sect that I had yet to learn. I had accumulated countless combat experiences during my duels with peak masters, but to advance to the next stage, I needed the guidance of a true master. Mang Niang regarded me with concern. It seems you feel a significant amount of fear and anger towards Li Kuang. That's likely why you're hesitant to return to the Blue Dragon Warrior Society. I can't help it. I let out a strained breath. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to live under the murderous glare and disdain of a peak master like Li Kuang? Without a desperate sense of purpose, I would have either committed suicide long ago or become a complete wreck. Just thinking back to that time still haunts me with nightmares. Is it that severe? Whether it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, I have no faith in my ability to study under Li Kuang again. That is my honest feeling. I had suffered deeply under Li Kuang's disdain. It was more painful than the torment I had faced due to a contemptuous senior in my first life. I felt like a frog before a snake for years. Thus, even knowing that training under Li Kuang would be the quickest and easiest path to rapid growth, I deliberately chose a different path in my previous life. In reality, I had already planned to re-enter Li Kuang's tutelage. Using acupuncture, it was entirely feasible. However, I repeatedly hesitated to follow through. After a long contemplation, Mang Niang spoke up. That is not a good situation. It seems quite a plan may fall through. With only one body, there appears to be too much to do. I tightly shut my mouth. This issue was tied to my psychological trauma, so I didn't feel it could be easily resolved. Mang Niang snapped his fingers and spoke. Then let's go and offer the ritual to Makya. It won't be too late to decide on our course of action after we find out what kind of blessing we receive. I understand. I headed towards Chen Wujin with Mang Niang. Again, I left Chen Embai in the pine forest before entering to meet Chen Wujin. This time, he displayed his displeasure at my arrival but was eventually persuaded by Mang Niang to conduct the ceremony for offering the ritual to Makya. As he recited the incantation and conducted the ceremony, Chen Wujin's face stiffened. Then, glaring sharply at me, he spoke. Adat novel bin adat. A divine descent. Is the Celestial Emperor here to convey a message to me? Chen Wujin's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed unexpected to him, but I maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Having already done this thrice, I could roughly guess what would come next. Shortly after, Chen Wujin's body began to glow. His face turned red, and a brilliant light poured from his eyes. The Celestial Emperor had descended upon his form. He gazed intently at me and spoke. The ritual was well received. Mortals, however, this is strange. I wish to bestow blessings upon you and the one presiding over the rite, but there are already traces of my power within you. Are you perhaps related to the bloodlines of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? No, not at all, Celestial Emperor. Mang Niang did not resort to an oath. After all, he was facing an entity capable of discerning lies, so he only needed to provide minimal responses. I can indeed feel traces of my power. The Celestial Emperor groaned as he pondered. Then he continued. In that case, I will replace the being who grants you power with another. Is that permissible? Certainly. Though the being will operate in a different domain, the rewards you receive may differ somewhat. I decided to pose a somewhat tricky question at this point. What if that being is reluctant to bestow blessings? My question seemed unexpected even for the Celestial Emperor, causing Chen Wujin's body to waver momentarily. After a short pause, the Celestial Emperor responded. That is unlikely, but if it were to happen, another deity would be appointed. Understood. Come forth, Queen Mother of the West. With a flash, multicolored clouds swirled around Chen Wujin's body, and in an instant, the appearance of a beautiful woman materialized like an apparition. This time, it was the Queen Mother of the West who had possessed him. The Queen Mother of the West turned and glanced at me. She scrutinized me for a moment before speaking. What is happening here? What? The Queen Mother of the West spoke with genuine bewilderment. I can sense the energy of the peach of immortality from you, yet at the same time, the essence of my former subordinates lingers. Are you perhaps related to the nine-tailed fox? I felt a surge of emotion at that moment. Suddenly, the memory of the nine-tailed fox's death flashed in my mind. Thus, I knelt before the Queen Mother of the West and spoke earnestly. Queen Mother, though I am unworthy, I had a close relationship with the nine-tailed fox. While the nine-tailed fox now commits wicked deeds on earth, her only true desire is to return to the heavenly realm. I ask that you grant her the opportunity to repent for her sins and return to the heavenly realm. Surely, is that truly your wish? Yes, it is. I didn't care about receiving blessings from another deity. The increased likelihood of death was merely a side effect. I genuinely wished for the nine-tailed fox to find redemption. Even someone as highly regarded as the Queen Mother of the West seemed taken aback, falling silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she responded, I shall grant that request. However, this does not mean I am acquiescing to your offering ritual. I will assign your matter to another deity. What does that mean? I will put the nine-tailed fox to test. I shall see if she can sincerely repent and ascend to the heavenly realm. Thank you. I bowed deeply, though I was astonished. This meant that not only would my request be honored, but there would also be the opportunity for blessings afterward. Was it really acceptable for a deity to be so benevolent? I certainly didn't expect a mortal to defend her. The Queen Mother of the West spoke as if pleasantly surprised, and a gentle smile seemed to grace her lips. As I stared at her in a daze, she raised her hand high. Come forth, South Flower Immortal. With a shudder, Chen Wujin's body trembled. And as I sensed the presence of the South Flower Immortal approaching, an inexplicable divine energy filled the space. Meng Niang, who had been watching, spoke with a trembling voice, clearly frightened. Ugh, what is this? While Meng Niang's master likely had no fear, it seemed Meng Niang had every reason to be wary. Just then, the summoned South Flower Immortal, through Chen Wujin, spoke curtly. I didn't want to come here either. To think I'd have to bless mortals in a place where the terrifying protector, J.E. Meng Niang, is playing around? Truly a rare affair. I was taken aback by the tone of the South Flower Immortal. Setting aside the reason why Meng Niang feared him, I knew the South Flower Immortal was a legendary sage from the Three Kingdoms era. I asked him, what do you mean by the protector, J.E. Meng Niang? That is, SSSSSSS. Ugh, UAA. At that moment, I could see the energy of the South Flower Immortal freezing in a chilling aura. It wasn't just the coldness of the air, it appeared to be an energy striking directly at his spirit. Though Chen Wujin's body remained intact, the spirit of the South Flower Immortal was being slowly extracted. Startled, the South Flower Immortal shouted, Stop, stop. I understand, Master Meng Niang. I'll do what I need to do and depart. I won't say any unnecessary words. The chilling pressure ceased. The spirit of the South Flower Immortal re-entered Chen Wujin, who placed a hand on my shoulder and said, I shall grant you the Book of Peaceful Demon Techniques. At that moment, Meng Niang interjected vigorously. Wait a moment. What is it? Who doesn't know that the Book of Peaceful Demon Techniques is nothing but a ridiculous manual? What are you saying? I've heard it all from my master. The reason why the Qingqiang of the Taiping Dao fell was because you issued a counterfeit scripture. Since my master is watching this, don't speak nonsense. The South Flower Immortal's expression tightened at that. He then replied, Then I shall ask, what reason do I have to bestow excessive blessings upon this mortal? While I appreciate the offering, our blessing is merely a formality. You should be grateful even for the Book of Peaceful Demon Techniques. No. I was astounded by the South Flower Immortal's words. While the Celestial Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West had given magnificent blessings, the South Flower Immortal seemed to find it a chore and was ready to leave. Moreover, seeing the situation, it appeared that Master Meng Niang did not intend to intervene concerning what the South Flower Immortal might give me. I stepped forward and said to the South Flower Immortal, Then please hand it over to another being. I kindly ask. Understood. The South Flower Immortal readily accepted my request and waved his hand. Come forth, Lu Dongbin. Clatter, clatter. Chen Wujin's body shook violently. I suddenly wondered if Chen Wujin would be okay after receiving so many summons, but he was inherently an unlucky guy, so I shrugged it off. A little while later, Lu Dongbin, who had descended upon Chen Wujin, spoke. Are you a martial artist? Yes. Then I will impart the Heaven's Escape Sword technique to you. Boom. A burst of light ignited and quickly faded. Once his roll was completed, Chen Wujin collapsed to his knees, utterly depleted. His panting was quite a sight to behold. There will be no one in the next 100 years who receives more Grand Master level blessings than I have. That's fine, but what blessing did I receive? Cough, cough. While Chen Wujin was coughing, he said, I obtained the Heaven's Escape Sword technique from the Sword Immortal, Lu Dongbin. Congratulations. What are you saying? I don't feel like I've gained anything right now. I was dumbfounded and questioned back. I expected that something would be etched into my memory, or I would sense some extraordinary skill. However, there was merely a flash of light, nothing more. I couldn't feel anything related to martial arts. Seeing my bewilderment, Chen Wujin said, I'm not sure either, but I've heard that the Heaven's Escape Sword technique is not a mere human technique, but that of the immortals. Therefore, there may be a condition for manifesting it once you obtain it. And what does that mean? It means to just go about your days. Lu Dongbin is not a petty god, but rather a magnanimous one, so you should soon grasp its essence. In the end, he meant to say that I hadn't gained anything at all? Leaving with a lingering sense of unease, I exited the village with Meng Niang where Chen Wujin had stayed. I decided to leave Meng Niang and the village and stay at an inn for a while. Rather than hurrying to take action, I thought it best to assess the current situation first. Inside the small room of the inn, Meng Niang ordered a chicken dish and began to indulge in it. The Heaven's Escape Sword technique, huh? So, you're saying you don't feel like you've gained anything? That's right. I've managed to unlock a connection, but it's truly an amazing thing. Meng Niang said as he ripped into a chicken leg. Listen closely. Unlike before, you have to make a choice now. A choice. In my view, you now have 3 options. Mang Niang spread his fingers one by one. Firstly, to join me and take action to establish the Half-Heaven Alliance from this moment. Your martial prowess and intellect already seem adequate to lead such a group, so if we combine forces, we could create a significant organization within 3 years. His index finger was extended. Secondly, infiltrate the Golden Eagle Guards. By working alongside them as a Golden Eagle Guards officer, all that you observe and learn will serve as valuable information for us. Additionally, if necessary, you could undermine them at a critical moment. As Mang Niang set down the now bare chicken leg, he spoke of the final option. And thirdly, you could go to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School to learn martial arts. Are you joking? At novel bin at. I responded incredulously. Mang Niang replied firmly. This is not a joke. You need to seriously consider that third option. That is, your heart carries a great bitterness, so you feel unable to choose that path right now. But according to what you told me, the fastest way for you to enter the peak realm would be to receive teachings from Li Kuang. If your martial arts reach their peak and you become a master-level figure of the Thunder God sect, the future will become considerably easier for you. I gritted my teeth. It's easy for you to say, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I also don't think Li Kuang would be willing to teach me without hesitation. Think it over carefully. What do you mean? You believe Li Kuang would kill you, but in truth, he has never directly taken your life. Isn't that right? What this means is that even if Li Kuang were enraged, he is a man of principle who does not lose sight of morality. Would someone like him, so furious about the sect's secrets being leaked, easily kill another practitioner of the Thunder God sect? Of course, he might, but I believe otherwise. Why do you think so? Consider this carefully. Mang Niang intertwined his fingers and rested his chin on the backs of his hands, then calmly continued. Think back to the 2 occasions when Li Kuang was angry with you, when I brought the recommendation letter from the War God sect and when my talents fell short of his expectations. In the first case, he wasn't angry with you personally. He was annoyed at the backing of the War God sect from the perspective of the Thunder God sect. But in the latter case, it was different. He was furious because he had expectations of you. That's true. Thus, it follows yes. I believe Li Kuang was sharpening his blade for revenge and intended to cultivate you with that blade. I widened my eyes. I had never considered such a thought before. I had only assumed that he had crushed my expectations without reason. The motivation of vengeance had never crossed my mind. Revenge? Aren't you jumping to conclusions? Not at all. Given the circumstances, there would have to be a reason for Li Kuang to passionately cultivate you despite the War God sect being a nuisance to him. He aimed to cultivate someone seemingly endowed with the greatest martial skills and talents like you to seek vengeance against a formidable foe whom he could not reach. I trembled. Hearing Mang Niang's words, I could guess who the targets of that revenge were. The White Lotus sect. He passed down secret techniques to me for the sake of revenge against the White Lotus sect. That would explain why, even among the Thunder God sect, he wouldn't freely bestow such techniques to just anyone who was not of his direct lineage. There existed a fearsome adversary so strong that it would be insufficient to pour everything he had into teaching. Only considering Li Kuang's abilities would point to the White Lotus sect as the likely enemy, likely someone above the rank of a guardian lion. Mang Niang smirked faintly. I hate to think about it, but if his target for revenge was the leader of the White Lotus sect, then Li Kuang's anger would naturally follow. He must have felt he gambled the best odds of his life only to lose both opportunity and time. Damn it. I was utterly dumbfounded. How could I be facing the leader of the White Lotus sect? Such absurdity was beyond comprehension. Even to combine the Great Destruction and Thunderclap at once, there was no guarantee I could kill a single guardian lion. I had never imagined that he viewed me as such a formidable foundation. Though Mang Niang's words lacked strong evidence, they were rather persuasive and lodged themselves into my ears. Mang Niang stated, regardless, even if you seek to reveal your origins and re-enter the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, I don't think Li Kuang would kill you. Wasn't he said to be indifferent and emotionless? He would merely treat you as if you were a disciple from another branch of the Thunder God sect. There wouldn't be any of those dismissive attitudes you experienced in the past. He would likely not even have expectations of you. Would that truly be the case? If you hide your thunderclap, then it should be entirely feasible. Do not think about learning anything greater from Li Kuang. Merely refining your skills alongside peak experts will suffice. Given the abundant experience you've accumulated, you should be able to rapidly improve under either Li Kuang or Jin Sochong. I pondered carefully. While I was deep in thought, Mang Niang asked, so, which of the 3 life paths will you choose? Whether it's the first, second, or third, there's no bad choice. Clatter. I placed my chopsticks down on the table. Crossing my arms, I declared, I'll return to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Somehow, I'll ascend to a higher realm. You've made a wise choice, Mang Niang said approvingly. I had suffered too many losses by ignoring Mang Niang's words before. Even now, he was subtly urging me to strongly consider that third option. I felt that choosing anything else would somehow lead to a disadvantage. Perhaps Mang Niang thought that my strength was still insufficient to tackle the challenges of the soaring demon. Furthermore, I had learned from life experiences that the more difficult the choices, the sweeter the rewards in the end. Bearing down and considering, I said. However, before that, I'd like to gather my thoughts. Is there any good way to do that? Logically, I thought that would be the path I'd choose, but emotionally, I was completely averse to it. I wanted to clear my mood a little before settling my mind. Perhaps sensing my state, Mang Niang smiled gently. What's there to worry about? Just head straight to Shandong and board the Great Dragon Merchant Association's fleet as you did before. With your current abilities, capturing the Blood Saber group will be much easier than it was back then. It was a suggestion to relieve my frustration by taking down the Blood Saber group. It wasn't a thought typical of righteous heroes, but Mang Niang had no compassion when it came to taking down enemies. Since you don't plan to infiltrate the Golden Eagle Guards anyway, you need to thwart the causes that lead to the 7 luminaries. It's unfortunate that you can't grasp the processes or reasons, but it's something you must do. Just think of it as a boating journey. Then you can return and act according to your plans. Understood. As I set my future plans in motion, I felt a bit lighter in spirit. The suffocation that had been plaguing me since this life began seemed to lift. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I asked, is it not possible for me to refine my sorcery further and reach the level of a sorcerer? It's not impossible. You're already a beginner sorcerer, so with a good teacher and about 10 years of hard work, you might hold your own. Mang Niang responded as he slurped up some noodles. However, you should understand this, you may have only seen extraordinary sorcerers in your reincarnations, but unless you reach an exceptional level, sorcery is generally just a collection of miscellaneous techniques. In terms of raw combatability, it can't compare to martial arts. Frankly speaking, no matter how hard you practice sorcery for 10 or 20 years, it would be difficult to apply it in combat. Sorcery was not created for the purpose of fighting. I see. So, practicing sorcery would be inefficient if I couldn't reach a higher level. And regarding the masked demon, that's interesting. Mang Niang said as he stroked the wrapped sword contained within the observing cloth. It's sealed, huh? Did I really say that? I nodded. Absolutely. During my 10th reincarnation, Mang Niang had come to Goryeo to teach me sorcery, and in the half a year he spent sharing knowledge and information gained while operating as the leader of the Half-Heaven Alliance, he had provided me with much assistance. Yet, what surprised me the most was that the divine sword, responsible for the So, water, in the 7 luminaries, was currently sealed. Mang Niang had researched the masked demon and occasionally consulted with his master, Master Mang Niang, until he eventually learned that the masked demon could not unleash its original power due to being sealed by someone. Mang Niang said, to think I was satisfied with forming the Half-Heaven Alliance, even with the masked demon in my possession, capable of eradicating even the great destruction immortal. If the seal isn't lifted, it seems you won't be able to use the masked demon at full power. If that's the case, then this seal must be connected to the content of the monument. Please share with me the details inscribed on the monument about the water aspect. It goes as follows. I recited the inscriptions on the monument to Mang Niang. After writing it down in a book, he observed it for a long while before speaking, his tone reminiscent of someone who had grasped something significant. This could be troublesome. Are you saying that it's possible to lift the seal of the masked demon in a place like this? What a ludicrous notion, there should be limits to madness. What could possibly be troubling him? Yet, Mang Niang's expression was genuinely one of confusion. He sighed deeply and said, I'll look into it. However, I'm afraid the outcome may not be favorable. I trust you. If my assumptions are correct, gathering the 7 luminaries is going to be truly monumental in terms of adventure. Muttering to himself, Mang Niang was one to take care of things that needed doing, so I wasn't overly worried. I intended to consolidate all our discussions here, glancing around for undue attention before sending Mang Niang a mental note. You should consume the 1,000-year snow ginseng. What I had discussed earlier could be dismissed as gossip among idle talkers, but the 1,000-year snow ginseng should be approached with caution, requiring me to send the mental note. It was a precaution against any unexpected situation. Cough, cough, cough. Mang Niang, who had been eating chicken merrily, suddenly choked in surprise. He hurriedly wiped his mouth and exclaimed in confusion. What do you mean? Have you gone mad? You didn't seriously bring that from Huangshan, did you? I did. What? Ha, ha, ha. Mang Niang let out a hollow laugh. And he had good reason, the thought of bringing the finest elixir in the world, the 1,000-year snow ginseng, without consuming it was something only the insane would do. Until just moments ago, Mang Niang must have thought I had already eaten it in Huangshan. It wouldn't have any effect on me now. I slid the 1,000-year snow ginseng toward Mang Niang. If you take this with the black and white lotus, you'll achieve your martial arts goal much faster. Well, that's true. But Mang Niang was taken aback, his eyes wide. Then he quickly regained composure, looked at me with a steady gaze, and said, no, that's not it. It could be amusing. Mang Niang, who had been lightly tapping his head as if contemplating, extended his hand and pushed the 1,000-year snow ginseng back toward me. I was astonished at his rejection, never having expected that he would pass it up. Take it. I'm fine with what you promised to give me. But why? I believe it should be used by you rather than me. No, it must be used by you. What do you mean? You're relying too much on me right now. Of course, if you're investing for the future, I have nothing to say. But that won't help you grow. It's best to think for yourself and find a place to utilize it. He spoke with conviction. If you invest this wisely, I have a feeling it could yield very substantial returns. This is my intuition. If throughout this lifetime you find no worthy places to use it, then you can give it to me then. but I believe there will definitely be worthwhile opportunities for investment. Understood. Mang Niang had effectively assigned me a task. It seemed he had just brainstormed about where a worthwhile investment opportunity might lie and felt it was more appropriate for me to handle it than himself. The question had a solution, and now it was simply a matter of me figuring it out. The silence in not providing the answer was an encouragement for independent thought. I need to think this through properly. The answer is already there. Determined to tackle the task Mang Niang had laid out for me, I saw him grab one last piece of fried chicken and devour it as he said. And I'll take it upon myself to look into the relationship between the serpent lotus and the black and white lotus. I suspect it's a very significant secret. Thank you, don't mention it. Anyway, let's do our best. I exchanged farewells with Mang Niang and we parted ways that evening. What I left him was the complete flower and root of the black and white lotus, as well as half of the gold bars I had obtained from the golden box. My task now was simply to cultivate my martial arts until Mang Niang could yield enough results. Let's go. I tucked the 1000-year snow ginseng deep into my bundle and headed straight for Shandong. Unlike before, I was using the heavenly blood sealing technique to conceal my chi, so it was unlikely that the open road bandit, the celestial dragon demon, would doubt me or chase me down. I managed to reach Shandong without any issues, but that was where the problem began. A child wants to enter without any identification? Get lost, you little beggar. The guards at the entrance of the castle angrily chased me away. This place was Dian, known for its beggars and dark alleys, and they were particularly distrustful of suspicious individuals. I had previously received a token from the leader of the Justice Alliance that allowed me easy access, so I felt a pang of regret. Damn it. Should I offer a bribe? A bribe was out of the question with the basic funds I had. Using gold bars would be a direct solution. However, spending gold bars in a place like this felt wasteful, and I had already experienced the chaos that could ensue from carelessly showing valuables during my time in Luoyang. I sat down in a nearby slum and pondered for quite a while, when someone approached me. Oh dear, young brother. Are you struggling to make ends meet? It was a beggar. I confirmed he was an open road bandit by the size of his aura and replied. Not exactly. Haha, you look that way. Wearing new clothes and yet something feels off. I think I know what you're troubled about. What is it? I know how to sneak into the castle. Are you interested in a trade? This open road bandit had probably witnessed me being chased away from the castle gate. I gazed at him blankly and said. I'm not really interested. Haha, is that really so? You'll regret it. Just leave me be and don't bother me. I planned to use my lightness skill to leap over the walls when night fell. I was aware that getting involved in other matters could lead to unnecessary trouble. The open road bandit frowned and said, damn it, why is this kid so chatty? Buzz. Suddenly, he swung a stick at me. It was a slow attack, just barely transitioning from the first tier level. I was baffled that he chose to attack me since everyone I had encountered until now, even peak masters, were usually tense. But thanks to the heavenly blood sealing technique, my external energy was tightly sealed now, making it seem like anyone could come at me without fear. I casually dodged the attack. Exuding a killing intent, I said, if you attack me again, you won't leave here unscathed. SHH. What? The open road thug suddenly stiffened due to my aura, his panic evident. Once he realized I was hiding my abilities, his lips and hands trembled. He understood that if I wanted to, I could kill him right there. Why you? Do you dare touch a bandit? I fear the bandit, but I do not fear you. Will you really need to die before you come to your senses? Gah. Mentioning my capability to kill sent him backing away. He grasped from my warning that I could disregard him if I wanted to. In no time, he turned and fled in a panic, and I sighed. Hiding my cultivation can sometimes be a nuisance. It feels like low-level folks are more likely to pick fights. But it was unavoidable. As night fell, I activated my remote sensing technique and leaped over the castle gate in just a few jumps. The guards seemed so quick that they didn't even notice I had passed. Once inside the castle, I went to an inn and booked a room. The next day, instead of going to the Great Dragon Merchant Association, I sought out the Sogung Escort Agency. I applied to be accepted as an escort. As expected, the escorts and guards reacted as if I were saying something nonsensical. Look closely. What is it? With a bright flash. Ugh. Eek. People murmured in disbelief. I was lifting a large wooden platform meant to serve as the keel for a massive ship that was outside the Sogung Escort Agency. With one hand, I was raising a load that even 30 adult men might struggle to lift, leaving everyone at the agency in awe, staring at me. I smiled and said, even if I'm young, I have some strength. A short while later, the lord of the Sogung Escort Agency rushed out. He was dumbfounded as he watched me holding the keel platform with one hand and shouted, What's your name? I'm Baekong. You appear to be an extraordinary martial artist, so why do you want to become an escort? Do you not wish to accept me, lord of the Sogung Escort Agency? The lord of the Sogung Escort Agency quickly shook his head. And no, of course not. Welcome, Baekong. Just like that, I became an escort for the Sogung Escort Agency overnight and was set to join the merchant convoy heading to Goryeo. I calculated that displaying my martial prowess like this would be enough for them to accept me into their ranks without needing any petty schemes or convoluted plots. I said to the lord of the Sogung Escort Agency, Lord, I've heard that the Blood Saber group thieves are rampant nearby. Shouldn't we request naval support? The lord of the Sogung escort agency, busy supervising the transportation of goods, replied. No, what money do we have for that? Unless we bribe the authorities, we won't get anything. I frowned. Certainly, I could hold my own against the Bloodsaber group to some extent, but my previous crossing on their ship had involved a great deal of luck. This is not good. I can't go on depending on luck. Since I couldn't employ naval strategies, the risk of a long-distance battle between ships was something I couldn't afford. If a ship sank, there would be nothing I could do. Worst-case scenario, I might end up fighting pirates alone while the entire merchant group perished. To prepare for this, it would be best to receive at least one warship. I contemplated this. Since I believed this situation was significantly tied to the location of the 7 luminaries, I couldn't treat it lightly, and even a small chance of failure was unacceptable. Receiving naval support was essential for this operation. It cannot be helped. If not now, then when will I use it? I sought out Zhang Jiaite, a 6th-rank administrator overseeing the expedition to Goryeo. Of course, he wasn't the type to come out immediately just because an escort wanted to see him, so I waited all day in front of the official residence. Only around sunset was I finally allowed to meet Zhang Jiaite. He looked at me with a bored expression and said, "What do you want, young escort? I have a very good gift to show you." His eyes sparkled with curiosity at the mention of a gift. A gift? What is it? I'm hoping you can help me with something. Come this way. I entered the room with Zhang Jiaite. I subtly pulled out a gold bar and held it out before him. A wonderful gift. Hiss. Pure gold. Zhang Jiaite was so surprised that he sat down abruptly. He quickly reached for the gold bar, but I easily evaded his grasp. Realizing he had been caught off guard, he quickly addressed me. Is there something you want to ask of me? I will help you as much as I can. It's about the merchant convoy heading to Goryeo. I'd like to have a warship assigned for escort. Zhang Jiaite's expression turned awkward. A warship? It's not impossible, but it will be difficult. We need permission from General Zhang Jing'ai to move those. Who is General Zhang Jing'ai? Zhang Jiaite answered my question. He has authority equal to that of the governing lord of Shandong and commands an army of 50,000. Without his approval, it's impossible. Then there's nothing that can be done. Let's forget about this discussion. As I began to tuck the gold bar away, Zhang Jiaite quickly spoke up. Okay, I will do my best. If you give me that gold bar, I can use it to negotiate a deal. Would that be acceptable? There's no guarantee that you'll fulfill my request. What do you want it to be? I want to have a one-on-one meeting with the general. You intend to persuade General Zhang Jing'ai yourself. Zhang Jiaite looked at me incredulously. After all, General Zhang was a powerful figure, holding substantial military and political influence in Shandong. It would indeed be absurd for a mere child to attempt to persuade him. However, he ultimately could not refuse my request, driven by his greed for the gold bar. The next day, I accompanied Zhang Jiaite to the general's office in Shandong and was able to pass through the interior without incident. You've come, Zhang Tongpan. Yes, General. General Zhang Jing'ai was a large man with a fierce appearance, missing an eye. Dressed in elaborate military attire and sitting comfortably while crossing his arms, he embodied the image of a typical general. Zhang Jiaite bowed his head and introduced me. This is Baekong, the escort from the Sogung escort agency who requested to meet you. General Zhang Jing'ai seemed disappointed as he spoke. A mere child. But, there are widespread rumors that this person possesses extraordinary strength. He is not just an ordinary person despite his appearance. Oh, General Zhang Jing'ai looked at me with interest and then asked. You are Baekong, correct? Why do you wish to receive a warship's support? I answered without hesitation. I must go to Goryeo. I do not wish to face any life-threatening dangers during the journey. I'm merely trying to do my best. General Zhang Jing'ai laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Then why not just take the overland route? You're using gold to create chaos for the newly established Sogung escort agency over a potential pirate threat? You're quite the remarkable individual. I responded resolutely. It is because I can be of help to you, and you can offer assistance to me. 1 gold bar is of no concern. Oh, heh. So you think that just connecting with me would be beneficial? I slid 2 gold bars I had brought aside. General Zhang Jing'ai's eyes widened slightly. I hope you do. It was a conspicuous act, but I believed it would all be beneficial. Ultimately, even if I tried to conceal my actions, there was a high possibility that my activities would later be investigated by the Golden Eagle Guards. Rather than that, it was better to increase the success rate of the pirate suppression and make an impressive show of it. I needed to stand out. By using gold bars to connect with higher UPS, I could ensure that he might later serve as my protective shield. Indeed, I aimed to make General Zhang Jing'ai my connection. Having experienced Rebirth, I grasped the significance of human connections and relationships. There was nothing better than turning a powerful figure into an ally through gold bars. General Zhang Jing'ai gazed at me with curiosity and said, Interesting. Quite interesting. I've never met anyone as unique as you while I'm still alive. I suspect you are a young martial artist, but you have indeed practiced martial arts. That's correct. And your sect? The Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. In that instant, General Zhang Jing'ai appeared taken aback, his eyes widening. He then asked in a trembling voice, Wait, could it be that you are a disciple of Lord Azure Dragon? Feigning ignorance, I replied. Who is Lord Azure Dragon? Well, that would be Sam Jiao Li Kuang. I have heard of him from my direct master. My sect practices multiple lineages, so he could be considered one of my extended masters. I see. Clearing his throat, General Zhang Jing'ai spoke. Understood. I authorize the deployment of 3 warships. They will accompany you on this journey to Goryeo. Thank you. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Not particularly. I stood up, ready to leave with Zhang Jiaite, as I had achieved my objective. However, General Zhang Jing'ai hastily stopped me. Then let's have a chat. A chat? I have no objections, but... General Zhang Jing'ai gestured for Zhang Jiaite to leave. Zhang Tongpan may go. Yes. Once Zhang Jiaite departed, there was a moment of silence in the general's office. Since it was a one-on-one meeting, there were no bodyguards in sight. After a prolonged silence, General Zhang Jing'ai sighed and said, "Are you planning to go to Goryeo and never return?" "Not at all. I will take a quick look at Goryeo and return shortly after." General Zhang Jing'ai spoke with a hint of sincerity in his voice. "I see. Well then, would you mind doing me a favor? I will help with any request to the best of my ability." General Zhang Jing'ai nodded vigorously. "All right. When you return from Goryeo, seek me out immediately. I will tell you what you need to do. What sort of task is it? It's a light errand, so don't worry. I will certainly repay your efforts." "An errand?" I cocked my head but affirmed. "I understand." Having made the agreement for an errand with General Zhang Jing'ai, I set forth for Goryeo, riding on the merchant vessel escorted by warships 3 days later. Dark Heaven Village. On the day of departure, I decided to board a warship rather than a merchant ship. This was because, unlike before, if pirates approached us with flaming arrows or weapons, I could easily confront the enemies, and the speed of the ship itself was faster. It was possible because I had obtained prior permission from the Sogung Escort Agency. "Nice to meet you. I am Deputy Chen Haiyan, serving under the General." The fact that he treated me with a degree of respect and did not look down on my youth likely stemmed from the suspicious demeanor displayed by General Zhang Jiayongik. "Thank you for your assistance. My name is Baek Wong." Chen Haiyan seemed to be the deputy commander of the naval forces, leading the elite troops under General Zhang Jiayongik. He was a straight-faced dignified warrior wielding a long sword. Although he appeared modest, he was in charge of escorting 3 warships, indicating that he held a considerably high rank. He looked at me with curiosity and said, "I heard that you, Baek Wong, are a remarkable figure in the martial world and that pirates are likely to raid us this time." "That may be true." "Haha, you seem quite concerned. With 3 warships accompanying you, what could possibly go wrong? The difference between a merchant ship and a warship is on another level. Even the notorious Bloodsaber group wouldn't dare to approach us if they have a shred of sanity." Chen Haiyan's laughter and words made sense. The number of soldiers on the 3 warships added up to several hundred. Surely, even pirates had some sense and would find it crazy to attack with such protection present. Of course, it would be good if they didn't attack at all. I chose not to counter Chen Haiyan's words but responded with a subtle smile. "I trust you. Please, relax. We will reach Goryeo's Gagaiyong without any issues." I quietly rested in the quarters of the warship assigned to me. Before boarding, I had already asked a blacksmith to sharpen my spear and sword with a whetstone. Although the atmosphere was calm, I was in top fighting condition. Common sense would suggest that no pirate would dare to attack with a warship providing escort. However, I knew that there were deities associated with the pirates of the Bloodsaber group. There was even the possibility that they might dare to challenge the regular naval forces to prove their combat prowess. Knowing this, I remained tense and on guard. About 4 days went by. Suddenly, a naval soldier hurriedly rushed in, opened my door, and exclaimed, "I apologize. Please come quickly. It's urgent." "Is Deputy Chen Haiyan calling for me?" "Yes, indeed. Follow me." I followed the soldier towards the deck. On the deck, Deputy Chen Haiyan and several other armed forces were already present. Chen Haiyan, with his arms crossed, was gazing across the horizon and, upon noticing my arrival, said, "Oh, you've come? Just as you predicted, it seems. Is it the pirates?" "Yes, indeed. The Bloodsaber group, and there are 8 ships." 8 ships? That was a much larger scale than what I had faced before. I asked, half hoping it wasn't true. "Are they really planning to attack the regular naval forces?" Deputy Chen Haiyan seemed incredulous, chuckling lightly. "It appears so. How much must they have underestimated us?" As I looked towards the horizon, I could see the pirate ships of the Bloodsaber group approaching from various directions. We had 3 merchant ships on our side and 3 warships, putting us at a considerable disadvantage in numbers. Additionally, considering that the merchant ships had almost no combat power, we were further outmatched. Couldn't the small number of ships put us at a disadvantage? Haha, just watch. Deputy Chen Haiyan grinned ominously. "See how immense the difference is between a mere pirate and the naval forces." With that, Deputy Chen Haiyan issued orders to the armed forces. "Permission to fire the red cannon is granted. Immediately fire upon the enemy ships." "Yes." Clang. A moment later, the 3 warships turned left, and from below the ship, the iron mouths began to emerge slowly. I was curious about what it was, but as the pirate ships approached within 70 yards, a tremendous explosion echoed. The armed forces waved their flags and shouted, "Fire!" Boom! With a resonant sound, something was expelled. The Bloodsaber group's ship suddenly burst apart, leaving a large hole and a shockwave behind. Pirates screamed as they were thrown into the sea, with some swimming towards us. After confirming this, Deputy Ahn Hyen said coldly, "Shoot them with arrows. Don't let a single one escape." Shoo shoo shoo. Thud thud. As the ship began to sink and the pirates jumped into the water, the strong arrows fired from the warship pierced through human flesh. The pirates screamed for their lives, but there was no mercy to be found. Even though some could have been spared or left in the vast sea, the response was notably ruthless. He is enraged. It seemed that Deputy Ahn Hyen was furious because the pirates had dared to attack, believing they could rely on their numbers. Such events were occurring all over the seas, and every time the red cannon was fired from the warships, the pirate vessels sank without being able to fight back. Moreover, finishing them off with strong arrows made the situation overwhelmingly one-sided. Boom, crash. The naval battle had just begun, and yet the tide was clearly turning. The 3 warships and even the merchant ships suffered no damage, while 4 pirate ships had already sunk. The reason for such an overwhelming advantage was entirely due to the range of the red cannon fired from the naval forces being much longer than that of a regular arrow, and when a pirate ship was hit by the red cannon, it was likely to sink with just 1 or 2 hits. Watching this massacre unfold, I asked Deputy Ahn Hyen, "What exactly is the red cannon?" You may not be familiar as someone from the martial world, but this is a new weapon that was imported a few years ago. The naval forces actively adopted this new weapon originally used by a western tribe known as the red-haired barbarians. It's likely that a considerable number have also been deployed in land forces. Red-haired barbarians. There is a western country called Holland. It refers to those with blue eyes and blonde or red hair living there. I found it fascinating. The iron mouths are launching iron projectiles at incredible speed. With the force of impact, a pirate ship can't help but sink upon being hit. With my focused internal energy, I roughly understood the principle of the red cannon. A chill ran down my spine. The destructive power possessed by each of those cannons was immense. There would be no way to counter such a thing head-on. With inferior attack range, mobility, durability, and tactics, the Bloodsaber group had no way to win. Realizing this, the remaining 4 pirate ships hesitated and began to retreat. Deputy Ahn Hyen seemed to be contemplating whether to push forward. This is troublesome. What's the matter? If they scatter and fight, the accuracy of the red cannon will decrease. It's ideal for us to keep the cannons fixed in this situation. If we move recklessly, we might allow them to break the line. Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, he's a perfectionist. While he spoke as if it were a significant concern, it was merely him hesitating for an even more overwhelming victory. Since victory was already assured, he probably wanted to minimize damage and encourage surrender as much as possible. Of course, such a demeanor was indicative of an excellent commander, and I recognized internally that Deputy Ahn Hyen was a capable man. I asked, "Are you planning to wait until they retreat?" "Of course not. I'm just observing the situation for a bit." It seemed he was waiting for an opportunity to strike when the movements of the pirate ships became chaotic and then planned to annihilate them all at once. Looking at Deputy Ahn Hyen's warlike face, as if he was stalking prey, I spoke up. "If that's the case, will you grant me the opportunity to act?" "What do you mean by that?" "If you could provide me with a small boat, I will take down their captain." Deputy Ahn Hyen's eyes lit up with interest. "Of course, I know that you, Baek Wong, are an exceptional martial artist. However, the general has entrusted me to protect you, so I cannot expose you to danger. If we wait, we will finish them off ourselves. And that is what makes it dangerous. The so-called captain of these scoundrels could pose a threat if released into the sea." "What do you mean by that?" "I will take full responsibility for all lives involved. I will write a written agreement, so please allow me to engage them." As I held up the paper and bit my thumb to draw blood, Deputy Ahn Hyen looked shocked. "No. Soon, the agreement stating I would not complain should I lose my life was completed. I ask that you refrain from a full assault on the pirates until I return." As I handed it to Deputy Ahn Hyen, he reluctantly replied, "Very well. I will provide you with 1 boat and 3 soldiers. But let me remind you, this is your responsibility. Don't worry. Swish at novel bin at. A short while later, I was able to climb aboard a small boat with 3 soldiers. The soldiers appeared quite calm, as if they had faced countless battles, even in what seemed like a situation heading towards a suicide mission. As they rowed rapidly towards the pirate ship, I directed them. "That vessel with the black anchor." "Understood." As we drew within about 30 yards of the pirate ship, arrows began to fly at us. I deflected the arrows with my spear, keeping a watchful eye, and then suddenly jumped into the sea. Splash! My foot kicked off the surface, creating a pillar of water. With a single leap, I reduced the distance of 30 yards and landed on the deck of the pirate captain's ship. The eyes of all the pirates on the pirate captain's ship turned towards me in unison. In the past, I would have indiscriminately begun the slaughter. However, now I emitted killing intent and quietly shouted, "Those who do not wish to die, drop your weapons and kneel." Swoosh! As if dismissing my words, weapons flew from all around. Archers and pirates alike drew their swords and spears, charging towards me. I confirmed the identity of each attacker with my gaze and immediately moved to dispatch them. Slaughter! Blood spurting up as I struck. The tips of my spear sliced through the air, and in an instant, the bodies of 12 pirates were mangled and sent flying. Only then did the remaining pirates, who had been rushing forward, falter and begin to retreat. Whoa. Then the doors opened, and an elite group of pirates wielding weapons poured out from inside, just as I had seen before. There were about 30 of them, just as I had remembered. Clang clang. I skillfully deflected their attacks while moving toward the bow of the ship. Along the way, some were thrown into the sea, screaming as they were struck by the shockwaves generated by my spear. Despite the dozen pirates swarming me, their horror at being unable to deal with me was evident. Huff. What kind of martial arts does this kid possess? Having shown enough of my skills, I stood at the bow, gazing at them, and said, "Normally, I would kill all of you. However, I'll grant you a chance." The pirates surrounding me, armed with blood knives, were not mere rabble but were reasonably skilled fighters. Naturally, they must have felt the gap in strength between us, as I could hear murmurs of uncertainty among them. The pirate at the front spoke up. "What chance are you speaking of?" I spoke sharply while gazing at the door inside. "I know that your captain is not human but a member of the sea god's lineage. We have come here to hunt them down." Murmurs. A clear agitation arose among the elite pirates. This was a reaction that was not born from something they had heard for the first time. I realized they were all aware that the leaders of the Bloodsaber group were fishmen. A pirate who seemed to be the deputy commander stepped forward. "Is it true that the naval forces know about this?" "Indeed. Otherwise, would a mere merchant be followed by 3 ships? And I have brought 10 experts like myself as well. You have no chance of victory." While the last part was an exaggeration, the atmosphere suggested they believed it to be true. Having already seen half of their 8 ships sunk, they had no reason to doubt it. The pirate cautiously looked at me and said, "We had no intention of attacking the naval forces. We merely wanted to be let go, but our captain insisted otherwise. And, if you guarantee our lives, we will surrender immediately." I smiled slyly. "Of course. Pirates are sentenced to death without trial, but I will make an exception and let you speak. So drop your weapons right now." Then, just as he was about to say something, swoosh, thud, ugh, he slowly collapsed forward, his heart pierced by a harpoon that had flown from behind. There was no chance for survival. From within the pirate captain's ship, 3 bloodsaber-wielding pirate chiefs slowly emerged. One of the pirate chiefs spoke in a deep voice. "Why are you being deceived? Kill him immediately." The pirates surrounding me hesitated, showing signs of doubt. Since they were likely to die regardless, they couldn't help but hesitate. I turned to the pirate chiefs and said, "Hey, why did you decide to attack the naval forces? Did you think you could defeat a naval warship with expert troops equipped with the red cannon? Your delusion is truly astonishing." One of the pirate chiefs replied, "Who the hell are you? Are you from the White Lotus sect? Well, I'm more curious about you. No matter how powerful you might be, why is there a need to become subservient to the sea god, forsaking your human form?" Seeing me smirking, the pirate chiefs visibly flinched. It was clear I already knew their true nature. Perhaps thinking I knew a lot, the pirate chiefs spoke in unison. "Who are you? How do you know that? Haha. What's certain is that if things continue like this, you will surely die. Total annihilation is a given. Before that, shouldn't you at least save your own lives?" The subtle words I had spoken were not directed at the pirate chiefs. Swoosh. Receiving my gaze, the elite members of the Bloodsaber group exchanged glances and gradually began to encircle the pirate chiefs. As nearly 30 subordinates turned against them all at once, the pirate chiefs shouted in disbelief, "You crazy fools! Why are you pointing your swords at us?" Then, one of the pirates brandishing a bloodsaber stepped forward, pointing his sword and shouting, "You're the crazy ones. Even if you turned into some unidentifiable fish monster, why would you dare to attack a naval warship? Damn, I'll slit your throats." The pirates seemed to have united in purpose. From their perspective, surviving by sacrificing the commanders was far more advantageous than facing the naval forces with no chance of victory. As betrayal unfolded in an instant, I chuckled to myself. At novel bin at. Ahahaha. Cornered, are we? Ugh, don't make me laugh. Suddenly, the garments of the pirate chiefs burst apart dramatically as their bodies expanded. The appearance of the fish monster I had seen before manifested on the deck. Their physiques had grown to an enormous size, making it impossible to regard them as human any longer. Gillig. Gillig. Boom. Ah. As the pirate chiefs swung their swords, a loud explosion followed, and several pirates nearby were torn to shreds. It appeared that their transformation granted them immense power at the cost of their rationality. Realizing it wouldn't do to have all those capable of providing information killed off, I leaped forward. "Step aside." Thunder call. Lightning surged through my body. My speed increased immensely, allowing me to dash past a chief like an illusion. One pirate fell victim to the 10,000 success sword technique, while another was struck by the Heaven Thunder infinite spear. Moments later, their bodies exploded into pieces with a deafening noise. Boom, swoosh. The foul-smelling blood of the merfolk gushed forth from the severed bodies. The remaining pirates were horrified, retreating in panic. One of the pirates then charged at me furiously. Keith. Unleashing the Thunder Shadow Step, I deftly evaded the attack from the merfolk pirate chief, severing his left arm. As the severed limb shot upward, he writhed in pain, and I followed up with a powerful kick that shattered his right leg. I could have killed him then and there, but I refrained. If that were my intention, I would have resorted to indiscriminate slaughter from the very start. Quaya. The pirate chief collapsed. Perhaps the effects of his berserk state were wearing off, his physique gradually shrank back to human size, and he rolled his eyes in anxiety while struggling with the pain. It seemed he realized I had spared his life on purpose, and he asked, What do you want? Everything you know. If I tell you, will you spare me? Of course. I mentioned I would, didn't I? What were you listening to? With a fierce glint in my eyes, I added. Tell me your base and how you came to be like this. I understand. I will tell you everything. The pirate chief hesitated for a moment, but eventually began to reveal what I had been curious about. As I listened to his story, I found it hard to believe and questioned him. What did you say? I swear it's true. In disbelief, I scratched my head. Are you really saying there's a city of merfolk under the sea? The pirate chief nodded. Yes. The other pirates listening nearby murmured in surprise. The chief explained that the three of them had been plundering when they were approached by the merfolk. Claiming to be descendants of the sea god, they demanded that the pirates serve them in exchange for bestowing great power. Ever since, the pirate chiefs had accepted the merfolk's physical transformations, building an undefeated legend through their plundering activities. Furthermore, they had been able to navigate the seas with great ease, occasionally avoiding maritime natural disasters thanks to the merfolk's assistance. The pirate chief, who had transformed into a merfolk, revealed that they occasionally visited the merfolk city under the sea to report on their status or receive knowledge. Where is this underwater city located? It's beneath the island in the special trade region next to our base. Right below. It can be found to the northwest. I pressed further. All right. Then why did you attack the naval forces this time? That's because the sea god's kin issued the order. They gave the order directly. Yes. They said there are essential items included in this expedition for the sea god tribe. I widened my eyes. This seemed like crucial information. Essential items? What are they? They're things that were accidentally imported from the western region, a peculiar vessel. What does this vessel look like? Hey, bring it over. As I commanded a nearby pirate, one rushed inside and returned with paper and ink. As the pirate chief grasped the brush and began moving it, I observed his condition. Strangely enough, despite having his arm severed and his leg shattered, which would typically lead to fatal blood loss, his wounds had already begun to heal. Soon after, the drawing was completed, and I memorized the shape. Indeed, it was a bizarre vessel like nothing I had seen since my birth. I examined the drawing closely and asked, why do you need this vessel? I don't know. I understand. With that, I swiftly swung my spear, beheading the pirate chief. It was done so quickly and cleanly that he likely felt no pain. He was doomed. Regardless, I simply decided to grant him a swift end. This was the price for my information. I spoke to the remaining pirates. Raise the white flag. Yes. Swoosh. Shortly after, I raised the white flag on the pirate ship and returned to our side. Vice Commander Ahn Hyen was astonished at my appearance. Did you really subdue the flagship all by yourself? That's impressive martial arts. Oh, it's nothing. But I have urgent matters to discuss. What is it? I would like to speak privately. Understood. Vice Commander Ahn Hyen left the handling of the aftermath to his subordinates and took me to his office. When we were alone, I unveiled the severed heads of the three pirate chiefs, causing Ahn Hyen to frown. What is this? What kind of monsters are these? They are the pirate chiefs. What? I assure you, if you question the Bloodsaber Group's officials who surrendered, you will find that what I say is true. These are the chiefs who led the Bloodsaber Group. Soon, one pirate was brought in for confirmation and testified in agreement before leaving. Realizing the truth of my words, Ahn Hyen slouched in his chair, looking exhausted. All right then, just put their heads away. The stench is overwhelming. Understood. As Vice Commander Ahn Hyen opened the cabin window to ventilate, he remarked, how could such monsters exist in this world? Vice Commander Ahn, we must suppress their base. It's not far from here. He displayed hesitation. While he had succeeded in victory without any losses, launching an attack on the pirate's stronghold was beyond his expectations. I decided to persuade him further. Think carefully. If we don't strike at their base, the Bloodsaber Group will continue to be reborn. Damage to the merchant factions will continue as well. Wouldn't it be better to achieve a significant accomplishment before that troublesome situation arises? Vice Commander Ahn Hyen seemed to have perked up at the mention of significant accomplishment. I see. All right, let's go suppress them. I detailed the location of the pirate chief's stronghold that I had learned from the pirate chief. Ahn Hyen unfolded a nautical map and quickly identified the location. We set off towards the pirate island, which served as their stronghold. We arrived at the pirate island in less than half a day. As soon as the naval forces approached the island, they fired a warning shot to signal the commencement of battle. Boom! The pirates on the island scrambled in confusion, but soon, the naval forces, including myself, landed and began to overpower them. There were about 100 pirates left, but it took less than half a Shishin to subdue them all. With the suppression of the pirate island concluded so easily, Ahn Hyen walked to the shore and sat on a chair. In a stern voice, he commanded, behead them all. Swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the heads of the pirates fell on the sandy beach. The sandy shore was indeed a suitable location for beheading, suggesting that this was intentionally chosen. After the successive beheadings, Ahn Hyen led his subordinates to further explore the pirate island, where hidden buildings were discovered, along with captured slaves and women. The condition of the slaves and women was horrific. The male slaves looked like they were on the brink of death due to extreme overwork, and some had become disabled due to the pirates' wrath. Additionally, it was evident that the women had been violated by the pirates, many of whom were pregnant. Even more gruesome were the trophies scattered throughout the pirates' quarters, indicating that slaves had been killed for amusement. There were numerous signs of torture evident as well. The tales of the pirates' brutal treatment of humans were indeed true. As Hien witnessed this atrocity with his own eyes, he trembled with rage. I'm glad I acted as you advised. These scoundrels are not worthy of living. Hey, bring the captured officials from the Bloodsaber group. Upon his command, the naval soldiers brought in the Bloodsaber officials tightly bound. They had thought they would save their lives but appeared confused instead. Hien, looking down at them with cold eyes, announced, I am acting Commander Zhang Jiayongik of the Left Army Command. Thus, in wartime, I can execute punishments without the approval of the Left Army Command, nor do I need the court's consent. I will act according to my personal conscience regarding this dreadful tragedy. The pirate officials trembled in fear and exclaimed, My lord? What do you mean? Listen here. With Hien's next words, the pirates became frantic with terror. Execute Lingqi on these scoundrels. No. Some even bit their tongues and fell lifelessly to the ground. Biting one's tongue was not an act taken lightly, but it illustrated how brutal Lingqi was as a method of execution. First, the naval soldiers brought out a cross-shaped torture device from the ship. Due to a lack of manpower, they hastily fashioned a makeshift version using wood to bind the officials of the Bloodsaber group. Then, they brought a white powder which they forced into the officials' mouths. Curious, I asked Hien. What is that? Opium. The essence of Lingqi is to prolong life as much as possible. As Hien replied nonchalantly, preparations for Lingqi continued. Eventually, they tightly gagged the Bloodsaber officials to prevent them from biting their tongues any longer. As the opium began to cloud their senses, the execution of Lingqi commenced. The sharp sound echoed. The naval soldiers, wielding thin blades resembling razors, began to slowly peel away the flesh. It resembled the act of filleting fish, and despite the heavy dose of opium dulling their immediate pain, the officials of the Bloodsaber group seemed to realize what was happening to them. While they widened their eyes in panic and flailed about, the execution continued. Vice Commander Hien commented, Traditionally, we start at the less critical extremities, like fingers or toes. Swoosh. Some blood oozed out, but each time, a drug was applied to staunch the bleeding. As beads of blood formed, flesh fell away like strands of hair, landing on the ground. While their fingers and toes were gradually sliced away, the expressions of the Bloodsaber officials approached the brink of madness. To be unable to move, slowly filleted like a fish, and die would instill an unimaginable sense of terror. After peeling away all the muscles, we will smash the joints and so forth. Wouldn't you die first? That's why we give them opium, to keep them alive as long as possible. Soon, I learned more from Vice Commander Hien about Lingqi. Lingqi was a punishment in which the flesh of a living criminal is peeled away, literally separating the bones from the flesh. In the past, it was referred to as gouging punishment, as it involved peeling the flesh from the bone, and it was noted in the legal text known as the Great Ming Code under the term Lingqi Chizi. Although originally too cruel to implement arbitrarily, it was made feasible by Vice Commander Hien having the general's full authority. Known by the aliases 100 cuts punishment, or killing with 1,000 cuts, it signified a punishment involving 100 or 1,000 cuts leading to death. It was said that a eunuch named Lu Jin, who had abused power through corruption, underwent Lingqi, receiving a staggering 6,000 cuts. The next day, I found that more than half of the Bloodsaber officials had died. However, the unfeeling sight of the naval soldiers continuing to peel away flesh and muscle was terrifying. A couple of them had already laid bare the ribcage, with one naval soldier chuckling as he poked the exposed bone into the eyelid of the deceased Bloodsaber official. When this soldier noticed me, he said, my apologies. Please don't tell anyone. But wouldn't they feel little pain if they were given opium before dying? The naval soldier grinned. Not quite. I heard of someone who endured 200 cuts under Lingqi but was eventually released. As the effects of the opium intermittently wore off, they began to feel the agony of insects consuming their entire body. These scoundrels will scream of great pain and even vomit their hearts before they die. I was struck dumb by the nonchalant demeanor of the naval soldier. It was clear he had experienced such horrors before. Lingqi was completed by the morning of the third day. After the Lingqi process concluded, the bodies of the Bloodsaber officials were reduced to mere bones. The dismembered corpses, now only skeletal remains, were placed in a large basket with the clothing they wore just before execution, along with their entrails and heads, hanging at the end of a pole. The crusade against the Bloodsaber had come to an end. After the elimination of the Bloodsaber group, I had a private discussion with Hien. The main topics were about how to handle the aftermath and how to return the people captured by the pirates. I refrained from mentioning the brutality of Lingqi, as I thought even Hien, with his ironclad character, would dislike it being brought up. During the conversation, Deputy Hien remarked, We cannot stay here for long. Although we have eradicated the Bloodsaber group, the merchant faction might still be threatened by minor pirates, so we need to hurry and escort them. Are you planning to take the prisoners to Goryeo? Here, prisoners referred to those enslaved by the pirates. In reality, almost all of the pirates had been wiped out, leaving around 70 among the slaves, making their handling also an important issue. After a moment of thought, Deputy Ahn Hyen replied, "That seems to be the case. Since there are likely Goryens among them, we will take them home first, then move the rest to the Central Plains. I can speak a bit of late Goryeo. I think I could help." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, Ahn Hyen's face brightened. "Then let's finish the preparations and depart after 3 meals. Until then, I'd appreciate your help." I had been taking care of the details regarding the prisoners all this time. I brought this up to avoid raising suspicion when approaching them for information, as there was likely knowledge only the slaves knew that was unknowable from the Navy's position. I returned to the location where the pirate slaves were gathered. As I arrived, a few of them shed tears of joy. "Ah, Dr. Beck, you've come again. Let's take a look." I approached them and checked their conditions. The emergency treatments for those with severe injuries had already been completed, especially for the ones whose limbs were rotting. We amputated the affected areas to prevent further deterioration. Additionally, I used the 5 animals play of Huatwo and acupuncture to help those with severe injuries to their spines, pelvises, and legs regain some mobility. Furthermore, I treated the inner injuries of women who had suffered from prolonged abuse using qi healing methods and ensured that the pregnant women would not suffer from pregnancy-related toxicity. The military doctor working alongside me marveled. "Remarkable. Such extraordinary skills for someone so young. How are you able to demonstrate such medical expertise? It's just a minor gift. More importantly, there are some who can't be treated without medication. Yet, didn't you temporarily heal some of them? More than half of those here owe their salvation to you." Feeling slightly embarrassed by the military doctor's praise, I continued my work. Having been trained for nearly a decade under Guangming Divine Dr. Wasio Maiyang, one of the 5 great healers and a successor of Huatuo's medical teachings, this level of skill was to be expected. After administering urgent treatment to a fevered patient, I said, "Now, urgent care is over. From here, I will classify their nationalities." Yes. At my request, the prisoners revealed their origins. Out of the 70, more than 50 were from the Central Plains, and 20 were Goryens. After categorizing them, I noted their approximate names, hometowns, and briefly recorded their individual characteristics. Once that initial work was done, I addressed them. Goryens will be dispatched to Gagaiyang first. The Central Plains people will return after a stop in Gagaiyang. Also, if anyone knows any secrets related to the pirates, please find me before leaving. Depending on the information, I will offer a sufficient reward. At that moment, one of the prisoners raised his hand eagerly. I know something. So do I. Around 12 others also raised their hands, while the rest seemed unable to say anything despite wanting to. Very well. Noting the mix of men and women, I thought for a moment and decided to summon them all separately. We moved to a secluded building and began discussing one by one. Most of the information turned out to be trivial, leaving me disappointed. It seemed most of them raised their hands merely out of urgency for money upon returning home. However, 5 pieces of information proved quite useful. There's a secret space underground beneath the pirate chief's residence. I have seen the pirate chief entering there secretly. This came from a pregnant woman. She had likely been a beautiful lady in her prime but had lost much of her looks due to prolonged hardship. Nevertheless, she still retained an air of elegance and beauty, suggesting she had been taken to amuse the pirate chief. I promised her a reward. They are storing gunpowder in a crevice between the rocks on the north side of the island. I saw a Bloodsaber Group executive showing off his famous blade, in his personal space. It was hidden behind a wall. I know that the place where they sell slaves is in the Jinggu area of Henan. You can find slave traders there. And the last piece of information particularly caught my ear. I think Central Plains men come to this island occasionally to talk to the pirates. They seem to visit about once a month, dressed in noble clothing, and even the pirate chiefs seem flustered around them. Central Plains men in noble clothing who cause the pirate chiefs to fluster. I asked out of curiosity. Did they happen to wear clothing with golden embroidery? Yes, they did. I let out a low sound of surprise. The Golden Eagle Guards have visited this island. With that, my speculation that the Sea God clan and the Golden Eagle Guards might have formed an alliance was almost confirmed. The fact that even the pirate chiefs were flustered indicated that the Golden Eagle Guards' reach went beyond mere pirates, clearly connected to the clan behind the Sea God. If that's the case, the Navy's actions against this pirate island would soon come to their ears. There was also a high chance that my involvement would be revealed to them. The fact that I was becoming entangled with the Golden Eagle Guards again irritated me, yet I also felt a sense of relief. I must fulfill General Zhang Jiayong's request. I didn't believe the Golden Eagle Guards were yet at the stage of directly targeting me. If I could use General Zhang Jiayong's influence as a shield and move about pretending to know nothing, I could protect myself from them. To do this, it was essential to fulfill his request and establish a connection through him. After gathering information, I set my plan into motion. Following the first piece of information, I took the pregnant woman with me into the pirate chief's residence and opened the door to the secret location she had pointed out. Inside, I found an array of dazzling treasures piled high, carved from the rock. Since it was just the two of us, I thought there was no need to inform anyone else. She said, "I have already been sullied and degraded, so it's hard for me to go back to the Central Plains. The other women are in the same situation. Would you consider sharing this treasure with us?" It seemed she preferred to hand over the treasures to me personally rather than to the Navy for trading. I pondered for a moment and replied, "Of course, giving is not difficult. However, without the ability to protect or sell these treasures, they can become a great calamity. And so, I would like to ask for one more thing." "What is it?" "You must have seen a white-haired woman among the other women who seems completely dazed." Now that she mentioned it, I had seen her. By simple appearance, she would have been a great beauty, but her eyes resembled those of a lifeless fish, and her whole body had no strength. She appeared to be completely daft. She looked at me and said, "The pirate chief and his men have not dared to lay a hand on her. She seems to be just passing through here and was originally a martial artist. It's said she was quite an extraordinary expert. If you can revive her martial arts, we can live under her protection." "Are you certain?" "Yes. Even though she appears daft, she has a relationship with us." It seemed the women had already formed a bond and were looking to utilize the martial expert as their protector. I thought it was not a bad idea and nodded. "Very well. Then let's see." I went to the place where the prisoners were assembled and picked out the white-haired daft woman. After some time alone with her in a room, I proceeded to check her condition thoroughly. There's no apparent health issue. There are no signs of having been raped. And her internal energy is sealed, so it's true. I hadn't noticed this during a brief check, but when I focused and infused chi, I could definitely see evidence that she had been subjected to a seal. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, and regardless of what I said, she could only respond like a child. I examined her meridians and danshin closely. Remarkably, the meridians weren't severed, and her danshin was intact. This suggested that whoever had sealed her had likely done so not for the sake of turning her into a sexual slave but rather as part of some grander scheme. They must have left her in wait to restore her martial skills and intelligence when needed. Fortunately, I was already familiar with the method of the seal. The Forbidden Heaven seal technique was a remarkable stratagem capable of sealing human intelligence and internal energy, but the methods to break it were passed down in the Huatuo lineage. Well, even if the meridians were severed and the danshin crushed, with Huatuo's secret techniques, healing would still be possible. I thought to myself as I placed my hand near her danshin. Then I began to work on the sealed points one by one. As I slowly loosened the seal engraved in her danshin, the white-haired woman began to tremble. As I undid about 80% of the seal, an unexpectedly deep internal energy burst forth, rippling around her body. It was a surprising amount of power that exceeded that of an ordinary peak expert. What? This level? Finally, after pushing forward with the last acupuncture needle to break the remaining seals, she collapsed, trembling all over. A lengthy silence ensued. After a while, the white-haired woman slowly lifted her head and began to move. Sitting in the chair, she examined her own body and stared at me intently. "Did you save me?" Her voice was clear and serene. I nodded as I withdrew the acupuncture needle. "Yes. Where am I? Where is this place?" "This is the base of the Blood Saber Group, located in the Yellow Sea. You've been living as a slave in the underground brain prison for a few months now." She then turned her head, seemingly crushed by sorrow, and tears streamed down her face. Unable to contain her grief, she sobbed, her shoulders shaking. It was truly a moment of profound sorrow, and I couldn't bring myself to stop her silent weeping. After a long bout of tears, she regained some composure and said, "My name is Seo Munhai of the Shadowless Gate. Thank you for saving me, young hero." I was taken aback and responded, "The Shadowless Gate? Isn't that one of the 8 great demons of martial daos?" "Yes, that is what they call it." Seo Munhai answered nonchalantly, but I couldn't help but feel astonished. The Shadowless Gate? It was known as one of the peak sects among the 8 great demons of martial daos within the Central Plains, reputed for its martial prowess. The leader of the Shadowless Gate, the sword demon Seo Munde Ryong, was recognized as a supreme expert and is often mentioned among the greatest in the world. Even Yi Kwang himself had remarked that Seo Munde Ryong was a master he wanted to confront if given the chance. Moreover, the sect was famous for operating with a very select number of elite members. Yet, there was no one in the Central Plains who would dare provoke a powerful figure from the Shadowless Gate, as it was infamous for pursuing its enemies to the ends of the earth for annihilation. "Could it be that you are the daughter of the leader of the Shadowless Gate, the sword demon?" Seo Munhai wiped her tears and replied, "Yes. But how did you end up in this situation?" She didn't respond. It seemed she felt I wasn't in a position of trust yet to disclose everything. Such caution was indeed the right attitude. I waited for her to calm down further before speaking. "What I can say is that those who sealed your power with the Forbidden Heaven seal technique intended to use you for some purpose. The evidence is that you are still a virgin, and the pirate chief has not laid a hand on you." Upon hearing the word virgin, Seo Munhai's face blushed bright red. "Did you see that? I am a doctor. Even without looking through the flow of your chi, I can tell through pulse diagnosis." "Oh, I see." I continued calmly. "Do you remember anything from your dazed state?" "I recall the sisters who tried to help me. The events seem to come to mind like a distant dream." "Yes, the one who saved you was none other than those women. If they hadn't spoken up, I might have left you to your fate. You must want to return to the Shadowless Gate as soon as possible, but they are the most unfortunate souls in the world. After all, you received help from them." Understanding my intent, Seo Munhai nodded with a stern expression. "Of course. I will do my best to help them. How do you plan to assist?" "I want to take them to the Shadowless Gate. It seemed she intended to gather the women, who would likely face ill treatment upon returning home, and allow them to start anew at the Shadowless Gate. I was taken aback and asked, "Are you sure that's all right?" "Absolutely." I felt relieved. Rising from my seat, I said, "We have defeated the pirates and will soon head to Gagaiyang. You will stop by Gagaiyang before returning to the Central Plains, so I hope you do not lose your original intentions and fulfill your resolve. May I ask your name?" "My name is Baekwu." After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. "Are you not curious about how I ended up in this situation?" "Of course I am." As I gathered the bedding and tools nearby, I continued. "However, unless you choose to disclose it, it is not my place to pry. Then I shall take my leave." I left Seo Munhai behind in the cabin and quickly set about my tasks. First, I informed Ahn Hyen's deputy about the gunpowder located to the north of the island. Ahn Hyen's deputy started moving troops there to transport the gunpowder, which shifted people's attention away from me for a moment. Afterwards, I went to the pirate chief's secret space and began transferring valuable treasures and precious metals into boxes, stashing them in the most discreet part of the ship. Next, I sought after the famous blade mentioned among the pirate officials. As I pressed into a hidden space between stone walls, there it was, a radiant sword emitting a brilliant light. The tale of the famous blade was indeed true. I found myself entranced by its impressive craftsmanship. "This is a wado." Upon examining the scabbard, I noticed it was inscribed with the name Muramasa. It seemed to be a famous sword crafted in Dongyang. It was such an incredibly fine creation that I could say it was the best weapon I had ever seen. I regretted that my specialty was not in swordsmanship. Of course, I could handle it well enough, but in the hands of a proper swordsman, its power would multiply manifold. After collecting the famous blade, I returned to the ship. There, Seo Munhai was quietly seated, waiting in her spot. "Have you completed your tasks?" "Indeed. We will likely set sail soon, so please go and wait." There's something I wish to tell you." "What is it?" At my inquiry, Seo Munhai spoke up. "It concerns how I ended up here." I thought to myself that this was good news. In truth, had I pressed her earlier, she would have never shared her story. No matter how much I had saved her, her mistrust of strangers was strong. However, during my time away handling matters, it seemed she had taken the time to organize her thoughts and now regarded me as the only trustworthy individual willing to listen. Seo Munhai said, "Actually, I once participated in a martial arts tournament to make a name for myself." "A martial arts tournament?" "Yes. Though you may not be familiar, it is called the Dark Realm Martial Arts Conference." I was astonished. I never expected to hear that name in such a place. At Novel bin at. I know it well. Really. A place where one can obtain tremendous elixirs, treasures, and secret techniques of the highest order. How could I not know? I had nearly lost my life participating there. I survived thanks to the help of the Han family, but the memory of it had etched itself as a daunting experience in my mind. "So you knew. Could it be that you participated?" Feeling embarrassed, Seo Munhai turned her face away. "Yes, and I lost in the 4th round. After that, I was sealed and brought here. One could only call it a just outcome. Yet, as the daughter of the strongest sect among the 8 great demons, there must have been some personal reason for her to enter such a dark tournament." I quietly pondered this, and once my thoughts were settled, I spoke. "I had originally thought that your meridians would be severed and your danshan destroyed, but it seems the organizers trusted the Forbidden Heaven seal technique sufficiently. They likely had a reason to keep your martial arts intact. Given that they hadn't harmed her physically, it was clear there was a specific purpose behind it. Of course, she had no way of knowing that, and we would have to deduce it in time. Thank you once again." Suddenly, the ship began to sway significantly. "Let's discuss the details slowly." "Yes." As I returned to my cabin, I pondered. I now know the location of the Sea God clan's city, so I will come again later. The Sea God clan was a demonic race so formidable that even the 12 regulars would exercise caution around them. If it were underwater, I could only swim in by myself, and fighting against the Sea God clan alone would be utterly reckless. Moreover, given my intention to join the Azure Dragon martial arts school in this lifetime, I could not afford to die foolishly. I rejoined the trading ship bound for Gagaiyang in the coastal waters a day's distance from the capital. The Lord of Daeryong Merchant Association and the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency were astounded after hearing what had transpired from Ahn Hyen's deputy. Upon seeing the pirate heads I had brought back, they could hardly contain their admiration. "Indeed, you are a renowned hero. This will certainly make trade much safer." Haha. After their conversation, I approached the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency and subtly asked, "Lord, have you seen any vessels like this?" "What kind of vessel?" "One shaped like this." I drew a sketch to show the Lord. The Lord, with his drowsy eyes, shook his head. "I don't think I've seen it. But what is it?" "It's a precious item urgently sought after by a friend of mine in Goryeo. I wish to acquire it as it is said to come from the western regions." As I ambiguously brushed it off, the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency nodded in agreement. "I really don't know. At least our trade association doesn't handle western region goods. If there is such a thing, the Lord of Daeryong Merchant Association would know." I next sought out the Lord of Daeryong Merchant Association. He greeted me warmly with a smile on his face. "Oh, I've heard about your exploits. How about coming to our association? I promise you the treatment of a second-in-command." "Ha ha ha. Before that, I have a question." "What is it?" "Have you seen a vessel like this?" Showing him the drawing of the vessel, the Lord of Daeryong looked at it curiously and replied, "That's not a vessel but a product from a place far beyond the western regions. It's called a oil lamp, and it has a long mouth. It's used to light incense or illuminate the surroundings. It emits a good deal of smoke. An oil lamp, you say? Why are you looking for it? My friend in Goryeo desperately wants one." "Well, it's not particularly valuable, so if you'd like, I could give you one. Let's go take a look." I followed the Lord of Daeryong to the storage room where trade goods were kept. Unlocking the door with a key, he retrieved a box from a corner containing over 10 oil lamps. The Lord of Daeryong chuckled. "If you want, just take one. This is nothing. It's a product from the western regions, and you say it's not valuable. That's because merchants from the western regions frequently visit Gagaeong for such transactions. Moreover, it's a regular item, not a valuable one. It's nothing special." "I see. Thank you." I accepted the box of oil lamps from the Lord of Daeryong and returned to my room. Once there, I spread the oil lamps across the floor, deep in thought. What could be among these that the Sea God clan is desperately seeking? It felt like I had hit a wall. According to the Lord of Daeryong, these oil lamps were merely everyday items, but I couldn't figure out how to discern the important one. As I stared intently, I noticed that one of the oil lamps was shimmering with a golden hue. Could it be? Upon closer inspection, there were unfamiliar inscriptions on the side of the golden lamp that the other lamps lacked. I picked up the golden lamp and examined it closely. Then, to test its original purpose, I struck a flame to it. Swoosh! What is this? At that moment, an unfamiliar scene flooded into my mind. My perspective moved at incredible speed, suddenly soaring high into the azure skies. It then dashed towards some point on the ocean surface and began descending into the deep sea. As I penetrated the dark waters, I glimpsed a city illuminated by light. The description perfectly aligned with the underwater city of the merfolk that the pirate chief had mentioned. My gaze began to survey the interior of the city. Strange buildings adorned the surroundings, and merfolk wielding tridents or swords wandered about, occasionally blinking their large eyes as they made gurgling sounds. Venturing further inside, I encountered an unfathomable expanse of the abyss, where a massive something sat deeper than the underwater city. It resembled a humanoid form, but it was clearly a merfolk. I felt overwhelmed by its presence, my senses flooded with awe and fear simultaneously. Is that the sea god? My perspective moved away from there and began speeding off again. After a while, it came to a halt somewhere. This place was also a city. However, it was a strange city unlike any humanity or civilization could ever find in history. An ominous aura emanated from the enormous sunken city in the ocean, and even as a mere observer, my heart trembled at the unsettling energy. What is it? What on earth is that? No merfolk roamed around. Yet when my gaze reached the entrance, I instinctively felt that great beings were slumbering in the depths of this city. It was a presence like the enormous aura of magic I had felt when facing Izanagi. There were more than 10 entities exuding a power that far surpassed human understanding. They are howling. I could feel that the demon gods were lying in wait deep within the abyss. I seriously doubted I could enter that city with a clear mind. The viewpoint shifted once more. After a brief moment of silence and darkness, I found myself in an unknown place. It was an unsettling realm, akin to drifting through a dream. It felt as though dreams and nightmares intertwined within this space. There was a vast continent, and at its center lay an immense body of water or lake. The moon felt exceptionally close. Various alien races lived here, including enormous insects, mountain goats, and human-like beings with dog heads that I had never seen before. As I observed this, I suddenly heard an indistinct whisper. "Will you go?" "No, not now." I desperately refused. Then the whisper responded. "I understand." I snapped back to reality. My body was drenched in sweat. The experience of witnessing that city of the deep sea and the otherworldly realm left me feeling utterly drained. I found it hard to believe such places existed in this world. Under normal circumstances, one would go mad after that, yet I merely cleared my throat and concluded. I gazed at the golden oil lamp and murmured. "I see. So this is what it is. A tool that shows the territories of alien races or evil deities through clairvoyance, perhaps even allowing instant travel to those places?" It was a tremendous magical artifact related to the other world, which the Sea God clan desperately sought and which I had now acquired. It wasn't long before I was able to enter Gagaeong. Since the escorting of most prisoners had become my responsibility, I took the selectively gathered Goryeo people prisoners to a senior official of Goryeo. The rather stern-looking official glanced at the list of names I provided and said, "What is this? So what do you want me to do?" "Please help these individuals return to their hometown. Your Goryeo language is quite fluent." The official, who was prattling on uselessly, began to beat around the bush. "I'd love to help, but I'm not one to have spare time, and nearly everyone on this list is either a commoner or a lowly serf except for about 3 names. It requires some goodwill. Isn't that right? Without goodwill, I can't move." As I stared at the official with a look of disbelief, the Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association, who was standing next to me, whispered and pulled me aside. "Come over here for a moment." Once we moved to a more secluded spot, the Lord said, "I knew this would happen. That person wants a bribe." "A bribe? What do you mean asking for a bribe while trying to help these poor souls whose lives were completely devastated by pirates?" "Of course, Baekwung, you are correct. However, that's how the world operates. If there isn't enough money, that person won't move at all." Ugh. I frowned. I never imagined I would be stuck in a place like this. After a moment of thought, I asked the Lord of the Great Dragon, could you connect me with Zhang Qiuwook? Of course, I have connections with him, but what do you intend to do? It would be sufficient just to have a conversation with him. I beg you? All right then. The Lord of the Great Dragon agreed to my request. Of course, I was fully aware that there was a meticulous calculation behind the Lord's generosity, so I knew I would need to repay him someday to avoid any future repercussions. I possessed not only the gold and silver treasures taken from the pirates but also ingots of gold, yet I felt reluctant to hand those over to that corrupt high official. Moreover, I felt a sense of unease that if I released those upon this land, there might be unpredictable consequences to deal with. The meeting arranged by the Lord of the Great Dragon would take place about 2 days later. When I arrived at the reception room, Zhang Qiuwook greeted me, saying, "Welcome. It is an honor to meet the young hero who has achieved such great territorial prowess. I'm greatly honored to meet you, head Zhang." As I spoke politely according to Goryeo customs, Zhang Qiuwook's eyes lit up with interest. "Are you perhaps from Goryeo? Your Goryeo is quite fluent, and you seem adept at the etiquette, as if trained in a noble house for a long time." "Not at all. I merely spent a brief period in Goryeo." "I see." Zhang Qiuwook seemed to be in a rather jovial mood. As he poured tea into his cup, he asked, "So, Baekwung, what brings you to see me?" "Actually, I have something to discuss with your physician, Elder Waseomaiyang." "What? You know him?" Zhang Qiuwook appeared somewhat taken aback. This was understandable given that the naturalization matters of the Wa clan were something he had been discreetly assisting with, and the fact that Elder Waseomaiyang was renowned in the central region as the luminary divine of the central 5 great elders was virtually unknown in Goryeo. I respectfully continued. "My master was a close friend of Elder Waseomaiyang. I essentially came all the way to Goryeo to meet him. Please, grant me this favor." Considering the vastness of the central region, such things can indeed happen. "Then, might you also possess any medical skills?" "I can do a little." "Oh." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qiuwook said, "Good. You will accompany my guardian warrior group. I will inform Elder Wa right away." I followed their guidance to Elder Wa's residence. Upon my arrival, the head of the guardian warrior group seemed to have a brief discussion inside. Shortly after, I was able to enter the separate quarters where Elder Wa lived. The familiar scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. I had trained in medical skills for about 10 years, and the aroma stirred nostalgic emotions in me as I stood in the middle of the room. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "You're my friend's disciple? Who on earth are you?" Elder Wa was glaring at me with a less than friendly gaze. He didn't seem particularly welcoming towards a visitor from the central region. Given that he had experienced disdain in the central region, leading to the complete relocation of the Wa clan, it was understandable. I smiled and spoke to him in Mandarin. "Calm down. That was a lie, but from now on, you and I will be able to help each other." "What? What are you talking about?" "I am aware of the situation your Wa clan is in. If you cooperate with me, I can help move all the medical knowledge of the Wa clan to Goryeo within a few years." Elder Wa widened his eyes. Instead of continuing to glare, he began to observe me with a calm demeanor. "I cannot believe that. First, let's start with this." Swish. I revealed a gold ingot from the box. Upon seeing the brilliant shine of the ingot, Elder Wa stared at it for a while as if mesmerized. Suddenly receiving a gold ingot from me, he seemed skeptical. "With this, you should be able to relocate most of your family." "Wa, who on earth are you? How do you know my situation so well?" "My name is Baekwung. I trained in the collateral branch of the Wa clan, and upon hearing that the main family was in danger, I came all the way to Goryeo to help." "The collateral branch? So you learned medical skills as well? Please check for yourself." I approached a nearby anatomical model and slowly began to perform the Wa clan's 18 needles technique. After demonstrating the basic forms and the flow of meridians taught in the 18 needles, I followed up with the Wa's 5 elemental healing technique. As I completed all the demonstrations, Elder Wa sank down to the ground in disbelief. "This is, for real? Is it truly possible for someone from the collateral branch to master the Wa clan's medical skills to this degree? How could I have not known someone like you? This is indeed the authentic 18 needles and 5 elemental healing techniques." With that, Elder Wa burst into tears and embraced my shoulders. "Ugh, thank you so much. I will never forget this favor. This has reduced our timeline by 10 years. Now, it is time for Head Wa to help me." I took out another gold ingot and presented it to him. "If you accept this ingot as well, you should be able to relocate all the physicians. However, I am currently in a difficult situation, so I greatly need Head Wa's assistance. If you can help me, I will give you this gold ingot. Tell me, I will definitely help you with whatever it takes." I explained my current predicament regarding the pirates' stronghold and the issues with the prisoners I had brought back, mentioning the high official of Goryeo who was stalling for a bribe. After listening calmly, Elder Wa stroked his beard and said, "What a despicable person. Can you help me?" "Of course. I currently have the trust of Head Zhang, so I will speak directly to him. He generally listens to me, and it will likely be of help to you." Adat Novel bin Adat. "Thank you. No, I should be the one to thank you." Elder Wa's eyes welled up as he wiped away the tears from his eyes. I never expected someone from the collateral branch to come all the way to help the main family in this distant land, and to possess such exceptional medical skills. "Who is your master? I really want to meet him." I felt a bit taken aback but sighed. They have already passed away. Oh, I see. After this, I had a brief conversation with Elder Hua. Most of the discussion revolved around trivial medical topics, and occasionally he would express surprise at my medical knowledge. When I asked about areas where I had been uncertain, he kindly provided insights. Then I'll be counting on your help. Take care. It was precisely one day after I returned to my lodging when a member of Goraiyo's Guardian Warrior group came to my room, and the leader spoke to me. Head Zhang would like to see you. Please follow us. Understood. As I followed them to meet Zhang Qiulwook again, I found someone tied up with a cord, sitting submissively in the reception room, covered in blood. Elder Hua was also present. Zhang Qiulwook, sitting in a chair, welcomed me, saying, "Welcome, Baekwang. This person is. He is the one who demanded a bribe from you. To think he would be so rude to a righteous person from the central region. My face flushes in embarrassment. Indeed, the man before me was the high official I had encountered earlier. His face was swollen as if he had already been subjected to a round of interrogation and beating, and he looked utterly defeated. Upon seeing me, he desperately shouted, "That's not true. I was just trying to make things easier for you. It was just a misunderstanding. Please resolve this." "What misunderstanding?" I coldly shot him a glance and turned to Zhang Qiulwook, saying, "I am moved by Head Jiang's righteousness. Now my face can breathe again. Haha." Zhang Qiulwook chuckled bitterly before adding, "I will actively resolve the issue concerning the Goraiyo prisoners you brought back. We will cover up the fact that they were pirates' captives, and I will provide funds for their resettlement as well. Additionally, I will do my utmost to care for the women who are in dire situations. Once again, thank you very much." With Zhang Qiulwook saying this, I had no further worries. If the head of one of Goraiyo's two great noble families, who shared power with the king, was determined, there was no way things wouldn't be resolved. Zhang Qiulwook then issued his final command. "Listen here. Execute this man and demote his entire family to commoners." "Oh wow, how wonderful." I delightedly listened to the pitiful screams of the fallen official as I left Zhang Qiulwook's residence. Upon returning to my lodging, I found Xiao Munhai, the daughter of Lord Shadowless Gate, waiting in front of my room. Her eyes lit up with joy as she saw me. "Oh, you're back. What brings you here?" "I wanted to check if your meeting went well." "Of course, it's been resolved. I should be able to leave tomorrow as planned according to the movements of the Merchant Association." "Is that so? Do you have something else you want to say?" Xiao Munhai hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have something important to discuss with you, just the two of us." "Understood." I followed her into the room. Xiao Munhai gazed at me intensely before speaking. "Dr. Beck, it seems you are not only skilled in medicine but also in martial arts. I don't possess skills worth boasting about. Before you arrived, I spoke with my sisters about how to repay you for your kindness, and I came to my own conclusion. Already receiving the pirate's gold and treasures settles that matter. No, that's not enough to repay you for saving my life." Xiao Munhai shook her head firmly and then took my hand tightly in hers. I felt the softness of her grip. "Baekwang, please be my partner. I beg you." I was taken aback. Was she being serious? But her eyes made it clear that she was not joking. The stunning, ethereal beauty was holding my hand, her face coming closer until our breaths mingled. She asked, "Can you not accept my heart? This is such a sudden request. What led you to think this way all of a sudden?" She sighed and replied, "I have never seen someone like you in my life. Though I may be young, I recognize your outstanding medical skills and noble spirit, along with your impressive martial arts. You conceal your inner strength, yet I can tell you possess tremendous power. Despite that, you do not frivolously pursue women and instead act with righteousness, and I was deeply impressed. You are the ideal partner I have envisioned." It dawned on me at that moment that Xiao Munhai had developed infatuation for me. Surely, if she had any sense, she would know that as she grew, she would not maintain her exquisite beauty but rather become just another average-looking woman. Yet, here she was, asking me to be her partner? Feeling the weight of her request, I cleared my throat and said, "As you can see, I am very unattractive. I do not think I am suited for someone as beautiful as you." Her delicate, pale hand tightened its grip even more. "What does a man's appearance matter? I have grown up surrounded by many good-looking men, among whom some are as handsome as the esteemed Song Ok, but what they had was merely appearance. I can love everything about you, Baekwang." She was truly sincere. I found myself in a quandary. If I accepted Xiao Munhai's proposal, I could potentially become the successor to Shadowless Gate, with the strongest martial artist backing me. Moreover, I would gain the attention of a breathtaking beauty. This was undeniably an extraordinary choice. Yet, I could not choose hastily. Binding myself to her in matrimony would create yet another inevitability, a chain of fate that I could not escape from in my previous life. In a situation where I had not yet achieved my goals, this could deliver a significant blow to my mental fortitude. After all, I had already resisted the temptations of Waryu, Han Jiwa of the Han family, and Miho without hesitation. I sighed and said, "You are making a hasty decision. You do not truly know what kind of person I am yet. Are you rejecting my proposal?" "Not at all. I also find you very appealing. However, we need more time to understand each other better." I crossed my arms. "If that is the case, let us travel to Shadowless Gate together. If my feelings do not change by then, I will accept you as my partner." Her face lit up with a bright smile. "Yes, A wave of complex emotions swept over me, and a sense of unfairness began to prick at me. I've been confessed to for the first time in my life. All I wanted was to enjoy life with her, but it felt unjust to give that up for the sake of a single goal. Surely, countless people put in great effort just to win over a breathtaking beauty like Seo Munhai. However, I quickly reshaped my thoughts. Once again, the images of Myung Yang and Miho surfaced in my mind. As long as I owed them a debt of the heart, I could never divert my attention from my goals. This was my penance for the foolishness I had committed in the past. I will definitely defeat the demon section. My resolve strengthened. To lay the foundation for a smoother life plan, I had no choice but to eliminate those scoundrels as quickly as possible and return the beings summoned from another realm back to the Imperial Palace. The next day, the ship set sail. That night, Seo Munhai visited my cabin and opened the door. Baekwang. Then I heard something rustling in the dark, as if something was being shed. As she slipped under the covers with me, I was jolted awake. I felt her bare skin against mine, which took me by surprise. I had intended to enjoy a peaceful sleep, but it felt like a bolt from the blue. What are you doing? I want to know you better, Baekwang. Her naked form clung to me. A pleasant fragrance enveloped me, and her soft skin brushed against my arm. It was reminiscent of Waryu, but the difference was that she was an innocent girl who knew nothing of the carnal aspects of life. Looking closely, I saw that she was tightly shutting her eyes while hugging me, as if she had no care about the situation at all. I couldn't help but swallow hard at this different allure. It was rare for a man to refuse a table set before him in such circumstances. But I said, "Please turn on the light, Baekwang, and put on some clothes." Seo Munhai replied, "Even if we don't formalize our marriage, I am willing to give myself to you, Baekwang. Do you dislike me that much?" "That's not what I mean." Heek. She sounded like she was about to cry. I felt at a loss for what to do, but I eventually picked up her clothes from the floor and handed them to her. As she sniffled and began putting on her garments, I stepped out of the cabin. Sigh. Does anyone not suffer? I could only sigh deeply. At that moment, I heard a voice. "Ba, Bo? Pervert? Fool." In the darkness of the corridor outside my cabin stood a small girl. She looked very angry, glaring at me with a disgruntled expression. Then she shouted, "Is this what you're doing while I came to help? Ugh, so annoying. Huh. Go ahead and keep messing around. Fool. Humph. Blundering idiot." The childish insults continued, but before I could react, she vanished in an instant. What was that? I tilted my head in confusion, but the girl's action was clearly a sophisticated technique, and I felt a sense of déjà vu about her. After a moment of searching the cabin, I found no trace of the girl. The next morning, I woke up and stepped onto the deck. The deck, just before dawn, was cool and filled with an inexplicable sense of reverence. The salty sea scent wafted up to my nose, and I found myself absently staring at the ocean. Is it true that nature and poets cannot coalesce? People often think it's only natural for poetry to express nature. Many consider that an outstanding poet's duty is to portray exceptional landscapes. But that wasn't the case. When a human faces nature, whether they are a poet or a genius, they are simply overwhelmed, and inspirations do not arise. Nature isn't something light or merely sufficient to be described through scenery. It is simply something to be revered. Since poetry must express the human experience, a poet may enjoy nature but cannot be submerged by it. In reality, what we call famous poems lay bare and elegantly describe human affairs. Poetry must not transcend humanity. That was supported by the translator of the 300 Tang poems I had previously seen. As I pondered this, something caught my eye. A silhouette appeared. A figure was standing in the middle of the dark deck. From the figure clad in white, I felt an unknown auspicious aura, and soon, a refreshing energy flowed into my body. The apparition spoke to me. Heavenly escape means to conceal oneself in the heavens. SHHRRRRR. Before the ghostly face, a sword appeared like an illusion. Astonishingly, the sword hovered nobly in the air as if it wasn't held by anyone. I found myself instinctively focusing on the sword because an ominous power radiated from its very core. But that is only the surface. The essence is different. To utilize the concealed essence and reach forbidden places is the true meaning of escape. What do you mean? As you might suspect, I am the sword spirit of Lu Dongbin. Sword spirit? This was the pinnacle of sorcery that only exalted celestial beings could wield. Instead of manifesting directly in the world, it was like projecting one's reflection in water, an indirect way Lu Dongbin communicated with me through his sword spirit. The sword spirit continued. You are currently exposed to tremendous danger. Initially, I intended to awaken your spirit slowly and pass on the teachings, but I will now impart the heavenly escape sword technique to you straight away. Great danger. Look around. Although dawn is approaching, thick fog swirls at the water's surface. A powerful being is targeting you. I rapidly scanned my surroundings. True to its words, the thick dark mist was far beyond what could be simply called the darkness of dawn. Additionally, the clinging fog made visibility poor. The sword spirit added. I briefly slowed time using divine ability, but there isn't much time left. If you don't sufficiently master and apply the heavenly escape sword technique, you will not survive here. From such words, it indeed seemed like a dire crisis. I steeled my resolve and nodded. Fine, I'll master it. But to learn the basics, I might need some time. The heavenly escape sword technique is not a form of human martial arts. Thus, there are no basics like those you are familiar with. I gaped in disbelief. No basics in martial arts, how can that be? I had heard that among the highest masters, once they reached the pinnacle and learned to wield intent freely, they would discard the basics completely, but a martial art starting without basic principles was a story I had never heard before. Levels and martial arts are entirely distinct, but the sword spirit spoke as if it was a matter of course. Listen well. In the heavenly escape sword technique, instead of basics, there exists a key concept. You must practice that key concept and fully embrace it before proceeding to the next. A key concept, you say. The first key concept is trust. You must believe without doubt. At that moment, the sword spirit emitted the sword. Just like in sword control, I couldn't block or avoid it at all, the sword pierced directly through my heart. Strangely, I felt no pain, and instead, a refreshing wave spread through my mind, as if something was blooming. What is this? I felt like something was changing. Though I couldn't explain it well, the scope of what I perceived and thought expanded, flipping over my understanding. Just as the vastness made me stagger, the sword spirit's last words echoed in my ear. Do not seek to understand, simply accept it. That is how you embark on the path of the heavenly escape sword technique. Whoosh. Before I could even ponder those words, suddenly the surroundings felt as if they were speeding up intensely. The air, which had been moving languidly, was now rushing violently. This was likely because the time Lu Dongbin slowed briefly was now speeding up again. Kaboom. The ship that had leisurely glided on the sea began to decelerate gradually. The fog thickened to the point where dark, dreamlike mist surrounded the ship entirely. It was a clear anomaly, and one of the sailors who had been standing watch shouted out in alarm. Something's wrong. Ding 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 ding. He rang the alarm bell loudly. Moments later, the sailors and the guards from the Merchant Association, including the Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association and the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency, rushed out from inside as well. Such a frantic alarm is only sounded in extreme emergencies. The Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association frowned. What's going on? The sailor was genuinely startled, seemingly too shocked to respond to his question and quickly conveyed something to the captain. After listening intently for a while, the captain nodded his head and turned to the Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association. It's serious. I think we've entered a dead calm zone. Eh, what? A dead calm zone? Yes. This fog is incomprehensible, but there is currently no wind at all. The Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association exploded in anger. Captain, do you take me for a fool? I've spent decades in this trading business acquiring knowledge and experience of the seas. Do you think I wouldn't know that dead calm zones only form in specific distant areas of the ocean? I've never heard of a dead calm zone forming in the Yellow Sea throughout history. This is not a route where a dead calm can occur. He was not merely a fat pig, he was a significant expert in these trade matters, possessing knowledge and experience on par with the captain. Aware of this, the captain couldn't logically object. Why yes, but, there's absolutely no way. The captain sighed deeply, almost defeated. I can't explain it. But the fact that the wind has completely stopped is undeniable. And what about this fog? It seems we're experiencing sea fog, which is rather strange. What do you mean strange? The captain hesitated before explaining. Sea fog occurs when warm and cold air currents intersect. However, the presence of sea fog obviously implies that conditions aren't suitable for the sea wind to blow. In regions where sea fog forms, winds should naturally commence. Next to them, the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency murmured softly. She understood what the captain was implying. That means sea fog and a dead calm zone cannot coexist. Yes. Survivors from the dead calm zone say that in such areas, not only is there no fog, but visibility is clear enough to see the horizon. But since this contradiction has now arisen, the leaders fell silent, struggling to find their words. Yet they seemed too confused to make any sense of the situation. I understood why a dead calm zone was a serious problem. Without wind, the ship nearly becomes immobile. That means there's a real possibility that, despite our best efforts, we might not be able to move even 100 yards all day. The more isolated we were in the sea, the more the food supply would dwindle, eventually resulting in catastrophic annihilation. The captain, seeming to have no options left, said, maybe once dawn breaks, the sea fog will disperse a little. For now, let's keep the crew on standby and prepare for any situation. Agreed. We'll remain on deck to monitor the situation. Understood. Even in the morning, people began to move busily in the silence of the fog. I was observing this scene when Seo Munhai, who had approached me, spoke up. Little hero, what will you do now? What can I do? In this situation, there's not much I can do. If I raise my inner power and cast something like a lightning bolt, the fog might clear up a bit. However, in the current scenario, that would be meaningless. The ship itself wasn't moving, so what good would that do? Of course, I could unleash an immense burst of my inner power to create recoil strong enough for the ship to move. That might be the only way to escape the dead calm zone. But the reason I wasn't suggesting that method and was quietly observing was because of the warning from Lu Dongbin's sword spirit. It insisted that I needed to escape from the crisis using the heavenly escape sword technique. This dead calm zone and the sea fog were no natural phenomena, they were traps aimed at me. If I acted rashly, it could lead to disaster. As I set my firm gaze ahead, Seo Munhai spoke again. Little hero, I intend to protect my sisters and those who are incapacitated. That would be wise. I appreciate your help. Of course. Once Seo Munhai vanished towards the cabin, I began to reflect again on what Lu Dongbin's sword spirit had told me. To trust. Just telling me to trust without context was hard to grasp. So, I quietly crossed my legs on the fog-covered deck, remaining vigilant. Entering the cabin might delay my response. About an hour passed in the fog. The sun had already risen long ago, but we remained surrounded by impenetrable darkness and the fog thickened even more. Moreover, there was not a hint of wind, shrouding everything in an ominous stillness. This was my first experience with such a sinister sea. It seemed I wasn't alone in my thoughts, even the seasoned sailors displayed signs of anxiety. Each sailor, threatened by nature's anomalies, was particularly sensitive to such bizarre occurrences, causing some to nervously scratch their heads while muttering curses. Morale is diving. Not just the sailors, irritation and unease were also evident on the faces of the captain, the Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association, and the Lord of Sogung Escort Agency, who were gathered in a corner. I approached them and said, "If the sun doesn't rise soon, we should start considering solutions." "A solution? But how can we do that? It's not like we can row this massive ship." "Then what do you intend to do? If we remained idle like this, our supplies would deplete. Typically on merchant vessels, the reserves packed are just enough to complete the journey with an additional 7 days' worth of food. In other words, if we don't get moving soon, we could face dire consequences in just 7 days. There was a chance of mutiny aboard the ship where the crew would even turn to cannibalism. The Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association remarked. "I can't comprehend. This route has always been safe, so how can this occur?" Just then, Ruoar. A sound echoed from the depths of darkness, like a giant monster howling. Clearly, the sound was loud and strong enough for everyone aboard to hear. I instinctively drew my sword, thinking a demon beast might appear, but oddly enough, everyone else's reactions were different. Ugh, ugh, oh. The sailors dropped to their knees in terror. Each of them, with ashen faces, either babbled incoherently, pounded the deck, or curled into corners with their heads in their arms. When I turned my gaze to the captain or the Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association, they looked just as lost, their eyes nearly glazing over. Ugh, ack, ugh, eek. No, we're all going to die. Oh. A few shrieked before retching. What in the world is happening? In disbelief, I shook the shoulders of the Lord of the Great Dragon Merchant Association roughly. Get a grip? What's suddenly happening? Adat novel bin adat. Eek. Ah, no, please, my head. He had been the most rational and clear-sighted leader until just moments ago. Yet, in response to my question, he looked like someone who had drunk several bottles of liquor, utterly intoxicated. His eyes were wildly darting around, and his breath was heavy. There was no way this was a normal state. In an instant, the entire ship fell into a state of paralysis. I quickly shifted my gaze to the other ship side, but then I heard a clear voice. "It's no use. Ordinary humans can't withstand this demon chi. And you." I turned around to find the girl who had appeared before me the previous evening, cursed me out, and then vanished with a magical technique, standing there with a confident posture, her arms crossed. She pointed towards the fog. "Look. The fog itself is sorcery. It's a spell that amplifies human confusion and disrupts emotions. Meanwhile, the being that just howled has a particularly potent demon chi, making it utterly abnormal for humans to endure. Who are you?" "Humph. Well, you really aren't affected at all, huh? Even pure demon beasts can't remain this composed. Impressive. Perhaps this trial has meaningful implications." Talking to herself, the girl appeared amused. "Haha, I'm Miho. Pleased to meet you, white-clad." I was taken aback. Her appearance had changed completely so much that I didn't recognize her right away. But upon closer inspection, there were hints of her familiar form from when she often shapeshifted. And calling herself Miho, casting advanced magic, there was only one being I knew of who fit that description. Miho. I fiercely embraced Miho, tears streaming down my face. "Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Miho was clearly flustered, taken aback by my sudden embrace and tears. Normally, it would be expected for people to regard her skeptically and cautiously, but my actions were entirely unexpected. Yet to me, Miho was a comrade with whom I had shared adventures, a benefactor who had saved me, and the one who protected me by risking her life at the end. I still felt immense anger towards myself for not managing to navigate that situation through my own means. Now, Miho, to my unexpected joy, was alive once again after being reincarnated and standing before me. This happiness was beyond words. Get away, human. Whoosh. Flustered, Miho used her teleportation technique to distance herself by several feet. Tilting her head, she looked perplexed. "Are you truly out of your mind? Charging at me unguarded and crying in this situation? What's the matter with you?" Slightly, Miho's cheeks turned red. "Sorry. I didn't do anything that warranted an apology from you. So stop it." Miho adopted a serious expression. I wiped my tears and asked, "Did you come here due to Queen Mother of the West's trial?" "Humph, it seems you have a decent grasp of things. You must know my true identity as well, right? You descended from Queen Mother of the West and are a nine-tailed fox charming the Celestial Emperor on the Dongyang lands." Miho looked at me with curious eyes. "White-clad. Did you perhaps tell Queen Mother of the West about me?" "Indeed. I wish to hear more details." "I would share, but first, I need to confirm something. Is your trial meant to assist me?" At my question, Miho nodded. "Correct. From now on, my trial will be to protect and assist you for the next 10 years. And once the trial completes, you'll ascend to the heavenly realm, right?" "Humph. You grasp this specific detail surprisingly well. I sighed. Anyway, that's settled. As you can see, this situation isn't exactly favorable, so please help me. What should we do? Right, it's not an ideal situation. Miho, murmuring, said. I can sense the energy of the sorcerer, the source of the spell, just beyond the fog. Additionally, the monster that just howled is approaching. If we can eliminate those two, we may be able to turn this situation around. There are two. We don't have time. You must decide how to respond within half a meal's time. What will you do? Judging by Miho's eyes, there was significant curiosity. To her, I must be a highly unusual and unique human, and she probably wanted to test me through this crisis. Her behavior, so often acting without thought like a trickster, was proof of that. After a moment of thought, I replied, Miho, with your abilities, you can dispatch the sorcerer beyond the fog, right? Of course. It isn't a difficult task. Given Miho's confident response, I accepted that notion. No matter how powerful the otherworldly monster might be, unless it was truly exceptional, Miho would not fear it much. The demon beasts are also partially magical beings, meaning they have natural resistance to demon chi. Furthermore, Miho was a powerful entity encompassing the Middle Plains, the Peninsula, and Dongyang, making her confidence entirely justified. Get rid of the sorcerer. Until then, I'll focus on protecting the people on this ship from the monster. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. If you take out the sorcerer, the monster's movements should slow down or even cease. I only have to hold on until then. Understood. Then be careful. Whoosh! Miho somersaulted, suddenly conjuring an odd-winged apparatus and began to glide outside the ship. It seemed she could levitate through the air. The reason she hadn't summoned this tool while fleeing from the guardian statues at Manison must have been that she thought it wouldn't be fast enough to escape. I called Seo Munhai from the cabin. When Seo Munhai came out onto the deck following me, she gasped at the sight of the deck in such a paralysis state. I told Seo Munhai, quickly, we need to get people inside and prepare. A huge monster is about to attack. A monster. I need you to help me. Understood. We swiftly gathered those sprawled on the deck and brought them into the cabin. Then we stood on the deck, waiting. Grr. I could sense something swimming in the dark sea. That cumbersome, distorted energy oozed forward until, moments later, it revealed itself from within the fog. When I saw the silhouette of that thing emerge from the fog, I nearly dropped my sword in shock. That creature is a translucent and humongous being? A monster several times larger than a cow, resembling a lizard, flexing its clear body and flapping what seemed like translucent wings. Moreover, it seemed quite accustomed to swimming, as it partially submerged its body in the water. Flying intestine monster. This was the demon beast summoned by the 7 luminaries using Kim's ward, the very creature that had previously slain me. The flying intestine monster slowly crawled out of the water onto the deck. Upon spotting me and Seo Munhai, who were alive, its eyes flashed with a ruby hue that seemed to pulse. A heavy pressure emanated from around its tentacle-like limbs. It was undeniably a creature that could not have been born of nature. Squawk. Like a seagull, it emitted a squawking sound, making my head spin in despair. Cursed. Instinctively, I sensed that this flying intestine monster was significantly stronger than the individual I had faced before, making it difficult for me to land even the expected physical blows on it. The first to act against Bai Gangjiang was Seo Munhai. With sharp eyes, she glared at Bai Gangjiang and drew her sword, unleashing a sword chi. Fwoosh fwoosh fwoosh. Bai Gangjiang stood still for a moment, but upon receiving 3 streams of sword chi, it spewed out blue blood from its transparent body. Startled, it let out a seagull-like squawk and swiftly retreated. Ah, so sword chi works well against it. I recalled my previous encounters with Bai Gangjiang. Back then, those creatures had circled around me almost invisibly before attacking. Disturbingly, they were impervious to any attacks except pure chi or natural forces. My swords or spears would simply pass through them. Fortunately, Seo Munhai wasn't the kind of martial artist who would go mad at the sight of such monsters. Plus, since she could use sword chi, she was a considerable help. She asked, "Little hero, should I take that monster down?" Indeed. Just so you know, that creature is called Bai Gangjiang, and it can only be harmed by pure chi and natural forces. What do you mean? So we can only defeat it with sword chi. Exactly. But that's not the only issue. Gruel. Grr. Bai Gangjiang writhed, emitting strange noises. Instinctively, I felt my body turn cold as I realized it had adopted a second method. I had no choice but to warn Seo Munhai. It can teleport and has exceptionally high regeneration ability. Clang clang. In the next moment, we both swung our weapons like lightning to deflect an invisible physical attack. The sudden hit came from Bai Gangjiang, who had teleported behind us and swung its tail like appendage. If we hadn't defended ourselves, it would have smashed our human bodies to bits. Seo Munhai seemed utterly flabbergasted. What is going on? What kind of monster is this? The wound inflicted by Seo Munhai's sword chi had already healed halfway. As I witnessed smoke rising from Bai Gangjiang's transparent wound, evidence of its regeneration ability, I gritted my teeth. Damn it. I saw this coming. When I died fighting Bai Gangjiang and its marauding demon companions back then, I managed to deal with most other monsters, but Bai Gangjiang was the one I barely put a dent in. It made sense most regular attacks didn't phase it, and it would teleport and appear in a flash, all the while healing injuries at an alarming rate. It was a powerful beast that was difficult to face, and the claim that confronting Bai Gangjang head-on was suicidal was absolutely true. To defeat it, we need to utilize a technique that consumes a large amount of chi for a one-shot kill. Well then, I will. But hold on a moment. Why? Because these things, grrrrrr, squawk, might act in unison. As I spoke, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. Bai Gangjang was slowly crawling up the sides of the ship, and 3 more were emerging. The creeping presence of those transparent, deadly tentacle monsters made me feel utterly unnatural. Seo Munhai seemed to grasp the severity of the situation, her face turning pale. Little hero, this is. I looked at the encircling Bai Gangjang and muttered. On the bright side, it seems these creatures have a craving for human flesh. Otherwise, they could have submerged the ship long ago. But I had anticipated this to some degree. I had heard tales from Mang Gaiyang about how Bai Gangjang enjoyed devouring humans alive. With a monster like that, it would likely use its fog confusion technique to incapacitate humans before picking us off one by one, enjoying its feast. Whoosh! I dashed forward, knocking down the Bai Gangjang that was trying to slink into the cabin. It retreated while spewing its acidic bodily fluid, and I blocked it with a wooden plank. Gasping, I thought. 4 of them, this is tough, but maybe we can handle it. Just then, zap! I felt a surge of pain shooting through my head. It was a severe headache, and everything around me felt disoriented. I realized I was sensing words from the otherworldly beings directly prodding into my mind. Words. Bai Gangjang twitched. Its crimson eyes were fixed on me. For some reason, I felt a bizarre notion that this Bai Gangjang was attempting to convey something to me. If that were true, then this creature was more than just a mindless monster. It was a sentient being capable of communication? What the hell? What good does it do for me to understand? Gritting my teeth, I gripped my sword tightly. Just then, Seo Munhai lunged at one of the Bai Gangjang, executing her own ultimate skill. Ha! Crack! Sword flames? The finishing move, only achievable by a select few among the pinnacle martial artists, erupted from Seo Munhai's blade. The radiant silver flames rose high, and like a silver blade, they coalesced in the air, allowing her to stab deeply into Bai Gangjang. Kaboom! Gree! The body of one Bai Gangjang was severely sliced and torn apart. Despite its superior regeneration ability, it seemed gravely injured and staggered back. I momentarily lost sight of Seo Munhai's agile movements, stunned by her prowess. Impressive strength. If it came to swordsmanship, she could hold her own even against celestial beings. Moreover, it looked like she still had plenty more tricks up her sleeve. Clearly, she possessed martial arts beyond her years. There was a reason she made it to the 4th round of the Dark Martial Arts Tournament. Not wanting to remain idle, I executed the Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear. My well-trained basics combined with my inner strength unleashed a flurry of 7 jabs in a single breath. With a twist or two, the consecutive thrusts punctured the body of the nearest Bai Gangjang, creating large gaping holes. Crackle! Seemingly refusing to be defeated, one of them charged at me when it saw one of its companions in danger. It approached vigorously, spewing its acidic liquid from its body, making a head-on assault. I had no other option but to evade with my heavenly escape sword technique. Bam! I stood with my back to Seo Munhai. She muttered darkly, "It's regenerating again." Yes, indeed. Though Seo Munhai dealt a heavy wound to one of them, she hadn't precisely tracked its movements, which led her to hesitate in pursuing further attacks. This was due to Bai Gangjang being transparent and capable of deflecting most physical attacks. If even a slight miscalculation occurred, there was a high chance of a counterattack. Thus, it was difficult for even a capable fighter like Seo Munhai to finish it off in a single blow. It was the same for me. Hush hush! Even while fending off Bai Gangjang with my Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear, its movements were extraordinarily agile and unpredictable. Though it didn't utilize any martial techniques, its primal instincts felt equal to those of a seasoned martial artist. The disparity in our innate physical capabilities was so vast that as humans, we were merely endeavoring to bridge the gap with our martial arts. I can't let evil God claim this victory. In that moment, I realized once again the significance of the incident wherein I had faced such overwhelming numbers of monster opponents in the past. When I battled Bai Gangjang and the horde of demons, there had been dozens up to hundreds of them. If I were having so much difficulty with just 4, what would happen if I faced several hundred? Furthermore, considering that they could deflect any attacks besides sword chi, numbers alone would render even the most skilled soldiers ineffective. If I were on land, I would have quit holding back, releasing my inner strength recklessly and obliterating them. But here, on the ocean, should the ship break apart, there'd be no way for me to protect the people inside. The geographical disadvantage was overwhelming. What to do? I hadn't sensed Miho defeating the sorcerer yet. Just as I was contemplating my predicament, trust. A curious warmth began to flow into my body. It felt like a path extending from the top of my head down to my lower abdomen, a refreshing sensation rising from my throat. I was taken aback. I had rarely felt a miraculous energy this close before. The voice of Lu Dongbin, the sword spirit, resonated in my mind. Cast aside your distractions and yield your body, and trust. To trust. For the first time, I began to comprehend the meaning behind those words. Although I had often hesitated and found the truth hard to face, this might be the only solution available to me. At this rate, I'm definitely going to die. That feeling grips me. Having faced death more than 10 times, I was well aware of the signs. If I didn't make the right choice now, death awaited me. Moments later, I pushed aside my distractions and surrendered my body to the mysterious energy. My consciousness plunged into an unconscious abyss, and I felt as if I were viewing my body from the outside. Although my bodily sensations lingered, my spirit appeared to have detached. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white energy swirled around my eyes. A voice that didn't feel like my own rang out clearly from my throat. How dare you, other beings, harm humanity? The forces of darkness shall never be tolerated. Cluck! The Bai Gangjang recognized that I had become a different being and seemed agitated to flee. Meanwhile, I hurled my spear, piercing one Bai Gangjang right through. Even if I were to charge my energy fully, there was no guarantee I could muster that kind of speed and might. Boom! Keek! It was astonishing. The spear that embedded itself in Bai Gangjang's transparent body erupted, leaving a massive gash that caused it to tumble helplessly backward. The power I had infused into that spear must have disrupted its regeneration ability. Now I slowly grasped Chanzhong, the famous blade. I appreciated its sharpness and beauty for a moment before muttering to myself. A cursed weapon that sleeps with evil spirits. Though not auspicious, it is my only option. Glum. As I held Chanzhong, a scattering of starlit energy naturally accumulated around it, glowing radiantly. The mesmerizing display caused the remaining Bai Gangjang to shrink back slightly, retreating in fear. The overwhelming power radiating from the blade was too immense to ignore, particularly for Xiao Munhai, who stood beside me, wide-eyed and entranced by the celestial lights. Eventually, the wondrous energy condensed into a single form, shifting into a pure gray hue. The refined shape of the blade matched what I had envisioned. Strong qi? With Chanzhong aimed firmly at the beasts, I yelled with fury. The age of the ancients has long ended. In the name of the heavens, I will purge you. Indeed. The being that currently wielded my body was none other than Lu Dongbin, the sword immortal, revered as the strongest among the 8 immortals. He was a divine figure, honored and respected by countless martial artists throughout history. Only Lu Dongbin had achieved such a feat through swordsmanship and the vanquishing of demons. Suddenly, Lu Dongbin furrowed his brows. A progeny of the evil god approaches. How rampant is the darkness in this era? Have the descendants of the evil god learned nothing, even after witnessing the great cataclysm of the Silver Age? Truly lamentable. Gurgle gargle. It was as he said. Though the sea fog had mostly dissipated, something ominous and gigantic was approaching from beyond the horizon. It resembled a disaster clad in swirling violet mist, a being so massive and terrifying it could barely be described as anything else. Amidst the purplish fog, enormous tentacles writhed, endlessly spewing foul and terrifying words. The Bai Gangjang suddenly felt like child's play compared to the true evil god arriving before us. Roar? A creature that could consume thunderstorms and fill the world with its essence, a being that might not even be on par with the ocean guardian, yet as a human, I felt utterly incapable of confronting it. What is this evil god? In my thoughts, Lu Dongbin seemed to read my mind and replied in a monologue. Listen well. In this world, there exists a being even more dreadful than the sea god. These are the guardians of the dark abyss, tasked with watching over the evil gods in the depths until they transcend the paths of stars. Such existences are dubbed evil gods, and that being of violet hue before us is one of their progeny. So there exists such a thing? As I felt amazement creeping in, Lu Dongbin drew Chanzhong and gazed ahead. Yet your capabilities are excellent enough for me to utilize all my strength. So fear not. As we closed the distance to the evil god's progeny, I could see it was around 50 feet away. At that moment, Lu Dongbin lifted Chanzhong into the air. With this movement, a massively powerful spectrum of colors erupted around me, illuminating the area in dazzling light. The natural essence began to deplete. Crack. Descend, Flame Dragon Divine Sword. From Chanzhong arose a massive flame, its blade losing material form and transforming into flickering flames, as if the fire of a dragon boiled with rage. As the dragon's energy embraced my body, a fiery vigor burst forth from within me, making me feel like I was transforming into a dragon myself. Heavenly Escape Sword Technique. Fire Dragon Divine Sword. Destroy the light? Return to your source, vile fiend. My body transformed into a colossal mass of light embodying the Fire Dragon Divine Sword, charging ahead with Lu Dongbin's will fueling me. The speed surpassed even my Great Liberation Technique and Lightning Strike combined. Because Lu Dongbin drew on my true potential to its absolute limits, my power surged extraordinarily. Roar! The progeny of the evil god, spewing its tentacles and unleashing flood-like magic, stood no chance. The Fire Dragon Divine Sword burned away its tentacles, relentlessly advancing until we finally breached its purplish, cloud-like body. As the thick aura of dark magic spilled out from deep within, I felt as if I might suffocate. Yet my Fire Dragon Divine Sword burned just as fiercely, dispelling the dark aura and allowing me to forge ahead with ease. Oh, I could feel the heart of this evil god's offspring, its core. The heart was remarkably animated, possessing eyes and tentacles, and screamed incantations to guard itself using whispered spells. However, Lu Dongbin's blade was unwavering, sinking deep into the very center of that heart. Keek. The heart let out a blood-curdling scream. In the next moment, it exploded, gushing dark blue blood everywhere, the surrounding violet clouds beginning to collapse. Its essence was a connection of spirit and nature. Lu Dongbin quickly escaped this chaotic aura and returned to the ship. Kaboom! The sound of the evil god's progeny detonating resounded behind me. Clang! Lu Dongbin sheathed Chanzhong, then said, At novel bin at. Young one, I apologize for overextending your body. Your energy has been severely exhausted, so remember to recuperate. Whoosh. Simultaneously, I felt the divine energy flowing out of my body. Gradually, my dormant consciousness came back, reclaiming control over my physical form. The recent events felt like a fantastical dream. However, reality hit me hard as I witnessed the remnants of the purplish evil god collapsing behind me. Now, everything dawned on me. The heavenly escape sword technique's blessing. It was truly a divine boon Lu Dongbin gifted me. It allowed him to fight on my behalf whenever evil gods appeared. Cough, cough. Suddenly, I erupted in a fit of coughs. Checking my hands revealed specks of blood staining them. Simultaneously, I felt weariness wash over me, taking me by surprise. It was as if I hadn't slept or rested for days, fatigue overtaking every inch of me. I barely managed to keep conscious, but Seo Munhai rushed over to sustain me. Are you all right? Cough, cough, huff. I gasped for air, and as I briefly evaluated my state, I realized that I had spent nearly all my inner strength, leaving me with barely 1/10 remaining. The toll of using Lu Dongbin's powers had taken its weight on me. This feeling of inner exhaustion was something I hadn't experienced in a long time, almost comical. Just how much energy had I burned through during such a short fight? As I braced myself to remain upright, something swooped down from above. Swoosh! Flying down on a makeshift glider was Miho. She held aloft the decapitated head of a merfolk, round-eyed and resembling a shrunken melon. This was likely the sorcerer who conjured the sea fog and dead calm zone. To have drawn down such a divine being, what on earth are you? Miho asked in disbelief, then incinerated the sorcerer's severed head with foxfire. The flames engulfed the head, releasing an appetizing aroma reminiscent of grilled fish. As I gradually regained consciousness, I turned to look at Miho, who nodded at Seo Munhai. Take care of him. The sea fog and dead calm zone have been dispelled. And you? Miho didn't reply but instead fixed her gaze firmly on Seo Munhai. At that moment, Seo Munhai's body trembled, her eyes glazing over. In the blink of an eye, she fell under Miho's enchanting spell. Do you understand? Take care of him. Understood. My last memories faded as Seo Munhai carried me to the cabin. I felt myself slip into a deep slumber, as if fainting. Please refrain from mentioning or comparing to soul-consuming apparition. I will do my best to continue writing. I appreciate your comments and recommendation. Screech, screech, clank. When I came to my senses, I found myself on the cabin's bed. It was dark outside, likely the dead of night, with the ceiling occasionally shaking with the ship's vibrations. As I slowly lifted my body, pain shot through my ribs and lower back. Once I propped myself up, I noticed Seo Munhai sleeping in a chair. She must have been watching over me all this time. How much time has passed? I tried to get up, but it was difficult. The intense pain made it impossible. While I grimaced in agony, a familiar voice piped up. Ahaha, you must be in excruciating pain. Miho. A white light swirled around, and Miho appeared. She chuckled, then said, You've finally awakened after 4 days. We should reach the port of Shandong by lunchtime tomorrow. Has it really been that long? I was in disbelief. It felt like I had completely drained my energy and collapsed, yet here I was, 4 days later. I examined myself and was relieved to find no signs of internal injuries. As I looked over my body, Miho continued. Don't worry. You didn't need any treatment. Your body is infused with spiritual energy, granting you remarkable natural healing. By now, most of your inner strength should have recovered. That's good to hear. Indeed, as Miho said, my internal injuries were minimal, just a slight strain from exerting too much strength. After resting quietly, I felt my stamina and energy had returned, and my power was back to its former glory. I glanced at Seo Munhai, who was peacefully asleep in the chair, and said, Wake up. There was no response. She seemed deeply asleep. With my chi forcibly unsealed, she should have felt it and woken up, but for someone of her caliber, she looked surprisingly unguarded. While I pondered this, Miho spoke again. That girl fell under my illusion. After tending to you for 3 days, she fell asleep about an hour ago. I put her into a deep slumber so she wouldn't wake up too soon. You didn't harm her, did you? What do you take me for? She's merely sleeping deeply. Miho replied, pulling a chair closer to the bed. She gazed at me intently and then said, I think it's time we had a serious talk. Who on earth are you? My name is Baekwang. That's not what I'm asking. What's your deal? How do you know my circumstances, and why did you speak to the Queen Mother of the West about me? I need to know. It seemed that Miho had halted all her escapades in the human realm to come rushing after me for this trial from the Queen Mother. There was no way she wouldn't be curious about me. I paused to think. Should I reveal to Miho that I'm a reincarnator? I felt an urge to spill that out of guilt. But the situation was different from Mang Gaiyong. Above all, the issue was whether she would believe me being a reincarnator. Mang Gaiyong accepted what I said easily because I shared information he couldn't know unless he were directly involved, which suited his logic. Plus, his strong sense of justice, passion, and animosity toward the Imperial Palace made him easily trust me. Adat Novel bin Adat. Miho was a bit different. In her previous life, she was partly driven by curiosity and need regarding me. I didn't know her deeper circumstances and was essentially being dragged along. I wouldn't have any information that could convince Miho to immediately believe I was a reincarnator. Moreover, even if Miho were somewhat skeptical, it was uncertain whether she would wholeheartedly assist me. I trusted Maiho, but to her, I was merely a stranger. Because of the trial from the Queen Mother, she wouldn't harm me, but it was possible she could feign assistance while still doubting me. What are you doing? Hurry up and talk. I'm just trying to organize my thoughts. Maiho's tail wagged gently. I thought for a moment and finally said, Maiho, I am a reincarnator. I had to put it out there. If I didn't take this chance, I'd never get a better result in the next life. I decided to take my gamble. What? I've met you in the past. I then calmly recounted the story from my first life until my 10th death. During my narrative, Maiho made a face that screamed, what kind of nonsense is this? For my 1st through 9th lives. Yet when I spoke about our encounters, the battle with the Dharma Protector swordsman, and Yu's whereabouts, her eyes widened with surprise. By the time I recounted how Maiho sacrificed herself for me and how I died fighting the Dharma Protector, she looked as if she might faint. So that's what happened. The story took nearly an hour, but there was no hint of boredom on Maiho's face. Instead, she looked somewhat restless. After a moment of hesitation, Maiho replied sharply, Humph? So I used all 9 of my lives for a guy like you? That's a laugh. But it's true. Thanks to your efforts, I was able to share your story with the Queen Mother when I made offerings to the Mecca. I never expected you to come find me. Maiho chewed on her nails, clearly deep in thought. Her luxurious silver tail twitched behind her. After a while, she spoke. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you're telling the truth. It's also true that I was planning to absorb the evil spirits in the West, that I was trying to use the Shenhai summoning technique, and that I was indeed seeking the 7 luminaries. If I believe your words to be true, right? Maiho crossed her arms and fired questions at me. Then why did you just tell me your reincarnation story? You could have easily brushed it off instead. The secret of your reincarnation is incredibly significant, aren't you afraid of being used? I responded calmly to Maiho's rebuttal. I know your power well. If you were determined to use your alluring techniques, I wouldn't stand a chance now. Furthermore, I owe you my life, so even if I were to die at your hands, I wouldn't hold a grudge. Ugh. Maiho narrowed her eyes and said, You cunning little rat. You're saying that since my trial from the Queen Mother involves helping you, you can't attack me, right? To be called cunning by a 9-tailed fox is an honor. It's partly true, but... I grinned. I want to trust you, so I hope you can trust me too. In the end, we can both achieve our goals, right? Maiho responded. I understand. If you think that way, then I will also trust you as best as I can. Does that settle it? Thank you. I sensed that with Maiho's reaction to her little snicker, she wouldn't pry into my past any further. While I wasn't entirely sure, I felt like I could read Maiho's emotions a bit. Once we sorted out the conversation, Maiho shifted to more serious matters. So, Baekwang, is your goal to confront the evil god lurking behind the Imperial Palace? Exactly. If they obtain the 7 luminaries, it'll spell disaster. But isn't that a bit unrealistic? The demon said to exist in Yangzhou is in a completely different league than the Imperial forces. Even if you managed to hinder them from gathering the 7 luminaries, you wouldn't be able to stop them. I stubbornly replied. There's no choice. I've endured this far to hit back at the Golden Eagle guards and smash the evil god's plans. I can't just back down now. I see. Did you want to say something? Not particularly. Since you've chosen that path, I'll do my best to assist you. After Maiho said that, she intertwined her fingers and crossed her legs. Then after we disembark at the port of Shandong tomorrow, you'll be running an errand for that Zhang Jiayongik fellow, right? Once you finish, you plan to train at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. That seems likely. That sounds like such a hassle. What? Maiho answered nonchalantly. That Zhang Jiayongik surely has his own ulterior motives, and you'll have to figure them out and gain his trust by running errands, won't you? That's correct. Maiho burst into laughter. Haha, what a bother. There's no need to beat around the bush. What? Just wait here. I'll make things easier for you. Swish. Suddenly, Maiho vanished, leaving behind a white blur. She had combined her teleportation and illusion techniques, showcasing an impressive level of skill. I hurried to focus my senses and looked for Maiho's trace, but I found nothing. It seemed that she had truly disappeared from this ship. Once Maiho was gone, the illusion faded, and Seo Munhai blinked her eyes open, squinting at the light. She saw me standing up and exclaimed, You're awake? Baekwang. Oh, that's... All of a sudden, Seo Munhai's face turned bright red. She averted her gaze and muttered shyly, your undergarments and clothes are in the second drawer. It dawned on me at that moment that I was completely naked, not even a thread on me. Understanding what Seo Munhai might have seen made my face burn. I quickly zipped my mouth shut and hastily put on my underwear and clothes. Once I settled back on the bed, Seo Munhai remarked, You've been asleep for almost 4 days. That's surprising. An awkward silence hung for a moment. Seo Munhai fidgeted and asked again, Baekwang, are you feeling better? I'm all right now. The aches are gone. The severe pain had subsided significantly, and I could truly say I was completely recovered. At that, Seo Munhai gently took my hand and smiled. I'm so relieved. Everyone was genuinely worried about you. I'm not too hurt, so it's fine. Seo Munhai glanced at me cautiously before asking, About the incredible martial arts you displayed, what exactly was that? It was truly magnificent. That was, it seems I accidentally unleashed a hidden power. It's not some technique I'm familiar with, so I can't simply use it at will. I decided to play it off casually. I was wary that Seo Munhai might mistakenly believe I mastered the heavenly escape sword technique, which would only cause more trouble. When she heard my explanation, Seo Munhai looked utterly moved. Still, how amazing? I'm truly impressed by you, Baekwang. Thank you. Baekwang, let's definitely go to the Muyeong sect together. That's a promise. As I said, I have other priorities first. I need to take care of this task before heading to the Muyeong sect. Sure. After chatting a bit longer, I sent Seo Munhai back to her room. Now that I had some alone time, I sighed. Phew, the heavenly escape sword technique. I still couldn't make heads or tails of it. The memories and experiences of wielding the heavenly escape sword technique remained vivid. However, I couldn't fathom how it all came together. Regardless, Lu Dongbin had channeled his mastery through my body, and the process was incredibly quick and intricate, too much for me to grasp. Of course, having directly executed such a high-level sword technique made everything feel oddly clearer in my mind. It was similar to how my swordsmanship improved after witnessing the heroic sword technique. Now I felt inspiration bubbling up in my thoughts. I picked up a sword from nearby and began to swing it slowly, determined not to forget this feeling. Definitely, this will flow again. During the transition from the brainstorming sword technique to 10,000 victory sword technique, the movements from Lu Dongbin's sword style intermingled with my own. I attempted to meld the two, but it wasn't coming together. A tremendous amount of research would be needed to blend those entirely different flows. However, the concepts I had previously struggled to understand suddenly became clear, and I felt my understanding of swordsmanship rapidly grow. I practiced the heavenly escape sword technique all night long. While I hadn't learned any distinct formulas or guidelines, merely having experienced it brought immense help. Until now, I favored spear techniques as my primary focus, but I was regaining confidence in my swordsmanship. The next morning, I informed the Great Dragon Merchant Association and the head of the Sogung escort agency that I had fully recovered. They looked at me sheepishly, saying, "You truly are our lifesaver. When we were trapped in that fog, despair gripped us, and we thought we'd perish. I'm glad to hear you're safe." Soon enough, the ship docked at the port of Shandong. It looked like Deputy Commander Ahn Hyun had arrived half a day earlier. The crew busily unloaded the cargo while I made my way to Deputy Commander Ahn Hyun. Deputy Commander Ahn Hyun looked quite weary as he was working in the official residence. He noticed me and said, "Oh, it's you, Baekwang. Nothing wrong, I hope." "Not at all. It's just something strange. I have no memory of entering the windless zone or what happened afterward. Can you believe such a phenomenon exists?" It seemed that including Deputy Commander Ahn Hyun, the naval forces had all zonked out as well. One could hardly blame them. When faced with overwhelming evil spirits, one's mind might snap or go blank in self-defense. Soldiers were not exempt from this, after all. "Will you be seeing General Zhang regarding leading the prisoners? Shouldn't that be the right procedure?" "True. I've left that job to you, so make sure to inform General Zhang." "Don't worry, I've already reported the essentials." "Understood. Please take care. You've truly worked hard, Baekwang." I soon guided the prisoners to a nearby waiting post and assigned Seo Munhai to guard them, allowing me to breathe a little easier. Upon arriving at the general's office, it seemed the guards and officials were already aware of my arrival and quickly cleared a path for me. As I stood there waiting for General Zhang Jiayongik, I suddenly heard, "Ahaha, why don't you come this way instead of just standing there?" It was Maiho's voice, filled with laughter. As I turned, I saw General Zhang Jiayongik, looking blank as ever, standing with Maiho, who had transformed into a stunning beauty. I could tell it was Maiho because I had grown accustomed to her enchantment. I was baffled and exclaimed, "Maiho, you didn't. Don't worry. I've cast an allure over everyone in this general's office, so even if you walked around in the nude, no one would bat an eye." "Ahaha, that's not the issue. Why did you enchant the general?" "Ha ha ha, you'll be thankful soon enough." After saying that, Maiho ordered General Zhang Jiayongik, "Go sit in that chair, and answer every question Baekwang asks you honestly." "Yes, certainly." With a blank expression, General Zhang Jiayongik strolled over to the chair and sat down. Glancing at Maiho, I saw her covering her mouth and stifling her laughter. "Ahaha, see how simple and quick that was? He'll answer whatever you ask. Once your questions finish, I'll wipe all his memories clean. Ask away." Ha! I found myself wondering if this was even allowed, but at least Maiho wasn't harming or tormenting anyone. After all, General Zhang Jiayongik hadn't suffered any real harm either. One could think of it as a time saver. Then I began my questioning of the enchanted General Zhang Jiayongik. Since his memory would be wiped, I didn't even need to be overly formal. "Zhang Jiayongik, what favor were you trying to enlist me for?" "To deliver a letter to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School." I was taken aback. "What? A letter? To the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School? Exactly. What for?" The following answer from Zhang Jiayongik was shocking. "To ask Guang Li for help in rescuing General Wang Yian." I tilted my head in confusion. "General Wang Yian? Who is that?" I knew that General Zhang Jiayongik was aware that I was a direct disciple of Li Kuang, so it made sense for him to send a letter to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. But asking Li Kuang to rescue someone named General Wang Yian? With vacant eyes, General Zhang Jiayongik spoke. He is the most respected grand uncle in the current military ministry, a top general of the Great Ming, and a holy hero who thwarted the resurgence of the nomads and the western regions. Such a person existed? I was taken aback and asked again. He's that prominent, yet I've never heard of him? I'm still young, but I haven't exactly picked up any rumors about Wang Yian in Luoyang. He was a legendary figure from half a century ago, and has since retired in seclusion. However, many generals in the military ministry still respect and follow him. Ah, I see. Since he belonged to an era long past, it made sense no one spoke of him anymore. I nodded and then asked again. So who imprisoned General Wang Yian, and why? Currently, due to allegations of corruption against the Wang clan, all members of the clan are under house arrest and can't leave their stronghold for more than 200 steps. But that's just the surface reason. It's certain that Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang kidnapped and imprisoned him. Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang? I hadn't expected to hear those names, and I shuddered. Since both were minions of the demon subduing hall, I realized I could no longer escape this matter. In fact, I needed to actively pursue more information. I asked earnestly, do Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang have any specific reasons for imprisoning Wang Yian? I don't know, however, I've coincidentally received a distress call from the Wang clan, and I've been contemplating how to resolve this. So you were planning to enlist Li Kuang, the former holy hero, to rescue him? Indeed. I could roughly piece together the situation now. General Wang Yian, a renowned figure from Luoyang, and his family were held captive by Golden Eagle Guards, and Zhang Jiayongek had selected Li Kuang as the problem solver. And he likely intended to use me as the messenger. Do you think Li Kuang would take this request without compensation? Not at all. I stated in the letter that I would immediately recommend his disciple as a direct subordinate, providing a special recommendation for a captain position within a few years. I also believed that Li Kuang would definitely take on this request. Why do you think so? The next answer contained gold-like information. Li Kuang was close friends with General Wang Yian. His master was originally a bosom friend of General Wang Yian, and it's known that Li Kuang chose the path of a soldier largely due to his ties with him. So such a connection existed? Given that, Li Kuang would naturally respond positively to the request for rescue, regardless of the recommendation. It seemed that the additional recommendation was more of Zhang Jiayongek's personal ambition. He was likely hoping to have a peak expert as his subordinate for his own gain. This information could be crucial. If I had merely acted as a messenger, discovering this fact could have taken ages. Thanks to Maiho's charming abilities, I had effectively cut years off my adventures. As I mentally thanked Maiho, I kept asking questions. Where is General Wang Yian being held? Be specific. It's written on this map. As said, Zhang Jiayongek pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to me, likely containing a map of the nearby geography along with the letter. I thought I had asked almost all the important questions and began asking ones that could benefit me. Tell me about the key figures related to you, directly or indirectly. Also, detail the current political situation and trends. Understood. Additionally, any financial information you think is valuable. Got it. The importance of the information possessed by someone in such a position as Zhang Jiayongek, who rivaled state governors, was monumental. In just half a session, I gained detailed insight into Luoyang's political landscape and key figures within the Ming military. This was not easily obtainable information and would likely be crucial throughout my next life. When I thought there was nothing more to extract, I finally said, I've brought the pirate prisoners, take care of them to the best of your ability. Understood. I will do my best. And you have tasked me with delivering this letter. Oh, please return my gold bars. Got it. I accepted 2 gold bars back from Zhang Jiayongek and said, Maiho, this is the end of it. As I turned to Maiho, she nodded in agreement and snapped her fingers. Instantly, General Zhang Jiayongek wore an even more foolish expression while Maiho took my hand and led me outside. The spell will be lifted after half a session. At that time, the manipulated memories will manifest. What a relief. After leaving the general's office, I asked Maiho, is there any side effect to this form of hypnotism? Not really. As long as you haven't given a self-destructive order or commanded anything that would greatly horrify him, there shouldn't be any mental damage. That person will just wander through his foggy memories and act according to the hypnotic command. I see. Baek Wong, are you planning to go to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School to deliver the letter? I can't avoid it now. I feel like I might gain something from this. Maiho spoke with displeasure. I sense a foul smell from this affair and wish to avoid it. A foul smell. I can't shake the feeling that Zhang Jiayongek is nothing but a puppet. It's like this is the beginning of a huge conspiracy. I'm also familiar with ghostly strategies, so I have a bad premonition about this. Hearing warnings from Maiho, the legendary nine-tailed fox who had ensnared even the emperor, left me uneasy. I pondered for a moment and answered, okay, let's drop the Maiho's passengers off at Shadowless Gate first and then think it over. That sounds better. Adat novel bin adat. I wanted to take a little time before hurrying into anything. Part of me also didn't want to go to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School right away. Oh, and by the way, Maiho, what is it? Don't use your alluring arts carelessly on Seo Munhai. All right. Maiho looked somewhat upset by that. I headed to where the pirate prisoners were gathered and spoke. The matter of your future is resolved. You should wait in the general's waiting room, where General Zhang Jiayongek will take care of you. Those who wish to return home will receive significant assistance. Oh, Baekwang. Long live? Thank you. The pirate prisoners were moved to tears and deeply touched. It was astonishing for them to know someone was working for their benefit, especially given how bleak their paths ahead had seemed. As I patted each of their backs one by one and sent them off, one elderly man with a single eye, tears streaming down his face, declared, "Kind benefactor, I've received such a great favor that I cannot repay, thus, I want to offer my secret lifelong request token as a pledge." I was taken aback by what that old one-eyed man said. I smiled and said it was unnecessary, but suddenly he handed me a dark wooden token and said, "If anyone, just one person, you wish to kill, bring this token to 7 Kills Village at Mount Tai. Just one person, whoever it may be." I accepted the black wooden token, albeit perplexed. That old one-eyed man didn't appear to be a martial artist. If he were, he wouldn't have been captured and abused by pirates, to begin with. But it was odd for someone like him to be carrying such a request token. Well, I'll just keep it for now. Somehow, I felt this might lead to an important connection later. With the handling of the prisoners nearly complete, only about 10 women remained. They were women who had decided to go to Shadowless Gate for a second chance at life. I asked Seo Munhai, "Where is Shadowless Gate located?" "It's in Henan. Henan is known for Shaolin Temple, to have their headquarters there. The main branch doesn't typically engage in humble contracting work. They're classified under the 8 devils of martial daos, yet they've never committed any misdeeds that warranted condemnation as evil. They also maintain a nonchalant relationship with Shaolin Temple." Seo Munhai's words conveyed a strong sense of pride. After all, I had heard of Shadowless Gate and felt a slight dignity associated with it as a martial dao's leader. They seemed to prefer protecting their territory rather than extending their influence unnecessarily. While they function more towards the middle ground rather than strictly categorized as evil, they, nonetheless, fell under the label of the 8 devils of martial daos because their supreme leader, Sword Demon Seo Mundaryong, had formed an alliance with the other sects. That would be about a distance of 400 li from here. I calculated the distance in my mind and concluded that sending the pregnant women there would be quite an ordeal. So I approached the Lord of Great Dragon Merchant Association. Handing him 1 gold bar, I asked him to exchange it for transportation costs. "So you need money to hire a carriage?" "Correct." The Lord of Great Dragon Merchant Association, being a merchant dealing in massive trades, showed no signs of being overjoyed or disappointed at the sight of a single gold bar. He merely gazed at me curiously. "Indeed, you are quite the remarkable young man. You can spend money for the sake of others. Is it surprising that I have gold bars?" "Not particularly. I've heard you released gold bars to Zhang Jiaite and the military ministry. What's more surprising is that you're willing to hire a carriage for pregnant women." He soon chuckled and remarked, "Don't worry, I'll exchange it at a fair price, betting my merchant's integrity." While the phrase merchant's integrity made me uneasy, the Lord of Great Dragon Merchant Association seemed to have a friendly disposition towards me and exchanged an impressive amount of money. Since it was exchanged with him, I didn't have to worry about unnecessary complications. I used that money to hire 5 carriages along with several escorting warriors and set off to Henan. Clop, clop, clop. Inside the carriage, Seo Munhai and Maiho were riding with me. Seo Munhai cautiously asked, "So, who is this person?" Maiho had transformed into an absolutely stunning beauty resembling what I had seen before. She also had quite a sizable bosom, giving me a feeling akin to being surrounded by a flower garden with both her and Seo Munhai. Maiho giggled and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Maiho, a distant relative of Baekwang." "Relative, you say?" I hurriedly interjected. "Exactly. I see. It's quite a coincidence for a relative of yours. My apologies." "Nothing to apologize for." And then an awkward silence enveloped the carriage. It was definitely a rather uncomfortable stillness. I can understand Seo Munhai, but what about Maiho? I felt a sense of tension between the two, as they exchanged stealthy glares. Out of frustration, I cleared my throat. Ahem. "Oh, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Maiho leaned against me with her ample bosom. I could feel the warmth against my arm, and I unconsciously swallowed hard. Her cleavage was clearly visible as well. Seeing that, Seo Munhai made a sharp face and remarked, "You seem awfully close for relatives." Maiho chuckled mischievously. "I hear that a lot." What on earth was Maiho thinking? After warning her against using her alluring arts on Seo Munhai, now it seemed she was toying with me instead. I pondered what I had done wrong towards Maiho, but nothing came to mind. The more Seo Munhai narrowed her eyes at Maiho, the more I felt a sense of guilt bubbling within me. It took 5 days for us to arrive at Shadowless Gate. Thanks to spending significantly on the trip, we encountered no bandits along the way. The stable security in this region likely contributed as well. Especially as we neared Shadowless Gate, I noticed not a single martial artist in sight. As we approached the main gate of Shadowless Gate, the gatekeepers rushed to bow down. "Lord of the Shadows, have you returned?" Seo Munhai nodded and replied, "Yes." "Where is my father?" "He's currently in training." From Seo Munhai, a commanding presence and humility radiated naturally. After all, she was the daughter of the leader of the martial society. How much longer will he be? Since he entered about half a shishin ago, he should emerge within around a quarter shishin. Got it. Treat these ladies with utmost respect, as they are my esteemed guests. I'll be waiting for my father in the reception room. "Yes, milady." Out of nowhere, 5 Shadowless Gate warriors dressed in black unexpectedly appeared. They started moving the women one by one to separate chambers. I stole a glance at their martial prowess and was astonished to find that each one was a formidable elite. Yikes. The escort warriors were clearly intimidated. Given that they hadn't heard the destination was Shadowless Gate, it was understandable. Visiting the strongest faction in the martial world was enough to stir fear. I reassured them, stating there would be no issues, and sent them back. Together with Seo Munhai and Maiho, I entered and waited in the reception room until Lord of Shadowless Gate appeared. Sorry to keep you waiting. A robust man in his late 40s walked in with a powerful voice. His first impression was that of a fierce tiger, more than just menacing. His masculinity was palpable. With his towering figure and sturdy build, he was enough to overwhelm anyone in the room. It was hard to believe someone like him had a daughter as gentle as Seo Munhai. I stood up and introduced myself. I'm Baek Wong. Lord of Shadowless Gate, Sword Demon Seo Mundae Ryong, was known as one of the top elite among the martial factions. His eyebrows twitched slightly as he remarked, "You are indeed remarkable for someone so young. How did you cultivate such profound strength at your age?" I was surprised. I was currently executing the heavenly blood sealing technique to prevent any unnecessary energy from leaking. Yet he discerned my cultivation level immediately. Now that I think about it, even Seo Munhai realized my level despite the technique. Perhaps Shadowless Gate utilized a unique doctrine that made it easier to sense others' powers. Just as I was about to respond, Seo Munhai, who was beside me, said, "Father, this person is the one who saved me." "Saved you?" Seo Munhai recounted everything that had occurred: the participation in the Dark Realm martial arts tournament, being sent to Pirate Island after losing in the 4th round, and the battles against monsters during the rescue. After listening quietly for half a shishin, Sword Demon Seo Mundae Ryong nodded and said, "I see." Then, his next words left me wide-eyed. "Then you should marry her." Marry her. I was genuinely taken aback by the thunderous declaration that struck me like a bolt from the blue. It's not like every father with a daughter was a total softie who was overly attached, right? Seo Munhai was blushing but looking pleased, while Maiho just stared disinterestedly. Struggling to regain my composure, I managed to say, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of doing that." Why? That simple retort was surprisingly difficult to answer. Why, you ask? What kind of why is that? Why was I rejecting a proposal to marry the most exceptional lady of the Shadowless Gate? Fumbling for an adequate response, I feared that a wrong answer might anger a top-tier master of the martial arts and potentially lead to my untimely demise. The fear of death loomed over me. Still, I managed to fight through my anxiety and answered calmly, "I have things to do, and I'm not particularly close to Seo Munhai. We don't know each other that well. Rushing into a marriage under such circumstances would only lead to misfortune for everyone involved. That's not it." "Excuse me, you seem to be afraid of giving your heart away, huddling up like that." The lackadaisical Sword Demon Seo Mundae Ryong's reply cut through my defenses like a hot knife through butter. He had pinpointed precisely the essence of my feelings, going right past my excuses to strike at the core. His perception indicated that he understood what kind of person I truly was. Before I could formulate a response, the Sword Demon continued, "It looks like you've given it some thought. I respect Hia's wishes, but that doesn't mean the Shadowless Gate should keep compromising over and over." "Father." Seo Munhai looked at him desperately, but the Sword Demon turned his head away, indicating he didn't want to discuss it further. While Seo Munhai appeared downtrodden, Seo Mundae Ryong resumed speaking. "However, aside from that, our Shadowless Gate must treat you as a benefactor. Baek Wong, what kind of reward would you like?" The moment my gaze met his, I felt I understood who Seo Mundae Ryong truly was. An absolute being? That detached gaze reminded me of something I'd felt before. It was the same look that legendary masters like Han Bakrayong and Li Kuang occasionally displayed, eyes brimming with absolute confidence in their will, rationality, and martial arts, as if they were above the world. Perhaps the Sword Demon shared that same mental realm. After pondering for a long moment, I spoke. "I would like your help in ensuring that the women coming to the Shadowless Gate can live a second life." "Is that all?" "Yes." While I wished for assistance from the Shadowless Gate, I also had to deliver a letter to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School and see how things developed afterward. If I accepted help from the Shadowless Gate hastily, the situation could backfire, so I planned to decline their assistance for now. A spark of interest flickered in the Sword Demon's eye. Truly a man of righteousness, it seems I was correct. A rare talent indeed. "Will you grant my request?" "Of course." After all, it was Hia's intention to take care of them, and I had planned to do so from the beginning. His words continued. "However, that alone may not be enough of a reward. What shall we do about that?" Say something. I'll grant whatever I can." I felt a thrilling rush. Initially, I had refused out of humility, but if they were so eager to provide, I'd be foolish not to ask for something. After a brief consideration, I spoke to the Sword Demon. "If that's the case, could you teach me the sword techniques through a sparring session?" "Oh, I wish to see the esteemed prowess of the Sword Demon known throughout the world." At that, the Sword Demon burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a fun fellow you are! Very well, let's do it. Follow me to the sparring arena." Without further ado, he turned and swiftly walked away. Just as we were heading to the sparring arena, Maiho said, "Baek Wong, why didn't you just take the plunge and marry her? You could have had some sweet lovin' every day." Seo Munhai, walking beside us, looked stunned, her face turning crimson. But I replied flatly. There's no point in discussing it further. Don't tease me. Maiho looked amused, while Seo Munhai let out a sigh. When we reached the sparring arena, we found an enormous space, roughly 100 paces across. It looked like they carved an entire hillside to create it. As I marveled at its vastness, the sword demon who stood a short distance away said, "The women should step down from the sparring platform." Once Maiho and Seo Munhai left the stage, it was just me and the sword demon facing each other. He eyed the weapon at my waist. "Is that a knife? Are you thinking of using that?" "No, I plan to use a sword. I sense a unique energy from it. May I see it?" "Of course." I handed him the cold sword without hesitation. After examining it for a while, the sword demon stated, "What do you call this sword?" "I refer to it as the Mingdao symbol." He scrutinized the wavy patterns engraved on the blade and explained, "This is an excellent demon sword, ranking among the top 10 in Dongyang. The formal name is Muramasa Demon Sword. It's a supreme weapon sought after by sword collectors. It lives up to its reputation." I was fascinated to learn from him that the sword was indeed the Muramasa Demon Sword. I had shown it to Maiho, but she showed no interest, stating that swords weren't her thing. I cautiously asked, "A demon sword? Is it a cursed weapon?" "I can't say for sure. What I do know is it's an impressive weapon." After returning the Muramasa to me, the sword demon continued. "However, for now, you should use a sword. The principles of blades and swords differ fundamentally." "Understood." Clang! I took out a steel sword from the nearby rack and assumed the stance for the Thunder Shadow Sword technique as I faced the sword demon. This arena seemed to prioritize realistic sparring, as there were no wooden swords or anything softer. The sword demon leisurely watched me before saying, "Now, begin." "Yes. Why do you hesitate? You're unarmed." Indeed, Seo Munde Ryong had no sword at his side or even on his back. He stood there weaponless, arms crossed. He'd mentioned he would teach me the sword techniques, yet he wasn't even holding a sword himself. The sword demon chuckled and said, "My title is Sword Demon, but I'm also called Blood Sword. If I used a real sword against someone asking for instruction, it would surely turn into a bloodbath." I felt a surge of indignation. What's this? While it sounded plausible, he was basically saying, even without a sword, I can handle someone like you. No matter how unqualified I was on the martial arts scene, I couldn't just sit and take that mockery. Swish. I retracted my stance in the Thunder Shadow Sword technique and executed the Perfect Kill Sword technique's teachings. With High-Ancient Divine Art enhancing my agility and the Thunder Shadow Sword technique allowing a rapid flow of energy, I had to be stronger than during my 9th demise. I was sure my abilities had increased substantially since then. As the sword demon observed my stance closely, he commented, "You're not wielding a sword, you're using another weapon, aren't you? Why do you think so?" Adat novel bin adat. Your movements and breath resemble that of someone handling a long weapon such as a spear or halberd. I was dumbfounded. I was fully focused on executing the sword techniques, yet he could see past even the slightest hints in my posture? Having barely exchanged a single blow, I started to view the sword demon as a gigantic figure looming over me. But I couldn't be overwhelmed like that. I calmly spoke. "Then, I'd like to request a move from you. Come at me." I needed to determine what nonsense it meant to teach sword techniques without a sword. That thought crossed my mind, and in an instant, I propelled my body forward to unleash my attack. My powerful internal energy charged the sparring stage, aiming right for the sword demon's neck. The Perfect Kill Sword strike had the remarkable quality of accelerating its cutting speed dramatically. Swish! Suddenly, I missed my target entirely. My sword sliced through empty air. What just happened? "I'm right here." A voice echoed from behind me. The relaxed sword demon casually remarked, "You've learned well. You hardly have any bad habits. It's not very appropriate to judge hastily. Yet your breathing isn't in sync. Your internal energy and technique don't harmonize." The sword demon continued to critique me despite my protests, slowly raising his hand. "Now I'll use 1 second. I tensed up, watching his movements intently. While he'd said he'd use 1 second, it wasn't mandatory for me to wait, yet considering his level, I had to switch to a defensive position. Holding my breath and enhancing my reflexes and energy perception, I saw the sword demon move. Whoosh! It was a slow motion, as if he was swatting away a fly. I could easily slice through him with my sword. But when his hand advanced within mere inches of me, my complexion turned pale. Energy wave? It was a neatly refined energy wave spiraling toward me. I desperately swung my sword to fend off the incoming attack, but even combining the variations of the Perfect Kill Sword technique, blocking it was a daunting task. My limbs started to feel unsteady as my basic forms began to intertwine. Suddenly, a formless energy wave lightly grazed my solar plexus. Ping! I could feel the sword demon's finger hovering right in front of my solar plexus. He had accurately utilized that 1 second without any weapon to penetrate through all my defenses and reached a lethal position. Had this been a genuine duel, I would have already bitten the dust. As I stood there in a daze, the sword demon said, "You have good sword play. It's not inferior to our Shadowless Gate's Shadowless Sword technique. However, you aren't bringing out the potential of that technique to its fullest." The sword demon withdrew his finger, and I felt like I could finally breathe again. It was at that moment I grasped the true extent of Seo Munde Ryong's abilities. A paragon among the best, on par with Li Kuang. This overwhelming sense of defeat reminded me of my duel with Li Kuang. Beyond that, there were others like Zhu Yilu or Hobuk Sa who were also formidable, yet now my only benchmark was Li Kuang. I instantly realized why there was no denying the sword demon's status among the top martial artists and masters of the martial world. What was that? How can you manifest an energy wave without a weapon? It was indeed bizarre. Typically, energy waves were the culmination of years of dedication by a first-rate master with a weapon in hand. It's a well-known fact that one needed proper foundational training to acquire such skills, and yet no one I knew had ever produced a wave without a weapon. Even the elders of the largest factions would find it impossible. But here, the sword demon was effortlessly emitting and transforming solidified energy from his bare hands. Let me counter with a question. What weapon do you wield? You seem confident with a spear. Go ahead and use it. The sword demon reached out into the air, drawing a spear from nearby, and tossed it to me. I received it confusedly and assumed the stance for the Thunder Divine Spear technique. Yet the sword demon remained standing calmly, still unarmed. Hape. This time, I utilized rapid movements to corner him with a Chell combination, spinning to cut off his escape routes. Even as the spear blade flew toward him, the sword demon moved like a butterfly, evading effortlessly while observing for about 10 seconds. Then, he slowly extended his hand. I can't stop him. Once again, I found myself aiming my finger toward my solar plexus. The sword demon withdrew his hand and said, "Undoubtedly, you handle the spear with better skill than the sword. However, the spear doesn't suit you." "What do you mean?" "You must realize it yourself." After saying that, the sword demon snatched the spear from my hand, glancing at it with mild interest. The concept of aptitude isn't something you can shift just for convenience or practicality. Then he began to execute a series of spear techniques. There was something mesmerizing about movements that couldn't be expressed in mere forms. They flowed far more freely and fluidly than the techniques I had been practicing. It was almost like watching a dance. As I stood there spellbound, he made a final thrust toward the air. Whoosh! It felt as if the air itself was being ripped apart by the thrust of the spear. I got startled upon realizing that the essential aspect of spear techniques was nothing short of extraordinary and robust. Anyone can replicate that level without reaching mastery. The sword demon casually tossed the spear aside. "In my view, your combat skills find the most strength when swordsmanship and spear techniques harmonize. Yet you seem captivated by the spear's might, steering you away from the spear's essence. Moreover, your innate talent leans closer to swordsmanship. With that disruption in your flow, you're bound for trouble." I knelt down and said, "I apologize. My talent is insufficient for me to fully grasp your words." Realizing his martial arts level far surpassed mine, I could only discern the high-level teachings he was expounding. Seeking his guidance had been the right choice. I needed to kneel down and acknowledge what I lacked. With a thoughtful gaze upon me, the sword demon remarked, "I can't understand it. At your age, to have achieved such peak martial arts. I'm not trying to show off. Don't backtrack. You've painstakingly honed your spear skills under a master's guidance, climbing to your peak. But that path doesn't belong to you. If you disregard your true talent, you might even regress." The sword demon smirked slightly. "Well, I must say, I agree with the notion that spear techniques surpass sword techniques. There's no weapon as powerful as a spear. With similar skill, spearmen usually outmatch swordsmen. However, countless swordsmen, myself included, choose to train with swords despite knowing this. Do you understand why? What's the reason? The more mesmerized you become with the spear's practicality, the more you realize it's a weapon that limits its user. The sword is less limiting to its user, prompting practitioners to choose swords to reach the pinnacle faster. Spear, it's a weapon that limits a person." Those shocking words resonated with my understanding. Having been trained for nearly a decade at Azure Dragon martial arts, I knew this inherently. Li Kuang had always emphasized talent, insisting that he wouldn't even teach those lacking it. This meant that the martial arts of the Thunder God Flow were advanced and exceedingly challenging without the right talent and intelligence. Moreover, the primary weapon of the Thunder God Flow was the spear. However, I had trained with Li Kuang primarily on spears, yet I had hit a wall, unable to advance past a certain point. While I had successfully reached a peak level by honing my fundamentals, my talent made it impossible for me to progress further with a spear. The very nature of the spear turned it into a weapon that concealed and restrained the user's potential, a cruel truth. The sword demon patted me on the shoulder, saying, "However, if you can overcome that contradiction, you'll be able to advance to the next level. Thank you for your brilliant teachings. You can request sparring sessions as often as you like from tomorrow onward." As I descended from the sparring stage, I reflected on it all. So I'm better suited for the sword. I had been pondering that for a while, but hearing it from someone else struck differently. Originally, I'd focused on swordsmanship, yet following Li Kuang's advice had shifted me toward the spear, allowing me to rapidly enhance my level. But now, as I reached an impasse, I received a recommendation to revert back to swordsmanship. For the next month, I sparred repeatedly with the sword demon, gaining insights into my shortcomings in sword techniques. By the end of that month, I realized it was time to leave. If I delay any longer, rescuing General Wang Yian might become impossible. Given that I didn't know the full details, spending endless years honing my skills here didn't seem wise. I informed the sword demon of my intent to leave Shadowless Gate, and both Xiao Munhai and the sword demon came to see me off. Safe travels, future son-in-law. That's not the case. Whether it's now or later, it's bound to happen, right? I was dumbfounded by the sword demon's unwavering expression. But beside me, Maiho found it utterly amusing, giggling away. As I exited the shadowless gate, I strolled along the hillside, recalling our conversations. Aren't you pursuing those who kidnapped Seo Munhai? Of course I am. I've tracked their movements to Pirate Island, although it's becoming increasingly difficult. Lack of information, then. Not quite. I also needed to steel myself for what's to come. Steeling yourself, you say. Beyond this, I cannot divulge anything more since you're still an outsider. The sword demon seemed to indicate he would share the full story surrounding Seo Munhai's kidnapping once I became his son-in-law. But now that I'd declined his generous offer, I lost immediate access to the full context regarding Seo Munhai's situation. While I was lost in thought, Maiho, who had followed me closely, said, Seo Munde Ryong is impressive. I tried to see if I could hypnotize him for a month, but he left no openings. True, he is one of the top masters. Are you planning to head to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School now? I guess I have to. I answered gravely. Regardless of the various circumstances that diverted my path, I would have no choice but to confront Li Kuang at Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Maiho, casting an inquisitive gaze, asked. I can't quite understand. I get that you fear emotional attachments, but isn't that merely a feeling? Can't you just view it as a chance to have a woman to yourself since you're reincarnating anyway? If it were that simple, I'd already be living a happy life. I shot Maiho a reproachful glare. You, of all people. I now had two entangled emotions in my life. Yet, for some reason, I couldn't envision parting from my Yeong Goryang or Maiho. I had no choice but to continue fearing further emotional entanglements. Moreover, I found myself unable to voice these feelings, thus walking in silence. Dark Heaven Village. Before long, Maiho and I arrived in Guangzhong. The distance from Henan to Guangzhong wasn't particularly long, so we managed to get there without using any lightness techniques in just 5 days. As soon as we entered Guangzhong, Maiho insisted on finding the fanciest inn and aimed to try the most expensive food. Where's the best restaurant in Guangzhong? Are you refusing to treat me to a meal? There's no rush. Just thinking about meeting Li Kuang makes my head hurt. Maiho flicked her tail playfully while lounging on the bed. I don't get you. Isn't it a life that could end at any moment? With money in hand, I would eat the best food in every place until I got sick of it. What if you run out of money when you actually need it? Should I end up dying here just to save up? You're such a miser. Seeing Maiho glare at me while grumbling made me reluctantly concede. So, I handed her the leftover money from exchanging currency with the Lord of Great Dragon Merchant Association. Maiho stared at the money I extended and then burst into laughter. Are you serious, or just joking around? I could easily deceive people with my illusion techniques. I sighed. Just take the money. If you get caught using illusions, it'll be a hassle later. Really? You're giving this to me? Yup. I'll be sure to spend it wisely. Maiho looked excited as she accepted the money. She seemed thrilled at the thought of ordering from the Zhong family, the most famous culinary clan in Guangzhong. If you want, you can have a private meeting with Li Kuang. That's not exactly why I gave it to you. Woohua, I don't particularly want to face that guy anyway. It's frustrating because my charms don't work on such top-notch masters. Let's meet later. Swish. Maiho vanished with a teleportation technique. She probably planned to have her fun and then pop back up when she needed to. I felt as if a storm had passed, and I gently laid back on the bed. After gazing at the ceiling for a moment, I made a resolve. Right. What else can I do other than die? At novel bin at. Even if I died here, I had gained enough. I could actively utilize this in my next life, and then I could find some other way to approach Li Kuang. For now, it was essential to shake off my mental anguish. A little while later, I got up and headed towards Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. In front of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, I found the Bangle brothers standing guard. They were familiar faces I hadn't seen in over 10 years, so I felt a mix of nostalgia and warmth. However, Bangle, who was seeing me for the first time, spoke. Who are you? I've come bearing a letter. A letter? For whom? A letter for Master of Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, Samjiao Li Kuang. It's urgent, so please lead me to him. Bangle snorted derisively and reached out to me. Where did this brat come from? Thwack. I skillfully dodged Bangle's hand with Thunder Shadow Step and struck him on the back of his neck with a knife hand. He seemed to lose consciousness in one seamless motion. As he fell forward, I clicked my tongue. What a fresh reaction. Another guard who had been watching seemed flustered and rushed inside the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, likely to alert everyone. Not wanting to make a scene, I quickly approached him and subdued his meridian before he could shout. Thud. Overcome in an instant, he was now frozen in place, unable to move. I planted my tongue in my cheek and said, "You'll be able to move in half a stick of incense's time. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen." Not wanting unnecessary noise, I figured I had no choice but to go in and talk directly. I stealthily climbed up to the roof of the building, moving swiftly with Thunder Shadow Step, and soon landed quietly in front of Wuryong Hall. Standing there, I gulped as I gazed upon the Wuryong Hall building. It hid a rather bothersome entity just behind that door. Taking a deep breath, I called out loudly. I am Baek Wong. I have come from afar to deliver a message. Silence followed for a while. Eventually, after the silence lingered, I heard a familiar voice. Come in. Creak. I opened the door and stepped in. As I walked into the dimness of Weryong Hall, a scene I was well acquainted with emerged, a middle-aged man quietly pouring tea into a cup. Unlike the sword demon Seo Munde Ryong, who had been imposing, this man's vast stature felt more relaxed, yet I knew he was one of the most fearsome individuals in the world. Sam Jiao Li Kuang looked at me for a moment and then spoke. Delivering a message, you say? Who sent you? General Zhang Jiayongek has sent me to deliver this letter to you. Let me see it. I stepped forward and politely handed him the letter. To avoid raising suspicion, I hadn't opened the letter during the journey. After all, I already knew its contents since I had hypnotized Zhang Jiayongek to learn everything. As Li Kuang opened the envelope and read its contents, he also examined the accompanying map in detail. I remained quietly vigilant until he finished reading the letter. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You said your name was Baekuang. Your martial arts origin appears to be from the Thunder God sect, am I correct? I was taken aback. Up until now, I had always introduced myself as a practitioner of Thunder God sect, yet Li Kuang had deduced it just by looking. I nodded and knelt, paying my respects in the etiquette of the Thunder God sect. Yes. How did you know? Your Thunder Shadow Step has reached a significant level. Hearing this filled me with inexplicable joy. It was a rare honor for Li Kuang, who was known for his stinginess with compliments, to praise my footwork. However, I couldn't let this feeling of happiness linger for too long, given the painful history I had with him. Once he gestured for me to rise and readied himself, he continued. No need to be overly tense. If you're a disciple of the Thunder God sect, then in a way, you're like a junior to me. There's no reason for me to do you harm. I understand. Where is your master now, and what is he doing? He has passed away. His illness worsened. He didn't attain the level of the Thunder Sovereign? A master enough to teach you. I sighed deeply. My current abilities were obtained due to an unexpected opportunity one encountered during my travels across the world afterward. A lamentable matter. What kind of opportunity? I consumed 1,000-year snow ginseng. 1,000-year snow ginseng? Indeed, with such a spiritual pill, it would be possible. Li Kuang nodded with understanding. Yet, I was engulfed in a mix of emotions. The Li Kuang I was facing now was virtually different from the one who had tormented me with deep hatred. Before me stood a prodigy, an extraordinary martial arts genius who was indifferent to everything but himself. Moreover, rather than harboring ill feelings toward me, he seemed to possess merely a necessary level of interest. This was essentially his original persona. When you put it like that, you were indeed different from that Kuang who was so unique back then. Although the remnants of our past bitterness hadn't completely faded, I started to understand rationally. As I quietly settled my emotions, Li Kuang asked, you seem to have mastered the martial arts of the Thunder God sect up to a remarkable level. How did you come to deliver a message from Zhang Jiayongek? I decided to keep my story honest. There was a risk he might directly inquire with Zhang Jiayongek, so it was safer not to fabricate unnecessary tales. While traveling the world, I aimed to visit Korea to meet Waseo Maiyang, the head of the Hua family, due to relations with the Hua family. Along the way, I connected with General Zhang Jiayongek, and during our conversation, I agreed to take this message. Hence, after returning from Korea, I received the letter and came to Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Waseo Maiyang of the Hua family? One of the 5 heavenly families. I heard he's been ostracized due to connections to the White Lotus sect. Yes. My master was close to Waseo Maiyang, which is why I aimed to meet him in Korea. I see. Li Kuang seemed to accept my account as valid since it was detailed and coherent. Since I hadn't misrepresented anything, there was no cause for doubt. After a brief pause, he queried. And now, where do you plan to go? Recognizing the importance of this question, I straightened my posture once more and spoke respectfully. If you are a master of the Thunder God sect, I would like to learn from you. I expected you would say that. Then, Li Kuang slowly continued speaking. Before that, I want to assess your martial arts. May I use the sparring hall? Feel free to use it as you wish. Vroom. I dashed into the sparring hall and began demonstrating all the martial arts of the Thunder God sect I had learned. Of course, I feigned ignorance about secret techniques like Thunder God's Call. As I finished showcasing the Thunder God's 8 forms, Li Kuang, who had been observing, finally spoke. Such achievements at your young age are commendable. You are worthy of receiving the license. Thank you. However, why are you not using the Heavenly Thunder No Peak Spear or the 10,000 Victory Sword technique? Li Kuang stated it as a matter of factly. I initially feigned ignorance, but it appeared he noticed the emotions reflected in my expression. My mind raced as I tried to come up with an excuse. I know the forms, but I thought I wasn't good enough to show them. Still, do demonstrate them. Yes. I slowly began to perform the Heavenly Thunder No Peak Spear and 10,000 Victory Sword technique with all my might. After all, I felt that once he saw them, he would likely notice my flaws and be disappointed. With that in mind, I approached the demonstration somewhat more relaxed. But then something strange happened. A hollow haze spread before my eyes, and I felt an odd sensation, as if my body was not my own. It felt similarly dissimilar to how Li Donbin controlled my body, but this was different. I couldn't even discern whether the weapon in my hand was real or an illusion. Vroom. In that state, I moved flawlessly and quickly, executing seamless spear thrusts and sword strikes, then seamlessly transitioning into the 10,000 Victory Sword technique. Strangely, once I grasped the sword, it felt like an extension of my arm, and I barely sensed holding it. It felt as if the various key points of the 10,000 victory sword technique were effortlessly flowing from the tips of my fingers. Everything flowed. The immortal sword danced in harmony. Before I knew it, I was performing a sword dance. As I swirled, harnessing the essence of the world, my sword shadows like petals began to flutter, connecting the previously unrelated techniques in perfect harmony. During this melding, I realized that the flow of the heavenly escape sword technique was gradually blending with 10,000 victory sword technique. The decades spent training my swordsmanship, the battles against formidable foes, the emotions learned from practicing the heavenly escape sword technique, the foundational teachings imparted by Sword Demon, all the wisdom gained through countless life and death situations coalesced into one. I realized it was time to break through the barrier. The final strike sliced through the air, and a deep sound resonated. Boom! I was drenched in sweat, still attempting to consolidate the rich emotions I had just experienced. I had forgotten I was demonstrating my martial arts before Li Kuang, simply immersed in my own world of martial practice. Finally, when I looked up, Li Kuang was standing there, visibly moved. To grasp the 10,000 victory so profoundly, I witnessed something precious. Whirl! Before I could respond, Li Kuang pulled a spear from the sparring hall into his hands. Then he began demonstrating his martial arts to me. What on earth was happening? I knew instinctively why he was behaving this way without needing any explanations. The pinnacle of martial arts. Here stood Li Kuang, a pure martial artist who, being overwhelmed with emotion, desired to share his enlightenment as a form of gratitude. Even while I was struggling to regain my composure, I opened my eyes wide, attempting to imprint each and every one of Li Kuang's movements into my memory. Although I previously witnessed something similar when I earnestly solicited his teachings, I had been unable to understand anything back then. However, it was different now. Li Kuang's movements made intuitive sense to me, and I could decipher the meaning behind every motion he made. Since I had just experienced an awakening with the sword, no obstacles of talent hindered my comprehension. Whoosh! A powerful current surged through the air. Li Kuang's spear unleashed a mist-like aura, swirling within a peculiar time frame. Although Li Kuang seemed motionless, his movements were paradoxically swift yet controlled. While his spear didn't unleash clones or move too quickly, it faithfully pursued a single movement, uniting mind and body perfectly. This was art. Each stroke followed the lingering thought long gone. His spear artistry, devoid of any preconceived notions, was delivering devastating assaults against an intangible opponent. There was no way to classify Li Kuang's realm using terms like Thunder God's 8 forms or Heavenly Thunder No Peak Spear. Fleeting lightning spears split time and space. At the same time, I felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How foolish it had been to boast of wanting to learn the spear from such an extraordinary master. Strangely, the past grievances I had with Li Kuang began to fade. I came to understand why Li Kuang had been so furious back then. As fellow martial artists, I now grasped the weight of those emotions on his shoulders. Boom! Ending with a decisive thrust, Li Kuang fixed his gaze on me. I see now there was another prodigy in this world. What genius talent you possess. Is that it? Seeing Li Kuang come to his own conclusions made my heart swell, and I suddenly burst out, wanting to correct him. No, that's not true. I said firmly. I have no talent. It might sound strange. Here I was, a young fellow who had just surpassed a peak in martial arts, proclaiming he had no talent. It might seem ludicrous. Yet, despite understanding this, I had to speak. Not doing so would feel like my soul was dying. Li Kuang first wore a face of disbelief, then seemed to realize something and fell silent. I spoke slowly. Don't understand everything with mere terms like talent. Those words are irresponsible. Li Kuang, you arrogant prick. How many hearts will be wounded by that one phrase? I didn't need to enter the Azure Dragon martial arts school. Wasting more time? I wouldn't regret it. I must say this. I no longer viewed Li Kuang as an infallible being. He was simply a human. He could get angry, suffer, and make mistakes. For us to mend our wrongs, we needed courage to speak openly. If one truly cares for the other, they should not hide or deceive, but rather prioritize honest communication. That was my code of respect for the master who had governed my life for half my existence. Li Kuang seemed to sense something from my words. Then, with a serious face, he replied, I understand. Under normal circumstances, Li Kuang would have dismissed my words as nonsense, laughing or ignoring me. However, at this moment, it seemed he took my words to heart, engaging with me on a deeper level. I couldn't comprehend it. Just through a few sentences, none of my suffering over the years had been truly alleviated. Even so, I felt a sense of healing. After years of being close to each other as students and teacher while locking away our hearts, it felt like the door had finally cracked open. Why are you in tears? As he said that, I realized that tears were streaming down my cheeks, washing away countless burdens. It was an indescribable mixture of emotions flowing through. No, I misspoke. I apologize. Li Kuang said sheepishly. It was a sight I had never seen before, his acknowledgement of a mistake and a willingness to apologize. Given Li Kuang's pride, this was something extraordinary. So I wiped my eyes, feeling neutral. It's all right. With this exchange, I managed to shed over half the remnants of my past grievances. It took time, but having broken through the barrier of martial arts, I successfully re-entered the Azure Dragon martial arts school once again. Moments later, Li Kuang called for Jin So-chong. When Jin So-chong was introduced to me by Li Kuang, he smiled warmly. I'm Jin So-chong. Nice to meet you, disciple. Yes. Now that I decided to become a disciple of Li Kuang, the bond of brotherhood was established. Jin Sochong glanced outside and continued. Did Bangle get subdued by the disciple? Yes, we weren't on the same page. If you didn't use a killer move, it shouldn't matter. Li Kuang added. Come here. We have urgent matters to discuss. Yes. Li Kuang moved into the inner chamber of Weryang Hall, and Jin Sochong and I followed him. I couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't I expect at least a day to adapt to Azure Dragon Martial Arts School before jumping straight into discussions? Rescuing General Wang Yian? It seemed to be a matter far more serious than I had anticipated. Once we entered the secluded room, Li Kuang sat at a table and invited us to sit as well. As the three of us settled in, Li Kuang spoke up. General Wang Yian is currently imprisoned by the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang. Jin Sochong flinched in surprise. It was evident he knew who General Wang Yian was, and judging by his reaction, it was more than just casual knowledge. He probably had a personal connection to Wang Yian. Is that true? Yes. This information was brought by Beck Wang. It was commissioned by Zhang Jiayongik. Jin Sochong looked deep in thought. I quietly listened in and asked a question that had been plaguing me. Do you have a connection with Zhang Jiayongik, the lord overseeing Shandong province? At my question, Li Kuang chuckled coldly. Connection? Not at all. Back when I was active as Azure Dragon, he was just a rookie. He climbed to that position through flattery, so he's of no personal interest to me at all. I couldn't fathom Li Kuang treating Zhang Jiayongik, who held military power rivaling that of Shandong province, so dismissively. Li Kuang glanced down at a map and said, since we have a map, we can just go and rescue him. Jin Sochong murmured softly. This is a trap. Do you think so too? If the Golden Eagle Guards or Dongchang truly had General Wang Yian imprisoned, they wouldn't leave him in such an exposed location. They would have imprisoned him within the Imperial Palace, at the very least. True enough. I was inwardly surprised as I listened to their back and forth. The brainpower of these two disciples was as sharp as my Ho's instincts, honed through experience. Li Kuang, while quietly studying the map, added. Yet, this trap is exceptional. It's one we can't ignore even if we know it's there. What do you propose? It shows consideration to send a letter, meaning Wang Yian's life isn't in immediate danger. A plan needing time wouldn't recklessly endanger a hostage. But the Wang clan will become increasingly vulnerable. That can't be helped. Once the Golden Eagle Guards secure their safety, who can be safe? Li Kuang implied that he prioritized General Wang Yian over the Wang clan. As I silently absorbed this, Li Kuang continued. It's best to exert influence through the personnel of the Qinglio faction. The Qinglio faction. I know a few capable individuals. I can mobilize them suitably. After that remark, Li Kuang glanced at me slyly. But this time, I'll employ both the upper and lower strategies. Are you thinking of charging in yourself? Upon reflection, the provocations from these rascals are just absurd. Plus, my new disciple has just reached the threshold of understanding. I want to improve through real combat experiences. Hearing Li Kuang's words, I began to catch on to what was happening. So, that's how it is. Even in the history where I didn't deliver the letter to Zhang Jiayongik, Li Kuang must have received news about Wang Yian in some way. And being no fool, he wouldn't blindly walk into a trap but rather apply pressure using Qinglio factions as a strategy. But this time, since I had entered as his disciple and he wished to give me real combat experience, he seemed willing to walk straight into the trap. I was stunned by Li Kuang's audacity and exclaimed. What are you saying? A trap set by numerous elite members of the Golden Eagle Guards, and you want to just charge in? Even with my current abilities, it was questionable if I could defeat two groups of the Golden Eagle Guards without utilizing my secret techniques. Moreover, they would be laying traps and waiting for us there? The thought of just three of us going into that was insane. Li Kuang replied. This trap is not fearsome, it's a base trap. So if I can avoid it, I will, but there's no need to force it. Instead, if we step on them a bit, it will shake them out of their stupidity. Now, let's pack our things and set out. Our destination is Water Merging Valley. Li Kuang's actions were as swift as lightning. It would take at least a day to prepare, yet he exuded a let's just rush in attitude. As I returned to the annex, I was astonished and confronted Jin Sochong, who was diligently packing. Don't you think this is reckless, brother? Reckless? Why? Raw confusion spread across Jin Sochong's face as he genuinely questioned me. He felt that a trap like this was nothing significant. Why did he act so serious earlier then? As my expression soured, Jin Sochong burst into laughter. Haha, disciple. Don't worry, we'll just have a good time. A good time, is it? I answered weakly. When I had teamed up with Jin Sochong to break the plaque of the 9 great sects, I had witnessed firsthand the catastrophic destruction that his good time could yield. If I hadn't gained that experience, I wouldn't even have understood what Jin Sochong was implying now. These guys have a destructive streak. Chuckling, Jin Sochong tightened his bag and said, and General Wang Yian is like a grandfather to me. I'm excited to go save him myself. Excuse me. It's a vague memory, but I think General Wang Yian used to play with me when I was little. My parents were probably close friends with him. I fell silent. Given that I had spent years alongside Jin Sochong, I knew well of his past. It was said that his parents perished in an unknown accident, and Li Kuang, who took him in as an orphan, was more like a father figure to him. In this sense, Jin Sochong was like a son to Li Kuang, and vice versa. That was why Jin So-chong had poured all his mental energy into pursuing martial arts as his life's goal. I hesitated and asked, "Brother, if General Wang Yian is truly there, and the opposition threatens his life, what will you do?" If they say, "If you want to save General Wang Yian, drop your weapons." Jin So-chong pondered for a moment before answering. "In that case, I'll just charge in and kill them all." That was an unexpected answer. "What? General Wang Yian? If I get caught, he'll die anyway, so I'll tell him to leave it to me for revenge and then just wipe them all out without hesitation. Don't overthink it too much. The enemies are the Golden Eagle Guards, and if they're serious about this, there's no possibility of compromise." I understood now. I realized Jin So-chong had a very clear-headed and rational way of thinking. Though he appeared gentle and warm on the outside, he was as merciless as Li Kuang when it came down to it. He knew how to separate public and private matters and stayed unclouded by emotions. Once Jin So-chong had finished packing, he said, "Even though it's our first meeting, I feel like we'll get along well. Let's do our best in this together." "Understood, brother." Thus, the trio for the rescue Li Kuang, Jin So-chong, and I set off from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. We rode our horses along the Guandao, swiftly making our way past Haemung Pass. As we took a short break there, Li Kuang spoke. "Water Merging Valley is 340 li from here. We'll switch to foot travel 100 li from our destination." "Understood." Just then, I heard a voice in my head. "What's going on suddenly? Why are you so far away?" It was Maiho contacting me from afar through magical means. I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. No, more importantly, how was I supposed to answer? Just think about it hard in your head. "No time, hurry up." Quickly, I mentally relayed the situation up until now. Then Maiho replied, "Got it. I'll be at Water Merging Valley ahead, so let's meet there." It felt like the voice was getting weaker as she finished. It seemed the thread of spiritual connection was only meant to last a short while. I thought Maiho would significantly help with interrogation, so I decided not to stop her. Clatter, clatter. After riding for about a day, we arrived near Water Merging Valley. Li Kuang dismounted as promised 100 li away, and we began walking on foot from there. While strolling near the reed fields, suddenly, a voice rang out. "Attack!" Suddenly, figures in black appeared from all sides. Assailants wielding swords, spears, secret weapons, and arrows surged out from the reeds, appearing to number around 100. Li Kuang spoke wearily. "You all handle this?" "Yes." Jin So-chong and I seemed to have a tacit agreement to cover the north and south, respectively. I rushed forward with my sword, unleashing a wave of energy that cut down 3 of them instantly. Still having enough strength, I spun, taking out an additional 12 in a matter of moments. In the blink of an eye, as I sliced through 12 enemies, the ones in black recoiled in shock. "What the? Who is this guy?" I quickly realized that their martial arts couldn't compare to the Golden Eagle Guards. They were barely lower-tier practitioners, with a few elite-level fighters mixed in. Comparing them to the official members of the Golden Eagle Guards was downright insulting. They must be some low-level rogues that the Golden Eagle Guards hired under the radar. Yet, even so, I saw no reason to let them off the hook. Medical skills may offer humanity, but there was no need to spare those aiming for my life, especially when they worked for the Golden Eagle Guards, who were nothing more than targets to vent my frustrations on. Swish, swish. I coldly laughed and lunged forward, mixing my techniques into a furious onslaught. Each slice sent waves of energy surging, and soon my sword technique became a tempest. Any life that crossed its path was swiftly terminated. Gah! Jin So-chong was faring equally well. In just a few swift movements, the sounds of enemies exploding echoed as their heads met invisible attacks. In some ways, it was far more horrific than my method. Adat novel bin adat. Ah, eek. Blood soaked the reed fields as the air became thick with the stench of iron. And within less than 10 seconds since the ambush began, when their numbers dropped below 4, they ceased their advance and started fleeing. "Ah, save me." Jin So-chong and I looked at Li Kuang at the same time. He replied with an air of confidence. "Kill them all." "Yes, sir." With the order given for extermination, Jin So-chong and I charged swiftly, mercilessly dispatching every last one of them, not leaving even a single straggler behind. Before any could plead for mercy, we executed them cleanly and returned. "Well done." Was there really a need to kill them all? Showing mercy is a mistake. You really think the Golden Eagle Guards would spare them? I understood Li Kuang's meaning. After all, even if they survived, it would only result in torture from the Golden Eagle Guards, making it necessary to eliminate them to cut off any potential information leaks. That was what Li Kuang meant by mercy. Logical of someone from the Imperial Palace, he understands the Golden Eagle Guards' ruthlessness more than anyone. As I pondered, Li Kuang said, "If they're this weak from the beginning, there must be a strong adversary waiting at the end. I look forward to it." What did he mean by looking forward? I wanted to ask about his standards for a strong opponent, but I refrained, fearing his response. I had repeatedly felt that Li Kuang's logic stood on a completely different level than mine. Before long, we reached Water Merging Valley. Upon entering the massive gorge, a lion's roar echoed in the distance. "Azure Dragon, don't act rashly. We have Wang Yian as a hostage." On a nearby cliff, 2 shadowy figures appeared. Straining to focus, I saw one was an old man bound tightly in a chair, while the other wore a white outfit with gold embroidery, undoubtedly a member of the Golden Eagle Guards. Whether the old man was Wang Yian, I couldn't be sure, but that figure was unmistakably hostile. Li Kuang remained expressionless as he said, "What a foolish person. They could have prepared 100,000 troops or deployed poison or traps, yet. What do we do? What to do indeed?" His response was simple and clear. "Kill them all." Whoosh! Li Kuang's divine typology unleashed a massive blast toward the target area. Suddenly, from a distance of at least 100 zhang, a powerful force shot upward toward the cliff. With a single leap, it became clear that Li Kuang's lightness techniques were at least above the celestial ladder level. The Golden Eagle guards, caught off guard by Li Kuang's sudden assault, visibly panicked and tried to drop Wang Yian from the cliff. However, before they could even flinch, Li Kuang's spear had already shattered one of their heads. Blood mist scattered over the cliff. Die, Azure Dragon. I watched as elite fighters from the Golden Eagle Guard surged toward Li Kuang, only to sense danger. At least 4 groups? This is too dangerous. The Golden Eagle Guards consisted of a selection of elite fighters, composed of high-tier practitioners and devastating leaders. Their numbers appeared to be no fewer than 40, and such elites charging in was a harrowing sight. However, I was soon left in disbelief. Thunder God's Storm. Alongside Li Kuang's Lion's Roar, a massive spear attack crashed down like a storm. Even at this distance, there was a violent tremor that shook the ground accompanied by dazzling lightning illuminating the sight. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared as the cliff crumbled, and several members of the Golden Eagle Guards plummeted, their bodies torn apart by the Thunder God's storm. Those who survived appeared to have retreated hastily, but soon Li Kuang was already unleashing combined techniques of Lan and Xie. Kill them all. Whoosh! A massive whirling spear formed in the air, launching hundreds of sharp attacks. The Golden Eagle Guards attempted to resist with their swords and skills, but as the lightning-tipped spear erupted irregularly, members were soon torn apart. Gah! Ah! Blood and gore painted the azure sky. Boom! Another shockwave erupted. This time, it was not just the cliff water merging valleys forest below was swept away by Li Kuang's overwhelming energy. The ground turned over as if a minor earthquake had occurred. 5 capable leaders from the Golden Eagle Guards charged in to attack Li Kuang altogether. Die, you monster! Ah! Their assault unleashed a dazzling array of sword lights that would likely be fatal if I were to face them. However, the Golden Eagle Guards, drenched in desperation for their lives, paled in comparison to Li Kuang's confident boisterous laughter trailing behind. Ha ha ha! Is this all the Golden Eagle Guards have? Bam! In an astonishing show, Li Kuang's spear appeared to effortlessly nullify all their attacks, piercing through the bodies of elite members from the Golden Eagle Guards one after another, as if making a mockery of them. As their remains danced in the air, Li Kuang leaped into the air once more, slicing one of the leaders vertically from the top of his head to his groin, before charging toward another, smashing his knee into the skull of the second competitor. Thud! When a final, determined foe charged at him, Li Kuang astonishingly employed a technique of creating a copy of himself, followed by an explosive Thunder God fist that collapsed the enemy's chest. The last one rushed forward with reckless abandon, but Li Kuang merely swept his spear away, sending the enemy tumbling to the ground. Thud! You all go with him. In the blink of an eye, Li Kuang had killed 4 peak warriors, and then hurled his spear towards the surviving Golden Eagle Guards. Ah! Save me. The thrown spear was not mere sport, it was a terrifying sight. Whoosh! As they howled for dear life, the incoming spear skewered them like kebabs, crashing into the cliff. Moments later, the spear twisted violently, blood erupting from those impaled. Whoosh! The moment the spear began to spin, the bodies of those caught on it were shredded, creating a bloody shower. By the time this had transpired, barely half a moment had passed. By now, it seemed there were no survivors among the hoodlums left. The only one left shaking in a sea of blood was a seemingly purposeless leader of the Golden Eagle Guards. He looked like he'd been deliberately spared, yet was on the verge of passing out from the immense pain of being skewered. Tap! Finally, Li Kuang landed softly, holding the blood-soaked spear. Despite the massacre, there was not a drop of blood on Li Kuang himself. He remarked. The ones on the cliff were just fakes brought over from the nearby village. It's a shame, it seems someone quite capable was waiting but managed to escape. It seemed that an extraordinary expert was hiding among them. However, seeing Li Kuang's overwhelming might deter them, they must have chosen to flee. Insane. I was left speechless. At this moment, I had witnessed with my own eyes the power of the legendary Azure Dragon, who had adorned the Imperial Palace with blood and death. Li Kuang immediately began to deploy the 8-trigram seal on the captain of Golden Eagle Guards, who was captured. The vision torture technique of the Thunder God Sect, known as the 8-trigram seal, inflicted incredibly brutal pain, making it unbearable for anyone who wasn't made of steel. Bam! Ah, please, save me. I'll tell you everything. The pain was so intense that 3 blood vessels in the captain's temples burst simultaneously, glowing ominously. Li Kuang paused the torment of the 8-trigram seal and said with a hint of pity, "You should have just talked earlier. But then again, it's the Golden Eagle Guards, so I suppose it makes sense." Ugh. As I observed that scene, I couldn't help but click my tongue. I had experienced the 8-trigram seal before, but the one undergoing it now seemed to be suffering in the depths of hell. It was no wonder that an elite member of the Golden Eagle Guards, trained to endure all forms of torture, couldn't hold back and opened up his mouth. Where is General Wang Yian? Ugh. He's innocent Hong. Crack. Li Kuang didn't hesitate to pluck the captain's right eyeball out. The lens flowed out transparently as the captain screamed. Ah, he must think he can just toss out some fake information. Do you think I haven't dealt with intelligence departments before? I'm sorry, please, don't kill me. Smash. Li Kuang crushed the eyeball underfoot. Then, he stated emotionlessly. Listen well. I can read your body's reactions, the involuntary movements of your muscles, and even the tremors of your heart to determine what's a lie and what's not. Whatever you say, I'll know immediately if it's a lie or not. Ugh, ugh. Don't think you're safe from dying. I've kept one more of your comrades alive over there. The captain's face twisted with despair. At that very moment, he was truly broken. After hesitating, he finally spoke. Will you really spare me? It depends on the information you provide. For almost a full period of the incense burning, the captain divulged the information. Occasionally, Li Kuang would ask questions, and he answered eagerly. It was as if he believed that with Li Kuang able to read his heartbeat, he couldn't lie, which lent credibility to his information. Now for the second interrogation. After listening thoroughly, Li Kuang stopped the bleeding and, after another period of incenses burning, carefully extracted more information. It was almost a process of reaffirmation. As the captain's strength waned and he was on the verge of passing out, Li Kuang quietly pointed to his death point. Thunk. As the captain's neck bent forward, Li Kuang murmured, "There won't be any more pain. Master, what do you plan to do now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Kuang replied, "I'm going back to the Imperial Palace." What? If General Wang Yian is imprisoned in Luoyang's great jail, it's impossible to rescue him by force. Continuing this way would lead to treason. I couldn't help but interject incredulously. Killing off the Golden Eagle guards like this is already treason, isn't it? That would be the case for most. But not for me. There's no time to explain in detail. Let's burn all traces and leave. The three of us worked together to gather the corpses and remnants for half an incense's duration. We piled them up, poured oil over them, and set them ablaze. Whoosh! The Golden Eagle guards would likely handle it anyway, but it felt easier to take care of it ourselves. After all, there was a chance they might manipulate any martial markings left on the corpses to frame us. This seems quite brutal, but I've grown pretty numb to it. The act of massacre and burning the bodies was indeed savage, but none of us in the present care about that. As the smell of burning flesh wafted pleasantly through the air, Li Kuang remarked, "There's a girl lurking over there. Do you know her?" "Pardon. I've been debating whether to let her in or not since earlier." I concentrated my senses in the direction Li Kuang was pointing. Sure enough, a girl peeked out from the bushes. I could easily guess that it was Maiho, so I hurriedly called out, "Maiho, you followed us here." Eep. Maiho walked up to me with teary eyes, burying her head in my chest, looking as innocent and naive as any girl could. I was scared. Yeah, I understand. There was no way she could have been scared. She was probably watching like a fox, giggling from somewhere nearby. After assessing the situation, she acted as if she was joining us. While I pretended to soothe her, I couldn't shake the fear that Li Kuang might suddenly attack. "I can hear your heart racing." Maiho's face flushed slightly. I was tense not because of Maiho but due to the imminent life or death threat, yet I felt no need to explain this. I then introduced Maiho to Li Kuang. "This is Maiho, my companion. A sorceress." "Who, a sorceress? She isn't a suspicious child. I'll trust you." Li Kuang accepted that without issue. I sighed inwardly in relief but broke into a sweat. I hadn't exactly lied. After learning that Li Kuang had a sharp ability to sense falsehoods, I realized I must be more cautious while interacting with him in the future. Clatter, clatter. Then, I followed Li Kuang and returned to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School alongside Jin So Chong. The crowd was peaceful, like the massacre from a few days ago was just a lie. Once back at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, I had to settle my belongings and sort out Maiho's status. Li Kuang looked at Maiho and asked, "Do you want to join the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School?" "Yes, I do." Maiho's disguise theme this time seemed to be that of a naive sorceress. Her acting was so seamless that even Li Kuang didn't seem to notice her true nature. Nodding, Li Kuang said, "Then you may enter as a trainee." "Got it. The training fees will be waived." And so, the great demon Maiho began her martial arts training at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. I watched this process and was dumbfounded. That night, I received a visit from Maiho. It seemed she had sneakily entered using her transformation technique. This time she appeared as a breathtaking beauty with a voluptuous figure and gently stroked my jawline, saying, "Why were you so tense during the day? Don't joke around. You're a demon, right? What were you thinking, revealing yourself in front of Li Kuang? What if you got caught?" I protested vehemently. Until now, I had refrained from speaking up as I noticed Li Kuang's sentiments, but I genuinely felt anxious when Maiho showed herself. The thought of risking my life to fight Li Kuang for the sake of Maiho made me dizzy. At that moment, Maiho feigned deep thought and then suddenly smiled. "Don't worry. Demons learn martial arts well too. After all, chi flows are merely energy currents, and if I draw on the power of my inner Dan, it won't be much different." "That's not what I mean." "Haha, I know, I know." Suddenly, Maiho embraced me tightly. The unexpected hug sent my heart racing. Maiho lightly nibbled on my earlobe. Ugh. A jolt of electricity coursed through me. As she nibbled my earlobe, chills ran down my spine, and I felt a sudden firmness down below. Such is the effect of the Maiho's seduction, it strongly stimulated my body. It felt like my lower half would burst at any moment. Maiho chuckled softly. Oh, is something happening? I quickly channeled spiritual energy to suppress my sexual excitement and replied, ugh, stop messing around. Maiho wrapped her silver tail gently around my wrist and said, it's my duty to protect you for 10 years. If I'm not close, it's going to be tough, right? I'll continue to live as the human girl, Maiho, by your side for the next 10 years. I couldn't help but be exasperated. Then just stay quiet. What about if I don't? What do you want me to do? Well, of course, you have to buy me food. I was left speechless. The great demon Maiho has a voracious appetite. Maiho pouted. It's only natural to want something delicious after returning to the center of the world after hundreds of years. I couldn't find much variety in food on the Dongyong land. Fine. I sighed and pulled out a box of treasures I had secretly stored beside me. It contained a considerable amount of gold and silver I had acquired from the pirate chief's hidden lair. I picked out the most valuable-looking jewelry and said, use this for your meals for the next 10 years. Maiho narrowed her eyes. Are you settling with this? Ugh, what more do you want? Well, love. What? Thud. Maiho suddenly lunged at me, knocking me down. She panted softly, looking at me with eager eyes. The sight was as if she was about to pounce on me. Though I could easily escape with my skills, I found it astonishing and stated, what are you doing? An enchanting fragrance wafted from her. Maiho's eyes locked onto mine. Baekwang, I'm curious. No one has acted for me in centuries after descending from the heavenly realm. You're the first one to ask for something on my behalf and try to help. It makes me jealous. And I envy the memories of my past self that you regret. Maiho's delicate fingers brushed through my hair. There was an unmistakable longing in her eyes. You find it so pitiful, don't you? Maiho liked me, but not in the romantic sense, more like an obsession or curiosity. Though I had never been in a romantic relationship, I could still tell that it was fundamentally different. I wanted to understand Maiho's feelings. However, such obsession didn't resonate with me well, likely because I hadn't considered the thought of someone loving me. So while staring at Maiho, I said, I've experienced a situation similar to this before. What? It was when I passed through a village. Even then, you tempted me, but I rejected you. Why? Because I have my goals. To defeat the demon lords. Right. Don't you think that's unrealistic? Back then, you said the same thing. My answer hasn't changed. I continued on my back, replying slowly. I can't do anything until I achieve that. Even if you say you desire me through seduction, I don't think it changes anything. Baekwang, aren't you living too rigidly? Maiho slid off me, turning her back and walking away while saying, what you found painful was just a memory. What you're living in now is the present. Since it's all in the past, why don't you enjoy the present? If I live like that, I'll definitely regret it. Regret. I half raised myself and continued. I've regretted enough times already. I no longer want to regret. Suddenly, Maiho used teleportation magic to appear right in front of me. Oh. She then gazed deeply into my eyes, suddenly wrapping her arms around my head, and kissed me passionately. A warm sensation tangled in my mouth, and a pleasant fragrance tickled my nose. I wanted to touch Maiho's luscious body due to her seductive ability but forced myself to control my desires. After a long, lingering kiss, Maiho smiled alluringly and said, my pride has been wounded. What do you mean? Maiho laughed heartily. Now that this has happened, I'll make sure you chase after me for the next 10 years, ho ho. Whoosh! Maiho vanished like lightning before my eyes. I sat there in a daze, as if the previous events had been a dream. I had narrowly refrained from acting on my desires, yet before I knew it, my lower half was thoroughly drenched in excitement. I tried my best to exert self-control, but the sheer allure of Maiho's captivating charm had involuntarily stirred my body. That girl. I lamented, stripped off my clothes, and had to change during the late night. It was too embarrassing to ask anyone for help. Thump, thump, thump. As I thrashed about in the night, hammering my clothes, I was utterly astonished. This damn. And my rancor towards the demon lords only intensified. The following day, I began training in martial arts with Li Kuang. Li Kuang was already fully aware of my level, so he spoke plainly without lengthy details. You should follow the path of the sword. Focus on studying the 10,000 victories sword technique. Yes, that suits your aptitude. It seemed that the ultimate technique I had previously demonstrated had made a firm impression on him. As I sensed Li Kuang's regard, I asked, by the way, I have a question. What is it? My master said that our Thunder God sect has a deep-rooted archenemy relationship with the Wind God sect. That's correct. But at the same time, he mentioned that the martial arts of our Thunder God sect have a 70% success rate against the Wind God sect's martial arts. If so, why was the Thunder God sect chased away by the Wind God sect? Li Kuang looked caught off guard before shaking his head. There's an incredibly complex history behind this. But I can assure you that it's not because we were outdone in martial arts compared to the Wind God sect. All right. It seemed it was a secret that couldn't be shared just yet. Li Kuang looked at me seriously for a moment and then said, you seem to carry a burden over your talents, so I won't press you too hard. But I will do my utmost to teach you about the areas I can guide you. I, Li Kuang, am very pleased to have a new disciple in the Thunder God sect. Thank you. I unfolded the Thunder Shadow sword technique and the 10,000 victories sword technique. Sure enough, having broken through ultimate boundaries, my sword techniques flowed without interruption, sharp and distinct. Especially in merging two or more tactics into one, I succeeded effortlessly, and my swordsmanship had genuinely increased in power by more than double. Li Kuang, watching my demonstration, scrutinized me curiously. You're not just using the techniques native to the Thunder God sect, but mixing them with others too. What are those techniques? You saw through it. I scratched my head shyly and replied. It was pointless to pretend otherwise. You're using the true energy technique of the heavenly ascension, controlling complex flows, and using thunder penetration from the Washi Bai Bek to induce automatic attachment. When facing tricky sword techniques, this method helps significantly. Heavenly ascension and thunder penetration? You've learned excellent first-class martial arts. I had some luck. Li Kuang was genuinely surprised. I proceeded to explain how heavenly ascension and thunder penetration acted. After listening for a moment, Li Kuang contemplated before saying, "This indeed is an unexpected application. However, in proportion to the effect, there are inefficiencies in the expenditure of your internal energy." Oh, really? It's probably a shortcoming you weren't aware of because you possess the celestial origin Dan level of internal energy. Li Kuang commented. Teach me those techniques. I want to study them a bit. Yes. Just a few days after I taught Li Kuang about the principles of heavenly ascension and thunder penetration, it was on the third day that Li Kuang said to me, "Try doing it like this." He then taught me a new move that seemed to have evolved from heavenly ascension and thunder penetration. I skeptically followed what Li Kuang had taught. Swish, swish, swish. I was struck by surprise at how much stronger and more natural the power of my internal energy flowing through the 10,000 victories sword technique became. The previous somewhat awkward aid from heavenly ascension and thunder penetration had achieved balance within my body, forming a completely new martial art as a result. The ease of improvement flabbergasted me. As I stood frozen with astonishment, Li Kuang looked at me with satisfaction and said, "This should be the new secret art of the Thunder God sect. What do you think of naming it Baekuang's technique?" How ridiculous! Just from listening, Li Kuang had completed a new secret art in just 3 days. Although the idea was mine, Li Kuang had brought it to fruition. Before my very eyes was a genuine talent of martial arts. I felt somewhat frustrated and replied in a sarcastic tone. It's a terrible name. But ultimately, Li Kuang's insistence led to the new technique being named Baekuang's technique. He intended to pass it on to Jin So-chong, and he sought my permission first. I readily agreed and then practiced Baekuang's technique in my own way. My skill was rapidly advancing. By incorporating Baekuang's technique, the movement of my internal energy became much smoother, and I could utilize techniques that I had previously been unable to employ. This ease of growth felt like an explosive force breaking through a wall. A month passed, and then a notable event occurred. I had no choice but to call it an extraordinary event. It's been a while. Standing in front of the entrance of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, an unmistakable figure slowly walked in one I would never forget, even in my dreams. The mask and impression, the attire of the Grand Commander of the Golden Eagle Guards. As far as I could recall, there was only one such person. Grand Commander of the Golden Eagle Guards? Seeing him caused blood to rush to my head. I felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him, but I forcibly held myself back. The Grand Commander of the Golden Eagle Guards came to a pause in front of Weryong Hall, greeted by Li Kuang and Jin So-chong. "Hey, get in there now." Disciples, monitoring the scene, shouted at onlookers, and soon only 4 of us remained in that space, including the Grand Commander. We faced each other, maintaining 3 paces distance in the arena. Whoosh! A cold breeze swept through. The Grand Commander smiled broadly and greeted Li Kuang. "It's been a while, friend. Has it been 15 years? Li Kuang replied dryly. "Indeed. I apologize for the events at Subaiyang-gok. I didn't think you would come out yourself. I didn't exactly intend to. I'm aware that the Golden Eagle Guards were acting in the name of patriotism. However, it was your fault for breaching my taboos. At novel bin at. The Grand Commander looked astonished while observing Li Kuang, seemingly unable to believe that he was being spoken to so boldly by an old friend. Then, after a moment, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, taboos? If it weren't for you, no one would dare say that to the Golden Eagle Guards. Were you really under the impression that 5 petty squads could stop me?" The Grand Commander shook his head. "Not at all. Just to reiterate, we never expected you to arrive here. We assumed that someone like Zhang Jiayongik would request aid only from 1 or 2 righteous sects. We never imagined that bumbling fool would take the risk to seek your help. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? You really seem to believe that your past notoriety as the Azure Dragon means nothing now." Zhang Jiayongik would wet his pants upon hearing you shout out loud. I was finally able to piece together the whole picture of the situation by eavesdropping on their conversation. In short, the Golden Eagle Guards had never anticipated Li Kuang would come at all. Instead, they had likely set a fake General Wang Yian as bait to deal with the multicolored, so-called righteous sects hiding beneath the surface. But with Li Kuang arriving and smashing through their plans, it seemed their operation had completely fallen apart. The Grand Commander's glare briefly flickered toward me. "Seems like you've acquired a new disciple." "That's right. Your disciple's name has been resounding across the world. Congratulations on acquiring a good disciple. You should get a disciple too, right? Unfortunately, my duties are too secretive to have a disciple." After exchanging trivial pleasantries, the Grand Commander stated, "As we both know, we can't touch you. The powers granted by the late Emperor still stand strong. But remember, if you step out more than self-defense, you'll be crushed under the label of treason. You've become quite foolish. Is that all you can do? Threaten me? When Li Kuang tossed that remark, the Grand Commander visibly flinched. It was evident he hadn't expected to hear such words from an old friend. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Then what else can I do? But I assure you, if it weren't you, someone else would have mobilized 100,000 troops to eradicate you. Let's leave it be and walk our separate paths. Looks like you're utterly bored and looking for some excitement. What?" With a sly smile, Li Kuang continued, provoking the Grand Commander. "If you're that bored, why not impart some guidance to my disciples?" "Guidance? Nothing much, just out of curiosity. I wonder if staying in the Imperial Palace has dulled your skills. Please assist my disciple with some training." The Grand Commander narrowed his eyes at Li Kuang. "Fine. You go first." "Yes." Jin Sochong stepped forward, holding a spear without raising any objections. His face bore a look that could be mistaken for determination, but I knew it was a reflection of his extreme emotional suppression. The Grand Commander of Golden Eagle Guards took out his unique weapon, the circle, only to put it back again. He then spoke in a calm voice. "Well, since you said it's a sparring match, I suppose there's no need for weapons." I thought that made sense, but Li Kuang and Jin Sochong reacted differently. Li Kuang wore a look of disbelief, while Jin Sochong's expression was one of genuine surprise, as if asking, "Really?" Just as the sparring match seemed ready to start, Li Kuang interjected. "Hey, what? While I understand White Tiger's pride, wouldn't it be better to use a weapon now?" The Grand Commander yelled in frustration. "Am I supposed to go all out against a kid like that? You underestimate me too much, Azure Dragon." "Well, if you think so, then I guess that can't be helped." Li Kuang's words trailed off as he returned to the observation seat. I turned to him and asked, "Isn't that guy also a member of the 4 great experts of the Imperial Palace?" Was that really a wise comment? Haha. Li Kuang gave a wry smile. "Just watch. If things go wrong today, we might be clearing one corpse." I didn't quite understand what he meant. The Grand Commander of Golden Eagle Guards? A member of the previous 4 great experts of the Imperial Palace, known as White Tiger. Clearly, he was at least on par with the best of the best, if not an absolute master. I had longed to hone my skills and achieve my own strength in the face of such a formidable opponent. So, I couldn't fathom why Li Kuang and Jin Sochong were responding this way. And then it happened. Just as the sparring match began, and precisely 3 seconds in. Whoosh! A loud explosion was followed by a scream. The Grand Commander's left arm was covered in blood, having been sent flying to the far end of the sparring stage. His arm trembled as he stood there in utter shock, a clear indication of being in absolute defense. I was taken aback. In the initial 3 seconds, Jin Sochong's basic land technique collided with the Grand Commander's White Jade technique. With every twist and maneuver of Jin Sochong's spear, the Grand Commander hastily stopped his defensive techniques and began to launch his divine art to protect himself. In the second, Jin Sochong launched the land technique again. Oddly enough, the Grand Commander couldn't seem to escape the trajectory of the attack, flailing around in confusion instead. While Jin Sochong remained steady, the Grand Commander appeared to be running in circles. By the final 3rd second, as Jin Sochong deployed the lan once more, the Grand Commander's left arm became bloody as a loud thump cried out. What? I couldn't comprehend it. What Jin Sochong used was not a special technique or secret skill of the Heavenly Ruthless Spear, he merely executed the basic lan technique 3 times. Yet, somehow, the Grand Commander had shown an incomprehensible reaction and was now on the brink of death. Standing on the sparring stage, Jin Sochong quietly said, "Should I kill him?" At that, Li Kuang responded from below, "Why not? It's his own fault." Bang! In a fit of rage, the Grand Commander pulled out his circle. The circle was a large, round weapon that could be wielded with one hand, excelling in both close combat and throwing. As a powerful energy seeped into the circle, a faint ominous aura began to leak from its edge, exuding deadly intent. The Grand Commander declared, "Azure Dragon, you've raised a little tiger, haven't you? I warned you, didn't I? You should have brought a weapon. Since I've lost 3 techniques, I'll return the favor and make your little apprentice taste the same." Clap. With bravado, the Grand Commander hurled the circle forward. The weapon, with its blade known as the Moon Blade, unleashed a wave of dark, powerful energy that seemed to fill the space with bloodlust. Swish, swish, swish. The horrifying trajectories of the circle expanded, making it hard to even breathe. The arc it traced through the air became immeasurable, shifting the very atmosphere. A finishing blow. In that moment, I realized that the Grand Commander had entered an elevated realm among the ultimate masters, unfolding the fatal moves of his proprietary martial arts. He was so pressed that he had no choice but to deploy something lethal. I thought that if I were in Jin Sochong's position, I would have no choice but to use Thunder Call to escape. However, Jin Sochong did not use any finishing moves. Instead, he took a stance and switched to the NA technique. The spear's tip drew the path of the circle closer. In an instant, Jin Sochong's body fluidly merged with the spear as he executed a spinning maneuver. As Jin Sochong spun on his left foot 5 times, the space for slaughter became drawn into the spear's blade, putting Grand Commander at a disadvantage instead. Thud, thud, thud. The Grand Commander refused to give up, attempting to regain control of the circle with his energy manipulation. The circle, which had previously darted about aimlessly, now dove down below the sparring stage. The weapon burrowed into the ground like tofu, leaving me anxious about when it would pop back up. I shivered at the realization that every technique he executed was a deadly finishing blow. Jin So-chung seemed to be smiling slightly. This time, he established the 7 stars defense while leisurely executing the thundercloud palm technique. As he stepped into the 4th stance, the circle shot up from the ground, aiming for Jin So-chung's brain and heart. Crack! In that split second, it appeared that Jin So-chung had executed 5 flawless moves. The speed was so phenomenal that I temporarily lost track of his movements. Just as I regained my focus, Jin So-chung darted to the Grand Commander's face, wielding the spear tip that had pierced through the circle. Bang! Cough! The Grand Commander staggered, his posture crumbling. Once Jin So-chung closed in, he delivered a knee strike, which the Grand Commander narrowly dodged by pitching his neck back. However, following Jin So-chung's rapid succession of strikes, he swiftly pivoted and landed a punch to the Grand Commander's solar plexus. Even with graceful footwork, the Grand Commander barely managed to evade that strike, but he couldn't escape the final arc of Jin So-chung's steel spearhead. Thud! Guh! The Grand Commander flew sideways, spitting blood everywhere, clutching his bloody left arm. It seemed he had sustained internal injuries from the earlier attack. He gasped for breath. What the hell? Damn it! Clang! Jin So-chung, as if showing mercy, tossed the circle back towards the Grand Commander. Until now, the circle's moon blade had been caught on the spear tip, now returned to Jin So-chung's possession. Observing from the observation seat, Li Kuang snickered. It looks like you haven't trained in a while. How can you be unaware of your own strength and your opponent's? Grah! Swoosh! As if desperate, the Grand Commander tried to rally his energy and charged forward, but Jin So-chung extended the spear and neutralized his killing intent in an instant. With a frozen expression as if doused with cold water, Jin So-chung spoke. Calm down. If you move another step, I'll kill you. Believing Jin So-chung's words were no idle threat, the Grand Commander cautiously rose, only to grind his teeth and say, I admit defeat. You fought well. I stood in disbelief at how swiftly the sparring match had concluded. The standards of combat power I had held until now felt completely upside down. How is this possible? Although I had been surrounded by the Golden Eagle Guards in the past, I couldn't even touch the Grand Commander, who possessed peak-level martial arts. So to me, he had always been a mountain that I needed to overcome. Let alone facing the Grand Commander, who wielded his own unique weapon and martial arts, it would have been impossible for me now without using Thunder Call. But Jin So-chung had taken him down in less than 10 seconds without even using Divine Arts or Thunder Call, nor any tangible finishing move. A shiver ran down my spine. I completely underestimated Jin So-chung's strength. I had felt that his talent and strength were formidable, but I had just regarded him as someone amazing without grasping the extent of it. Today, I realized Jin So-chung had indeed broken through the limits of ultimate strength in his mid-20s, capable of easily defeating White Tiger, the Grand Commander of Golden Eagle Guards. In 10 years, he wouldn't flinch even in the presence of the Demon Lords. How powerful had Jin So-chung been back then? Li Kuang's voice broke through my thoughts. Now, my disciple's initial guidance is finished. What? Now it's time for guidance for my new disciple. The Grand Commander, filled with rage, stood on the sparring stage. It was humiliating enough to have been defeated by Jin So-chung, a mere 20-something. Now he was to face me, a kid. His eyes filled with killing intent as he replied. Fine. Send over that brat. He was definitely talking about me. When I looked at Li Kuang with eyes wide open in shock, he shared a transmission. Listen well. Make him a cripple. Is this how you treat a friend who was once part of the 4 Divine Guards? Since he foolishly came into enemy territory, just legally crush him. I realized then just how terrifying Li Kuang truly was. And it struck me that it would be better to kill myself than to make an enemy of him. Normally indifferent and unconcerned for others, Li Kuang became a ruthless monster the moment someone became his foe, an iron-hearted presence known as Azure Dragon. Nevertheless, I had no intention of refusing this opportunity. So, I grabbed my sword and slowly approached the sparring stage. The Grand Commander of Golden Eagle Guards regulated his breath, seemingly trying to recover his energy and stamina. After having observed his main attack techniques previously, I took a moment to contemplate how best to confront him. I had the feeling that if I attempted to engage him casually like Jin So-chung, I could end up in serious trouble. As I stood silently facing the Grand Commander, Li Kuang offered guidance from below. Listen well, Bakwang. That guy's unique martial art is the Treasure Light Divine technique, and his weapon is the circle. He likes to use the Ghostly Steps technique with the shifting form position to exploit openings in his enemies, and excels at controlling distance with the circle. So, you'll gain a great advantage by getting up close. Both of us turned our gazes towards Li Kuang, our expressions mixed with disbelief. The Grand Commander shouted furiously at Li Kuang. Azure Dragon? How the hell did you figure out my martial arts origins? Haha, do you think you're the only one who can do research? I did my homework too. And a blue brat like him deserves this much advantage when facing someone like you. Cough. I watched this scene in utter amusement, but Li Kuang's advice was undeniably helpful. I had been contemplating how to approach the fight, but with this newfound understanding, I rushed towards the Grand Commander without further thought. Using Thundercloud Palm, I rapidly closed the distance and swung for a cut. Although it was just a single swing, it was the fastest and strongest sword technique I could unleash. The Grand Commander barely managed to evade the attack, sustaining a slash on his shoulder. Whump! Got him. Not allowing the Grand Commander a moment to recuperate, I unleashed the 10,000 Victories sword technique, engulfing my sword in a fiery blaze. While he used shifting form position to evade, unlike before, I was now competent enough to perceive how it flowed. As I charged at him, he appeared flustered, constantly defending himself with the circle. Clang, clang, clang. During the 20 seconds of close-range exchanges, I quickly realized how intricately precise and skilled his defensive techniques were. Despite his left arm being injured, showing signs of internal injury from Jin So-chung's attack, he still fended off my strikes without significant trouble. While he had just been easily defeated by Jin So-chung, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary peak master. However, an injury was still an injury. As I pressed forward relentlessly with my overwhelming internal power, eventually, the Grand Commander coughed up blood. Unable to maintain his focus, the tip of his pinky finger snapped under the strain. Not letting go of the opportunity created in that split second, I aimed for his thigh with my sword. Slice! Gah! The Grand Commander screamed in agony. My fiery blade had cleaved the top part of his right leg clean off. It was a horrific sight, but I felt no sympathy. Instead, excitement surged within me. Let's kill him. If I take him down, the demon lords will nearly be finished too. As I sought to strike down his head. Wham! Suddenly, Li Kuang intercepted my sword with his finger, thwarting my attack in the nick of time. Li Kuang looked at the writhing Grand Commander, whose leg was severed, and mockingly said, "Oh, dear. What a shame that my young disciple is unrefined enough to end up in a state like this." Growling. Azure Dragon. The Grand Commander was so enraged and aggrieved that he continued to retch blood. Enjoying the sight, Li Kuang chuckled softly. "I'll provide first aid, so take it easy and rest." Not necessary. Clenching his teeth, the Grand Commander hurriedly applied pressure to his leg. Then, using his remaining leg, he executed lightness art, leaping onto a building as he bellowed. This day will never be forgotten. Suddenly something flew toward the Grand Commander. Upon receiving that gift, his face twisted in horror. Li Kuang laughed heartily. "Make sure you take your leg with you. That's damnable." The Grand Commander roared, throwing his severed leg onto the sparring stage. Thud. And then he fled. Just as he exited the Azure Dragon martial arts school with a blinding speed, I saw Golden Eagle guards flooding in from where they had been hiding. There seemed to be at least dozens of them, sending chills down my spine. Once the chaos subsided, Li Kuang called me and Jin So-chung to Wuryung Hall. He then spoke. "There's something strange going on. Didn't you all feel it during the fight?" Jin So-chung responded. "Yes. It was somewhat odd. At novel bin at. What do you mean?" "That man seemed to attempt something while fighting, but it looked like he was unable to do so due to your distractions, Master." Jin So-chung's explanation mirrored what I felt. The Grand Commander, who had been spitting blood, had been glaring intensely as if waiting for an opportunity to enact something. After hearing Jin So-chung's words, Li Kuang said, "Perhaps he had a trump card. However, it doesn't seem like it was martial arts or anything related. Could he be half-demon? The barrier formed within the Imperial Palace is not ordinary. Spirits and demons cannot infiltrate. And I've confirmed over the years that he is human." Li Kuang cracked his knuckles. "We could have killed him, but there was a reason we didn't. First of all, we fear the aftermath. Secondly, there's the matter of treason, and lastly, there's that strange energy. Somehow, I felt that if he sustained a fatal injury, it would trigger something. Now that it's come to this, we need to prepare to counter the Golden Eagle guards." At that moment, we heard a scream from the outside. "Ah, what is that?" The three of us dashed outside. What we witnessed was unbelievable. His leg, the Grand Commander's leg that I had severed, was rapidly transforming. It writhed ferociously, spewing out blue blood, and then began sprouting tentacle-like appendages in every direction. In an instant, the leg appeared to morph into a monster, resembling the 8-fingered footfish. It bore a gleaming bald head with dark, bulging eyes. Surrounding disciples watched in horror as the appendages began to target them. Zip! Roar! The outstretched appendages zeroed in on one of the disciples' hearts, but I quickly rushed forward and swatted it away. Just then, Jin So-chung and Li Kuang charged in simultaneously to attack the tentacle-turned leg. Boom, boom, boom. As a powerful gust of energy whirled around, the tentacle exploded into fragments. However, a fist-sized piece remained, writhing and attempting to generate more appendages. With a look of dread in his eyes, Li Kuang stomped down on it. Crack! It seems our friend has developed a taste for seafood. I couldn't muster the strength to respond to his words. At that moment, pieces of recognition clicked into place in my memory. So that's it. The Grand Commander's sudden ascent to power within the organization and his suppression of his peers was not because he had achieved an unmatched level of martial arts. He had absorbed a demonic entity of another race within himself. I surmised that it had been bestowed upon him by an extra-dimensional being summoned within the Imperial Palace. At that moment, he had likely been unwilling to unleash the demon's full potential, fearing he might die fighting Li Kuang and Jin So-chung here. But if the Grand Commander did unleash the demon, a truly horrific situation awaited us. As Li Kuang reduced all remnants to ashes, he said, "With things like this happening, there's no choice but to head to Luoyang." "Luoyang? That's the enemy's stronghold. Precisely why we're going. If that man has weakened to this extent, it's the perfect opportunity. Li Kuang spoke with conviction. Let's breach the Great Jail and rescue General Wang Yian. Li Kuang started organizing his disciples the very next day. Dissolve the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. With the wealth he had accumulated, he provided his disciples with traveling expenses for their return home and wrote recommendation letters for senior apprentices beyond the second line to join other sects. The third line disciples, mainly beginners or those who hadn't trained seriously, were simply disbanded. The masters, Yun Guang and Ji Paiyong, decided to follow Li Kuang. Though their skills were still lacking, it was clear that they had learned the Thunder God sect techniques, making them invaluable talents not to be given away to other sections a mere decade of training more, and they would undoubtedly bring fame to the Jianghu. Instead, Li Kuang said, always keep this medicine with you. What is this? It's a potion that allows you to take your own life without feeling pain. Yun Guang and Ji Paiyong exchanged surprised glances but silently accepted the vial. They understood from Li Kuang's words that if they were captured, torturous death awaited them. Even on a path that guaranteed death, their quiet acceptance signified their genuine loyalty to the Thunder God sect. Once the group of the Thunder God sect was complete, Li Kuang announced, our first destination is Spring Scene Pass. Spring Scene Pass? Isn't that a brothel? I asked in disbelief. At that, Li Kuang smirked. Yes, it's the largest brothel in Guangzhou. Spring Scene Pass was known as the biggest brothel where beautiful women awaited, right in the heart of Guangzhou's nightlife. Considering Li Kuang's noble honor as a martial artist, Spring Scene Pass seemed like an utterly out-of-place destination. However, without receiving any further questions, Li Kuang led the group toward Spring Scene Pass. Upon arriving, Li Kuang addressed the courtesan at the entrance. Where is Geko? Geko. The courtesan seemed to recognize Li Kuang. She hesitated before responding. Geko is in his room. Good. Without waiting, Li Kuang strode in purposefully. The courtesan attempted to stop him in shock, but it was pointless. Like a sharp spear, Li Kuang pushed through the brothel, ascending to the third floor until he stopped at a door. He then proclaimed, Geko, come out immediately. Clang! At those words, a languid young man with striking features opened the door. He looked slightly older than Jin So-chong, probably in his early to mid-20s, standing there as a fine specimen typical of a brothel's handsome men. Geko, with a smirk, chuckled. What is it, my lord? The disguise is over. We have a big task ahead, now you will carry out the main duties of the Thunder God sect. That moment, Geko's expression turned steely, transforming from a carefree demeanor to that of a seasoned warrior. His relaxed posture morphed into the form of a top-tier martial artist, embodying the essence of the Thunder God sect. A chilling voice escaped his lips. Are we to face an enemy? Yes. Starting today, we head to Luoyang. Understood. I'll give you 1 meal's time to gather your things. I'll join you shortly. With that, the conversation ended. We sat on the first floor of Spring Scene Pass, waiting for Geko. Confused, I asked. Master, who exactly is this Geko? Li Kuang cast me a glance and replied. Geko was also the #1 disciple of another Thunder God sect. His master was killed by Wind God sect, and he came to seek my help. However, Geko took on the role of a scout. Occasionally, he would gather intelligence while I trained him in martial arts, checking if any threats to the Thunder God sect wandered around Guangzhou. That's just how he chose to live. I was taken aback. So that's why Li Kuang wasn't so averse to the mention of another Thunder God sect. Just like me, Geko had come seeking Li Kuang's guidance. I was puzzled and asked, isn't it better to become a disciple of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School where cultivation can be more beneficial? Looking at Geko, his skills were impressive. He could immediately step into the Jianghu and be compared to the elders of the 9 great families or even surpass them. Considering his age, one could argue he was destined for greatness. Don't pry too much into it. If you want to ask, just ask him. Swish. Right, kiddo? Don't ask too many questions. Just then, Geko jumped down from the 3rd floor, having finished packing. His agility was remarkable, and I even noticed his last 3 steps were executed using the Thunder God sect's secret technique, showcasing he was surely fit to receive the Thunder God sect's acknowledgement. Geko poked my forehead with a smirk. Don't worry. I'm a friendly guy. I'm not particularly eager to be friends. Who asked you? As the party grew to 7, we mounted our horses and began heading toward Luoyang. Clatter, clatter, Li Kuang informed. Currently, with the Grand Commander of the Golden Eagle Guards severely injured and the Golden Eagle Guards losing more than half their strength, it was clear they wouldn't have sufficient intelligence networks to closely monitor our movements. The ones surveilling us weren't specialists in tracking, so Li Kuang or Jin So-chong would eliminate them on sight. Thud. Crushing the head of a watcher, Li Kuang muttered. That's a bit lacking. What do you mean? I asked while wiping my bloodied sword. Since there were 2 members of the Golden Eagle Guards at this hiding place, I had dealt with them. Li Kuang said quietly. They need to have an organization that can act as our eyes and ears once we enter Luoyang, with at least 10 peak-tier masters in order to break through the Great Thunder Prison. Is the Great Thunder Prison that dangerous? Since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty, when the founder built the Great Thunder Prison, no one has ever escaped from it in history. Furthermore, it's protected by a myriad of magical formations and carefully chosen powerful beings from the royal family, so it cannot be underestimated. Seeing Li Kuang display such caution was a first for me. Given what I had seen of Li Kuang's martial prowess, I had assumed he could shatter the heavens as if he were a deity. I was genuinely curious what the Great Thunder Prison was like. Just then, I had a good idea, so I turned to Li Kuang and said, I might be able to seek out my friend's help. Your friend? Li Kuang looked discontentedly at a girl approaching from a distance. Is that her? I had no words when it came to discussing Miho. After the disbandment of the third-line disciples, she had stuck to us like glue, sobbing and performing like a poor lost girl without parents, and in the end, Li Kuang accepted her. I forced a smile and replied, no, I assure you he will be helpful. Who is he? He's an eminent hero with brilliant wisdom and strategy. I recalled Mang Niang. Mang Niang had told me he was active in Luoyang around this time. In my 10th life, Mang Niang, who had come to Goryeo, provided me with all the developments so far. He believed it would be prudent to form a group quickly, so after receiving elixirs and funding from me, he hastily left to Luoyang. Given the time that had passed since my reincarnation, Mang Niang would have undoubtedly established the Anti-Heaven Alliance already. I already knew how to make contact with the Anti-Heaven Alliance. A few days later, when we arrived in Luoyang, I set off with Li Kuang, Jin Sochong, and Gakho to a place called Wind and Rain Tavern. Wind and Rain Tavern was a small place without many patrons, but I approached the owner and whispered, against the heavens, I shall practice righteousness. At novel bin at. The snoozing tavern keeper slowly opened his eyes. After scanning our party, he instructed, follow me. Indeed, the Anti-Heaven Alliance had already been established. He opened a small door at the back of the tavern, leading to a cave in the back mountain. The cave twisted and turned like a maze, and after following the path for some time, we emerged at another door. Once the door opened, the tavern keeper led us to a place with wooden structures. After 2 or 3 repetitions of this, we finally reached a weapons shop. It looked just like an ordinary weapons store at first, but when the tavern keeper stepped behind the seemingly empty space, a wide area appeared. Whoosh! It was a space larger inside than outside that I had witnessed during my meeting with the 12 Blades Lord. Such a thing could only be created with high-level sorcery. A vast, grassy plain unfolded before us, and the Thunder God sect members following me looked astonished. And then a familiar voice echoed. What's this? Is that you, Baek Wong? How long has it been since you brought a bunch of powerful people with you? A jovial and playful voice echoed as a literary man in dark clothing approached from the other side of the field. I could not forget his face, so I greeted him warmly. Mang Niang. Ah, please call me the leader of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. Oh, right. As Mang Niang cleared his throat, I awkwardly became silent. I stated my purpose. We need your assistance. To help. Mang Niang looked around and then focused his gaze on one person, saying, indeed, as rumored, you have remarkable energy, Azure Dragon. Do you know me? The Anti-Heaven Alliance collects various pieces of information, you see. I also know about the recent major incident in Sobyongok and the fact that the Grand Commander of the Golden Eagle Guards visited the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Li Kuang's eyebrows twitched. He's an interesting friend. Mang Niang smiled broadly. A friend of yours, the leader of the Anti-Heaven Alliance, I see. Quite right. Your intelligence is second to none. However, I cannot trust you completely. Isn't it enough to have a common enemy, the Golden Eagle Guards? I generally do not trust information organizations. We merely use each other as needed. At that, Mang Niang burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, then we can simply use each other, what's there to worry about? We can provide whatever extensive information you need promptly without crossing any operational boundaries. Shouldn't that be enough to strike a deal? He added casually. As a bonus, I believe your side may be more desperate. Li Kuang observed Mang Niang in silence. However, when Mang Niang released his aura, he flinched for a moment but quickly regained his composure. After a substantial pause, Li Kuang finally spoke. Leader of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. You're incredible. I like you? Mang Niang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Haha, then it seems we have a deal. Things can be seen that way. Thus, an alliance between the Anti-Heaven Alliance and the Thunder God sect was forged on the spot. Witnessing this scene, I felt Mang Niang was indeed an incredible character. Who dares to negotiate directly with Li Kuang, the supreme martial artist? Of course, Mang Niang must have increased his martial prowess due to the black and white lotus roots I had given him, but Li Kuang's mention of prowess seemed to encompass his wisdom and insight. Mang Niang led us to a lounge. Once we were seated, he stated, let's get straight to the point as time is of the essence. My assumption is that Li Kuang is planning to rescue General Wang Yian, who's trapped in the Great Thunder Prison, am I right? Correct. You seem to have guessed everything. It's merely the result of gathering and analyzing information. Flutter? Mang Niang unfurled a map. He pointed at a section with his baton and said, this is a depth map of the Great Thunder Prison I obtained prior. I believe General Wang Yian is likely somewhere around here. How are you so sure? What proof is there that this is the true map of the Great Thunder Prison? I have a collaborator in the royal family who helps me. If this map is wrong, it would immediately lead to an extreme penalty for all members of the Anti-Heaven Alliance, so I hope you trust me. I suggest this. Mang Niang's eyes sparkled. Please mobilize the members of the Clearstream faction first. If they shake the political situation, the defenses of the Great Thunder Prison will surely weaken. After hearing Mang Niang's proposal, Li Kuang dumbfoundedly paused for a moment before sighing. You're truly an insightful friend. It's as if you read my mind. I acquired information about your relationship as sworn brothers with Deng Guo, the leader of the Clearstream faction. I'm certain you can convince him. Sounds good. And for the time being, I would like you to stay at a hideout we provide. Unfortunately, I cannot assure you that I'll disperse any tales, so I ask for your understanding. Don't worry. We can handle those kinds of creeps. Soon, Mang Niang summoned his subordinates to introduce them. He bowed his head slightly. Since we need to prepare, let's meet in 3 days. Understood. It felt like our discussion had concluded in a flash. I had a few more things to discuss, so I remained behind. I asked Mang Niang, how did you know all this? I just picked up bits and pieces along the way. Mang Niang grinned and extended his hand. A significant event seems to be approaching sooner than expected. Well, please take care of things, Baek Wong. I firmly grasped his hand. Leave it to me. The alliance between the Anti-Heaven Alliance and the Thunder God sect was established, marking a day of convergence for the connections I had built over time. I hurriedly posted this before going to reserve army training at 10. Hee, happy training? 6 years in, and I'm still getting trained. Please leave comments or recommendations. The next day, Li Kuang went to meet Deng Guo, the leader of the Clearstream faction. As Li Kuang's sworn brother, he seemed likely to help resolve the current situation. I wanted to follow Li Kuang, but he said the Clearstream faction consisted of upright scholars armed with Confucianism, and they were not in the habit of meeting with outsiders. He feared that if I, a stranger, tagged along, it could complicate matters. In fact, he didn't even take his favorite disciple, Jin Sochong, with him. He went alone to meet Deng Guo. So, I ended up waiting idly, and in that time, I seized the opportunity to meet Mang Niang and have a chat. Mang Niang said, it seems we've both had quite a bit going on since we last saw each other. Is it true that you've already built up the Anti-Heaven Alliance in such a short span? I thought something like this might happen, so I figured it was better to be prepared. He smiled slyly. By the way, you've done quite well for yourself. You almost married the Sword Demon's daughter, Xiao Munhai. I avoided his mischievous gaze. I turned her down. It felt overwhelming to me. You truly are an enigma. Anyway, take a look at this. I handed Mang Niang the golden casket. He looked curiously at it. So this is such a remarkable treasure. I can't believe it either, but it seems to be related to the old rulers. That would make sense. There's nothing like it among the treasures of the celestial realm. As Mang Niang muttered, he lightly rubbed the side of the casket. Whoosh! Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped in a violet glow. That glow, which lasted for about half a breath, vanished shortly after. Mang Niang appeared to experience something similar to what I had, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Then he coughed. Cough, cough, ugh, thud. Mang Niang suddenly collapsed to the ground, clearly having exhausted both his physical strength and energy. I was taken aback and rushed to support him. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I just sat down for a moment out of shock. Mang Niang looked at me as though I were a monster. You mean to say you felt nothing seeing that? After witnessing the ancient city guarded by an evil god, and then looking at Dark Heaven Village. Dark Heaven Village. That last bizarre continent is what the celestial realm refers to as Dark Heaven Village, a realm apart. Mang Niang seemed to be gathering his mental strength, tapping his head with the divine tool of 5 colors. That seemed to help stabilize his mind. After a brief pause, he continued. After the old rulers were largely banished from the current world, that place became their refuge. Even celestial beings wouldn't dare approach that location. Why's that? Because it's said that not only the old rulers but also truly godlike demon gods reside there. The chances of a human entering and returning alive are almost none. That was terrifying. Was he saying that beings like sea gods or evil gods were gathered in that dark place? At a loss for words, Mang Niang handed me back the golden casket and said, At novel bin at. It's an extraordinary treasure, but it's typically beyond the reach of ordinary human mental strength. It's more suited for sorcerers of the otherworldly race. You're just an exception. Usually, seeing what you just did would drive a normal person's mind to insanity. Most likely, the Golden Eagle Guards have allied with the Sea God clan and obtained the casket through them. It seems they've also acquired the 7 treasures from that realm. Hearing Mang Niang's deduction shook me awake. So I questioned. Are you saying the 7 treasures are in Dark Heaven Village? That's certainly possible. Perhaps they're in possession of the Sea God, or the Evil God. However, considering the circumstances, one of those treasures is likely hidden somewhere in Dark Heaven Village, as the Golden Eagle Guards wouldn't be able to reclaim something already owned by the old rulers. I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. A realm so terrifying that even celestial beings wouldn't dare enter Dark Heaven Village. Was I really supposed to venture there to find the 7 treasures? How many times might I die trying to get there? While I was lost in these thoughts, Mang Niang said, Anyway, Dark Heaven Village is a place even remaining otherworldly races find hard to enter. That golden casket is a tremendously valuable treasure, so you must keep it safe. Understood. On to the next topic. Have you decided where to invest the 1,000-year snow ginseng? I took a moment to think before replying. I think there are 2 possible approaches. Mang Niang smiled. Can I take a guess? Go ahead. You're going to give it to Li Kuang or Jin Sochong. That's correct. I nodded blandly. Then I sighed as I added. I only came up with that idea after entering Luoyang and meeting with you, but it seems you had been considering it from the start. What's important is that the Thunder God sect has a motivation to risk a fight against the Golden Eagle Guards. Meng Niang unfurled the divine tool of 5 colors and waved it with flair as he continued. Be careful not to drop any hints about this. Considering Li Kuang's patriotic character as a soldier, he likely wouldn't take kindly to you. That makes sense. In the end, it worked out well. Thanks to your actions, Li Kuang seems eager to rescue Wang Yian and isn't shying away from clashing with the Golden Eagle Guards. No one else aside from you could have orchestrated this action in the Jianghu. Receiving such praise from Meng Niang, I felt a bit embarrassed and shy. After all, Meng Niang seemed to have envisioned the future from the first time we met, which I could hardly keep up with. How embarrassing. You can give the 1,000-year snow ginseng to anyone you choose. Just ensure you explain the circumstances to Li Kuang and get his agreement. I will keep that in mind. Meng Niang then said. By the way, we have a guest joining us. I've been wanting to meet her as well, so let me summon her. Snap. As Meng Niang snapped his fingers, a space opened in thin air, and Miho appeared through the teleportation technique. Miho looked just as stunning as ever, with her ample figure. She had been secretly eavesdropping outside the barrier, and when it opened, she came in. Meng Niang sported a brief look of shock before addressing Miho with reverence. Human Meng Niang, it's an honor to meet Captain of the Golden Eagle Guards. Miho responded with a cold smile. Humph. Meng Niang, is it? You're using your master's name. Aren't you afraid to borrow the name of someone so powerful? Meng Niang chuckled amiably. Well, my master is a figure to be feared anywhere. Wouldn't it be absurd for me, his disciple, to also fear him? Good talk. Miho noticed my worried gaze and snapped. Don't worry. No matter what, I won't harm a disciple of Meng Niang. There's no one who would wish to challenge both the warrior of the righteous and the bane of evil. Thank you, Miho. Miho didn't respond to my gratitude. An awkward silence lingered, and then Meng Niang spoke up. Miho, I apologize, but could you assist us in the Great Thunder prison rescue operation? What? This matter is of utmost importance. If care is not taken, the otherworldly forces occupying the royal palace could plunge this world into chaos. If Captain helps, it would be a monumental advantage. At Meng Niang's proposition, Miho displayed visible displeasure. Why should it concern me if the otherworldly races appear? My duty is to help Baek Wong for 10 years. Nothing more. Looks like we're out of options. Meng Niang subtly directed his gaze toward me. I caught his hint and turned to Miho. Miho, please help. Her expression bulged with irritation. Ugh, I knew it would come to this. Are you daft enough to scheme in front of a fox? But you'll end up helping, right? On what grounds? You're committing to aiding me for 10 years, right? So you're just going to watch me walk to my doom? That provoked an even fiercer scowl from Miho suddenly. She made a swift motion, conjuring the same eerie summoning technique she had used to kill Wind God. A transparent hand swung through the air, aimed at Meng Niang. Crash! I dashed in to intercept Miho's spell. Channeling my energy to the max, I was able to block it without trouble. It was likely my elevation to the peak tier was what helped immensely. I shouted at Miho. Miho, what are you doing? Whoosh! Miho surged into the air, flames appearing around her. In her half-human, half-fox form, it revealed that her true nature as a great nine-tailed fox was shining through. Her eyes glinted with fury, and her icy voice echoed in spirit language. I've changed my mind. I will tear off that arrogant fool's arm. Why are you even doing this? Do you think I would tolerate the humiliation of being toyed with by a human's slick tongue? Even if it means facing Meng Niang, I will teach him a lesson. Whoosh! An intense killing intent poured forth from Miho. I involuntarily flinched. So she wasn't playing around back when we met in Socheong. Miho's true power as a great nine-tailed fox was something I could barely fathom. Even if I invoked all my best skills, I doubted I could emerge unscathed from a confrontation with her. However, I couldn't afford to let Miho go after Meng Niang right now, as I was fidgeting in anxiety. Just then, Meng Niang stepped out from behind me, calmly extending his hand. Here, take it. Why not? I'll do the cutting. Swish! Without hesitation, Meng Niang lifted his dagger, poised to sever his own shoulder. With his prowess, he could easily cut off his arm with one swift motion. Just then, Miho swiftly moved forward and grabbed Meng Niang's arm. Returning to her human form, she shot him a piercing glare. What's the meaning of this? To appease the debt of resentment held by Captain, one arm can swiftly address it. Seeing her hesitance, it looked like Miho didn't actually intend to harm Meng Niang, she merely sought to scare him off. But as Meng Niang insisted he would willingly sacrifice his arm, she became flustered. Captain, this isn't a good situation at all. Depending on how things go, I might even offer my life. Meng Niang stated unfazed, and that visibly troubled Miho. After a frustrated huff, she retreated a step. Fine. Because I've heard you are a valuable ally to Baek Wong, I'll overlook this once. But if you dare to pull any more tricks, I certainly won't let you off the hook. Thank you. I sighed in relief as I witnessed Meng Niang somehow pacify Miho. She crossed her arms, glaring suspiciously. I know this is the entrance to the miasma of spirits. Whether you want it or not, a vortex of intrigue and resentment is bound to ensue. I cannot simply allow the one I'm bound to protect to fall into such a pit. You really have a firm grasp of the situation. Meng Niang wore a wry smile as he replied. Indeed. To be frank, this whole situation is an adventure of sorts. But it's an endeavor we must undertake. If a single attempt can turn circumstances on their head, it's worth it. Is rescuing that Wang Yian really so crucial? To Miho's frustration, Meng Niang answered. It is vital. By rescuing Wang Yian, we will gain the necessary reason. General Wang Yian is a renowned hero who once saved the nation from crisis, akin to a divine figure in the military. Just one word from him would unite the military under one banner, and he enjoys a good rapport with the ministers. Meng Niang's gaze became fierce. If General Wang Yian attests to the darkness lurking in the royal palace, denouncing the tyranny of the Golden Eagle Guards, a tremendous shift will ripple through the political scene. Even the bane of evil, despite their might, would not dare take this lightly. The Anti-Heaven Alliance will seize the opportunity to rein them in and drive them out. After pondering for a moment, Miho replied to Meng Niang's statement. So that's why Li Kuang is taking such risks. Exactly. Given the circumstances, he's already set to be branded a traitor by the Golden Eagle Guard sooner or later. Too much loyalty is fueling Li Kuang, and he'll want to confirm the Emperor's safety directly. The Emperor? Yes. He's completely disregarding the elite forces surrounding other emperors. His loyalty lies solely with one emperor. He's so desperate that he's willing to ally with weak forces like us just to achieve his goals. As I listened to the conversation between Meng Niang and Miho, I felt a chill run down my spine. Did Meng Niang discern all of this? Meng Niang had only met Li Kuang for the first time yesterday. Yet, he was able to read between the lines of Li Kuang's actions that I, who had been by his side for so long, had only vaguely perceived. Underneath his brash demeanor, Li Kuang had frequently expressed his fears for the emperor. He had stated, time and again, that he would not hesitate to eliminate any who might threaten the throne. Miho then stated, I will accompany you to the Great Thunder Prison. Thank you, but if Baek Wong finds himself in danger, I will prioritize his safety above all else. That's more than enough. It seemed the discussions between Miho and Meng Niang were coming to an end. I finally asked Meng Niang the question that had been on my mind. By the way, Meng Niang, what exactly is the Great Thunder Prison? Why does even Li Kuang seem so tense about it? The Great Thunder Prison is the most notorious prison established by Emperor Hung Guiyue, the founder of the Ming dynasty. It's the most notorious. What makes its security so unyielding? Even if it was a prison, it was ultimately just a structure. For exceptional martial artists like Li Kuang or Jin So-chong, it shouldn't pose much of a threat even if it were built of iron or stone. They could simply break through it. Meng Niang answered my query with a cautious glimmer in his eyes. The Great Thunder Prison is a living maze, protected by an intricate geometric formation that rivals the royal palace. The guards don't actively patrol, they simply seal the entrance. No prisoner has ever escaped from the Great Thunder Prison in history. But we have Li Kuang and Jin So-chong. I know that. Yet, the same remains true. History has seen plenty of martial experts imprisoned in the Great Thunder Prison, but once they were caught, none ever emerged alive. Li Kuang understands this truth, that's why he's not planning to challenge the Great Thunder Prison head-on. He intends to infiltrate through a predetermined escape route and rescue his target as quickly as possible. I felt utterly flabbergasted. Wait, are you saying the formations surrounding the royal palace are on par with those in the Great Thunder Prison? Yes, they are even more intricate. The strongest sorcerer from the royal family is on duty there. Let's discuss that later. For now, we need to strategize before Li Kuang returns to save time. And so, the three of us began to design our operation under Meng Niang's guidance. Miho appeared less than eager to follow Meng Niang's plan, but given how well thought out it was, she remained quietly listening. The clever nine-tailed fox seemed to trust that Meng Niang's strategy was indeed airtight. It was late that night when Li Kuang finally returned to the hideout at the hour of the rat. I approached him, and he looked somewhat tired and worn out. His expression was unusual for him, so I was taken aback when Li Kuang spoke up. What's wrong? Master, I have something to tell you. Can it wait a bit? Normally, when a master says something like this, one ought to step back. In fact, Li Kuang looked pretty fed up and drained, so unless one was utterly oblivious, it was clear he needed some time alone to gather his thoughts. But I knew this was a chance I wouldn't get again if I let it pass. So, I replied firmly. It has to be now. Then speak. For a moment, I caught a fierce glint in Li Kuang's eyes that suggested he might blow up if what I said turned out to be trivial. I was terrified, recalling past memories, but I steeled myself and pulled out the 1,000-year snow ginseng I had been secretly keeping. Swish. Upon seeing the ginseng, Li Kuang wore a puzzled expression for a moment, but soon his eyes widened in horror as he recognized its form and size. It's the 1,000-year snow ginseng. And you ate it, didn't you? He was so astonished that even the mighty Li Kuang stuttered his words. I felt a sense of satisfaction as I replied. I ate one, and I'm offering the other to you. How can this be? Given the impending situation, I thought it would be best for you or Jin So-chong to partake. At these words, Li Kuang seemed to snap back to reality. He placed the 1,000-year snow ginseng on the table and stared at it intensely. Then he said, let's give it to Jin So-chong. Excuse me. I was taken aback, it was quite unexpected. While Li Kuang usually cherished Jin So-chong like a child, this was the finest elixir that any martial artist could only dream of. And he chose to pass it to his disciple? Such a decision was unconventional, to say the least. Moreover, I couldn't fathom why he would do so when consuming it could significantly enhance Li Kuang's own abilities. Without any further ado, Li Kuang called for Jin So-chong. Upon seeing the 1,000-year snow ginseng laid out on the table, Jin Sochong was struck with astonishment. What is this? Baek Wong gave it to us. Excuse me. With a perplexed look, Jin Sochong darted his gaze between me and the ginseng. Eat it. There's no time, we need to meet Bangkian Alliance's leader soon. I plan to rescue General Wang Yian before dawn breaks, so you need to decide quickly. This urgency from Li Kuang was something I wasn't used to. Perhaps sensing the fervor in Li Kuang's tone, Jin Sochong wore a grim expression. He stared at the ginseng for a long moment before responding. I will eat it. Make sure to thank Baek Wong before you do. That kid has made this concession for you. Jin Sochong looked at me with an appreciative expression, before hugging me tight. Thank you, teacher. I will not forget this favor. Of course. Even as I responded, I couldn't shake off the nagging thought of whether this was truly the right course of action. Li Kuang surely had a better chance of taking the elixir, but now it was going to Jin Sochong. It made sense, yet something about the underlying relationships or psychological dynamics felt off. Could it be? I had a suspicion but quickly shook my head. There was no way that could be the case. Whoosh! Not long after consuming the 1,000-year snow ginseng, Jin Sochong meditated in the lotus position, and a massive aura erupted from his body. As he concentrated on harmonizing the cold energy of the ginseng with his own, bolts of lightning began to manifest throughout his entire being. The sparking lightning flickered with intensity. I felt the strength within Jin Sochong, growing larger and more powerful by the moment. Finally, as he opened his eyes wide, his internal energy erupted like an explosion. Boom! At novel bin at. Oh! Li Kuang gasped in admiration. He even wiped a small tear from his eye as he spoke. Now, it's done. Jin Chenhuai, I've paid off my debt. I couldn't quite grasp what he meant. As Jin Sochong gathered himself and stood up, there was an undeniable difference in his presence. Previously, he carried a sense of solemn power, but now, he radiated an overwhelming aura as if he could tear the heavens asunder. His power might not match Li Kuang's level, but he had reached a level that was absolutely formidable. It was no surprise. Despite Jin Sochong being an extraordinary genius and remarkable martial artist, there were limits to how much internal energy one could cultivate. While Jin Sochong possessed far more energy than your average 20-something martial artist, it had its upper bounds. His energy level had been comparable to that of a respectable sect elder, and with the amplification from the 1,000-year snow ginseng, he had made tremendous leaps forward. Jin Sochong spoke up. Once again, thank you, teacher. Haha, it's nothing. I pushed aside any troubling thoughts and smiled. This should do it. Having empowered Jin Sochong as well, my chances of survival had just improved significantly. Once Jin Sochong finished consuming the ginseng, it was barely half an hour later when Li Kuang headed straight to Mang Niang's hideout. Anxiously waiting, Mang Niang respectfully bowed and asked, was the meeting productive? Not at all. Can you elaborate? Li Kuang answered bitterly. The Clearstream faction espouses the ideology of assisting the common people through the emperor's righteous governance. I thought Diyoung Guok would be willing to help me, but I've misjudged. Mang Niang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you implying he colluded with the Golden Eagle Guards? Not quite. I asked a few questions, but he didn't show any suspicious signs at all. If that's the case, then it must be a matter of political security and self-preservation. That could very well be. Li Kuang appeared strangely exhausted, as though his strength had been sapped. He had assumed that the meeting with Diyoung Guok, the leader of the Clearstream faction, would bear fruit, but it seemed he had encountered quite the wall. Going by Li Kuang's expression, it looked like he had been treated with great indifference. Mang Niang pondered for a moment before speaking. No, wait. This is odd. There seems to be something else at play. Diyoung Guok is not the type to shy away. I think so too, but now we don't have time. If I try to persuade Diyoung Guok, it may be too late. It looks like we have no choice but to move quickly. Is everything prepared? We've been waiting for you. Good. I like your efficiency. Then let's go. Whoosh. Not long after, warriors from the Bangkian Alliance and masters from the Thunder God sect stealthily left their base and began to mobilize. The experts from the Bangkian Alliance were individuals gathered by Mang Niang, some of whom had seemingly impeccable skills thanks to the black and white lotus they seemed to have consumed. After observing their prowess, Li Kuang couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Creating this level of force at such a young age. Bangkian Alliance's leader truly is impressive. You flatter me. They'll be a significant help. Let's move out. The operation was underway. The Great Thunder Prison was not located within the capital of Luoyang or the royal palace but rather in a gorge slightly off from Luoyang. Thus, we needed to exit the city quietly first. Since it was the middle of the night, we could move without attracting much attention, especially since, until we reached the Great Thunder Prison, we would be working in pairs, assisting each other's concealment efforts. I was teamed up with the newly arrived disciple from the Thunder God sect, Ji Ko. He moved along the rooftops like a cat, chuckling as he did so. You sure are a wild little brat, huh? Starting off with an unprecedented adventure from the get-go. Don't interfere. Ji Ko shot back using his mental transmission. Hey, you're messing up Thunder God's appearance? Try to lighten up. I'll handle it. Ugh. Ji Ko kept chatting via mental transmission, seemingly very curious about me. It was somewhat bothersome, but I forced myself to focus on the task at hand. When I remained unresponsive, Ji Ko grumbled. If I had known, I'd have just played with Sochong. Whack. Before he could finish that statement, he sprang into action and took down a guard swiftly. He pinpointed and struck a vital point with astonishing speed, rendering the man unconscious so fast that to the average person, it would seem like a mere gust of wind had passed by. I followed suit, scaling the wall after him. Ji-ko perched himself on the wall, grinning broadly. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Quite skillful, I remarked blandly, recognizing that Ji-ko was indeed formidable. At that moment, Ji-ko seemed to grow irritated. Ugh, you make me feel like I'm talking to someone who's about 70 years old. Lighten up a bit. Why are you like this? Let's just get to work. I couldn't figure out why this kid was acting like such a nuisance. Since I couldn't just smack him in the face ahead of an operation, I had to plead for patience. Ji-ko shot back cheekily. Come on, bro. I'm just trying to become friends, you know. I ignored Ji-ko as I leapt off the wall. While the wall was quite high, I floated down effortlessly and ran immediately. He soon followed suit, now matching my pace. Ji-ko suddenly playfully challenged. Hey, should we have a running race to the Great Thunder Prison? What? Come on, let's go. Zoom. Just as he finished his sentence, Ji-ko accelerated even faster, creating an afterimage and leaving me behind. Naturally, I couldn't let him beat me out of pure pride. So, I sprinted after his white afterimage for about 10 more li, only to realize something astonishing. What? Is that even possible? I nearly gasped. That wasn't ordinary human speed. Right now, I had completely mastered Thunder God's body technique and boasted incredible levels of internal energy, making me confident I could outrun Li Kuang and Jin So-chong in long-distance sprints. However, Ji-ko was on another level completely, maintaining a distance of 15 li behind without me closing the gap. This had to be at least double my speed. At that rate, he was already faster than a horse, if not even a speeding arrow in terms of distance. I hadn't expected him to be capable of running that fast over extended distances. Rumble. After a while, when we finally arrived near our destination at the Great Thunder Prison, Ji-ko was the first to arrive, leisurely waiting. The prison lay in a hazardous mountain gorge, and he was sitting casually beside a rock wall nearby. It seems we arrived first. Ji-ko chuckled. Since our operation involved neutralizing the guards on the way to the Great Thunder Prison, we hadn't spotted any enemies yet. Even if there were guards, I was sure Ji-ko and I would have no trouble dealing with them. Phew. I couldn't help but feel flabbergasted at how Ji-ko appeared not to be out of breath at all. While I was using my immense internal energy to compensate for my stamina, how on earth was he able to run such distances at that speed without tiring? Ji-ko spoke. Please keep that expression, it was worth the wait to see it. You're finally acting a bit younger. Your personality is quite infuriating. What's the big deal? If you don't like it, come at me. Adopting a tone reminiscent of a street thug, Ji-ko taunted me. I was genuinely curious and couldn't help but ask. How are you using such speed? Li Kuang doesn't even. Ji-ko snorted dismissively. Humph. While Li Kuang is the strongest within the Thunder God sect, that doesn't mean he knows every technique. What do you mean? Hihi, this is a secret. If you want more info, you'll have to offer me a beauty. I scowled. Looks like you've gone awry. At my words, Ji-ko widened his eyes. Went awry? Little brat, do you not know how beautiful the interactions between men and women are? While it may indeed be beautiful, such a comment is hardly appropriate for a true practitioner. Such sentimentality? If you're not careful, you might end up tabbing a little over the top. Just as Ji-ko animatedly rattled on, he suddenly pulled out a book from his robes and tossed it at me. I caught it instantly, fueled by the moonlight to read the cover. Spring Bloom picture. I didn't have to see the content to know what I was dealing with. Ji-ko adopted a serious tone and said, "This is my treasured item. A mysterious work that raises all the grumpy men tortured by their partners every morning, drawn by the most famous spring flower artist in Chang'an." Ji-ko donned an expression reminiscent of enlightenment. "You'll understand the dutiful joy of male-female relationships, and learn to savor it. Get lost, you punk." I yelled as I flung the spring bloom picture away. That brat was clearly trying to mess with me. Ji-ko swiftly snatched the tossed picture and grinned mischievously. "Can't handle a laugh, huh? You better cut this nonsense. I'd show some respect if I were you." "Huh? What would you do if I don't stop?" Swish. At that point, I could no longer contain my anger. I leaped at Ji-ko, channeling my internal energy to unleash the thunder cloud palm upon him. This was supposed to be a stealth operation, so I didn't intend to dump my full power. Rather, I planned to throw down a gentle suspension spell. However, Ji-ko simply smiled, then swiftly exhibited his agility, seemingly vanishing from sight. Crash! In that brief moment, I noticed a startling thing. Ji-ko had conjured nearly a dozen shadow forms in the air, each one appearing distinctively different from one another. Just like when I faced the Wind God's Guardian, I couldn't tell which one was the real Ji-ko amongst them. As tension built, Ji-ko settled back into full view, chuckling heartily. Swish. "Huh? You're trembling. Who's trembling?" "Well, obviously you are." But just then, a deep voice resonated from a distance. "Ji-ko, you've been utilizing your secret technique again." It wasn't a loud voice, yet it came through loud and clear to us. Ji-ko and I both recognized who it belonged to. Ji-ko looked guilty, his face going pale as he stood up. Before Ji-ko stood Li Kuang and Jin So-chong, having arrived at the scene. They had both shown up together, three-way synchronicity. When Li Kuang glared at Ji Ko with cold eyes, Ji Ko kneeled down on one leg, adopting the formal stance of the Thunder God sect. I apologize. Li Kuang, perhaps uplifted by earlier events, waved his hand, indicating forgiveness. You can use your skills as you please, but remember that overuse before mastering them can backfire on you. Yes. Ji Ko answered dutifully, though he seemed visibly annoyed by the entire exchange. Shortly after, Mang Niang and a dozen or so experts from the Banghian Alliance arrived. Li Kuang announced, "Let's execute the mission as planned." Mang Niang nodded. "We will secure a retreat in the vicinity." "Good. I hope Yun Kuang and Ji Paiyong can assist us well. May good fortune be with you all." Thus, the rescue operation for the Great Thunder Prison commenced. Near the entrance of Great Thunder Prison, about 10 elite warriors stood guard as if specially selected. Despite the desolate and treacherous terrain, the number of personnel waiting there gave the impression that Great Thunder Prison was indeed nearby. They wore black robes to conceal their identities, but they were likely the Golden Eagle Guards. It's hard to think of any elite that would be worthy of guarding such an important location. At the forefront were Li Kuang and Jin So-chong. They carefully positioned themselves to approach stealthily and then simultaneously launched a lightning-fast assault. Swish! With evidently no intention of taking hostages, they effortlessly severed 6 heads from their bodies mid-air. Once Li Kuang and Jin So-chong made their move, I and Jaco also sprang into action. Soon after, the remaining guards fell, creating a scene of carnage, and soon the most capable warrior among them, who seemed to be a peak master, staggered as he raised his sword in a last attempt. Guh. He appeared to be the last line of defense. Having taken a hit from Li Kuang's divine thunder strike, he was bleeding from the mouth. Li Kuang spoke flatly. "Don't make foolish moves. I'm letting you live for now because your skills are regrettable." Li Kuang had already placed the man within his reach. No matter how swift his movements, it was impossible for him to alert anyone without Li Kuang noticing. The peak master forced a smile at Li Kuang's words. "Huh? You intend to torture me for information, don't you?" "Perhaps, but today is not the day for that." With a swift swing of his spear, Li Kuang added, "You're likely a Chunho. That's your level of skill. If you ventured into the martial world, you'd gain recognition as a leading figure or a VIP among major sects. Yet, how could someone of your caliber end up squandering his life here, nameless and meaningless? Haven't you ever found this situation peculiar?" It was unlike Li Kuang to express himself so emotionally. His words carried a poignant feeling. Given Li Kuang's usual demeanor, which typically involved simply killing or torturing without a second thought, this was strange. Perhaps Chun Ho's skills were far beyond what a mere gatekeeper should possess, sparking a sudden pity in Li Kuang. That was an emotion only shared among warriors. Perhaps sensing this, the Golden Eagle Guard stayed silent for a moment before replying. "Li Kuangsanbi, do you truly not understand? We are the Golden Eagle Guards, the Emperor's loyal subjects. Our lives are devoted to loyalty, and the peace of the imperial family and the nation is our duty. You've been active for decades, haven't you? I know, but the path isn't just that." "That's not convincing, Li Kuangsanbi." The peak master let out a hollow laugh and raised his sword to point at his own heart, his eyes filled with sorrow. "While we met as enemies, many within the Golden Eagle Guards respect you. Some even entered the ranks out of respect for you. I'm one of them, mesmerized by the might of the Azure Dragon. Long live the Emperor." Thud. With that, he plunged his sword into his own heart. Li Kuang essentially allowed him to do so. By simply preventing him from dying through torture, Li Kuang had permitted him to preserve his honor in death. Gazing down at the peak master's corpse for a moment, Li Kuang's face was stoic and hard, making it impossible to grasp his thoughts. Boom. When I operated the mechanism hidden within the rocks, just as Mang Niang had informed me, the door to the device opened. A dark cave revealed itself, marking the entrance to Great Thunder Prison, notorious for being the worst prison of all. Before entering, Li Kuang gave instructions. The positions of the living gate and the death gate continuously shift at a diagonal. It's impossible to memorize their locations to pass through. Hence, we need to reach the secret path as quickly as possible. Secret path? This was a route that could be used if a special matter arose requiring the release of a prisoner. According to Mang Niang, following this secret path would allow us to bypass the Great Thunder Prison's traps and head straight to the cell of our target. We had already thoroughly studied the route to the secret path via a map. Jaco spoke worriedly. "What if we don't reach the secret path, and someone falls into the traps? In that case, we abandon them. No one has ever passed through the traps of Great Thunder Prison." Li Kuang looked steadfastly at the three of us. "Remember this, whether it's me or Jin So-chong, do not go back or concern yourself for anyone left behind. We don't have the capability or time to rescue anyone." "Understood. Let's go." As we entered Great Thunder Prison, a dark tunnel extended for a while before the lights began to brighten. Soon, we reached a colossal chamber seemingly carved out of the mountain itself, which was filled with passages resembling ant tunnels. Whoosh. However, Mang Niang had said that every step from this point on would be a series of choices. Just touching a single mechanism could alter the entire structure, making it impossible for anyone other than a genius to read the breath between the living gate and the death gate to find a way out. So, everyone remained on high alert as we searched for the entrance to the one true secret path. After a short moment, Jin So-chong pointed. "Over here." He indicated a small cave hidden beneath a stone. It was nestled between rocks and was nearly invisible, making it impossible to find unless one was aware of its existence. Given it matched Mang Niang's indication precisely, Li Kuang cautioned again. Listen carefully. Stay close behind me. A slight misstep can lead to death. Leading the way, the rescue team adjusted their movements accordingly. We concentrated all our senses on the breathing and steps of the person ahead, ensuring no one fell more than an arm's length apart. Following the map, Li Kuang continued onward. And just as he was sure we had entered the secret path, he instructed everyone to remain focused on the person in front. About a meal's duration later, we had certainly moved a considerable distance and seemed to descend into the depths. The darkness deepened, and an eerie chill filled the air. Jiko, walking in front, muttered, "I'd rather be in a brothel than here. What kind of sinister energy is this?" "Be quiet, Jiko, focus." "Oh, right, my apologies." Though Jiko grumbled, everyone present felt the same. Having entered via the secret path, the great prison's traps were no longer a threat, and safety was assured. But the further down we went, the more we could feel an ominous energy emanating. No matter how feared the prison was, what reason could there be for such a dense aura? Tap, tap. Soon, we sensed moisture underfoot, and moss adorned the cavern walls. The air changed in quality. The light grew brighter, and shortly after, we stumbled into a grand chamber filled with torches. We had arrived. This appeared to be the dungeon where prisoners were held, flanked by iron bars made of pure metal. Although the prisoners inside were not visible, there was no doubt this was a corridor leading to their cells. Li Kuang spoke softly. "All right, we'll split into pairs and search for General Wang Yian." "Understood." All four of us held portraits of General Wang Yian. He likely had deteriorated while imprisoned, but as human features typically remained largely unchanged, we were confident that with thorough searching, we would certainly find him. While we began to scour the prisoners' quarters looking for General Wang Yian, something seemed off. "What is this?" With each step, the eerie energy intensified, and at times, we spotted humans cowering in the corners of the cells. "We've come to rescue you? Look this way." "Hey, look." I called out to them one by one to confirm, but no matter how much I beckoned, none responded. Damn it. I cursed under my breath and channeled my energy into my sword. Then, with a swift strike, I cleaved through the iron bars of one of the cells. Since none of the Golden Eagle guards guarding the entrance possessed the keys for the prisoners' quarters, this was unavoidable. It seemed the keys could only be carried by individuals who entered the Great Thunder prison occasionally. After breaking the bars and entering, I forcibly pulled out a cowering prisoner. I, along with Jiko, gasped in shock. The face of the prisoner huddled in the corner had transformed into that of a creature that was anything but human. Though parts of them still resembled a human, their facial features were grotesquely distorted, as if taking on traits of an octopus, with tentacles writhing in the air. Jiko fell on his rear in shock. What in the world? This. I was certain this person was going through the transformation from human to a mutated being. If this transformation continued, they would eventually resemble the sorcerer I encountered in the previous disaster. Memories of the past flooded back, making me uncomfortable, but for now, I dragged them out and set them on the floor of the corridor. The prisoners simply sat there, uttering meaningless sounds at times, appearing devoid of thought. They seemed like a plant rather than a sentient being. It was likely that everyone huddled in the corners was in a similar state, so I turned to Jiko. "Older sister, let's break the remaining bars. It'd be better to bring everyone out first and then see what to do." "Ugh, I lack your internal strength. Do you think it's that easy to cut through iron bars? Just do it if you can." TCH. Clang. Together with Jiko, we managed to pull out 6 prisoners, setting them in the corridor. It seemed it was tough for him to cut through the iron bars, requiring multiple strikes to be effective. But then again, it was unreasonable to expect one strike to slice through an iron frame as tough as steel. The 6 prisoners seated there, silently like plants, all appeared to be mutated beings. However, the degree of transformation varied from person to person. Some had only part of their face transformed while others had their entire neck and arms changed. Jiko looked at them with an expression like he was about to be sick and said, "This is maddening. I'd rather encounter corpses or piles of bones. There are more prisoner quarters deeper inside. Let's head further in." "All right." We pressed deeper into the dark passage. Suddenly, we heard sounds of movement, and humans seemed to scurry away from the passage. They were clearly prisoners who appeared human. "Ah, help me." Rather than shouting to be saved, they looked horrified, pleading for mercy. Jiko stepped forward and shouted, "Calm down. We've come to rescue you." "Really?" "Indeed, so tell us who you are." There were 3 human prisoners present, 1 female and 2 males. They hastily shouted out, "I am Senior Official Zhou Chengmaiyang. I am Buletin Zhongwan, the Blood Thunder Swordsman." Zhou Chengmaiyang seemed to be a high-ranking official, likely a 3rd-grade official originally. The Blood Thunder Swordsman, Buletin Zhongwan, appeared to be an expert from the evil faction. I approached the room beside us to check on the female prisoner. The woman was a beautiful maiden in her 20s, with a sharp nose and distinct facial features. But all that was now irrelevant as her entire body emanated the smell of decay, and she sat there with lifeless eyes. Her clothes were nearly torn, showing signs of a horrific ordeal. Even with her private parts exposed, she showed no reaction, despite our presence for rescue. "She has been violated." As I stared at her, Buletin Zhongwan spoke. "She is the virtuous flower goddess from the Ami Pa. What's a martial world woman doing in such a state? The virtuous flower goddess entered our ranks most recently. It has been 8 days since she was brought in. She was subjected to the Golden Eagle guards for several days before the leader took her away. She seemed to be in a state of mental collapse. Observing the virtuous flower goddess, Jekho was seething with fury, clenching his fists in rage. Damn the emperor's loyalty. Is treating a woman like this the deed of a humane being? Clank. In a fit of rage, Jekho swiftly sliced the bars open for the virtuous flower goddess and pulled her out. Even when Jekho embraced her to move, she showed no responsiveness, as if she were completely catatonic. Jekho looked down at her with pity and said, "Hey, I'm taking her with us. Don't ask me, ask the master." TCH. Jekho clicked his tongue, and I turned to Zhou Chengmaiyang and Buletin Zhongwan and asked, "What crimes have you committed to end up imprisoned here? To be locked away in Great Thunder Prison?" Zhou Chengmaiyang exclaimed fiercely. "No, I had no prior knowledge of being sent to Great Thunder Prison. What do you mean? The Golden Eagle guards suddenly searched my home and detained my whole clan. Then they claimed I was under suspicion and took me somewhere for a brief investigation. The next thing I knew, I was here." When I turned to Buletin Zhongwan, he said desperately, I committed no crime. A month ago I was just taking a stroll in Luoyang when I came across some strange formations. Intrigued, I approached closer, only to be ambushed by the Golden Eagle guards and trapped here. After a moment's thought, I asked, "How long have you two been imprisoned?" "I'm not sure, but it's been a little over 10 days. I came in under similar circumstances." That is to say, they had not been there long. I recalled the mutated beings I had gathered earlier and went to bring one of the monsters back to show them. They didn't react with surprise but merely frowned, confirming that they already recognized these mutated beings. What in the world happened to them? I don't know. But what's clear is that if you linger here too long, you'll be dragged somewhere, and those who return will scream in agony for a day and a night. I've seen one occasionally released, wandering in the prison corridor. Those transformed into mutated beings seem to be the sad fate that awaited those who stayed long enough. I contemplated for a moment before saying to Jekho, "Older sister, please wait a moment. I'll find the master and report the situation." "Okay, hurry back." I quickly used my skills to find Li Kuang and Jin So Chong. The passageway wasn't that long, so I soon found them. Li Kuang and Jin So Chong were kneeling before someone, and the atmosphere did not seem right. Cough. Jin So Chong was crying tears unlike before, while Li Kuang looked similarly affected as he held a mutated being close, silently trembling. As I stood there in shock, Li Kuang spoke. "We're heading back. The mission has failed." "What? What do you mean?" "General Wang Yian has passed away." As Li Kuang stood up, I examined the mutated being he was holding. Unlike the others, this one was only partly transformed, with an oddly squirming body but maintaining the face of an elderly human. I instinctively realized, it's General Wang Yian. I thought about where things had started to go wrong. As I recalled the transformation period, one conclusion struck me. We were too late in our rescue. We should have acted at least a month prior. I felt a pang of shock but quickly reported to Li Kuang the information I had gathered. He listened in silence before replying. "Then at least let's rescue the lone survivor." "Understood. What about the mutated beings?" "Carry one in each arm. There's a chance we could revert them back." So, we proceeded to withdraw from the rescue operation for General Wang Yian in failure, following the secret path out of Great Thunder Prison. Once outside, Meng Niang and the others from the Bangqian Alliance awaited, dealing with the corpses of the Golden Eagle guards, with horses readied. At Novel bin at. Meng Niang glanced between the mutated beings and Li Kuang before saying, "It's a failure then. I'm ashamed. How can this be blamed on you, Li Kuang? The timing was unfortunate. What should we do now?" Li Kuang seemed shaken, clearly affected by General Wang Yian's transformation into a mutated being, as if unable to make a judgment. Meng Niang seemed to understand and hesitated before calmly saying, "For now, let's return to the base. If there's any chance to revert the mutated beings, it could save some." However, unspoken among all present was the knowledge that it was likely an impossible endeavor. At that moment, my host Shikigami stealthily contacted me. I felt something was off at that earlier location. It radiated a frightening magical energy. I had kept my host Shikigami for communication purposes. Maiho could ascertain my status from afar and exchange thoughts through this entity. I poured my will into my host Shikigami. "Maiho, why didn't you say anything earlier? You all are martial artists with no immunity against sorcery, aren't you? The depths of that prison contain a powerful magic, and without precautions, even the strongest warrior could easily perish. Strong magical arts are incredibly terrifying. This operation was a flawed one in many ways. Baek Wong, be ready to run at any moment." As I absorbed Maiho's words, I felt an instinctive foreboding. Something was going wrong this life. No, it felt like I had misplaced a button in my life. After returning to the base, Meng Niang gathered the mutated beings separately and said, "Members of the Thunder God sect, please wait in hiding for a while. I will look into methods for healing the mutation." Then, Li Kuang glanced at me and said, "You should accompany him." "Sure." Li Kuang knew about my connection with Meng Niang and seemed to be sending me along for information. I carried a large box containing the mutated beings back over the castle wall under the cover of night. The guards were already incapacitated with anesthesia, so we went unnoticed. When Meng Niang saw me arrive with the box, he looked surprised and asked, Isn't it heavy? Although it was a large wooden box containing 7 people, I felt as light as a feather and nodded absent-mindedly. Meng Niang admired my internal strength once again and said, "Let's move quickly before we draw attention. Where are we headed?" "To my teacher." I had expected that would be the plan. Following Meng Niang, I carried the box toward a nearby village. After hiding the heavenly secret manual in a pine forest, I entered the village where Chen Wujin resided. This place was indeed the hidden sanctuary of Master Meng Niang and Chen Wujin. Upon setting foot in the village, Chen Wujin seemed to have strengthened his illusion barrier, as a thick fog immediately began to swirl around us. Through the mist, Chen Wujin approached, irritably saying, "You're back again." "Yep, back again. You really are a bother. Just go away." Meng Niang spoke to Chen Wujin. "Master, please open the way. This is a serious matter, and I need your opinion." "Is that so?" "Yes." Chen Wujin glared at me with a displeased look but eventually lowered the barrier and teleported us to the front of Master Meng Niang's shrine. Within this village, it seemed he wielded the kind of power akin to a god. "Open the box." As Meng Niang instructed, I opened the box and laid out the mutated beings one by one. He then spoke strongly to the invisible Master Meng Niang. "Master, as you can see, these humans have been poisoned by the dark magic, turning them into minions of the evil god. They are innocent people, and this evidence suggests that ancient entities are directly interfering in this world. Please help us." Silence lingered for a while. Suddenly, Meng Niang staggered and collapsed. I felt a heavy wave of drowsiness wash over me too, causing me to stagger and fall to the ground. Overwhelming drowsiness struck, leaving me unable to resist. I was dumbfounded, but there was no time to think as I lost consciousness right there. In the world of dreams, I had been here before. This time, from across a stream, a black cat walked toward me. It glanced at me and said, "I am Master Meng Niang. You're not surprised." I figured as much. Master Meng Niang replied as if anticipating my reaction and leaped onto a nearby stone wall, curling up like a round ball as he continued. "To get rid of their mutation, you must eliminate the caster at the source of the curse." "You mean I have to kill the caster? Otherwise, a skilled sorcerer will need to create an altar to expel the blessings of the evil god, which would take at least 10 years. I was incredulous and said, "Wait, is that a blessing? Did you misspeak? How could something that turned humans into monsters with wriggling tentacles be considered a blessing? It looked like nothing but a horrific curse." Then, Master Meng Niang yawned and flicked his tail. "To humans, it's a curse, but to the evil god, it is undoubtedly a blessing. Unlike other ancient entities, the evil god does not recklessly increase its minions. While fewer in number, each is powerfully immortal and can wield exceptional sorcery. If they transform completely into descendants of the evil god, they are guaranteed everlasting life alongside enhanced magical abilities, which is why those humanoids desperately crave that blessing." I looked at Master Meng Niang suspiciously and asked, "So, what are we going to do? What do you think?" "What are you talking about?" Meng Niang said, "It's evidence of the existence of these entities in this world. Are you not going to intervene?" "That's exactly what I told you." Master Meng Niang slowly walked down the stone steps. "You handle it yourself. I've shared all the information I can." "What? You're not going to step in? You're quite persistent. You have incredible power. If you wanted, you could wipe out the Golden Eagle guards with a single blow, why not?" When I pressed for an answer, Master Meng Niang fell silent for a moment. He then walked over to the stream and lapped up some water before saying, "What difference would it make if I eliminated the Golden Eagle guards and struck at Demon Subduing Hall?" "What?" It seemed Master Meng Niang already knew this term for Demon Subduing Hall. Meng Niang must have mentioned it. Continuing, Master Meng Niang said, "Those in Demon Subduing Hall have a long history as a sect of gods. They have been around since the era of shadows. They've had countless confrontations with the heavenly realm, and each time the heavenly realm came charging, they exterminated the demons and monsters in front of them. The sword master who blessed you, Yidongbin, achieved his fame by slaying evil beasts madly as he ascended the ranks to win the leadership of the 4 sects. But this battle will never end, it cannot end and will not end. Because the source of Demon Subduing Hall is a greater existence." "Are you saying an ancient ruler created Demon Subduing Hall?" "That's not it." Master Meng Niang gazed at the sky. "A much larger existence. I have no strength left to waste on pesky little creeps like the Golden Eagle guards. I'm using everything just to keep them restrained." Feeling that Master Meng Niang was weary, he sighed and rolled over in the grass, saying, "So, you need to take action. I can offer advice." "Okay, can I just ask 3 questions?" Master Meng Niang shook his head. "I refuse. I will not answer. This is ridiculous. You said you'd give me advice. Advice isn't the same as answering questions. It's up to me." After thinking for a moment, I tried to speak, but Master Meng Niang cut in first. "I won't entertain even one question. Don't push it. Damn it, can you read my mind? It's obvious what you're thinking. Then what kind of advice are you planning to give me?" Suddenly, Master Meng Niang jumped up onto the roof. He moved in a cute rhythm and sang, "Hang in there, hang in there, hang in there like a newborn's strength." This little guy was really something, not just a cat, but a real nuisance. I couldn't believe Meng Niang had come from something like this. While grinding my teeth in annoyance, Master Meng Niang said, "If that's the case, I'll give you one piece of advice, use the 5 Fire 7 Bird fan wisely." "What?" and suddenly, I felt like Master Mang Niang was drifting away, and my body became weightless. Coming to my senses, I found Mang Niang asleep beside me. As I sat up, organizing my thoughts, Mang Niang woke up soon after, looking quite surprised. Why did my teacher communicate through a dream this time? Anyway, we both received advice. So let's get going. Yeah, we should. After leaving with Mang Niang, I sought out the Heavenly Secret Manual. We arrived in front of Liu Yang and I said, to sum it all up, we need to defeat the creature residing in the depths of De La OK to revert the mutated beings to their original forms. I heard that too. But that's going to be a challenge now. Why? Because Li Kuang seriously injured the Golden Eagle Guard's commander, disrupting their control system. It's now easier to infiltrate De La OK. Although we've secured an escape route, normally there would be at least 10,000 troops guarding the area, so it would have been no surprise. However, since we've already entered once, it's likely to have their defenses heightened even more now. It was a dire situation. To save General Wang Yian and the other mutated beings, we needed to go to the depths of De La OK and take down the source of magic. However, we would face an impenetrable defense, making even a frontal assault impossible. On the flip side, they might not bother guarding a spot that has already been breached, but it also drastically increased the difficulty. I asked, so what do we do if we have to go? At that moment, Mai Ho suddenly appeared beside us using her teleportation technique. She spoke bluntly. What's the plan? This is where it ends. I've had an uneasy feeling from the beginning. I can't let you put Baek Wong in danger any further. I quickly said. Hold on, Mai Ho. It's not over yet. If we defeat the creature in the depths of De La OK, we can turn the tide. In my view, that creature's power is on par with mine. It's a formidable enemy with intelligence surpassing humans. How do you plan to fight such a being and not get cursed in the process? Then you can join me. Are you out of your mind? My magic revolves around illusions and flames. I can't help you with that. Besides, I won't expose you to any more danger. Swish. Suddenly, Mai Ho unfolded her spiritual puppet paper. The floating puppet split and surrounded me and Mang Niang. When I quickly pulled my sword to tear apart the puppet, she fixed me with a fierce gaze. Ugh. I couldn't move. Mai Ho marveled. You truly are Baek Wong. To withstand my illusionary magic is impressive. Stop this. If I fall into your spell, the Bangkian Alliance and Thunder God sect will all die. What do I care? Mai Ho stepped closer, gently caressing my jawline. Her eyes were filled with longing and obsession. Li Kuang and Jin So Chong have already lost their spirits. Dragging this situation out won't guarantee any future for you. I want to ensure your survival. So if I just defeat the creature. You talk about creatures, but what will you gain at the end of all this hardship? Wouldn't it be better for you to leave the Central Plains and live your life? Muttering with irritation, Mai Ho began to stroke my chest. Leaning her face closer, she said, let's not complicate things. Let's find a quiet place where no one knows us. Just the two of us, peacefully. No, that can't happen. If it can't, then I'll make it happen. The gaze of the nine-tailed fox stared directly at me. Poof. I felt Mai Ho's illusion seep deep into my spirit. My mind felt like it would explode, and I was overwhelmed by an urge to touch her. An uncontrollable desire surged, far surpassing anything I had felt before, as I felt the burning heat rising from my core. Ha, stop. Mang Niang shouted, but he too seemed unable to move due to the binding magic. Mai Ho turned a cold glance at him and said, shut up. I would spare you because you think Baek Wong would grieve, but if you act up, I'll kill you for real. Ugh. Goodbye then. You all deal with your fight, haha. At novel bin at. Mai Ho slid her delicate fingers along my supple skin. I'll always be with you. I felt her kiss on my lips, and my heart raced as the urge to lay her down overwhelmed me. My body reacted instantly, the heat of desire throbbing within me. Memories of the past flashed through my mind. I want this. No, that can't be. I want to be with a woman. I have held it in for too long. I want to undress Mai Ho and enjoy her beautiful body, plunge into her sweet bliss. I want to experience the joy of releasing all my energy into a woman at the peak of pleasure. It's instinct. No. I screamed deep within, filled with wretched despair. How did I end up here? There's still so much I haven't achieved. I can't throw my life away over a moment of desire. I don't want to live with regrets for decades. So, gritting my teeth, I finally shouted. Then let Li Kuang and Jin So Chong go. What? Mai Ho jumped back, surprised by my shout. That jolt diminished the hold of her spell, and I grasped my thoughts again. I coughed and said, you said you were worried for my life, right? Then I won't go. Let Jin So Chong and Li Kuang go to defeat it, and we can see the results. Oh. Mai Ho, you simply dislike what's happening here. Don't make excuses for me. When I shouted fiercely, Mai Ho looked dumbfounded. Mang Niang, standing beside me, chimed in. If the outcome isn't good, I will disband the Bangkian Alliance and live as a commoner. If this goes wrong, there's no future for us. Mai Ho contemplated for a moment and then said, all right, if you really want it that way. But if Li Kuang and Jin So Chong fail, that'll be the end. I'll take Baek Wong away then. Do as you please when that time comes. It seemed that the negotiations with Mai Ho had succeeded. As I returned to the base, I sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. I almost fell into Mai Ho's spell and ended up living a dreamy life far away, wasting a lifetime in oblivion. The time wasted and the toll on my mind would have been enormous. Yet, with the realization that Maiho had a strong obsession with me, I felt an odd mix of feelings of luxury and confusion. Her emotions were not something that would appear simply due to challenges of returning to the celestial realm. Once back at base, I called upon the Thunder God sect to make a proposal. Mang Niang cautiously persuaded Li Kuang. So, if we manage to take down that creature in the depths, there's a chance we can revert General Wang Yian back to normal. Is that really true? Indeed. It's what my teacher assured. But that place is heavily fortified like never before. Whoosh! Suddenly, Li Kuang brandished his spear and pointed it at Mang Niang's throat. I jumped in shock and exclaimed, Master. Li Kuang showed no change in his expression as he said, Lord of Banghian Alliance, are you willing to wager your life? Of course. Your gaze reflects your sincerity. However, I still cannot trust you. Muttering this, Li Kuang called over Jiko. Jiko, yes, Master. You are to behead Lord of Banghian Alliance Mang Niang if Li Kuang and Jin Sochong do not return within a day. Clang! At that moment, the members of the Banghian Alliance surrounding us all drew their weapons simultaneously. A terrifying aura pressed down on the scene. However, Mang Niang gestured for them to put their weapons away and said, I accept that proposal. I apologize for my rudeness. However, I can't trust you completely yet. I understand. That thoroughness is not unlike the nature of the Azure Dragon. With a bitter smile, Mang Niang added, however, I'd like to help, could you take this? Swish! Mang Niang extended the 5-fire 7-bird fan he had. When Li Kuang glanced at it, Mang Niang softly said, simply possessing it will allow you to withstand one of the creature's magical spells. Did you not just hear my words? You think I'd accept something so suspicious? Understand, we are not the only ones risking our lives. We are too. Li Kuang fell silent but ultimately accepted the 5-fire 7-bird fan. It seemed Mang Niang's charisma had swayed him. He muttered, I don't mind someone with charisma. Master, follow me, Jin So-chong. Let's go defeat that creature. Yes. And Baek Wong, you come too. I shook my head. I think my abilities are insufficient. I will remain here to protect. Is that so? Swish. Ugh. I was taken aback when Li Kuang suddenly lunged at me. I unleashed the Mansung sword technique in defense, managing to fend off his attack for precisely 30 seconds with my internal power. Just as I noticed a flash of interest in Li Kuang's eyes, he rapidly attacked. Swish, swish, cling. Suddenly, a jolt of intense pain surged in my wrist, sending my sword flying from my grasp. I managed to block the attack, but it was evident that Li Kuang intended to disarm me from the start. Even without my sword, I activated lightning shadow protection to dodge while using thunder cloud form to counter Li Kuang's rapid blows. Li Kuang was astonished and said, You've improved quite a bit. At this level, you could likely best 3 of the Golden Eagle guards. Swish, but the skill disparity was undeniable. Before long, Li Kuang's spear tip was against my throat, rendering me submissive. His cold voice fell heavily. I cannot easily trust you just because you're close with the Lord of Banghian Alliance. Master, that's. Prove your loyalty by allowing me to bind you completely until your return. Understood. I had no choice but to allow Li Kuang to cast the Golden Eagle Guard's binding technique over my entire body. While I had vast internal energy, breaking free would imply betraying Li Kuang. I had no choice but to sit still. One of the elite warriors of Banghian Alliance watching the scene shouted furiously, You're truly arrogant? We're all risking our lives, and yet you can act so freely. Li Kuang coldly replied, You're all talk. Many who claim they'd gamble all have backstabbed us. Trusting the Lord of Banghian Alliance is already my own sincerity. Whoosh! Then, Li Kuang and Jin So-chong departed again. Yun Guang, Ji Paiyong, and Jiko all leveled their weapons at Mang Niang. The Banghian Alliance members were unable to charge forth due to the pressure from Thunder God sect experts threatening Mang Niang's life. I, bound from speaking, shouted at Jiko, Older brother, don't do anything rash. Jiko shifted his gaze toward me momentarily before replying while still aiming his weapon. I find the Banghian Alliance members incredibly charming and compelling. They have a strong sense of virtue and chivalry. When we brought back the survivors, they genuinely cared for the virtuous flower goddess. Jiko gripped his spear tighter and added, But that's just my personal opinion. Li Kuang, the leader of the Thunder God sect, is the only one who can take revenge on the Wind God sect. His command is absolute. If Li Kuang does not return within a day, I will carry out his orders. Clang! At that moment, one of the Banghian Alliance warriors glared at him. Don't delude yourself. You think you can kill Mang Niang? If so, you'd all die. Perhaps, but I don't have any chance of surviving here either. With a sad voice, Jiko declared. Eventually, that's the life of a martial artist. Neither I, Yun Guang, nor Ji Paiyong can defy the current flow. I was at a loss for words. The loyalty and determination of those 3 outshone anything commonly displayed in any martial clan. Just demanding such loyalty from disciples of well-known sects would likely nudge many toward betrayal, even if their leader's orders were held in high regard. To unhesitatingly stake their lives on an unworthy command is a testament to the solid bond of the Thunder God sect. So this is the power of the Sacred Lotus cult that once dominated the 4 great warriors. I pondered. What should I do from here on? Should I sit back and watch, or is there another way? I sat quietly for a while, lost in thought. The standoff in the hall remained unchanged, but I now had an extended period to ponder what the right course of action was in this situation. This isn't a simple situation that repeats easily. I sensed that even if I relived my past life, having Li Kuang direct his Thunder God sect disciples to target Meng Niang, the leader of the Bangqian alliance, wouldn't happen so easily. It was a result of various intertwined factors. Therefore, merely complying and waiting wouldn't be beneficial. The likelihood of this leading to a poison in the future was much higher than that of an observational benefit. What I needed to do was find a solution that would help everyone as much as possible. That was something only I, the one who had lived through this, could do. I softly called for Jikho. Jikho, brother. Yeah. By now, the teacher and Jin So-chong should be close to the monster. Yeah, they probably are. Even if the army stands in their way, they won't be able to stop them. Swish. Suddenly, I drew my sword and charged at Jikho. Since Jikho was the main pillar of the Thunder God sect, I needed to subdue him. Despite the unexpected surprise attack, Jikho reacted quickly, redirecting his spear to parry my strike with the Mansiang sword technique. Clang! Yun Guang and Ji Paiyong were slightly slower to react. As they fumbled to turn their spearheads, Jikho shouted, "Kill the Lord of Bangqian Alliance." Jikho realized I wouldn't be able to carry out my mission if I fought him normally, so he issued the order to kill Meng Niang. But in that moment, I swiftly penetrated his defenses and subdued Yun Guang and Ji Paiyong with the intense energy from my lightning-infused sword. Thud! Yun Guang and Ji Paiyong collapsed, losing all strength. Jikho's expression twisted, and as he lowered his spear, I said, "You must realize this is an illogical act, Jikho. My internal power exceeded anything a normal person could accumulate. Thus, no matter how brilliant Li Kuang's techniques were, restraining me was impossible. I was simply waiting patiently, having removed the seals and built up my strength." Around us, members of the Bangqian alliance subtly gathered near Jikho. Ignoring them, he glared at me, saying, "Kid, do you even understand what you've done? This is betrayal against the Thunder God sect." "It's not betrayal. What I'm doing will ultimately assist my master." "What nonsense are you spouting?" I insisted. "Brother, please trust me. Fighting each other here won't help at all. Why should I trust a betrayer? I'm going to help the teacher from now on." The expressions of Jikho and the others turned peculiar. I pulled out the golden lantern from my pocket and unexpectedly approached Maiho, who was staring blankly from the side. I glanced at Meng Niang and said, "Please don't harm the Thunder God sect members." "Of course. Have a safe journey." Meng Niang seemed to have grasped my intention already. Maiho feigned ignorance, acting as if she were observing the situation in the hall, but her expression twisted when I spoke to her while holding the golden lantern. "Let's go together, Maiho." "What?" I rubbed the side of the golden lantern before grabbing Maiho's hand. The golden lantern was a magical tool that activated just by rubbing its side, without needing to light the flame. Whoosh! Suddenly, images began to flash through my mind, projected from the golden lantern. I watched the process indifferently, waiting. At last, as the image of Dark Heaven Village faded, I heard a familiar voice. "Are you ready to go?" "I want to go elsewhere." "You can only go to places you've been before." "I want to come here." "Understood." FSHHHHH. In the next moment, the scenery around Maiho and me changed. I felt a sense of excitement seeing it actually happen, despite having only heard the stories. Maiho, holding my hand, stood dazed for a moment before looking around in confusion. "Where is this?" "A grim secret place suffused with dark energies. Iron bars were cut in various places, suggesting remnants of prisoners that had been pulled out." Maiho, having observed this landscape through her divine spirit, seemed to recognize it quickly. I smiled slightly. Our adventure had been a success. It's Great Thunder Prison. Indeed. I hadn't anticipated that the Golden Lantern would only allow passage to those 3 locations. After hearing Meng Niang's suggestion to utilize the lantern, I thought perhaps it could lead me to other locations as well. It was a bit of a gamble, but it felt better than just sitting around and letting everything become a disaster, so I had decided to act on my thoughts after a certain period of contemplation. Maiho looked at me in disbelief. "Does that golden lantern allow instantaneous travel to any place you've been?" "Yeah. This is the first time I've used it firsthand, though." "Are you insane? So, what's the plan now that you've brought me here?" "You're smarter than Meng Niang, so you should understand why I came here." Maiho glared at me before, charging her aura, she shouted. "Why are you taking on such dangerous tasks? Do you not realize how risky it is to challenge that monster? There are no rewards for this. I need to do this to reach the next stage." "Ha! Since we've come this far, please help me out, Maiho. I'm begging you." Maiho crossed her arms and turned her head away, not saying a word for a while. Knowing that speaking hastily would have adverse effects, I stood still and waited. After a short yet tense silence, Maiho finally spoke quietly. "Then promise me one thing, Baekwang." "What promise?" At her following words, I held my breath for a moment. "Whether it's Jin So-chong or Li Kuang, if they become a hindrance, kill them without hesitation. That is a non-negotiable condition." I had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. I understood Maiho's feelings in saying this as she was trying her best to keep her protected target, me, out of danger. Once the agreement was made, Maiho spoke again. "It seems that Jin So-chong and Li Kuang have not yet arrived. Their energies are approaching from a distance. According to my senses, Jin So-chong and Li Kuang were about 100 steps away. They seemed to be proceeding cautiously along a side route to avoid detection. Let's explore the monster first, it might become troublesome." After all, we need to save time too. Got it. Following my host's suggestion, we decided to delve deeper into Great Thunder Prison, a place we hadn't thoroughly investigated before. Confronting Li Kuang here would likely only lead to an argument or fight, so it was better to witness the monster for ourselves first. Whoosh! As we reached the depths, a colossal cavern appeared before us. Scooped inside a mountain, this enormous dark hole looked like it was over 100 feet in diameter, existing like an abyss. There were cloud ladders and stairs placed here and there, leading down, yet darkness seeped out more heavily as we descended, swallowing sounds. Maiho gazed down into the abyss and muttered, "We can't go down recklessly. The monster is down there." Being a powerful being, Maiho was much more sensitive to magic and had seemingly detected the creature's location. I glanced at Maiho and asked, "Aren't you scared?" "Pfft, that is an Agonomikato you met in your last life is an extraordinary being. It's a monster from ancient times, comparable to the ancient rulers. The one down there may be strong, but they're probably not as powerful as the Guardian of the Moon." "I see. Just a reminder, treasure your life." "Understood, thank you." I sensed that Li Kuang and Jin So-chong were approaching. They seemed slightly tense, walking slowly. I approached them instead and made a bow. "Disciple Baek Wong meets my master." Li Kuang looked at me with eyes of disbelief, and beside him, Jin So-chong appeared equally surprised. Li Kuang, astonished that I had come this far despite being sealed, momentarily forgot his anger and questioned me. "How did you get here before us?" "It's thanks to this item. Using the golden lantern, I can teleport to places I've been before. Of course, this is my first proper use, so I couldn't recommend it hastily." As I made excuses, not really excuses, Li Kuang shook his head with evident discomfort written across his face. "Just what are you thinking? If you wanted to come with us, couldn't you have just said so from the beginning? There's an army of 50,000 elite soldiers outside, and we're in the middle of a massive battle." "I apologize. I had my own circumstances. But I truly want to help you both." Li Kuang looked bewildered, realizing if I sought to betray him, staying put would have been more beneficial. There was no need for me to reveal myself, using teleportation in front of him. Li Kuang shot a glance at Maiho, beside me, and asked, "Why did you bring her along?" "Maiho is a much stronger sorceress than we anticipated. With her here, it'll be much easier to deal with the situation." After contemplating for a brief moment, Li Kuang resolutely replied, "Fine. If you've considered this, then it's unavoidable. I won't dwell on your breaking the seal anymore. If you're here, give it your all." "Understood. Can you use the lantern to return home if needed?" I glanced at Maiho at Li Kuang's inquiry, and Maiho communicated telepathically. With their mental strength, it should be fine. "Yes, it should be." "Good to hear." I thought I might have to risk my life on the way out. Given Li Kuang's words, it seemed the situation outside was swarming with elite troops and armies. We soon reached the stairs leading down into the abyss and observed the encroaching darkness. Li Kuang frowned as he looked into the abyss. "What a heavy aura. I think we should proceed downward. It feels off, but it's more manageable with the lantern." Leading the way, Li Kuang slowly descended the stairs into the abyss. As the light faded, Li Kuang and Jin So-chong lit torches. However, even with the torches, it was as if glowing fireflies flickered, and the light grew dimmer, making everyone uneasy. This level of darkness wasn't something easily encountered. FSHHHH. Eventually, Maiho summoned her fox flame to illuminate the surroundings. The fox flame flared brightly, making it more bearable. Normally, a person would be drained of mental strength and terrified just trying to walk through this darkness. It took a while, but we finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Upon setting foot on the ground, a sinister, black liquid flowed like a river, reminiscent of blood or a bad omen. I didn't even dare touch the water to see what it was. Maiho sent the fox flame floating to the other side of the water. Then, through the flickering light, a colossal shape appeared. Grew. It was a monster at least 50 feet long. Resembling a slick toad, the pallid creature had a massive mouth with wriggling pink tentacles where its head should be. Its glistening body exuded a foul-smelling fluid, and it appeared to be gazing into the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't staring, it was using its pink tentacles to shred something to pieces and eat it. Chomp, chomp. Ugh. I grimaced at the sight. The creature was devouring the corpse of a mutated being that had received the blessings of the evil god from Great Thunder Prison. Maiho communicated in my mind. That monster is entrenched in the center, serving as the source of the curse. It likely offers sacrifices of humans or mutated beings' corpses in exchange for casting its magic. How do we attack with it surrounded by water? Let's leave it to Li Kuang. Sure enough, Li Kuang, with a stiffened expression, remarked. It doesn't seem suitable for reconnaissance. Let's take it down immediately. Agreed. Swish. At once, Li Kuang and Jin So-chong unleashed their thunderous spells. Then, utilizing the technique aerial evasion, they launched themselves effortlessly toward the toad. The creature finally seemed to sense our presence and turned its head, swinging its massive arms. Swish. Ugh. Feeling the pressure from across 50 feet, I was genuinely taken aback. The beast's strength was unfathomable. Attacking it up close would surely display speed and power comparable to a peak master's blow. Yet Li Kuang and Jin So-chong effortlessly dodged the toad's attacks using their thunder shadow art. Then a grand lion's roar resounded. Non-standard thunder god slice. Non-standard thunder god slice. Boom! In a flash, a massive explosion erupted from the strikes, reverberating through the abyss as shockwaves surged. The piercing power struck the toad hard. With a shriek, the creature suddenly expelled torrents of foul liquid from its mouth. Brrryak! The liquid poured down like a massive downpour. I realized that if something like that flooded from the front, it could slaughter hundreds of soldiers in an instant. Li Kuang and Jin So-chung quickly retreated to avoid it. As Li Kuang landed, he muttered, "That thing is incredibly sturdy. And dangerous. Could you say it's seriously injured?" "I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like that before." FSHHHH. As Li Kuang said, the shadows of the abyss had brightened considerably. Flames erupted around the blood-red river due to the thunder's ignition, most likely because of the abundance of oily substances. And as the beast became clearly visible, it appeared heavily injured, with a leg blown off and a gaping wound on its back. The creature seemed to acknowledge us for a moment, glaring in our direction before suddenly unleashing a colossal sound. In that moment, grrgh. Ga. Li Kuang and Jin So-chung, who had been casually preparing to attack, faltered and collapsed on the spot. Alarmed, I approached them. They appeared to be lost in a violent mental hallucinatory state, barely managing to hold on to their self-control. It seemed their rationality was nearly gone. Maiho remarked, "It uses mental curses after all. Under usual conditions, they'd be dead immediately, yet they're enduring. Mental curses. Indeed, I intended to place safeguards on you, but you seem unaffected at all. What's going on?" Maiho looked at me, mystified. I sensed only the beast's roar. Mental hallucinations were non-existent for me. Considering how often I fell prey to Maiho's charms, this felt quite peculiar. I turned to the creature on the other side of the river. "It's not coming at us." The tentacle toad could have leaped over and attacked us with its size but remained seated and stared at us instead. Maiho answered, "It's channeling its spirit to enhance the potency of its curses on Li Kuang and Jin So-chung. If it continues, they will die." What? I couldn't hold back my alarm. I ignited my sword with blazing fire, but hesitated as I considered how to launch an attack. Throwing my precious spear might allow it to evade, and getting close would mean crossing the river of flames, yet I didn't know how to perform Suspicious Shadows spell. Maiho spoke up. "Since Li Kuang and Jin So-chung have injured it significantly, you finish it off." "How?" "Concentrate your power as much as you can." Thrum. Following Maiho's words, I focused all my internal energy into my blade. Instantly, my sword became far faster and stronger, accumulating a giant aura. As the thunderbolt blade extended to 3 feet in size, Maiho placed her hand on my shoulder and said, "I will teleport you. Strike with all your might." "Understood." Swish. Maiho and I crossed the flaming river, instantly appearing next to the tentacle toad. It didn't have time to respond as I unleashed my sword with everything I had. Boom! Grah! With a thunderous roar, the toad let out a tremendous scream as my strike cleaved its body into 3 pieces. Its tentacles burst forth in all directions. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow. The creature toppled to the side, and the force of my full power matched and even surpassed that of non-standard Thunder God Slice, resulting in an expected outcome. As Maiho summoned her 9 tails, blazing fox flames devoured the puddles of goo surrounding us, erasing any concern of injury. Maiho stared at the fallen toad, her expression one of shock. What kind of monster is this? It's still alive. Indeed. Although the toad had been torn to shreds, its head was still wiggling. I suddenly felt as if the creature's head was trying to communicate with me. Adat novel bin adat. "Why, human," sighed. I could barely make out its intent. Then, the toad trembled violently and ceased to move. I sighed, and Maiho wore a look that suggested she felt satisfied for once. Then, glaring fiercely at me, Maiho said, "Idiot! Do you see now? If Li Kuang and Jin So-chung weren't here, you would have crossed a point of no return trying to inflict such damage on this top-tier monster. I'm sorry, but we won, right?" Humph. Once the tentacle toad perished, the potent curses seemed to release their grip, making Li Kuang and Jin So-chung stir back to life. I gazed worriedly at them, and Maiho reassured, "Don't worry. Since it was a powerful curse, they'll take at least a mealtime to fully recover. That's not the issue." I noticed a trail left behind where the toad had been sitting, leading back across the river, and with Maiho, I used teleportation to follow the path. In the back, there was a concealed cave, and as we entered deeper, it captured my attention. Inside lay a book bound in human skin, emanating a peculiar and powerful dark aura. The title on the cover read Chronicles of the Nine-Headed Serpent. Chronicles of the Nine-Headed Serpent. It seems like an extremely ancient tome. Could it be that the tentacle toad guarded this book? Perhaps. Can you read it? I opened the book. Sure enough, it was written in a strange language I couldn't decipher, forcing me to shake my head. No, that was odd. While I was able to interpret the bizarre language from the ruins of Chilyo, both the Chinam biography and this Chronicles of the Nine-Headed Serpent were incomprehensible. I pondered why this was, but it seemed there were variations of languages even among odd tongues belonging to different races. Next to the Chronicles of the Nine-Headed Serpent, I found a small palm-sized box and a pair of twin swords. The twin swords glimmered with a jade-green light, radiating an enchanting aura. As I stared at the weapons with fascination, Maiho said, "Let's take everything with us for now. How can we manage that without drawing attention?" Maiho also looked a bit troubled. Discovering treasures only to share them with Li Kuang behind us felt a little uneasy. Then, as I absent-mindedly opened the box, some startling events unfolded. Swish, ga. I was taken aback as my arm slipped effortlessly into the box without resistance. It looked like my hand had been eaten by a palm-sized maw. I hurriedly pulled my arm back, and it slid out easily. Watching this spectacle, Maiho said, "Could it be?" She then pressed her face against the box. To my astonishment, Maiho's face slid right into the box. She pulled her face back and exclaimed, "This is a space-time storage box." "No way." "Indeed. The space contained is at least 100 times larger, so you can store as many items as you want." I also poked my head into the box and saw that her claim was indeed true. Inside was an empty, white space shaped like a square box. I threw in the twin swords and the chronicles of the nine-headed serpent, feeling incredibly relieved. This is rather convenient. In my past lives, there had often been opportunities to gain treasures, but I had frequently struggled with how to carry them around. I consistently hid them in deep places, going through the hassle of retrieving them. However, with this storage box, I could keep all the items neatly stowed inside. I approached Li Kuang and Jin So-chong. By the time I had gathered all the treasures, they were only twitching slightly, but now they seemed to be trying to stand up unsteadily. Li Kuang was much more composed than Jin So-chong, likely thanks to the treasure, the 5-fire 7-bird fan, he had tucked away in his robe. In a cracked voice, Li Kuang asked, "Did we manage to take it down?" He still hadn't quite shaken off the shock. Supporting Li Kuang and Jin So-chong alternately, I replied, "Yes. It seems we can take a break before heading out." That's a relief. Fearing that resting in the abyss would sap our spirits, we climbed up to the Thunder Pearl and leaned against the wall to rest. After about a meal's time lying dead to the world, Li Kuang and Jin So-chong slowly returned to normal breathing and regained their senses. Jin So-chong, rubbing his neck as if it were stiff, sighed. His curly hair was drenched in sweat, indicating just how tough of a time he'd had. What a terrifying attack. I never imagined such a monster was lurking here. Couldn't you resist the illusion? Well, I was somewhat conscious, Master. If it got close, I could at least muster the strength to counterattack. But the illusions I experienced were unlike anything I had faced before. They were relentless, making it nearly impossible to collect my thoughts. I made a non-committal sound. Though I hadn't sensed it, the mental attack from the tentacled toad was undoubtedly fierce. Maiho, the great demon, only felt a mild headache, but for an ordinary human, it would be fatal right away. Li Kuang began to stretch his body and said, "Let's use the golden lantern to return to the Banghian alliance." Master, before that, I want to clarify something. What is it? I looked Li Kuang straight in the eye and said, "What you did this time was overly dismissive of your allies and disregarded their trust. It troubles me as it differs from the virtue of righteousness I learned from you." Li Kuang fell silent. He stared at me with piercing eyes before finally responding, "Yeah, what I did was truly reprehensible. I will apologize to the Lord of Banghian Alliance." Fortunately, Li Kuang was a man who could admit his mistakes. He could accept advice from his subordinates. I exhaled a sigh of relief internally. "Thank you, and to answer your point, it's because the weight of what I carry on my shoulders is too heavy." Li Kuang raised his spear, pointing to the broken Baroque bars around us as he continued. "What separates those trapped here from us? It's a matter of whether we fell to the Golden Eagle Guards or not. Currently, the Thunder Spirit sect faces many strong enemies, and we can't see a step ahead. As your leader, I must always prepare for the worst. Well, I know very well what's righteous. But what good is righteousness if we all get betrayed or killed? Are we supposed to become ghosts after our deaths and resent everyone?" Li Kuang, who had been struggling, came to a firm conclusion. "Even if we could go back to the past, my decision wouldn't change. I value the people I have now the most, and to protect them and fulfill our intentions, I could become a demon." I was at a loss for words. It felt like I was seeing the real nature of Li Kuang for the first time. He was extremely realistic, had absolute confidence in his own strength, showed no mercy to enemies, was cold-blooded yet composed, and discarded all unnecessary ideals and emotions. Whether friend or foe could be exhausting, but once on your side, you had no choice but to trust Li Kuang. "Just a moment, please. You need to prepare mentally." "Understood." Once I sensed that Li Kuang and Jin So-chong had returned to their original mental state, I made them place their hands on my shoulder. Then I rubbed the golden lantern. FSSSSSSSSSHHH. This time, I focused as strongly as possible before the celestial vision could activate. Just before it illuminated the place where the sea god was, a voice inquired, "Adat Novel bin Adat. Where are you headed?" "Here." "Understood." The scenery changed. And suddenly, we found ourselves at the scene where the Banghian Alliance and the Thunder Spirit sect were facing off. Li Kuang looked genuinely astonished, wide-eyed, as he scanned the surroundings. And there was Jiko, protecting Yun Guang and Ji Paiyang, who were being restrained by the Banghian Alliance warriors. The pressure emanating from Jiko was so overwhelming that it was impossible to approach carelessly, likely due to Mang Niang issuing a command to not engage. When Li Kuang spotted Mang Niang, he walked straight toward him. Bowing his head, he said, "I sincerely apologize. Forgive me for my hasty mistrust in you." When Mang Niang accepted his apology, he nodded graciously. "Of course. Had I been Li Kuang, I would have made the same choice. I feel quite embarrassed. At this moment, that is the past." Mang Niang smiled warmly and extended his hand toward Li Kuang. As Li Kuang returned the 5-fire 7-bird fan, Mang Niang tapped his head lightly with it and said, "Let's focus on our future." "Thank you." At that moment, the tension in the room seemed to dissipate entirely. Jiko released his pressure first, and the warriors of the Bangkian alliance also withdrew their intent to fight. Since the leaders had resolved their grievances, the subordinates had no grounds to protest. We first headed to the building where the mutated persons had been held. The mutated persons were sitting against the walls of the wooden structure in a daze, but their bodies had noticeably lost many of the characteristics typical of their kind, like tentacles. Those heavily corroded by the energies of the other world were still unchanged, but the humans who had undergone less change seemed to be slowly regaining their rationality. In particular, General Wang Yian, whose body had fully transformed into that of a foreign beast, showed dramatic changes. His upper body, from the neck to the sternum, had completely returned to human form, and he was well on his way to being human up to his shoulders. Jin So-chong couldn't hide his joy and exclaimed, "It's working." "Not yet. This person's body needs at least 2 months to fully revert and regain human rationality. Until then, we'll have to manage the mutated persons while continually chanting spells to call upon the powers of the Taoist spirits." Li Kuang then spoke up. "Is that even possible? We succeeded in escaping using the lantern's power, but now we're already marked by the Golden Eagle guards. Surviving for 2 months while hiding in Luoyang is impossible." Li Kuang was right. Being active in Luoyang at this moment was akin to a death wish. It was like curling up in the heart of enemy territory, making it a pipe dream to survive for 2 months. Mang Niang chuckled softly. "The reason our Bangkian alliance has endured until now without the Golden Eagle Guard's hindrance is thanks to someone's goodwill. We must turn that person into a complete ally. If we do, we can easily survive for 2 months." Li Kuang replied, as if he had already guessed. "That makes sense. I figured someone was backing us, but who is this person?" "You already know. It is the head of the Han clan, Zhang Xiaoyi Han, from Shuangmun." Crash! At that moment, Li Kuang slammed his hand down on the conference table. Though he exercised restraint, the table was clearly shaking from his fury. He stared at Mang Niang as if he might devour him. "Absolutely not. I do not want to partner with that old witch." As Mang Niang fanned himself, he replied, "I understand what kind of person she is in her relationship with you, Li Kuang." A fierce light shone in Mang Niang's eyes. This was clear evidence that he too bore a grudge against the matter. "However, this is no time to be picky. Without that person's help, we will have to relocate our base from Luoyang, and in the process, we will continue to face the pursuit of the Golden Eagle Guards and Yingjun army, living on the run for years or even decades. Do you really think you can rebuild your strength and seek revenge against the Golden Eagle Guards under such conditions?" Fortunately, neither the Imperial Palace nor the Golden Eagle Guards know the true identity of that person. If used well, it might become an opportunity to exploit unexpected weaknesses. Li Kuang pondered with his chin rested on his hand. Eventually, he spoke. "Lord of Bangkian Alliance, I understand what you're saying. However, what I really worry about is something else." "What is it?" "That old hag is not one to act out of sympathy. There is always meticulous calculation behind her actions. If we grab her hand rashly, you might end up as her slaves." Mang Niang concurred with Li Kuang's view. "That may be true. Our Bangkian alliance lacks in power, funds, military strength, and information. We could never forge an equal relationship with the Han clan. Even now, Zhang Bekrayong likely sees us merely as pawns to redirect the Golden Eagle Guard's gaze." Mang Niang shifted his gaze between Li Kuang and Jin So-chong, then said, "But with the Thunder Spirit sect, things might be different. She might consider an alliance from another dimension." I see that as a win-win situation." Li Kuang closed his eyes and contemplated before saying, "In other words, it all depends on my will. If you are unwilling, please say so now. We need to act quickly to conserve time." "There's no need for that." Li Kuang shot up from his seat. His face was once again icy and guarded as he began to hide his emotions. "I must go repay an old debt." I listened to the course of the conversation, feeling like a heavy weight was settling in my chest. Though they hadn't directly mentioned it, the story was clear. Han clan, likely connected to the White Lotus sect, meaning that Zhang Bekrayong, the master of the Fire Spirit sect, was going to negotiate with the greatest powers of the Central Plains. And even though Li Kuang had reservations about the Fire Spirit sect and Zhang Bekrayong, he was now in a position to seek her help. If that's possible, an alliance between the Thunder Spirit sect and Fire Spirit sect, the powerful sect that once dominated the White Lotus sect, would finally unite. I shivered at the thought of what could happen if Zhang Bekrayong and Li Kuang were both unleashed. The sheer force of their momentum could tear the heavens apart. Then Li Kuang turned to me and asked, "What will you do?" All eyes in the room fell on me. Among them was my ho's fierce gaze, making me feel a bit prickled. Until now, my ho had not looked kindly upon my actions, making it hard for me to say that I'd follow them into such an unfriendly place like the Han clan. I could only respond, "I will wait here." "That sounds good. Train hard." "Yes." About an hour later, Mang Niang and Li Kuang completed their preparations, setting off toward the Han clan. They planned to mix in among the travelers visiting the Han clan to avoid detection. I took on the role of staying here to guard the area while they went off. Jiko, who remained with me, grumbled, "Ugh, what the heck? I'm stuck waiting, and I have to resort to teaming up with those Fire Spirit sect scumbags." "Jiko, is there a reason not to accept help from the Fire Spirit sect?" Unexpectedly, Jiko was visibly agitated instead of enjoying himself. "Dude, You may not know this, but when the Thunder Spirit sect was expelled, those Fire Spirit sect bastards just stood on the sidelines and watched. I thought they were our biggest allies, but I got betrayed. Why in the world should we reach out to those filthy scum? It seemed not only Li Kuang disliked the Fire Spirit sect. Given Jiko's strong aversion, the righteous disciples of the Thunder Spirit sect likely shared the same disdain for the Fire Spirit sect scattered across the Central Plains. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, what about the Water Spirit sect? Do you hate them too? What are you talking about? They are completely off the charts? They aren't even worth holding a grudge against. Jiko waved his hands dismissively and went on. More importantly, it seems like you have something to ask me, to follow me around. Busted. Kid, don't pull any tricks. Whether or not I'll teach you is up to me. Will you? Jiko casually asked. So, what was it you wanted to know? I'm curious about the Thunder Spirit sect technique you possess. Figured as much. Little one has some serious martial arts hunger. Looks like it's not the Thunder Shadow art. Jiko chuckled. It's even more extraordinary than the Thunder Shadow art or any variations. Are you curious? I am. Not sharing it. This is my ace. Surely, Master knows about it too? It's hardly an ace. At that, Jiko became serious. Not at all. Master doesn't know my unique skill. Want to know why? Jiko briefly stood up, took a posture of martial arts. It resembled the initial stance of the Thunder Shadow art, and as he slowly took 3 steps, I observed, knowing it would lead to something beyond the Thunder Shadow art. Suddenly, an unusual change occurred. PZZZZZT? It was as if an illusion was shifting. The movement was much faster and more dynamic than the Thunder Shadow art, with the appearance of a human transformed into lightning itself. What could compare to Jiko's extraordinary display of technique would be something like the Protector of the Winds technique from the Fire Spirit sect. After completing 7 steps, the illusion swirled back into Jiko's body. However, even though I was enhancing my perception, I couldn't grasp when it had turned real. I was marveling at this wondrous technique when Jiko nonchalantly shrugged. You just can't learn it, huh? What do you mean by that? Just as it sounds. I intend to take revenge against the Fire Spirit sect, so what's the point in holding back my techniques? I planned on teaching it to Master, but Jin So-chong couldn't learn it either. That shouldn't be possible. They're unparalleled geniuses. Well, I acknowledge that, but the skill seemingly eluded them. Quite strange, isn't it? Swish. Jiko re-executed that technique. This time the lightning sensation flowed through my entire body, yet I still couldn't spot where his true self had darted off to. Such an elusive technique was enough to send shivers down my spine, as it was breaking common sense in the martial world. I could understand how overwhelmingly powerful it was at this level. Scary. Not only could I not see it, but I couldn't sense it approaching until it was too close. The feeling was like lightning pouring out from another being. If Jiko's skills improved even further, he could toy with opponents far stronger than him or find openings to take their heads without hesitation. With such speed and flair, he could easily maneuver. I felt fortunate that Jiko had been cautious and avoided risking mortal combat with me. I had no confidence in protecting my vital areas against someone showcasing such phenomenal martial skills. Thus, I inadvertently asked, what is that technique's name? It's a Thunder Spirit sect secret skill called Soul Melting Step. I raised an eyebrow at the name due to its uniqueness. Usually, techniques or secrets within the Thunder Spirit sect included the character for thunder, but a technique associated with melting souls? What on earth could that mean? Jiko explained. According to my master, I was uniquely capable of mastering the soul melting step, which is why they accepted me as a disciple. When I reached the pinnacle of mastery, they said they would teach me the conditions for understanding its secret, but I was killed by the Fire Spirit sect. A gloomy expression suddenly swept over Jiko's face, indicating it was a deep psychological wound for him. Well, regardless, that's why I don't actually know the conditions for mastering it, just putting it out there. I taught Yun Guang and Ji Paiyang too, but they were too busy trying to learn the basics of the Thunder Spirit sect, so they couldn't grasp it at all. Then please teach me. Do you? Jiko chuckled gleefully. It's not an issue, but it can't be done without a catch. You know I mentioned offering up a beautiful lady, right? What are you talking about? Pretend you don't know. I was forced to teach Li Kuang, but Jin So-chong, Yun Guang, and Ji Paiyang all failed the test. Guess I need a beautiful woman I can enjoy intellectually. Though it seemed like a joke, the serious look in Jiko's eyes made it clear he was likely using this as a rite of passage for sharing the technique. Even if it looked completely self-serving, this was part of his nature. He loved to play around. I left that spot and pondered, then went to Maiho. After explaining the situation, Maiho burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this could be interesting. Let's have some fun. Boom! Maiho instantly transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. She pulled me along, leading me directly in front of Jiko, who had initially seemed to tease me, was left dumbfounded as the stunning beauty Maiho suddenly appeared. Wow. Ah, you really brought her. Oh my, where am I? I heard this little hero has something very urgent to discuss. Ah, that would be me? I have something I want to tell this beautiful lady. Maiho's transformation radiated the aura of an innocent, delicate noblewoman. Glancing around nervously, she hesitated before saying, "What is it? Care for a cup of tea?" Watching this unfold, I couldn't help but find it absurd. To suddenly sit down for tea with a lady in such a secluded area? Surely that could work for a normal woman. But Maiho, acting as though she were getting seduced, started chatting and soon left with Jikho for tea. And about half an hour later, Jikho returned to the base looking utterly shocked, his cheeks flushed bright red. The high-level members of the Bankian Alliance, lounging around, chuckled at Jikho's state. It seemed Maiho had taken a cue from Jikho, finding an opportunity to slap him without warning. Jikho came up to me and said, "That pretty lady but has a few rough edges." I thought I'd just wrap her in my nice words and passion. I really wanted to snap back something sarcastic, but I decided to hold it in for now. Regardless, I did my part. "Now keep your promise." With a resigned sigh, Jikho replied, "Fine, fine. I'll teach you the soul-melting step. Though I doubt you'll be able to master it anyway." "Why are you so confident? Even Li Kuang and Jin Sochong are geniuses who would take second place in the Central Plains, yet they couldn't master it. I can't even imagine how you'll meet the conditions to learn it. That's something you can only find out by trying." "Right, let's see how it goes." I spent a whole hour receiving the key movements and techniques of the demon extinguishing technique from Jikho. The technique wasn't very long, so after listening to it 3 or 4 times, I was able to memorize it. After chanting the last part of the demon extinguishing technique, Jikho said, "All right, done. Now all that's left is to use the demon extinguishing technique according to the key points." "Is that really it? It seems too simple for a secret technique." Jikho replied gruffly, "Whatever." Everyone else said the same, but no one managed to master it. With a doubtful heart, I tried to perform the demon extinguishing technique just as he had taught. However, as he said, it simply wouldn't activate, and I even felt my neural flow getting tangled up. After taking just 2 steps, I looked like a disabled person trying to dance. I was clearly doing it according to the key points, so this was truly bizarre. "What kind of martial art is this?" As I wore a confused expression, Jikho said, "Your master has arrived." The 3 who had gone to negotiate with the Han clan had returned. However, their expressions were far from pleasant, indicating something had gone awry. Meng Niang murmured with a distraught look. "Things went wrong. From the beginning, there was no way it would work. We must relocate our base." Phew. According to Meng Niang, they had succeeded in entering the Han clan and talking with Han Bakrayong. However, Han Bakrayong had firmly stated that the debts of the past didn't matter and demanded a treasure of his satisfaction. Naturally, there was no way they could possess any treasure appealing to someone like Han Bakrayong, who held the world's wealth, so they had returned. Meng Niang bitterly remarked to me, "We should take comfort in the fact that Li Kuang managed to hold back his anger there. If he had confronted the Thunder God sect, it would have truly been the end." "So where do you plan to relocate?" Meng Niang looked around and said, "We should go to Zhongling Valley." Zhongling Valley. Another supporter of the Bankian Alliance is waiting there. We packed our belongings and set off towards Zhongling Valley. Since it was quite far from Luoyang, moving stealthily was tough. However, by using the sacred storage, we managed to hide all our unnecessary items, allowing us to travel incognito, and we successfully escaped from Luoyang after about 3 days of careful disguising. Yet, even as we left Luoyang, I still felt uneasy. With this level of strength, it seemed we could strike a good result against the Golden Eagles if only the surrounding circumstances would support us, but I felt as if I was being driven away. When we were almost at Zhongling Valley, we encountered Bankian Alliance and Thunder God sect warriors resting in the mountainous region. I asked Meng Niang, "I heard that Zhongling Valley gives gold bars if you answer 3 questions correctly." "That's right. It's also a secret hideout for martial artists." "What kind of person is the Lord of Zhongling Valley?" The Lord is originally named Guiguozi, one of the smartest strategists in the martial world. Guiguozi? Why would someone like that help us? I was slightly surprised by the answer that followed. "Because he's my uncle." "Really?" "Indeed." Meng Niang gave a wry smile. "It's just the way of my family, known for their intelligence throughout martial history. Guiguozi is Meng Niang's uncle?" Just as I was about to dig deeper into this interesting fact. Guru. Guru. The martial artists resting in the shade suddenly jumped up in surprise upon seeing 5 swirling whirlwinds approaching from the plains. Instantly, everyone scrambled to grab their weapons and prepared to flee. With such a scale of whirlwinds, it was no surprise that they might face death. But just then, a fearsome lion's roar echoed, shaking the earth. "Ha ha 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 ha, I have come to deal with the remnants of the Thunder God sect." In the center of the whirlwinds, something was soaring through the air unnervingly. It was astonishing that a mere human could stand against such whirlwinds without apparent distress, but soon I recognized the voice and felt despair. Crap, why is he here of all places? Baek Wong? What's going on? Do you know his identity? That guy is the lawman of the Wind Spirit sect. Kwak Wong. And then the lawman of the Wind Spirit sect unleashed a whirlwind of nature, crashing into the mountain. Amazingly, the entire mountain seemed to shed its skin as thousands of trees were uprooted and sent flying into the sky. Wah. Clearly, this was beyond what a human could withstand. Over 30% of the martial artists were sent flying, flailing in the air. Some who were caught in the whirlwind's trajectory were torn apart, dying instantly. In fierce battle-ready mode, Li Kuang's eyes blazed with flames. "Adversary? You dare to show yourself before me, Yang Baishan." Yang Baishan, the lawman of the Wind Spirit sect, laughed heartily as he stood with his arms crossed in midair, declaring his readiness. "Ha ha ha, that little brat from back then has grown quite a bit. Is being the big shot of the Central Plains fun?" Shut up, I will face you myself. Li Kuang shot forth like a beam of light, and Yang Baishan drew his sword in response. Moments later, I witnessed Li Kuang's spear piercing Yang Baishan's heart while the devastating technique of the Wind Spirit Sect, Divine Wind, erupted from Yang Baishan's sword, releasing a formidable illusion. After the collision of these exceptional experts, everything around seemed to turn white for a moment. Then at last, the aftershock swept through the land. Kwetaka Kwang? The rotation of neural destruction tore through the blazing heat, sharply breaking through Yang Baishan's defenses. As Li Kuang's spear surged forward with tremendous force, Yang Baishan concentrated energy on his sword. The densely packed wind-based sword energy clashed once again with neural destruction. Qigong. Erg. As I watched their duel from a relatively close distance, I thought. So the main technique of the Wind Spirit Sect is sword technique. Indeed, it is formidable. It seemed Yang Baishan was simply using martial arts as a supplementary method. In fact, while fighting the Protector of Moonlight, Yang Baishan had utilized the wind sword technique to engage. It appeared Yang Baishan was acknowledging Li Kuang as a significant opponent. I turned to Jin So-chong, who was watching alongside me, and said, "Brother, is there no way to intervene? It's impossible. It's too perilous to join in now. If I rashly intervene, my master will surely be in jeopardy." The desire to intervene seemed even stronger for Jin So-chong, as he bit his lip until it bled. He muttered absently, "Why did he have to charge in there? He's only going to suffer losses at this point. Then should we just wait to see how it unfolds? Don't worry, master. I'll find a way to assist him. More importantly, you need to help everyone evacuate." Understood. Currently, anyone who wasn't at Li Kuang or Jin So-chong's level would only become a hindrance amidst their fight. I gathered Mang Niang and others to move away from the epicenter of the battle. Behind us, the dreadful sound of thunder echoed violently as the storm raged, but I tried hard not to pay it any mind. Following me, Maiho remarked with irritation, "Is that guy the one who killed me in my previous life?" "Yeah. I can't figure out where to escape against such a monster. There's no need to worry about that." Eventually, we encountered the elite of the Golden Eagle Guards and the Palace Army, blocking our escape. It seemed like the Golden Eagle Guards brought their remaining forces, roughly 5 units, while the Palace Army awaited with about 5,000 troops. The sounds of clashing weapons rippled through the mountains. Clang cock, clang, die. Whoa. The warriors of the Banghian Alliance were also no slouches. Despite overwhelming odds, they managed to hold their ground. Just as I prepared to leap into the battlefield and strike down the enemies with a single blow of my amassed inner strength. Kwak Wang. "You're the one who cut my leg, you brat." He. There stood a man in a silver mask with a sinister smile, blocking my attack. He easily deflected the full force of my sword strike using a ring block. Astonishingly, despite facing me directly, he didn't take a single step back, indicating he possessed powers or defenses that matched my attack. "General." The general of the Golden Eagle Guards declared. "This is your grave. Adat Novel bin Adat. Do you think I'm the same as I was back then? Go ahead and give it your best shot." I charged at the general with my neural flow. In response, the general dodged my attack using a black crow formation, and I moved straight toward him, unleashing a series of flame strikes. Kakong? As my sword clashed violently against the general's weapon, after a round of exchanges, the general remarked in astonishment. Impressive. For your age, that's really commendable." The blade of the sword in the general's hand had a slight crack in it. It seemed the current difference in our levels wasn't as significant as I thought. He was superior to me, but the gap could definitely be closed by strategy and the potency of my attacks. I felt a strong sense of victory and taunted. "Cutting off your head will make me even more impressive, so please cooperate." Haha, that's impossible. As I parried his attacks, I noticed the general's eyes turning red. "I'm about to wield invincible power and attain immortality." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, flames erupted around the general's body. When I turned to look, Maiho had half-transformed into a fox demon, secretly releasing fox flames. The general, engulfed in blue flames, looked utterly incapable of rising as a human. Maiho coldly declared, "Whether it's immortality or not, you'll just be well-cooked meat." For an ordinary human, this would be a fatal blow. However, even as the general was ablaze, he laughed within the flames. Ha ha. Pieces of charred skin flaked off like sweet potatoes being peeled. Then, red lines appeared all over the general's body, followed by fleshy tendrils writhing out from within. I have transcended humanity. Kururke. In an instant, the body of the general, sunk into the flesh, began to expand. Eventually, he shot into the sky, half hovering in the air, while the now monstrous general suddenly extended hundreds of tentacles, rapidly thrashing around as they held us at bay, before disappearing beyond the clouds. What the hell? Suddenly transforming into a bipedal creature and escaping the battlefield was incomprehensible. Just then, I felt the presence of Lu Dongbin. "Yunji, it's extremely dangerous right now. That demon is preparing a powerful spell. Why didn't you say anything last time?" As I snapped back to consciousness and asked, Lu Dongbin replied, "You were too easy to deal with back then. The more battles you face, the easier you grow, but this time, it's different. With your skills, you have a 100% chance of dying." Lu Dongbin hurriedly communicated in my mind. "So open your potential according to the second key of the Heavenly Escape Sword technique. The key of opening. This involved opening some of the 8 gates of the human body, making it easier for my sword master, Lu Dongbin, to exert his powers. Realizing that the Golden Eagle Guards General had transformed into an extraordinary demon, I understood that I had to activate this technique. If I open all the gates, I'll die. As I hesitated, Lu Dongbin persuaded me. You don't need to open them all. I'll open them in sequence. Please. I entrusted my body to follow his guidance. At the same time, I adjusted my body to facilitate the opening of the gates. Woo! I have come to annihilate the demon. A sacred aura flowed from my eyes. As Lu Dongbin descended once more, he rummaged through my storage and pulled out a pair of jade-green twin swords that were stashed away. After feeling them out for a moment, he marveled. These are the twin blades of Emperor Shaoli from the Three Kingdoms era. This is perfect. It seemed these weapons had far more potential than the Muramasa sword. Lu Dongbin floated the female sword beside him using sword techniques, gripping the male sword in his right hand to create a stance. The demon lurking beyond the clouds, thinking it was an enemy, seemed to regard him as a target and waited patiently. Then, he shouted like thunder. Hub! Zzzzz! It felt as though time had frozen. The female sword floated beneath Lu Dongbin's feet, and he soared high into the heavens riding it. I couldn't believe that I was witnessing such a thing, and in the blink of an eye, I soared skyward, rising above the clouds. This was the legendary sword flying technique. As I reached above the clouds with the sword flying technique, I couldn't even enjoy the sunlight pouring down so calmly. Beyond the sea of clouds, a former lawman turned demon was exuding dark energy. It was clear he possessed far stronger powers than the malicious ghost I had encountered at sea, as he released tentacles endlessly, gathering energy. Lu Dongbin glared at the demon lord from his stance on the sword and shouted, "You vile creature! Have you traded your very soul for power, sacrificing your existence to summon the forces of darkness by forcefully opening the dimensional boundaries of Dark Heaven Village?" Shikakok? The demon did not respond. Instead, it extended hundreds of tentacles all around and soon began spewing out lightning and flames in succession. Tremendous flashes of lightning and waves of fire that could cleave the sea of clouds raced toward me like a relentless storm. The sheer force indicated that the demon general was a creature altogether different from those in the underworld. Nonsense. Heavenly escape sword technique. Sacred diagram of the 6 sacred heavens. Cloud decision. In an instant, thousands of energy swords surged around Lu Dongbin. The radiant swords poured down like a cloud, deflecting the waves of lightning and fire. As time-space folded, the male sword erupted from Lu Dongbin's hand, severely slashing through a tentacle of the demon. Prook! But as soon as he saw the terrifying speed of the demon regenerating, Lu Dongbin cried out in genuine fury. "You wretch! You never intended to face me in a true duel, did you? Did you plan to open a gateway for the forces of darkness into the human world? The plot of the evil god. Something seemed off. I will not forgive you. I will never forgive you." The emotions radiating from Lu Dongbin felt distinctly different from before. While he had always been powerful and heartfelt, now he was consumed with rage. This overwhelming fury indicated that the battling Lu Dongbin had genuinely lost his composure. Such terrifying wrath? Hey! Suddenly, Lu Dongbin began to open the gates on my body. One gate was already open, but now he hurriedly opened from the 2nd gate to the 6th gate. The force flowing from Lu Dongbin became overwhelmingly potent, manifesting a brilliant jade in the air. It was dizzying. I felt as if all my own strength and life force were being drawn into the rare jade. Having experienced this sensation before, I felt my head spinning. No, this feeling was a premonition of death that approached too familiar. Lu Dongbin, wait. Please wait. I screamed desperately, but Lu Dongbin paid no heed and roared in a volcanic rage. With that, the power of great annihilation sprung forth to open all the gates entirely. Behold, this is the fire dragon of the celestial realm. Heavenly escape sword technique. Fire dragon summoning. Guru. The jade wasn't an offensive tool by itself. Instead, upon breaking, it revealed a colossal dragon that appeared from the heavens and the earth. The ethereal red dragon, made of spirit energy, fixated its gaze on the demon general ahead. It was a feat impossible for a mere human, a direct summoning of a divine beast of the highest class from the higher realms. This was equivalent to summoning the phoenix known from the Goryeo era. Whoosh! The fire dragon twisted its body, gathering forth its divine might. Then it charged forth to rip apart the demon general, and as the tentacles wriggled around in a panic, a titanic explosion occurred, immeasurably greater than any prior. The sound dulled. The earth rumbled. Heavens and earth turned upside down. Kablom! The might of the fire dragon. It was truly a natural disaster to behold. The sea of clouds vanished in an instant as hundreds of miles of explosion radiated into the sky like a stamp of presence. The demon general disappeared without a trace. Despite having exterminated the demon with overwhelming force, I could not relish the victory. I was falling. I wanted to adjust my fall or use my inner power to shield myself, but with Lu Dongbin opening all the gates, my chi was depleted, and my body was breaking apart. I was in a state where even a great immortal couldn't save me. I had won, but even so, what kind of victory is this? Arg, damn it, how is this happening? I couldn't believe that I would die after going through all this. Damn you, Lu Dongbin. Prook. The pain of falling lasted just a brief moment. This was my 11th death. The 12th life has begun. Phew, what a situation. I sat in the barn, staring blankly for quite a while. To die from Lu Dongbin's rampage after his descent? To be honest, I hadn't thought I would live for long, but it felt absurd to die like that. Who would have expected that the Golden Eagle commander would transform into a demon, and that Lu Dongbin would come down to save the day, only to expend all his energy and perish? But perhaps from Lu Dongbin's perspective, it made sense. The forces from the demon subduing hall, who sent the Golden Eagle commander, seemed to have aimed to open a dimensional gate leading to Dark Sky Village. If that were to open, it would bring about a great scourge, so as a celestial being who protects humans, Lu Dongbin had to stop it, even at the cost of my life. Since he had once saved my life, I decided to let it go. However, the bigger problem was the reason for failure. I had clearly succeeded in drawing most of my connections to Luoyang to form a significant force. Normally, that alone would have wiped out the remnants of the Golden Eagles without any issue. Yet due to continuously worsening conditions, I had to leave Luoyang without having fought properly. My 11th life had a lot going on. So, I can't quite grasp what led to my defeat. This was a first for me. Until now, it had been clear what I did wrong, making it easy to find answers, but in my 11th life, I'd experienced so much that pinpointing it became difficult. Ugh. I pondered for a long while but still couldn't figure out what I had done wrong. If I had to point something out, it might be that the rescue of Wang Yian was delayed, yet I felt there was something more to it. It was a gut feeling from my past life. So what should I do? For now, I must save time. I decided to first obtain the Heavenly Secret Manual and 1000-Year Snow Ginseng and think things through. As I began to move, my whole body felt stiff and painful. My inner power was fully charged, but due to the aftereffects of the Great Scourge, it felt like my muscles had been shocked. I gritted my teeth, suppressing the pain for about half a jikyong before I started to dash out. Getting the Heavenly Secret Manual was no longer even a talking point. After obtaining it, I tried to read the contents again, but I still couldn't understand it. Immediately, I turned towards Mount Huang. Thud thud thud. While running towards Mount Huang, I attempted to use the soul-extinguishing steps I learned from Jiko whenever I could. However, it just made my steps look like a disabled person's. It was nothing like the miraculous steps Jiko had performed. I even started to suspect that Jiko had intentionally taught me the wrong technique. But considering that he taught Li Kuang first, that didn't seem likely. Upon arriving at Mount Huang, I obtained the 1000-Year Snow Ginseng and dug up the flowers and roots of the black and white lotus, then scored the water element's relic. Splash. After collecting the gold, I began to fight against the giant spider with my sword. Until now, I had managed to handle them nicely, but with my greatly improved swordsmanship, they felt like easy prey. As soon as the giant spider leaped up from the abyss, I launched a fire attack and dashed forward. Slash. Kaie. After unleashing Thunder Call and the Baekwang technique, I managed to skewer the giant spider in less than 50 seconds. This time, I slammed its corpse against a nearby wall. I pondered how to obtain its inner core, and after some thought, I decided to unleash my fire attack and slash away at it. Thwop thwop thwop. Acidic fluid splattered everywhere as the giant spider's corrosive bodily fluids erupted. After a while, I noticed something dark in the lower part of its cephalothorax. I thought it might be the spider's inner core, but I wasn't sure, and most importantly, I had no idea what kind of toxin it might have. Furthermore, I needed to save time this time, so I couldn't afford to waste it here. Next time, I'll take the risk and try to get that inner core. I collected the water element's energy and left with the gold. Putting everything I had obtained into a large bundle, I set off again. I dashed madly to Jinrang Valley, and this time, perhaps because I ran desperately more than before, I arrived much faster. It felt like I cut my previous record by more than half a day. I even stopped by Taikaiyang village to collect a phoenix sculpture, and I still made it quicker, so I really did my best. Rustle rustle. UMM. Mang Niang was sound asleep in the night. I barged into his house and shook him awake. Mang Niang, wake up. Ugh. Huh? Who are you? Mang Niang screamed in surprise. I answered calmly. I'm just a wandering martial artist passing by. Oh, is that so? Mang Niang looked at me with a baffled expression but scratched his head and said, Tisk. You've come all the way to Yathru Mangyujin, so it seems you have something to say. Close the door, it's cold. He didn't seem to think I was there to harm him. I nodded, closed the door, and lit a candle in the hall. Mang Niang dressed quickly and sat cross-legged, speaking. You don't seem like an ordinary person, but what brings you here at night? Mang Niang. I'm a reincarnator named Baekwang. Huh. And as you may have read in the stars, a disaster from the water energy is about to strike. I used even more time this time to explain in detail. Last time, I had briefly explained it within half a jikyong, but now I held him for a whole jikyong, explaining everything I had experienced to the best of my ability. Whoa. When I showed Mang Niang the water energy and 1000-Year Snow Ginseng, he looked astonished. His overall reaction was similar to last time, but there was a slight difference. Particularly when he heard about my 10th and 11th lives, he seemed to fully trust me and entered deep contemplation. As I finished my story and waited for his reaction, he spoke while resting his chin on his hand. I see. I will believe this statement about reincarnators. I have no choice but to trust it. Thank you. While others might dismiss this as vague nonsense, Mang Niang was different. By stating such, he implicitly gave me his absolute trust. After sinking back into thought, Mang Niang spoke again. So, you do not know the reason for your failure in your 11th life? I nodded. That's correct. In fact, I should have come to you as my greatest ally, but I didn't know the reason well beforehand. It didn't seem like there should have been a reason for major failure, but what do you think caused it? Meng Niang fell silent before responding in a dry voice. I don't want to think about it, but considering I abandoned the base at Luoyang and went to Zhongling Valley to rely on my uncle, that was the worst case scenario I could think of. It meant I was in a really dire situation if I was forced to rely on that scoundrel. I probably didn't want to worry you, which is why I didn't say this, but my relationship with my uncle is extremely hostile. Despite being able to live luxuriously if I went to Zhongling Valley, I chose to hide in Jinrang Valley for that reason. That person is a despicable human who takes advantage of his intellect. Meng Niang, who had been pouring out his disdain, continued speaking. In any case, the biggest factor in my failure was the rescue time limit. Is that so? But it's also true that it's not just that. The bigger reason was that there wasn't enough time to build up strength. Not enough time to build strength. As I echoed those words in my mind, Meng Niang spread out a strategy. Think carefully. Li Kuang's actions might appear like the reckless path of a manly man on the surface, but in truth, he was merely responding to unexpected situations with impromptu adjustments. In that context, I had just formed an alliance with the Half-Celestial Alliance not long ago, so it was essentially a precarious setup. Is that so? Exactly. While both Li Kuang and I initially acted calmly, inwardly, we must have felt like we were walking on thin ice. We were far from adequately prepared. That might be true. Even with the Thunder God School, I had merely gathered a few disciples related to Li Kuang, and it was only because we were rushed by the Golden Eagles that we hastily formed an alliance with the Half-Celestial Alliance. The weakness of that alliance was precisely the instability of our cooperation. Thus, trying to save time recklessly won't solve anything. In other words, the confrontation with the Golden Eagles and the rescue of Wang Yian should be thought of as separate issues. It would at least require years for a stable foundation to take root and grow. I don't quite understand. Please explain. It's simple. As Meng Niang continued, I widened my eyes in surprise. The best scenario is if you alone rescue Wang Yian. Of course, that's only in theory. Why is that? Meng Niang sighed. The moment you gather everyone to draw the Golden Eagle's attention while making Wang Yian's rescue the main objective, the entire alliance of the Half-Celestial Alliance and the Thunder God School becomes an easy target. It would likely cause a significant waste of time. To avoid that, it's best for a third party to intervene, without anyone knowing, to rescue Wang Yian. That way, as the Golden Eagles fall into chaos, you buy time. Only then did I finally grasp Meng Niang's words. Indeed, Meng Niang pointed out something I had never considered. After saying that, Meng Niang folded the scroll again and said, however, the disappointment is that while heading to Goryeo, we have to engage in battling pirates. There's a significant reward at stake, so it seems almost impossible for you to skip this process. Time will be hard to conserve. That makes sense. But don't worry. I have a plan. What is it? Meng Niang explained his plan to me in great detail for about a jikyong. I couldn't help but clap my knees in realization during the explanation. Indeed, doing that will reduce time consumption. Adat novel bin adat. But think carefully, if you don't have confidence in your current skills, it would be better not to pursue this strategy. It might actually be better to endure a round trip to Goryeo and save as much time as possible in the Central Plains. I shook my head. No, I will follow your plan. The next day, I set off with Meng Niang and arrived in the village where Chen Wujin was. This time, I hid the Heavenly Secret Manual in the pine forest and entered the village to meet Chen Wujin, who greeted me with a frown. Who are you, and what's going on in this village? Master, don't pretend you don't know me. I'm your brother, Meng Niang. Who wouldn't know their own brother? Suddenly bringing a martial artist here, what are you trying to accomplish? Don't you know how hard things have been for our master lately? Chen Wujin's reaction was particularly intense compared to the previous ones. It seemed that since we had disturbed him at night, he was on edge. Meng Niang calmly persuaded him. It's very important, so I beg you. All right. After a moment, Chen Wujin seemed convinced and began preparing a ritual. Once again, Chen Wujin performed the incantation, and Taigzu Tianzan descended upon him. Taigzu Tianzan looked at me curiously as Chen Wujin was possessed. Who on earth are you? What do you mean? Your heavenly fortune is overlapping. This is something that shouldn't exist for a human, even if they were to die and be reborn. Moreover, I can even feel my own power. What in the world is happening? I'm not sure what you mean. When I replied, Taigzu Tianzan stroked their non-existent beard and said, in any case, take blessings from others. I have a quick question. What is it? Is having the power of blessing really that important? And why can't multiple blessings be given? This was something I had wanted to ask for a long time. Oddly enough, whether it was Taigzu Tianzan or Shi Wangmu, they seemed reluctant to give me further blessings as long as they felt their powers were showing. Then Taigzu Tianzan took on a posture as if to stroke their non-existent beard again and said, of course, it is possible to give multiple blessings to one person. However, if that happens, a human soul would break down from the overwhelming capacity of blessings. Multiple blessings require a vast amount, and the soul of someone who is not an immortal is feeble and small, unable to endure. Is that so? Nevertheless, if you truly desire so, I could bestow it upon you. What will you do? What happens if your blessing duplicates? Naturally, there would be an unmatched great fortune throughout the world. But that's only if you can withstand it. I nodded. Yes, please give it to me. Very well. I will grant you my blessing. Thwum. Moments later, a divine light seemed to descend upon my entire body. I felt intense warmth from every single ray of light. Mangniang, who was watching the ceremony beside me, was taken aback and shouted, and no, Baek Wung, what are you doing? I'm just testing if the blessings overlap. You wouldn't know until you tried. I felt the urge to test this out. What? Mangniang turned pale. Then, he shut his eyes tight and shouted at me, go to the Imperial Palace in Luoyang instantly. What do you mean? I don't have time to explain. Just save every second and break into the Imperial Palace to fight those from the Golden Eagle Guards. And find out as much as you can. That would be the best course right now. What is he talking about? Under normal circumstances, I would have thought this was sheer nonsense and stared blankly. I would have even asked for clarification. But I gazed at Chen Wujin and said, could you take me to the Imperial Palace? Chen Wujin, who had clearly heard everything, looked at me with a mix of disbelief and amazement. He let out a sigh. There hasn't been anyone like you who made such a choice. I respect your foolishness. Safe travels. Oh, wait a moment. I rushed out to grab the heavenly secret manual from the pine forest. Then, Chen Wujin cast a long-distance teleportation spell for me. Whoosh! The next moment, my body arrived inside one of the palace chambers in the Imperial Palace. It seemed that with Chen Wujin reaching the level of illusory divine, long-distance teleportation was within his capabilities. I was lost as to what was happening, but I focused on conjuring a map of the Imperial Palace in my mind as I proceeded forward. Forget it, it'll work out somehow. Just then, boom boom boom, kaboom! Something suddenly fell from the sky, echoing a massive sound of destruction and a flash, shockwave ringing through the air. I hurriedly tried to dodge the explosion and shockwave coming toward me, but strangely, the explosion seemed to not affect me in the slightest. As the explosion concluded, I saw portions of the Imperial Palace burning from the blast, clouds of dust rising. In an instant, more than half of the palace seemed obliterated. What the hell is going on? A meteorite has struck. Indeed, a massive meteorite had suddenly plummeted from the skies and smashed into the Imperial Palace. I hid, using invisibility technique, observing the chaotic scene as people around me screeched in panic, and a Golden Eagle commander rushed by, shouting, this is bad. The Kimondungia has been destroyed. All personnel, head to protect the royal family. Oh, I felt a surge of curiosity. It seemed that due to the meteor impact, the Imperial Palace's most disastrous formation had been shattered. As evidence of this, the immense pressure that had weighed down on my body vanished since earlier. I used invisibility technique and Qinggong to swiftly slip away as confusion erupted around me, heading toward a specific location. There's only one place to go. The Naewagok of the Imperial Palace? I needed to find the nameless ritual book, stored in the world's deepest point. I roughly found the location of Naewagok based on the map, only to see a golden eagle wandering around near the entrance. I stealthily dashed forward and knocked them out. Thud. Ugh. I stripped the golden eagle commander of his attire and roughly cut it to fit. Maybe passing through as a young golden eagle would work, at least for now. Once I got inside the Naewagok, I noticed that, due to the impact of the meteor, its barrier seemed to have collapsed. The Naewagok had 5 floors in total. I could see an astounding number of chronicles on the first floor, but something told me I wouldn't find what I needed there, so I casually climbed to the second floor. Ascending to the third, I followed this inexplicable intuition to a certain spot, and astonishingly, there lay the nameless ritual book. Nameless ritual book. There were signs that someone had previously interpreted and researched the nameless ritual book nearby. It seemed that they had been fortunate and vacated the Naewagok just now. I pulled out the nameless ritual book and tried to read it, but as expected, I couldn't decipher it, so I shoved it into my pocket. I then climbed to the 5th floor of the Naewagok, where a lean and handsome man sat cross-legged. As if he sensed my presence, he spoke softly. What extraordinary luck you have, with a meteor fallen, a barrier smashed, and unluckily I'm unable to move due to the aftermath of a technique, and the Golden Eagle commander has gone berserk, while the being of another realm is straining due to lacking strength. All this while a superior being is being audited. Have you come to see me? Then come. Take my neck. This world can truly be consumed by luck alone. Seeing that lamenting man, I was taken aback. So, I said, excuse me, I don't know who you are, but why should I kill you? Intruder? Do you not know who I am? I am Zujfu, the Naewagok's master, the great conjurer guarding the barriers of the Imperial Palace. A peculiar silence followed. It seemed like Zujfu caught on to something, as he sighed deeply and said, what a reckless man you are. Well, what do you want? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zujfu laughing maniacally said, I want to see just how far your luck can go. Head over to the Great Emperor Hall. Why do you want me to go there? Because the Emperor is there. Zujfu smiled bitterly. Let's see if your luck can penetrate the darkness of this era. I didn't entirely understand the situation. However, my heart pounded. The Emperor. The Emperor was the central figure in this messy crisis. If he were the head of the demon-subduing hall and the one giving wicked orders to the Golden Eagles, then cutting off the Emperor's head alone could end everything. Of course, I'd become a criminal targeting the Emperor, but I couldn't care less about that. It was incredibly tempting to meet the source of this calamity to gather information or even snuff out his life. I glanced back at Zujfu before saying, if I don't have any grudges, I don't intend to kill. Thanks for the info. Turning my back, I headed straight for the Great Emperor Hall next to me. Indeed, it seemed that the barrier had also been destroyed here, allowing me to enter without any resistance. There were golden eagles everywhere, but they seemed completely dazed at the moment. Gruoaar. Ugh. Commander, focus. Tentacles frantically shot out flames and lightning, and the golden eagles were becoming cold corpses as they were hit. The golden eagle commander appeared to have completely lost control, rampaging like a demon. Facing this berserk creature was a white-faced beauty trembling in rage, shouting, "You bastard! Are you killing my subordinates? Yeah, what do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? Hold this position until the royal army arrives? If this place breaches, the emperor will be in danger." It seemed the imperial bodyguard, yeah, was managing the remaining golden eagles, trying to stem the tide against the berserk commander. Fortunately, I successfully bypassed their vision to slip into the interior of the Great Emperor Hall. Thud thud thud. Strangely enough, there were no concubines or harem members in the Great Emperor Hall. While the harem and empress would typically have separate quarters, the vast building felt utterly deserted, save for an eerie, rhythmic pulsation occasionally felt. I walked deeper inside, when suddenly, I began to feel an overwhelming magic that almost made my head spin. It felt similar to the sensation I'd experienced from the human magician I had defeated before. As I approached, I noticed a door and wholeheartedly opened it. Crash. Inside were two figures. In the middle, a middle-aged man who looked like the emperor sat on a throne, while on his right stood a mysterious figure cloaked in black garments, arms crossed. Upon spotting me, the emperor spoke impatiently. "Alchemist. What is that, child?" The figure in black, dubbed an alchemist, replied quietly to the emperor. "He carries an immense thread of luck. That meteorite was summoned by this child's sheer fortune." "Luck. Hehe. What will you do, your majesty? Will you renew your contract with me or surrender your soul to Dark Sky Village?" The leisurely laughing alchemist appeared to show no respect for the emperor, speaking in a demeaning tone. The astonishing part was that the emperor himself appeared unfazed by it, sitting quietly with a reflective expression before muttering, "I have no such thoughts, a contract of immortality is enough for me. All right, then it's time for my withdrawal. You bastard. I owe you no loyalty, your majesty." Whoosh! The alchemist suddenly vanished as I stood there, dumbfounded. The emperor spoke resolutely. "Intruder, go ahead. But ending my life will be no simple task." "No, but I was wondering why. I already know you've come to take my life." Boom! Just then, another meteorite crashed down from the sky, creating a shockwave and explosion. The meteorite landed precisely where the emperor sat. He didn't even have time to scream before his whole body exploded apart, his remains scattering like a gruesome mess. Thud! Witnessing the emperor's sudden demise left me lost for words. I had only walked this far unseen, and yet I had just witnessed the entire imperial palace become a wasteland and the death of its ruler. I clearly understood the effect of the overlap of luck at that moment. When great luck overlaps, unmatched fortune continues throughout the world. Just then, Taegsu Tianzun's voice echoed in my mind. "Your fortune has ended." Kaboom kaboom kaboom. Arg. The next moment, I was swept away by the storm of meteorites falling upon the entire imperial palace. The sheer magnitude of they struck left no way of blocking or avoiding the blast. It felt as if the entire Great Emperor Hall were being obliterated. As I watched the immense flash before my eyes, I realized, and when great luck ends, great calamity must surely bring death. Kaboom! That marked my 12th death. Slight adjustments made. The 13th life has begun. Damn it! Let's go. I roughly gathered my thoughts and set off to obtain the Heavenly Secret Manual. There wasn't much information I had gleaned, and I hadn't accomplished anything significant. The only thing that was clear was that if I overlapped my luck, I could wield an unmatched fortune for a short time, with a certain death waiting for me as the price. Of course, even if I achieved incredible results during that time, it would mean nothing if I ended up dead, so I couldn't use that method again. After obtaining the Heavenly Secret Manual, I made my way to Mount Huang to gather the 1000-year snow ginseng, black and white lotus, gold bar, and dark night before heading to Jinrang Valley. It seemed that no matter how fast I tried, I arrived there when night fell. I woke Mangniang up once more. After persuading him again for a whole jikyong, he was flabbergasted after hearing me out. "I can believe you're a reincarnator, but why did you make such choices in your 12th life?" I was curious about what happens when celestial beings bestow blessings multiple times. "That's a no-brainer. It leads to destruction. I should explain this to you." Mangniang pointed at me with a fan. "First, you must know that celestial beings are incorporeal entities without physical bodies. They exist in what we call the celestial realm and occasionally descend to the mortal world. I'm sure you know that." "I do. They've gained the power to influence the laws that govern the world by shedding their physical forms. However, as long as they remain in that realm, they cannot exercise that power freely in the mortal realm. Unless beings of this world yearn and offer tributes, they remain highly passive." After explaining up to this point, Mangniang sighed. "However, because of that passivity, when a celestial being receives a tribute and begins to act, their power can be tremendous. To say nothing of Taegsu Tianzun, who ranks among the top 5 deities worshipped in Taoism and is said to be the avatar of Lingbao Tianzun. Receiving 2 significant fragments of luck from him is beyond any mortal's capacity. Other celestial beings are the same. If you were to receive blessings from Queen Mother of the West twice, you could live as long as Dongfang Shuo. But even in that case, you wouldn't be able to withstand the excessive power of that blessing and would ultimately self-destruct. It's something you should absolutely never attempt. I could understand Meng Niang's words. From now on, it'd be better just to receive blessings quietly. In short, while I did manage to wipe out the power of the Imperial Palace, I had died, making it a meaningless attempt. I reminded myself that I had to be alive for things to have meaning. Then let's go now. I traveled with Meng Niang back to the village where Chen Wujin was located to repeat the same process again, offering the Dark Knight's ritual. Even though I'd done it 12 times, I never got tired of watching. According to Meng Niang, it was a monumental Taoist rite that occurred only once a century. Huosh, Taig Zutianzun said. I can feel your energy. Would you like to pass it to another? Yes. Without hesitation, Taig Zutianzun called Queen Mother of the West. I offered her the plea for the nine-tailed fox's leniency, and she accepted my proposal. Just as she was about to summon other celestial beings, I hurriedly interjected. Queen Mother, what is it? Please don't summon Southern Flower Immortal. Queen Mother of the West displayed a curious expression. At that moment, Meng Niang realized my intention and supported me from the side. Southern Flower Immortal does not have a good relationship with Meng Niang. It would be unproductive for both parties, please spare us that. After a brief moment of contemplation, Queen Mother replied. That is a valid point. Southern Flower Immortal was obliterated by Meng Niang but was barely resurrected with the help of Jade Emperor. Was that so? I stared at Meng Niang with a look of surprise, but he showed no reaction. Queen Mother spoke as if she understood. Then I shall do my best to select accordingly. Huosh. Moments later, Chen Wujin's body shuddered as a new spirit descended upon him. Meng Niang and I watched him with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Are you a warrior? Sword Immortal Lu Dongbin stood before me. It seemed that Queen Mother had simplified her selection to Lu Dongbin, a sword master and reincarnator. Despite my annoyance at recalling my past death due to him, I nodded and replied. Yes. Then I shall teach you the heavenly escape sword technique. Huh? Lu Dongbin suddenly sounded startled, as if he had choked on a duck's voice. He approached me and began feeling over my body. I can sense the essence of the heavenly escape sword technique. Have you already grasped it before? This is astonishing. Could it be that a descendant from the mortal realm has reached the realm of the heavenly escape sword technique? Can you not give me the heavenly escape sword technique? When I asked gruffly, Lu Dongbin replied. The heavenly escape sword technique is already within you. The link connecting us is inscribed in your soul, so there's no need to grant blessings separately. In other words, it seemed that Lu Dongbin would appear without me having to ask for blessings as before. I shall pass it to the next. Huosh. In that instant, I saw Chen Wujin's expression contort. Though it was the moment of manifestation, he looked terribly drained and tired. But I kept my mouth shut, thinking good for you. The celestial being that manifested next spoke. Currently, your reputation is quite widespread in the celestial realm. No one in history has been able to summon the renowned Grand Masters of the celestial realm like this. Who are you? I am Yuan Yuanzi. Who is that? I tilted my head in confusion, but suddenly Meng Niang's expression shifted beside me. Yuan Yuanzi smiled comfortably and queried me. Do you like martial arts? That question gave me much to ponder. Do I, indeed, like martial arts? Of course, there's nothing more pleasing than becoming stronger through martial practice. There's immense joy in surviving after battling strong opponents as well. However, I initially trained not out of love for martial arts but rather as a means of survival. It's easier to live with strength, so I learned martial arts out of practicality. I wouldn't really say I embraced it wholeheartedly. Well, I guess I like it quite a bit. But I decided to accept that me, who liked martial arts, is still a part of me. Life isn't just one facet. Hobbies and interests, along with various other influences, shape one's character. At the very least, I could truthfully claim I liked martial skills more than an average person. Yes. Good. Let me impart upon you the insights I didn't get to share in this mortal realm. Huosh. With Yuan Yuanzi extending his hand, the Dark Knight ritual offering came to an end. I felt an immense influx of knowledge and martial experience fill my mind. When I regained my senses, I saw Chen Wujin collapsed. Meng Niang rushed to him, supporting him. Are you all right, fellow disciple? Cough. Ugh. I'm fine. Great work. Once Chen Wujin settled down, Meng Niang and I left the village. As before, we decided to gather at the inn to summarize the events thus far. Meng Niang tore into a chicken leg. The blessing you received this time is exceptional. Truly, it can be said to be a remarkable opportunity. Who exactly is Yuan Yuanzi? Well, people in this world may not know whom that title refers. After muttering that, Meng Niang continued. Yuan Yuanzi is a Taoist figure from the late Song dynasty, also known as Quan Yi or Jun Bao. His title isn't well known because he has a much more famous name. I opened my eyes wide at what followed. The founder of the Wudang sect, one of the two eminent sects along with the Shaolin Temple. He is renowned for negotiating with the Yuan dynasty government to preserve the legacy of this land and for safeguarding the powerless commoners. His martial prowess is so renowned that many in the martial world wouldn't be ignorant of his name. When discussing great masters in the martial arts, his name is always mentioned. Whoa, are you saying I've acquired Zhang Sanfan's insights? Indeed. Zhang Sanfan? He was the patriarch who ruled the martial world alongside the Shaolin Temple among the 8 great sect. He rose to prominence during the late Song dynasty as a brilliant martial artist known for protecting the weak and negotiating with the UN government, making his name well known. The fact that someone among martial artists wouldn't recognize Zhang Sanfen is almost unthinkable. At first, I hadn't realized his identity because he used his unique title Yuan Yuanzi instead. That title is typically passed down within the sect, so it's challenging for ordinary martial artists to keep track of Zhang Sanfen's full title. While I was still processing this astonishing revelation, Meng Niang asked me a question. What did he impart to you? Well, I think I'll need to meditate on it to know. For now, it feels like some shapeless knowledge has been absorbed into me. Then I encourage you to practice whenever you get the chance. If necessary, it wouldn't be a mistake to go into seclusion and just take the time to master Zhang Sanfen's insights. Viewing me with intrigue, Meng Niang added. There's a great advantage if you can fully assimilate those insights. Is it immortality? Meng Niang shook his head. That's not an advantage. Immortality doesn't save individuals from disasters. Then, you could win over the Wudang sect by returning the insights and the forbidden techniques back to them. This unexpectedly adds another variable. As Meng Niang grumbled, I realized he was only joking lightly. If that's the case, could I really become the sect leader of the Wudang sect with this? If I could gain the Wudang sect on my side, things would certainly become much easier. I couldn't help but feel hopeful and asked Meng Niang a question. Then if I successively gain insights from the past patriarchs of the 8 great sects? That's nonsense. While all these patriarchs are masters and remarkable figures, only Zhang Sanfen alone has reached the level of an immortal. Whether it's the Huashan sect, Zhongnan sect, Kunlun sect, Ami sect, or Jianqing sect, achieving the level of an immortal as the sect leader is miraculous. Think of Zhang Sanfen as a special genius. It's been only about 200 years since his passing that he became a leading master. I felt the same grip of realization as Meng Niang spoke. Zhang Sanfen was indeed an extraordinary being. According to him, even if someone ascended to the left of the celestial, ranks could still differ among those realms, and only a select few of the great immortals were merits worthy of receiving the Dark Night ritual. After recalling Zhang Sanfen's greatness, I once again asked Meng Niang, by the way, what did you mean earlier about Southern Flower Immortal almost dying at your hands? It's a sensitive backstory, but I can share it with you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Meng Niang spoke. Literally, my mentor, Meng Niang, was once a formidable force in the realm of immortals. Back then, he was labeled as the Empyrean Dimension, but I, as his disciple, do not know precisely what transpired then. The only certain thing is that during that time, Southern Flower Immortal challenged my mentor, whose body was torn apart in that single blow, and he was later resurrected by the Jade Emperor. It makes sense that Southern Flower Immortal reacted so haughtily. Though now fulfilling the duty of protecting the realm of immortals, he indeed faced death at the hands of my mentor. I was at a loss for words. Isn't Southern Flower Immortal also a great immortal? Did a single blow finish him off? My mentor is a rather special existence. He did not become an immortal through hard work but was not a human from the start. Then is he a monster immortal? I'd heard of such cases since the Age of Myths, where monsters trained and became monster immortals rather than humans achieving immortality. When I questioned based on my knowledge, Meng Niang gave me a rather peculiar expression as he answered. That's not it either. How can that be? My mentor is a being of many secrets, so do not pressure yourself to understand him. Even the Jade Emperor and Tai's Hanglejun cannot freely decree his fate. I sensed that those close to Meng Niang had no knowledge of the true nature of Meng Niang. Neither Miao Chong nor Meng Niang knew of his essence, only recognizing him as a manifestation of the true master. The fact that such an enigmatic existence was in seclusion was terrifying. Finally, I parted with Meng Niang near Jinrang Valley. Meng Niang, I'll handle things according to the plan, so I hope for your cooperation. Don't worry. I passed nearly everything I had acquired to Meng Niang, only taking the items necessary for my trip to Goryeo. Alright, let's start according to Meng Niang's plan. The plan was straightforward. In the next few days, I dashed to Shandong province and, upon arriving, snuck into the Great Dragon Merchant Association's logistics depot. By using the low-level invisibility tactic, stealth technique, I could explore without alerting Baoshi or Baowei. After laying low in the logistics depot and exploring vigorously at night, I finally located my target within Tujikyong. This is it. What I retrieved was a cargo box storing a golden bar. I cautiously opened the box and pulled out the golden bar. With this, I now had a means of quick transportation. I put the cargo box back as it was and stepped outside. Then, I rubbed the side of the golden bar. Not wanting to accidentally summon a celestial being, I focused my will and shouted, I want to go here. Understood. Whoosh. When I arrived, I found myself deep within the Dailei cavern. Despite the total darkness, I had brought a torch, so I was able to see clearly. I spotted a tentacle toad across the water and muttered, long time no see. Just then, the massive tentacle toad detected my presence and slowly turned its head. It was as if a vivid pressure erupted in my mind, similar to the overwhelming force exerted by a magician in my past. You, great being. Most of its words were untranslatable, so I chose to ignore it. As I delved deeper into the depths of my mind, I activated the essence of the Heavenly Escape Sword technique. At Novel Bin at. Sword Immortal Lu Dongbin, there is an evil before me. Please defeat it. Moments later, a divine energy burst forth from my eyes. Normally, I would have been left to handle it alone, but given my plea, Lu Dongbin had no choice but to heed it. He descended upon me, shouting fiercely, "You evil thing from the Dark Sky Village! To seek human flesh in a place like this, I, Lu Dongbin, will not forgive you." Minutes later, Lu Dongbin launched the sword technique. At the tentacle toad. The sword pierced through the slippery skin of the tentacle toad, inflicting a severe wound as its bodily fluids gushed out. Kya! Lu Dongbin quickly created clones and summoned a massive sword from the air, launching a second strike. This time, the towering tentacle toad released its bodily fluids to block the attack but then emitted a monstrous sound wave spell. It was certainly a beast of a different caliber compared to the monster I'd faced before at sea. Zing! However, the sonic wave that had easily immobilized Li Kuang and Jin Sochung had no effect on me whatsoever. I realized it wasn't merely a case of the last toad intentionally sparing me. The truth was, the curse of the tentacle toad didn't affect me in the least. Perhaps Lu Dongbin was also aware of this fact as he muttered, "You are indeed closely connected to another realm." Whem? Even as he spoke, Lu Dongbin approached cautiously, seeming to gauge the tentacle toad's potential. Had this cave been carved into the mountain, he wouldn't have been able to unleash his formidable skills carelessly. Watching for a moment, the tentacle Lu Dongbin realized something and let out a chuckle. "Ah, you possess a fascinating technique. I'll give it a try too." Positioning himself, Lu Dongbin took a stance like a sword master, as if he had instantaneously comprehended Zhang Sanfan's insights within my mind. Zhang Sanfan. Insights. Sky-defying cut. Whoosh! With a sound resembling a swarm of bees buzzing, the strike distorted the space itself as it extended. Although the tentacle toad shot its bodily fluids like bullets, they were entirely deflected as if the space itself absorbed them, twisting their path drastically. This was an incredible display, an effect unimaginable within conventional martial techniques, bending space itself like a vacuum. With this sole technique, one could neutralize all types of offensive sorcery. As I watched in astonishment, Lu Dongbin once again employed Zhang Sanfan's insights. "Come near." Sky-crushing sword. Sure. As the sword struck, it seemed the space began to curl inward as if it were being sucked in. Now, he had progressed beyond merely distorting space, it began to tighten. The extreme suction force overwhelmed the immense tentacle toad, which squirmed helplessly and fell into the water. Satisfied that he had lured the tentacle toad effectively, Lu Dongbin unleashed 7 Stars Shadow to create numerous clones, then used Taijuta's blade to fling the tentacle toad into the air. Kya! The tentacle toad struggled and emitted another sonic wave, but this time, Lu Dongbin unfurled Xiantian 5 Divine Decision, shooting 5 radiant beams of divine light that nullified the sonic wave entirely. Finally, he countered with True Martial 7 Cuts Classic, smashing the tentacle toad's body to pieces. An iridescent mirror broke apart in the air, exuding rays of light randomly in all directions. It was all the culmination of the Wudang sect's ultimate secret knowledge displayed by Lu Dongbin. Boom! The tentacle toad detonated in the air, splattering its bodily fluids everywhere. Each droplet was acidic, but Lu Dongbin warded it off with protective energy and the sword barrier. Once the hunt was complete, Lu Dongbin spoke satisfyingly. "That was fun. I'm going to have a word with Zhang Sanfan now." Thud. As Lu Dongbin walked away, I knelt on the ground, rubbing my shoulders and sighing. Phew, thankfully I only opened up to the 3 gates. I still have 30% of my internal energy left. What mattered most was that the moment Lu Dongbin unleashed his technique, I felt as if I was partaking in it too. This would undoubtedly greatly aid me when I practiced Zhang Sanfan's insights in the days to come. Experiencing a technique executed at perfection by a superior master was itself worth a few years of practice. I proceeded deeper into the cave and found the mugwort, Guishen, and green jade twin swords in hand. As for the twin swords, Lu Dongbin had referred to them as the double ghostly twin swords, but I didn't even know what that was, so I planned to ask Mang Niang about it later. Then, I placed all I had acquired into the empty space of the mugwort box and rubbed the golden bar once more. Whoosh! The next moment, I arrived back in front of Mang Niang near Jinrang Valley. I had to stop by for a mid-report. Mang Niang appeared to be studying something while practicing martial arts. Once he released his Mabo posture, he smiled. "You did it." Thankfully, I did. Indeed. The plan comprised swiftly obtaining the golden bar, then defeating the tentacle toad to acquire a mystical mugwort that allows for substantial storage. With everything I needed secured, I could now save significant time going forward. Mang Niang wiped the sweat off his brow and said, "I don't think we have much time, so I'll get straight to the point." In truth, I could have executed this plan solo and finished the rescue by myself. However, I sought Mang Niang out after defeating the tentacle toad because he suggested it was better to do so. Apparently, he thought handling everything all at once wasn't a wise move. "First, show me the treasures you've acquired." I presented the 9-star fundamental coin, wooden box, and twin broadsword of Cao to Mang Niang in sequence. He examined each treasure carefully and picked up the twin broadsword before asking, "Do you know what the twin broadsword of Cao is?" "I don't really know much about it. This is known as the beloved sword of Liu Bei, the Emperor of Shu Han, from the Three Kingdoms period. It's probably genuine." Liu Bei of Shu Han. He was a legendary hero who established the Shu Han Empire in opposition to the cunning Cao during the Three Kingdoms period. I had heard in Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he wielded dual swords, but I never expected this to be one of them. It made sense why Lu Dongbin valued this more than Muramasa. The most critical part is that How was it fighting the tentacle toad? Tell me about the difficulty you felt. Well, Lu Dongbin did most of the work, so I don't have much to say. He took it down quite easily. Not that, I mean, if you had to face it alone without Lu Dongbin's help. I thought for a moment before answering. It would likely be quite difficult. Putting other things aside, the tentacle toad was as durable as it was large. Even Li Kuang had rated it as sturdy, and only with Lu Dongbin unleashing his strong energy and sword techniques could it finally be killed. A typical peak martial artist would be lucky to survive against it, considering the tentacle toad's considerable attack power and agility. Even if I summoned my full strength with Thunder Seal and White Hawk Talisman, I'd probably be struggling for at least half a Jikyong. Good. In fact, I wanted to hear that, so don't bother coming next time. Mang Niang replied satisfyingly and continued. Now go back, put all the hostages into the wooden box, and bring them to me. Mang Niang accepted all the valuables I had in the box for safekeeping and gave me writing brush, ink, and paper. The purpose was clear. Understood. The plan proceeded as planned. I used light body technique to teleport to the Great Thunder Prison again. As expected, there were no guards around, so even with the death of the tentacle toad, no one seemed to notice. Even if they did, it would take time to enter through the back paths, granting me ample time. I began slicing through the bars where the prisoners were held, one by one. Swish! Despite being made of iron, with my internal energy and sword flames combined, it was cut as easily as butter. After slicing through the bars to let them out, the prisoners were overwhelmed with joy. They must have felt like they were saved from hell itself. Oh, thank you, noble hero. This is a miracle. While cutting the bars, I addressed them. Gather near the entrance of the Great Thunder Prison for now. Help carry the mutated ones. Understood. They numbered a total of 12, with 3 mutated individuals among them. There were also 4 women present. Luckily, it seemed they hadn't been subjected to any unspeakable acts yet. It seems the head of the Golden Eagle Guards would come here to commit such crimes when he was in the mood. When I arrived at the innermost part of the Great Thunder Prison where Li Kuang and Jin So Chong had previously been, I found an old man leaning against the wall. I recognized his face well and studied him slowly. However, the old man spoke first. Child, have you come to rescue me? His voice carried an indescribable aura of strength, and I could tell he had a remarkably indomitable character. More importantly, he was lucid. Relieved, I replied. Yes, General Wang Yian. Indeed. Thank you for your help. As I sliced through the bars to help General Wang Yian out, he waved his hand. It's fine. I can walk by myself. Glad to hear that. I haven't been trapped for long. No need to worry. It seemed General Wang Yian was aware that those trapped for too long could mutate. With him rescued, there was no one else left to save, so I returned to the area where everyone had gathered. The people were astonished, staring at the mutated individuals. Oh, they're healing. What happened? The parts of the mutated individuals were visibly healing where they had been corrupted by the otherworldly race, returning to human flesh. It was probably because the source of the curse was destroyed when I defeated the tentacle toad. I spoke to them. Now, please focus your attention over here for a moment. Including General Wang Yian, 10 rational individuals in the hall turned to look at me. I calmly scanned them and said, I've just rescued you from this Great Thunder Prison, but before we proceed, I want to know your identities, the dates you were imprisoned, and the reasons you were trapped. What does that mean? Is that really necessary? One middle-aged man, who appeared to be a senior official, questioned, but I smirked in response. I'm pulling you out of this hell, so isn't it reasonable to answer that much? Just to clarify, I'm not obligated to take you with me. Ah, I see. The senior official seemed to grasp his situation and fell silent. I then took the writing brush, ink, and paper I received from Mang Niang and recorded each person's name, date of imprisonment, and reasons in a separate room. After finishing the investigation of the individuals, including General Wang Yian, I tucked the papers with the gathered data into my pocket. I turned to them and said, all right, now I'll be moving out. However, due to the Golden Eagle Guards, I'll be unable to return to my residence for a while, so keep that in mind. Understood. I'll arrange for a hiding place for you. Everyone agreed with me since they were all targeted by the Golden Eagle Guards. I presented the wooden box to them. Put your hands inside. The people jumped in surprise when their arms were sucked into the box. Some were so shocked that they nearly fell backward when their entire bodies were pulled into the box. Once they realized how vast the wooden box was, they all began stepping in one after another. Normally, they would be worried about the treasures I had stored in the box, but since I had entrusted them to Mang Niang, I had no such fears. As General Wang Yian was about to be the last to enter, he stared at me intently. Who are you, exactly? His tone, which had treated me like a child, had noticeably shifted to respect. Locking eyes with General Wang, he continued. I can tell you have trained in martial arts. Given your age, very few would possess skills like yours in the Central Plains. Plus, you carry fine treasures. Who sent you? I can't tell you right now. Just know there are those who act for righteousness. Righteousness? Ha! General Wang chuckled bitterly. It was understandable. He had been kidnapped by the Golden Eagle Guards, so the word must have sounded hollow to him. I asked him, do you know if your family is also in a state of detention? Most likely. The Golden Eagle Guards seem to have plotted something. Are you prepared to stake everything against the Golden Eagle Guards? This question was one Mang Niang recommended I ask. He wanted to hear this answer, as it could change the course of our future actions. General Wang replied firmly, as if there was no need for hesitation. Of course, I will eradicate those Golden Eagle guards, even if it costs me my life. That was the answer I had hoped for. I let out a victorious chuckle. Good. Swish. Once General Wang was also tucked inside the wooden box, I used light body technique to teleport back to Mengniang. He seemed to be busy preparing, as he had laid out all sorts of tools in his yard. You're back. I handed over the papers detailing the identities of the people I rescued and said. General Wang gave a positive answer. I see. Then I'll make sure to protect them. Are you planning to take them to Jinrang Valley? Believe it or not, I've established quite a bit of influence here. Mengniang replied confidently. In reality, he hadn't just been fooling around in Jinrang Valley, he had turned it into his sphere of influence, with numerous contacts and subordinates at his disposal. He hadn't built the Bangqian alliance from nothing. After a brief moment, I pulled out the people who had been inside the wooden box. Oh, where is this? The people were taken aback by their sudden change of scenery. After all, it was quite the shock to find themselves in a mountain hut. Mengniang reassured them, please don't be alarmed. I will assist you until the situation stabilizes. Who are you? I am Mengniang, and I intend to help you in every way I can. After calming them down alongside Mengniang, I led them to a predetermined secret hideout. Mengniang had created another refuge behind this mountain. I convinced them of the reasons they couldn't venture out into the world just yet and assigned them rooms for their stay. The mutated ones will gradually heal in the meantime. I hope you will assist them. Leave it to us. Then I called General Wang over, and we began discussing things just the three of us, Mengniang, Wang, and I. Mengniang initiated the conversation. General Wang, we're part of an organization called the Bangqian Alliance, which aims to correct the injustices of the Imperial Court and assist His Majesty in implementing proper governance. We moved hastily to rescue you after hearing of your kidnapping. Mengniang had carefully avoided stating anything against the royal family. It was crucial to present our actions solely as support for the emperor, leaving no room for accusations of treason or rebellion. General Wang seemed impressed. That was quick. I've only been captured for 2 days. Time-wise, that seemed remarkably ample. 4 days should pose no trouble at all. Mengniang then added. However, what we've learned is that your kidnapping is not merely the rampage of the Golden Eagle Guards. General Wang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? We confirmed that the emperor himself is directly involved in this matter. I find that hard to believe. He didn't show much change in expression, but it was evident he disagreed with us. After all, he was a paragon of virtue and integrity, having dedicated his life to serving the nation. It was more likely he would die proclaiming loyalty than easily accept such words. But Mengniang pressed on. Do you still think that after witnessing the hellish scenery of the Great Thunder Prison, do you believe it's permissible to turn humans into such monsters simply due to suspicion of treason? Do you think the current Golden Eagle Guards could act independently while undermining His Majesty? No matter how highly regarded and powerful the head of the Golden Eagle Guards is among his subordinates, at the end of the day, he's still a mere military officer. No matter how hard he tries to conceal it, news will leak to classmates and other officials. You know this to be true better than I do. If the Great Thunder Prison continues to exist as it is, enough. I've understood. General Wang gave a sound like he was in pain as he held his head. He gripped it for a long time before finally sighing. Sigh, I understand it intellectually. However, I can't bring myself to believe it. If you understand, you must change your perspective. The current emperor is a remarkably talented individual who has been famous since his childhood. It's evident that he's been led astray by scheming courtiers. Mengniang pressed even harder. The welfare of your family, as well as the peace of the realm, hangs in the balance. If you give up opposing them now, I assure you your kin will meet their demise soon. Not only that, countless righteous souls will be lost to the hands of the Golden Eagle Guards. That cannot happen. Exactly. It cannot happen. Then, Mengniang grasped General Huang's hand tightly and looked him in the eye, saying, the one who can change this situation is you, the national hero, General Wang. Please fight alongside us for righteousness. General Wang remained silent for a moment before responding. Allow me to have a moment to think. He then turned back to the refuge. I gazed at his retreating figure and turned to Mengniang. Do you think he will help? That man is principled and intelligent, so he won't easily be swayed by just a few words of persuasion. Then what's the point of persuading him? Mengniang chuckled softly. However, the act of attempting to persuade is what matters. In the end, he'll make a decision based on his values and gains, but the presence or absence of a supportive faction will make a significant difference. Especially when it comes to the emperor being the one pulling the strings behind the Golden Eagle Guards, it makes it hard to trust the military's actions or the generals. Oh, I realized that the information I had acquired in my 12th life about the emperor directly controlling the Golden Eagle Guards wasn't for nothing. It carried significant weight. What General Wang needs right now is a third-party faction without external influence. He'll likely grasp at any opportunity desperately. This creates an interdependent relationship between us. I furrowed my brow. In that case, there can't be any trust. That's how it always is. During the mutual deception and exploitation, one chooses who to trust and who to believe. That's the nature of organization and mutual benefit. I understood why Mengniang had insisted I accompany him to meet General Wang. Since General Wang was also a martial artist, he would likely consider overpowering Mengniang, so I needed to ensure Mang Niang could plant the seed of persuasion in his mind before anything else. I asked Mang Niang worriedly, "Can you control them by yourself?" "Don't worry. Rather, they'll likely beg me not to kick them out. You just focus on handling the remaining tasks." "Understood." Adat novel bin Adat. I believed in Mang Niang and used light body technique to teleport again. Swish. This time, I arrived at a secret location on Pirate Island. A hidden chamber created between coral reefs. I knew that being here would allow me to sneak quickly and subtly into the Bloodsaber group space. Using the secret passage, I executed the stealth technique to reach the residence of the Bloodsaber group leaders. Through the window, I could see the chaos inside. Thud, thud, ack, ugh, ah, ha, 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 this is good. Scream. The pirate officers were having their way with the female prisoners that had been rounded up. They were taking advantage of the women in every imaginable position, and the continuous cries filled the air. It seemed they weren't being gentle at all. The pain appeared to be more intense than any pleasure. It was a horrifying sight, with 10 pirate officers taking turns violating just 6 women. They didn't even spare a pregnant woman, aggressively assaulting her to the point where blood trickled down her body. It was as if they didn't see the women as human beings at all. One scoundrel even yanked a woman's hair while attempting a rough position. Gahahaha. This is fun. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Bloodsaber group sat back on their chairs, sipping fine wine and chuckling as they watched the violation unfold. It seemed that after committing so many atrocious acts, they had grown to enjoy watching the spectacle more than participating in it. Maybe after becoming fishmen, they no longer had much lust for women. No more need for contemplation. I truly felt that Ahn Hien was a righteous man. These scoundrels deserved to be punished without mercy. I then activated the sudden movement technique and moved right behind the leaders of the Bloodsaber group. Oof. Swish. With a swift motion, I executed one slash, Il Cham, cleaving the necks of 3 Bloodsaber group leaders in one clean strike. Even a fishman could die if the neck was sliced cleanly. It was a surprise attack, and my sword speed was so quick that they didn't even have time to resist. In an instant, the pirate officers stopped moving and stared at me with blank expressions. But I used that brief moment to rush in, beginning my slaughter of the naked and unarmed pirate officers. Slash, spurt, ah. Blood sprayed as screams echoed in the air. The upper and lower halves of the pirates were separated, revealing a monstrous display. I lunged forward and swung my sword 3 times, and by then, 8 out of 10 were already nothing but corpses. The remaining 2 sank to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they begged for mercy. Eek, eek. Please, save us. Please. I looked down at them coldly and replied, "Have you ever spared those who begged for mercy?" Slash. As I swung my sword again, 2 heads flew into the air. It struck me as ridiculous. Those 2 couldn't even come up with an excuse for not granting mercy. They were truly the embodiment of ruthless pirates. I gazed at the women lying naked in a pool of blood and said, "I've taken care of the Bloodsaber group leaders. Now it's time to deal with the rest, so please get dressed." The women asked fearfully, Who are you?" "I'll let you know later." As I exited the room, the women hurriedly began putting on their clothes. Once they were all dressed, I asked, "Are there any women in the pirates' hideout?" One of the women, understanding my question, responded, "No, the scoundrels are meant to assault women here in prison. Only the Bloodsaber group leader can call his own women to his quarters." "I see. Stay right here." Yes. I moved to the prisoner camp on Pirate Island. There, too, I witnessed women being assaulted all over the place. I started cleaning house, slashing down every pirate I laid my eyes on. Swish, ugh, please, spare me. Thud. I dealt with those who begged for their lives even more brutally. I slaughtered those trying to escape and those who chose to fight back, leaving no one alive. Do these scoundrels even have the decency to ask for mercy? I first sliced off their eyes, then severed their noses, and finally split open their bellies, ensuring they died a slow and painful death. There were 20 prisoners in total, and I left not a single one alive. There were also some prisoners barely clinging to life due to tortures, and I set each of them free one by one. Once I released all the prisoners, they burst into tears, shouting in unison, "Oh, benefactor. Thank you, thank you." After casually accepting their thanks, I searched for Seo Munhai. She sat there as she once was, with white hair, staring blankly like a fool. As I approached her, the women wrapped around her, trying to protect her. I waved my hand, saying, "I understand the situation. I intend to break her curse, so don't worry." And I couldn't help but admire the loyalty of the women. Despite being able to kill them any moment I wanted, they risked their lives to protect a girl as if she were their younger sister. They were in stark contrast to the pirates. Having killed the leaders and the officers, I ensured a tightly sealed environment to massacre the pirates. I spent about a mealtime breaking the great seal of punishment that had been placed on Seo Munhai. Gradually, she regained her senses and looked around. "Where is this?" I explained everything that had happened to her. She shed tears and thanked me before pulling the other women into an embrace. "Wah, I'm so sorry, sisters. Why are you apologizing?" Seo Munhai and the women coiled around each other, crying for a while. Even in her foolish state, she likely understood what had occurred during her time under the pirates. I waited for her emotions to settle before pulling out a sword from the vault and handing it to her. I then said, "Now, let's wipe them all out." With deadly intent in her eyes, Seo Munhai answered vigorously, Sure. Together, we stepped out and began our slaughter of all the pirates on the island. Although there were hundreds of them, they stood no chance at all. It made sense. I had reached an apex level, and Seo Munhai was also an outstanding sword master, capable of competing in the martial arts tournament. We tore through the pirates mercilessly, like tigers among sheep. About half an hour later, Seo Munhai and I stood amidst a sea of corpses in the pirates' hideout. Ugh. It seems like we're almost done, I said to Seo Munhai, who was burying a blade into one pirate's eye. She cleaved the body into 3 pieces and then tossed her sword at me. Miss, I can't thank you enough for your tremendous grace. We can't just kill a few and call it a wrap. What then? I left a few alive, so let's let the people vent their anger. I deliberately dragged 10 disabled pirate officers with me to the prisoner camp. These scoundrels were some of the more skilled practitioners among the pirates, undoubtedly pirate officers. I threw the 10 officers to the people. Go on, do as you wish. The pirate officers were already incapacitated, unable to move. The people each gathered weapons and began to approach the 10 pirate officers with deadly, vengeful eyes. The pirate officers screamed in terror. Ah, adat novel bin adat. Please, save me. Hey, save me? I'll give you the legendary Muramasa. I recognized that one of the pirate officers was the one with the Muramasa sword. I couldn't help but chuckle and replied, sorry, I know exactly where it is. The next moment, people rushed in like swarming animals and began hacking at them with makeshift weapons. Those without weapons bit at their flesh with their teeth or pounded them with fists. As the crowd surrounded the pirate officers, they vanished from sight. A moment later, as the people drew back, there was barely anything left of the scoundrels. I figured things were suitably cleaned up and said, now, let's prepare to leave. First, I treated the urgent injuries with medical care, then checked each person's identity one at a time. It struck me as bitter to see that there were far more survivors than the last time I had come with the naval forces. Even a slight time difference shouldn't account for that many, meaning countless people had perished like dogs on this pirate island. Afterward, I secured the Muramasa and confirmed the locations of the treasures hidden in the secret areas of Pirate Island. However, since I intended to keep people in the vault, I planned to leave the treasures here for now. Then I approached the strong-willed woman I had previously spoken with. I've heard you are the matriarch of the women. I'm not quite at that level. The child you took care of is Seo Munhai, a noble from the Shadowless Gate, one of the prestigious sects in the Central Plains. How about we discuss her future? She suddenly looked shocked and then burst into tears. Thank you. Really, thank you. How will I ever repay this grace? Once the situation was settled, I ushered everyone into the vault. Inside was incredibly spacious, around 100 jong wide, so the prisoners wouldn't feel cramped at all. After placing them inside the vault, I activated the sudden movement technique again. Whoosh! This time, I arrived at the residence of Hua the Elder in Jieyangju. Elder Hua was reading a book when my sudden appearance startled him. Who are you? A sorcerer. I'm a branch of the Hua family. I've come to help. I then pulled out a gold ingot I had been carrying. The moment I handed it over, Elder Hua's eyes widened, and I immediately revealed the Hua family's 108 needles and the Hua Tao's golden spirit to prove I was indeed of the Hua family lineage. I then made my request. There are unfortunate prisoners currently being held by the pirates. Please help them. Elder Hua looked at me as if I were crazy. Where are they? Here they are. Moments later, the injured prisoners rushed out in droves from the vault, and Elder Hua was left dumbfounded as he watched in shock. This, how is that possible? It's a wonderful item. Ah, so it is a good item. And please introduce me to Zhang Qiulwook. Thanks to Elder Hua's introduction, I soon met Zhang Qiulwook. He looked at me with incredulity and said, are you a daydreamer? You managed to slip past my guards and come here undetected. I apologize for the rudeness, but the situation demands it. I explained to Zhang Qiulwook how I had vanquished the pirates and the story of the prisoners. When I revealed the captured Goryeo people to him, he was taken aback. He stuttered. This is astonishing. There are people inside that vault. Yes. Well. I understand now. I'll help them. Thank you. Zhang Qiulwook then slyly added, revealing his evident greed. By the way, are you not willing to sell me that vault? I'm sorry, but I won't sell it for even the price of a castle. Is that still true, even for a duke? Absolutely. I answered firmly, causing him to let out a heavy sigh. I see. Then let's proceed as is. Thank you. I figured that if Zhang Qiulwook was adamant about getting the vault and was truly devious enough to imply he wouldn't take in the prisoners without it, he would have insisted without hesitation. However, he wasn't that malevolent, so we moved on without further issue. It was precisely because I had observed his character as Zhang Qiulwook's guard for many years that I dared to ask him for help. This should be sufficient to attain your trust. Thank you. Once I had settled matters concerning the Goryeo people, I handed Elder Hua another gold ingot as compensation. Following that, I once again used the sudden movement technique and arrived at the Shadowless Gate. Upon reaching the Shadowless Gate, I felt so tired that I briefly sat on a tree stump to rest. It's exhausting. Though my stamina shouldn't have dwindled from my immense energy reserves, I felt mentally drained. It seemed that I had done too much in a single day. It was already dark, signaling the close of another day. As I rested on the stump, the guards of the Shadowless Gate approached me with astonishment. Hey there, kid. What trick did you pull? How did you appear out of nowhere? I ignored their questions and opened the vault, releasing Seo Munhai. As she appeared, she looked around with dazed eyes, quickly realizing she was back in her home, the shadowless gate. She gazed at me with wide eyes. Your grace is truly remarkable. The guards, upon recognizing Seo Munhai, turned pale and knelt down. We greet the master of rumors. Seo Munhai looked bewildered at suddenly returning to her homeland from Pirate Island. However, she soon regained her composure and firmly addressed the guards. Do not act carelessly. This benefactor is my savior. Understood. Maintaining her dignified demeanor as the noble lady of a heretical sect, she asked. Is my father inside? Yes, the master is in the training hall. Understood. I promptly retrieved the women from the vault. One of the vault's convenient features was that I could retrieve objects in accordance with my thoughts. As long as I had organized them in my head, they would appear as I envisioned. Naturally, they had no means to resist while inside. Eek. While the guards were startled again, it was evident that discussions had already taken place. It seemed most of the women had resolved to live a second life at the Shadowless Gate, while some looked like they wanted to return home. I placed the ones who wished to leave back into the vault, saying, Seo Munhai, do you intend to take care of these women? Yes, indeed. That's great. A little while later, I entered the Shadowless Gate alongside Seo Munhai and the women. Seo Munhai and the women first took the time to cleanse themselves with a thorough bath, and I, too, soaked my blood-soaked body in the bathtub. On the outside, the Shadowless Gate didn't seem overly large, but it was clearly a wealthy sect with luxurious annexes. It seems like it's been ages since I had a bath. Once washing up was complete, Seo Munhai and I could finally meet the Lord of Shadowless Gate, Sword Demon. As the Sword Demon listened to Seo Munhai recount the events that unfolded, he nodded slowly. I see. I thought I could predict what he would say next. Then marry her. I decisively replied. I refuse. The Sword Demon had an expression of surprise upon hearing my words. Seo Munhai seemed utterly bewildered, her eyes wide open in shock. After a moment of contemplation, the Sword Demon Somun Daeryong spoke. I didn't expect such a blunt rejection. I apologize. Is there something wrong with my daughter? I had anticipated that question would come up. After all, it's a typical remark from any parent. Not wanting to create more misunderstanding, I continued. It's not that. I just have my circumstances. What circumstances? Do you have a fiancé? Not exactly, but... Speak plainly. I hesitated about how to respond. Should I tell him that I have abilities from my past life that prevent me from getting close to anyone? However, I didn't think I could deceive the Sword Demon with a made-up story, so I decided to press on. I'm sorry. I hope you can understand. The Sword Demon Somun Daeryong's expression didn't change much. In fact, there seemed to be almost no emotional fluctuation at all. After a long moment of thinking, he spoke. Very well. However, since you are my daughter's benefactor, you must repay that kindness. Do you have something to ask of me? What could I gain from the Sword Demon? In my previous life, I had received a month's worth of sword training from him, which was a significant turning point that allowed me to reach an extraordinary level. While getting training again would be enormously helpful, I sensed that this wasn't the right time for that. Originally, to save time, I had been using external skills and techniques to flit around with heavenly creation. Right now, building a force that could achieve my goals in the shortest amount of time was more critical than my personal training. After a brief moment of deliberation, I said, please form an alliance with the Banghian Alliance. The Sword Demon's eyebrows twitched. Banghian Alliance. You probably haven't heard of it. Indeed, I haven't. Is it the name of the organization you belong to? That's correct. He interlocked his fingers and spoke. That's quite sudden. But since someone like you is associated with it, it must be extraordinary. What exactly does this organization do? It's not orthodox or unorthodox. It simply has a goal. That's vague. I've never seen anyone who had a proper purpose amongst those kinds of people. He pointedly criticized. My throat felt dry as I contemplated how to explain what the Banghian Alliance was. If I claimed we fought against the Demon King Temple and evil spirits, would he believe me? How could I even prove the existence of the Demon King Temple or those evil beings? Even if I managed to prove it, how could I ensure that he would join hands with the Banghian Alliance? So, I chose to respond calmly. Remembering how Mang Yang persuaded General Wang, I looked him straight in the eyes and carefully selected my words. The Banghian Alliance has not revealed itself to the world yet. However, when the time comes, it will emerge. At that point, we will badly need allies. Are you asking me to consider an alliance later? Yes. I would appreciate it if you could consider it positively. The Sword Demon crossed his arms and fell into contemplation. After a long while, he shifted his posture, resting one fist on his chin and closing his eyes as if dozing off. An awkward silence lingered for nearly a minute, and during that time, he finally spoke up again. I'd like to ask one thing. Yes. Are you the strongest expert in the Banghian Alliance? I answered without hesitation. Currently, yes, but soon, many much stronger experts will join. Oh really? The Sword Demon laughed as if he found it amusing. If you're boasting about such experts, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of them. Are you truly able to recruit those at the pinnacle of the martial world? Yes. They will definitely join. Interesting. The Sword Demon continued. Very well. Then come back to me when your organization is on the right track. At that time, I will consider the alliance positively. Thank you. And as for the women, do not worry. I will make sure they are taken care of because it's my daughter's wish. Thank you once again. I let out a sigh inwardly. I hadn't secured the alliance, but merely receiving this kind of response from the sword demon felt fortunate. It would be greedy to expect more from the Banghian alliance, which had yet to establish tangible power. The unorthodox sex wouldn't lend a hand so easily. Just as I was about to leave, the sword demon Somun Daeryong said, "Don't rush off so quickly. Excuse me, why not have a duel first?" His suggestion was a gentle nudge but felt more like mild coercion. It was a situation where I found it hard to refuse. Besides, sparring with the sword demon Somun Daeryong would surely be beneficial for me, so I thought it was a great opportunity and replied, "Might I request that?" Soon, the two of us stepped onto the sparring arena. Since it was late at night, the Shadowless Gate experts who followed lit torches around the arena. The sword demon glanced at the Muramasa hanging at my waist and asked, "What is that sword?" "This is the famous blade Muramasa." "Muramasa? May I see it for a moment?" "Please, as you wish." As I handed him the Muramasa, he examined its blade closely, almost mesmerized. He then exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, it's a demon blade. It feels as if it drinks human life." After thoroughly inspecting the Muramasa, the sword demon returned it to me. I sheathed the sword and drew my own. Although the samurai sword and the sword looked similar, their techniques were entirely different, so I couldn't casually wield the blade. Observing my stance, the sword demon inquired, "Who is your master?" "It's a bit complicated to explain. I've never heard of anyone capable of raising someone like you, not even the renowned figures from the major orthodox sects like Tezunung or Mingho of Shaolin. It seems impossible for anyone but a heaven-defying genius to train someone of your caliber." I felt a bit flustered. I hadn't expected the sword demon to overestimate me so much, but it seemed to be a genuine assessment, and he continued, "That's why you have such ambitions, right? Why not try a bet?" "A bet? If you can last 200 seconds against me in this match, I will form an alliance with the Banghian alliance without hesitation. I'll promise you full support. However, if you don't last, you must become my son-in-law and disciple." It was a sudden proposal. If I win, I secure the alliance with the Banghian alliance. If I lose, I become a son-in-law and disciple? I gasped in surprise. "Excuse me, you mean, marry my daughter?" "Gah, the secrets of the Shadowless Gate can only be passed on to blood relatives. There's no other way, haha." Seeing the sword demon laugh heartily, I was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Depending on the outcome, I might pull the best card possible, but the thought of marrying Somun Hai wasn't appealing at all. Besides, becoming the son-in-law and disciple of the sword demon could lead to a lot of entanglements with the Shadowless Gate. What if I refuse that bet? Then there will be no alliance. I thought it had been a mistake to bring it up. I had inadvertently exposed a weakness and found myself in a bind. In truth, given that the Banghian alliance hadn't yet made its move, it wasn't an obvious weakness. Thus, Meng Yang hadn't forced me into a marriage alliance with the Shadowless Gate either. However, the power I had felt during the last assault on the Imperial Palace was far beyond my imagination. Especially now that I was aware of the existence of those known as super experts, I felt strongly about gathering as much power as possible. After some deliberation, I eventually nodded. Understood. For now, I had to give it a try. Plus, this would help me gauge the gap between the sword demon and myself, and fighting against someone of his extraordinary caliber would surely benefit me moving forward. As my determination flared, the sword demon commented with satisfaction, "Good. Then let's start without weapons." As the duel began, the sword demon still hadn't drawn a sword. He remained standing, unarmed, just as before. He had reached such a level where he could utilize his sword intent freely without the need for a sword. Nonetheless, even in that state, I knew he was incredibly powerful, so I focused and prepared myself. Just like Lu Dongbin's insights into Zhang Sanfen, I need to embody that. Since it was a recent memory, the feelings from that body were still vivid. I drew on Baekwung's power to enhance my capabilities and simultaneously pulled out the insights from Zhang Sanfen from my unconscious. As numerous revelations flashed through my mind chaotically, I discovered a particular sword technique. Let's try this. Insight. Empty arc slash. I moved naturally from my sword stance and executed a horizontal slash. Whoosh! The speed didn't seem too fast, but before the empty arc slash could fully unfold, the sword demon seemed to grasp something. He dodged the trajectory of the slash and swung his left palm. Boom! With a light explosion, a vacuum wave burst forth. I realized that the sword demon had thwarted my empty arc slash before it could even gain momentum. He didn't attack me right away. Instead, he remarked in astonishment. "Impressive. What technique is that?" I replied with a weary voice. "I can't say much when you've blocked it so easily. Sorry about that. It's a basic principle to eliminate anything dangerous entirely." Then, whoosh, I activated the 10,000 success sword techniques illusion, gradually expanding my zone. When top-tier experts collide, it's not just about direct strikes but a battle of domains, the realms of influence they create. The basic strategy involves attacking the opponent from a safe space and luring them into an unstable area. Consequently, high-level techniques often resemble a game of Go, focused on territory. The sword demon responded to my transformation. He still hadn't drawn his sword, but he spread his arms wide and began to stir his energy as he slowly approached me. Having activated Baekwung's technique, I was confident in matching his speed. Whoosh! As our domains made contact for the first time, there wasn't any thunderous noise, but the sword shadows danced as they invaded each other's space. I spun 3 times, fending off the sword demon's attacks with the 10,000 success sword technique, and he countered my sword shadows, closing in again. Before I could blink, the sword demon's right palm glowed with a brilliant light. It felt as if a cylindrical force was erupting. I recognized that his attack was coming at such a speed that it was nearly impossible to dodge. So, I hurriedly gathered my strength to repel it. Crash! With a heavy sound, my right foot slammed into the ground of the sparring arena. I managed to block it, but the force was so immense that I was pushed off balance. Regardless of the level of my attack, the magnitude of his power was a testament to the sword demon's mastery over intent. A super expert equivalent to Li Kuang. Clenching my teeth, I decided to try another of Zhang Sanfan's insights this time. Insight. Heavenly Snare Sword. As I swung my sword, I felt the space around me draw in dramatically, starting to absorb everything nearby. When Lu Dongbin had unleashed it, it had been powerful enough to force 40-foot giant frogs into the water, but perhaps due to my lack of skill, it only had a strong pull this time. Yet unlike before, the sword demon struggled to dismiss the heavenly snare sword and was being pulled in. As the space swirled violently, a dust cloud erupted. He furrowed his brows and waved his hand, throwing out invisible sword intent. The strands of intent spread out like embroidery and started to strike the center of my heavenly snare sword, causing the collected pressure to explode outward. Kaboom! At the same time, the sword demon used his incredible divine arts to dive in, targeting my solar plexus, just like before. Last time, I hadn't known what was coming, but now, with my improved Bakwung's abilities, I sensed his attack from 5 flutes away. I stepped back and batted away his strike. Swing! The sword demon didn't relent after that one defense. He extended his finger, generating an invisible blade of sword intent and launching a counterattack. The spectral technique he conjured in midair was nothing less than a spectacle. I hadn't anticipated this progression, but I stubbornly defended against it. Bang! With a thunderous clash, both of us staggered 1 step back. My sword emitted a sizzling sound as smoke wafted from the blade, while the sword demon's fingers turned slightly red. We must have collided with immense force in that moment. The sword demon brushed off his hand and muttered, "You blocked single-finger sword and spiral classics. Remarkable. Now that's been about 70 seconds. I've seen enough of your skill, and now I'll acknowledge you and draw my sword." Then, a wooden saber that had been placed in the arena flew into the sword demon's hand. I looked at him and inquired, "If you can create sword intent without a sword, then why draw one?" The sword demon smirked. "Foolish question. I've achieved the level of no sword, but naturally, drawing a sword is stronger. It merely means that my average power has increased." "I understand. Your sword technique is truly unique and exceptional. I can feel the weight of its lineage. Give me your best so that I may be entertained." Whoosh! At that moment, the overwhelming martial pressure emitted by the sword demon almost made me step back. It felt as if I had walked into a deeply unpleasant atmosphere. The sensation felt only comparable to Li Kuang or Seobi from the 12 families. Suddenly, all too vividly, I recalled my previous extremely unfortunate experiences with them and how they'd beaten me senseless. The sword demon's eyes turned red in an instant. He was gathering his energy and releasing an intense killing intent. "It feels like you're hiding some power, so show me properly. If not, I might end up killing you without meaning to." He seemed to have sensed that I was holding back my full abilities. The true nature of my ultimate skill was unknown to him, but he had recognized that I had some hidden ace up my sleeve. However, I was rather troubled within. Should I use the thunder drums? Li Kuang once told me that the thunder drums were a secret technique that could raise my power to monstrous levels, but they were also a hidden weapon I couldn't reveal lightly. Its foundation was rooted in breathing techniques and the flow of energy, hence it carried risks of exposing its secrets to rival sects if mishandled. Thus, using the thunder drums was strictly reserved for situations where I was absolutely certain of killing my opponent or when no witnesses were present. Let's observe the situation for now. In front of me stood the sword demon, a super expert and one of the top 3 masters of sword in the Central Plains. He was certainly a martial genius. If he deciphered the thunder drums, or if I accidentally exposed its secrets, I would not only face consequences but also likely be killed by Li Kuang, who would teach me a real lesson. Before I could react further, Lu Dongbin's voice echoed in my mind. "Lu Dongbin, help me out." At that, I heard a response from the heavenly realm. "Why are you summoning me to deal with a human?" So, if it's not against the Demon King, don't call me." Then the connection cut off. It seemed Lu Dongbin wouldn't come to help unless it was against demons. With no other options, I bit my lip and steeled my resolve. At that moment, the sword demon, holding back his anger, spoke with an edge in his voice. "Are you brazenly withholding your full effort in front of me? Do you have a death wish? I apologize. This technique cannot be divulged." The sword demon exuded chilling fury. "Fine. Do as you desire." And that's when it happened. Whoosh! It was sudden. The sword demon's energy expanded enormously, and his sword lifted into the air, concentrating immense power. I could sense unfathomable force nestled within that blade. Recognizing what was happening, I exclaimed in shock. The Chi sword technique. A school of thought in the martial world that was rumored to exist only in legends. Wham! In an instant, my arm was severed. I couldn't even react, overwhelmed and stunned, standing there utterly dumbfounded. The speed was so unreal. No, it was at a pace where it was nearly impossible for a living being to respond. I could only rely on the thunder drums to minimize the injury and preserve my limbs. He meant it. I truly needed to use the thunder drums to survive. I suddenly began to comprehend the feelings of those monsters I had fended against while wielding this technique. It was no wonder they hadn't evaded or defended against the lethal blows that came from such unimaginable speed and might. The true power of the chi sword technique lay not in swinging the sword itself but in the overwhelming speed and sheer destructive capability that came with it. The sword demon shouted fiercely. With only a touch of your skills in the semi-ultimate realm, you dared to hold back. Huh? Very well, let's see how you handle this situation. The sword demon was now not only furious but was boiling over compared to his previous calm and collected demeanor. It felt like my earlier choice had pushed him over the edge. At that moment, Somun Hai screamed. Ah, father, stop. In that instant, just as the sword demon Somun Daeyang was about to unleash the chi sword, he paused. Overcome with rage, he had suddenly regained his composure. After noticing my severed arm, he wore a panicked expression. Oh no. As I focused on stopping the bleeding, he said, I feel ashamed. He picked up my severed limb and placed it against the stump. Then, he poured his energy into it, inducing intense pain that felt like my head was going to split open. Ugh. After a moment, my arm was somewhat reattached. It hung a bit loosely, but it was still there. He had used his profound inner energy to perform a form of healing. Thank goodness it was a clean cut. At least based on this, if I treated it properly, I wouldn't face any permanent damage. However, the shock of having my arm severed had left me speechless for a moment. Somun Hai rushed over to me, tears streaming down her face. Are you okay, father? How could this happen? Staring at her father with reproachful eyes, Somun Hai saw that he had no retort. After a moment, the sword demon spoke. Adat novel bin adat. I'm truly sorry. When I get heated, nothing seems to matter anymore. I forcibly pulled myself together and replied. No, it's my fault for being rude in a duel against such a master. Haha. That's an unexpected blunder for me after all this time. With a heavy sigh, the sword demon added. Please, at least stay a while longer. I admit my defeat. I've made some adjustments to the content. I think I was too hasty. My apologies? Following the sword demon's guidance, I headed towards the medical hall of the Shadowless Gate. Perhaps because the Shadowless Gate was one of the top unorthodox sects, it thrived enough to have a separate medical hall, managed by a cantankerous old man. After taking a quick glance at my condition, he gruffly said, sit down. With the sword demon beside me acting indifferent, I quietly took my seat before him. From the looks of it, the medical hall master seemed to hold quite a prestigious position within the Shadowless Gate. He began to poke around my body, pressing on 3 vital points. Does it hurt? It does. The nerves are still intact, that's why it hurt when they were severed. Hearing such ominous words from the old man, who had just recently severed my arm, he swiftly performed acupuncture. I felt my body's meridians rapidly activate, and my loosely attached arm began to feel like it was healing at an accelerated rate. It seemed he was using the secret acupuncture technique to enhance the vitality and adhesion of my flesh. He finished by wrapping a bandage around my shoulder, then patted it as if to cheer me up. All done? If you get a good night's sleep, it'll all be healed. Thank you. Then, the medical hall master shot a disapproving look at the sword demon. Master, what grudge do you hold against this child to behead him like that? Dr. Zhang, I apologize. It was my mistake. Humph, I can't really blame you. Just as the medical hall master was slipping past the blame, I took a chance and asked, are you, by any chance, Zhang Tianji? At my question, both of their gazes snapped toward me. The sword demon appeared genuinely surprised, while the old man wore a sharp expression. After a moment of hesitation, the medical hall master asked, why do you think that? Well, considering the 5 great physicians of the realm, the only Zhang associated with the Shadowless Gate would be you, the first physician of Henan. A silence fell after my response. The medical hall master stole a glance at the sword demon, who nodded his head, prompting the old man to exhale deeply. Yes, I am Zhang Tianji, the first physician of Henan. He was one of the 5 greatest physicians in the world, just like Huasong Maiyang, known for his extraordinary healing skills and even known to have saved the lives of famed masters at the Shaolin Temple. I was curious as to why such a genius would choose to affiliate with an unorthodox sect like the Shadowless Gate, but I soon had an answer in my mind. It must be due to the young master of the White Lotus sect. The 5 great physicians had been forced to visit the White Lotus sect to treat the young master, but after a year of effort, none succeeded in curing her illness. They returned to the Central Plains under suspicion of colluding with the White Lotus sect instead. It made sense now why Huasong Maiyang had chosen to transfer his allegiance. The medical hall master Zhang Tianji spoke. Master, what on earth is this child? His immense inner strength and composure. It's difficult to fathom what he is capable of. As you can see, he's a rare talent of unmatched brilliance. That's why I feel even more indebted to him. As Zhang Tianji pondered, I looked him in the eye and said, I am a branch member of the Hua family and have received healing techniques from them. Additionally, I learned about the truth behind the incident involving the White Lotus sect. I suddenly thought I may have been too blunt, but in that moment, Zhang Tianji's face turned pale. The sword demon, observing from beside, had a similarly shocked expression. It appeared they were keeping secrets from one another, and now they looked aghast at my knowledge. Zhang Tianji feigned ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that you were trained in medicine? In response, I raised my undamaged right arm and began performing the needle technique. With my inner strength, I quickly executed the Hua family's 108 acupuncture points, quietly reciting the positions of each meridian as I performed. Upon witnessing my demonstration, Zhang Tianji's jaw dropped. He realized my medical skills were of an elite caliber. As you can see, it's the Hua family's 108 acupuncture points. Ho, ho ho. Could you really be a disciple of Hua Songmaiyang? Indeed. I'm a branch member but have received some teachings. Zhang Tianji let out a sound of surprise. A genius. Is it truly possible for someone at your age to master martial arts and medicine to such an extent? After a moment, Zhang Tianji asked. So what do you want? Why reveal this fact? I would like to know more about the truth surrounding that incident. Why was the young master not cured, and what were the true motives of the White Lotus sect? I apologize if I overstepped. Zhang Tianji glanced at the sword demon again. The sword demon then said, I'd like to know that as well. What is this child's relationship to you, master? As you can see, I've incurred an unrepayable debt due to my own mistake. I want to share what he wants to know. The sword demon seemed to be wanting to repay at least this much debt to me, and in addition, you will be sharing secrets as well. I won't deny it. Zhang Tianji sighed deeply. Then he said, First, tell me what you heard from Hua Songmaiyang. I briefly explained the young master's treatment and the suspicion of the 5 great physicians as being spies. He fell silent for a moment and then said, I see. So that old man thought so. He has gone to Goryeo now, it seems. Hua Songmaiyang had chosen to relocate his practice, yet the solitary Zhang Tianji had placed himself entirely in the Shadowless Gate as an unorthodox physician. Given his position within the Shadowless Gate, it seemed no one could challenge him in the Jianghu martial world. What do you think? It's the same experience for me. The doctors of the 5 great families all pooled their efforts for an entire year, but we could do nothing. The only difference is, I had been approached by the Black Tiger's Dharma protector. This was the guardian of the Wind God clan. I asked. Not the Silver Fox. No, Zhang Tianji continued. However, I have a different perspective. While the old man thought the young master's illness an incurable disease beyond our reach, I suspect it may not have been a disease at all. Not a disease. Adat novel bin adat. Yes. Zhang Tianji spoke solemnly. I think it could be a curse. A curse? That was among the most sinister and cruel forms of sorcery, known for inflicting harm through powerful grudges. It was a technique developed solely for the destruction of foes. I thought for a moment before saying, then why bother summoning a physician? Isn't that the job of a sorcerer? I can't say for sure, but unlike the old man who lived and breathed medicine, I suspect it could involve sorcery. The same goes for Dongfang Muju. Although his mastery was slightly superior to ours, he couldn't find a way to treat it either. That's all I know. He left off with a wry smile. Dongfang Muju might know more. He had a face-to-face conversation with the White Lotus sect leader just before leaving. Is it possible that they could have used the White Lotus to heal the young master? That's... After hesitating, Zhang Tianji suddenly remembered. Oh, right. That was indeed peculiar. They grew flustered whenever the White Lotus was mentioned. I don't know why, but there seems to be a hidden secret regarding it. I couldn't help but feel that my injury had led me to an unexpected reward by meeting Zhang Tianji. A hypothesis floated in my mind. Could the Black and White Lotus possess the healing ability for curses? In my 10th life, the young master of the White Lotus sect was saved by the Black and White Lotus. If so, then the difference between the White Lotus and Black and White Lotus could revolve around the existence of curse healing abilities. While the White Lotus had the capacity to explosively increase inner strength, it was clear that the Black and White Lotus lacked similar abilities. I had a feeling this information would prove invaluable as things progressed. After finishing up the conversation, I addressed the sword demon. I'm sorry, but I can't stay much longer. Why's that? I have urgent matters to attend to. The sword demon seemed to let out a contemplative sound. Indeed, having merely wrung a secret out of Zhang Tianji could hardly suffice as repayment for having severed my arm. Not to mention, there was still the debt of rescuing his daughter from pirates. After some contemplation, the sword demon made up his mind. Make sure to visit again. I'll prepare a gift for you. Thank you. It's a promise. Be sure to drop by. Yes. Goodbye. I bowed to the sword demon and exited the Shadowless Gate. It might be possible to wring every last bit of debt from the sword demon, but not right now. I had kept the pirate prisoners trapped in the wooden token for quite some time. It was vital to send them back to their hometown as soon as possible. I used the thunder drums to travel to Shandong province, where dawn was just breaking. Crackle. It hurts. The nerves may have reattached, but I still felt sporadic pain. At this rate, using my left arm until it stabilizes would be impossible. I resolved to avoid combat as much as possible and began releasing people from the wooden token in a secluded area. Russell. Male Central Plains citizens, aside from the women from the Shadowless Gate, poured out one by one. I inspected each of their injuries, and fortunately, none had sustained serious harm. I treated their wounds again and asked, "Are you hungry or need to relieve yourselves?" To my surprise, an unexpected response came back. "What are you talking about? It's night now since we went in. It feels like time has suddenly reversed." I was taken aback by their answer. Could it be that time hardly passes when inside the wooden token? Given the volume of time they mentioned, even though I had actually imprisoned them for quite a while, it felt like they had emerged in a blink. It was evident that time inside the wooden token flowed much slower than outside. I took a deep breath to calm my thoughts and led them to an inn. Owner, come out. When the innkeeper finally woke in the dawn, I presented the gold ingots Mang Niang had given me, saying, "We'll be taking over this inn for today." Are you joking? If this money seems like a joke, then I have no choice. As I subtly tried to grab the stack of cash, the innkeeper snatched it away, startled. When I stared at him in disbelief, he chuckled sheepishly. "No way, please, spend it freely." I made sure the wounded ones were fed, cleaned, and allowed to rest deeply. Even before sunrise, the inn was bustling with activity. The innkeeper, his wife, and the little apprentice all came and attended to them. I checked over the injuries once more and waited for the sun to rise. When dawn arrived and everyone had adequately rested, I gathered them together. "It's time for us to part ways. I'll distribute some travel money to help you get back home." "Oh, my lord. Thank you." As I handed out the silver coins while saying my farewells, tears of joy welled in their eyes. I had seen this scene often, but it always filled me with warmth. I could give them enough silver that they would have no worries about travel expenses. And then I found myself face to face with the one-eyed old man prisoner again. "Benefactor, I owe you such an immense favor that I must repay you. Therefore, I would like to give you my hidden request." He handed me a black wooden token. I listened to him until the end, not wanting to brush him off like I had previously when he had spoken nonsense, but this time I was more serious. "Are you saying that if I take this token to 7 Kills village on Mount Tai, any martial artist there will accept my request to kill someone?" At that, the one-eyed old man trembled with delight and beamed. He grinned widely as he replied, "Oh, you're interested. Well, it's not that I'm uninterested. No, it's not about martial arts. It's about God granting your wish." God. I was taken aback, wondering how absurd it sounded. Why would a god grant a request for murder? The old man coughed hoarsely and explained, "All I know is that if I take that token, the god will grant the wish. But that wish is solely about killing a single target, nothing more. Whenever you wish, visit us. Those of us from 7 Kills village will present this token to the single benevolent person in exchange for our lives." I see. Realizing I had uncovered all I could from this old man, I reluctantly sent him away. My curiosity grew as I looked down at the black wooden token. Requesting murder from a god. It felt like something amusing was about to unfold. Once I released the captives, I felt I had done most of my tasks. The remaining task was to bring the Thunder Drums into an alliance with the Banghian Alliance, but Mang Niang mentioned that I did not have to pursue that. He argued it'd be better to persuade General Wang fully with enough leverage than risk entering the Azure Dragon martial arts school with suspicion. In short, I was free at the moment. I didn't particularly feel like heading to the Azure Dragon martial arts school either. I was in a stage where I had surpassed the awakening process and was now entering a points stage. This meant steady training became far more critical than hastily improving my skills. Returning to the Sword Demon to collect my payback wasn't something I particularly inclined towards either. It was true I harbored grievances over the severed arm, thus, I wanted to forget about that for a while and look forward to new opportunities. With the remaining time, I wished to do something different to create a change. Gaining new information could expand my options for potential travel. I needed to create an environment conducive to using the Thunder Drums, so I thought long and hard about what to do. Should I visit 7 Kills village on Mount Tai? After lying in the inn for a day and a half until my arm properly healed, I reached a conclusion. If the villagers promised to kill anyone for a single request, I became curious about what would happen if I asked them to kill the emperor. Since I had never been to 7 Kills village on Mount Tai, I decided to head there first. Mount Tai was a sacred mountain in the Shandong province, well known to most people from the Central Plains. The reason for its fame wasn't anything complicated. It was the place where the history of China began and where Qin Shi Huang first held the Fengshan ceremony after unifying the realm. While the Fengshan ceremony existed since the Zhou dynasty, it was more about Qin Shi Huang trying to seek approval from the heavens after his reckless unification. Due to its historical significance, emperors and unified rulers often visited Mount Tai to perform the Fengshan ceremony whenever they had a chance. Perhaps that's why there were many gates and a significant number of guard soldiers in the vicinity. This was a precautionary measure to avoid unnecessary trouble if the emperor were to pass through. There are hardly any bandits, so it's convenient. On my way to Mount Tai, I encountered bandits just once. "Give us your money." To my surprise, they were 3 Wajian Min bandits, looking as if they hadn't eaten for days. They appeared scraggly, with ribs showing, and when they trembled and demanded money with a crudely made spear, I couldn't help but laugh. They wouldn't be able to handle even a big man. "Here, take this." Feeling sorry for them, I handed over 40 silver coins from my pocket. They were so astonished to receive money that I decided to perform a little healing as a bonus. Once the jaundiced fellow began to heal, they immediately bowed to me. "AHH, are you the hero of the martial arts world? Thank you so much." The reason I showed kindness to them was because, through my long experiences in both official and martial life, I could distinguish between murderous bandits and those driven to steal for survival. Those who became bandits out of sheer necessity were living in hell. I felt too uneasy to just kill them. I asked them, "How did you end up as bandits?" Is it that hard to survive around here? Oh, don't even mention it. The middle-aged Wajian Min bandit began to weep, tears streaming down his face. The noble families and aristocrats keep plundering us, taking everything the landowners harvest. If there's a pretty girl, they even snatch her up to turn her into a concubine. We couldn't survive any longer, so we came to the mountains. It wasn't surprising. I had seen this time and again throughout my life. It's an undeniable truth that the strong exploit the weak. No individual could change that. Even if I killed every corrupt official in the area, someone else would simply take their place and continue the exploitation. Yet, it sparked a thought in my mind. What would a peaceful world even look like? No matter how peaceful it might be, the distinction between strong and weak would always exist. The law of nature is survival of the fittest, and that truth would not change no matter how many demon beasts or other worldly races I vanquished. Though monstrous human sacrifices and tragedies could be stopped, the overall volume of misery in the world would remain stagnant. Actually, for the Wajian Min bandits in front of me, the corrupt officials would likely seem 100 times worse than any demon beast. Humans could indeed be unimaginably cruel, even without the existence of monsters. After pondering for a moment, I said, I see. Then I shall take my leave. I chose not to get involved. Not only would it lead to unnecessary complications down the line, but I simply didn't want to. I could easily cut down a few corrupt officials stealthily with my martial skills, but I didn't feel compelled to. In the end, if the upper waters aren't changed, the lower waters will rot for eternity. After walking for a while, I finally approached a gate. The guard soldier scrutinized me with a strict eye and remarked, "A child traveling alone. Yes, that's not forbidden, but if you die and fall down around here, no one will care." Understood. All right, pass through. The guard must have just wanted to meddle a bit. I gave him a blank stare then asked, "Excuse me, but how far is it to Seven Kills village?" You're heading there? Why, I have a friend there." The guard frowned. "I've heard that it's a poor village where lowly commoners live, so why would you want to visit a shabby place like that?" Lowly commoners. Yeah, it's an impoverished backwater. You'd have better luck staying in a large town rather than starve to death there." If he was saying that, it must have been quite severe. If the guard was worried about it, the poverty there was undoubtedly real. I asked another passerby for directions and finally walked about 100 li to arrive at the entrance of Seven Kills village. Seven Kills village was a shabby village located in a valley not far from Mount Tai, so much so that it looked more like a tattered shanty village than a proper village. The villagers looked disheveled, almost like beggars, making it seem like a haven for the destitute. What the? It's true that being a lowly commoner means being at the bottom of the social hierarchy, but I didn't expect it to look this haggard. Everyone appeared gaunt and on the brink of starvation. Ironically, despite their sorry state, the eyes of the villagers sparkled with vitality. It was as if one could see a sharp and indignant spirit in these individuals who were on the verge of fainting from hunger. Just as I was observing the bizarre scene of Seven Kills village, an old man approached me, leaning on a cane, and said, "Young one, what brings you here?" I glanced at him. Judging by his gait, it seemed the one-eyed old man hadn't yet made it here. I discreetly showed him the black token I was holding. "I've heard I should bring this." Whoa. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. He looked around and then yelled, "Hey, everyone, the divine guest has arrived. Come and welcome him." Whoa. The shabby villagers, who had been struggling to get by, swarmed around me and began dancing strangely without distinction between age or gender. Their coordinated clapping and dancing was bizarre. Hiya hiya hiya. Clap. Aha, aha. I was trapped in their cheers and found myself watching their frenzied dance in silence for a while. Some movements involved awkwardly wiggling their behinds. This situation was funny and intriguing enough that I couldn't help but want to know what was going on. As I stifled a laugh and chuckled, the dance eventually came to an end, and the old man with the cane spoke seriously. "Oh divine guest. It doesn't matter where you acquired that token or from whom, all we know is that since you've brought it, we follow our utmost duty to guide you to the divine." He shifted to a more respectful tone. Among the villagers of Seven Kills village, it seemed the term divine guest was a highly respected title. So what should I do now? Head to that tree over there. Following his direction, I made my way to the peculiar tree at the center of Seven Kills village. The tree was oddly pure white. The trunk, the leaves, even the ground nearby appeared to be tinged with white. I looked for any pests, but even bugs wouldn't cling onto this white tree. It was the first time I'd ever seen such an unusual white tree. Standing beneath the white tree, I suddenly felt an overwhelming tremor in the world around me. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. It felt as if the ground was shaking, but it was not. Given that the villagers appeared unbothered, it seemed my very spot was quaking. More precisely, it felt like the very space I occupied was quivering. Moments later, a flash of light erupted before my eyes. "Payat? Uwaya!" I screamed as I was suddenly dropped from midair into what seemed to be a dense jungle. I quickly regained my balance atop a tree, but I started slipping down the leaves. So, I poured my chi into my feet to stabilize myself. Just barely managing to climb up the trunk, I was astonished. What kind of tree is this? This jungle tree was no ordinary tree. It was so tall that it seemed to reach the heavens, with trunks at least a dozen spans wide. Moreover, it was solid, and I had never encountered such a towering tree in any forest I knew of. Its branches were adorned with strange leaves, adding to its eerie appearance. Something felt off. I instinctively sensed that I had entered a bizarre space and began to descend slowly from the tree. When I reached the ground, I found muddy earth forming the forest's foundation, with decaying leaves emitting a foul scent scattered everywhere. Growl. I heard strange beast-like noises. Since entering this jungle, I had felt a strange discomfort and unease wash over me. It was as if this place was overwhelmed by some kind of madness, a sensation I was sure I recognized from somewhere. What on earth is this place? And why had I suddenly moved from under the white tree to such a grotesque location? It didn't make sense, but soon I heard a voice. Come here. The voice was something I had never encountered before, in a language entirely foreign to me. While I couldn't interpret it, its meaning resonated deeply within me. There was a strange power that dulled the senses. I instinctively understood it was summoning me. At novel bin at. Ugh, let's go check it out. I made a rotten face but walked ahead. This jungle wasn't entirely impossible to traverse, provided I subdued the unpleasant feelings. As I walked for quite a while, I felt a beast's gaze and suddenly flapped its wings right in front of me. Growl. It had a thick hide with a face and limbs resembling humans, yet sprouted bat wings and had horns protruding from its head. Strangely enough, while it had a face, it lacked facial features and spikes covered its tail. I hadn't seen a creature like this before, so I made a small sound to myself. Could such a life form appear naturally? A bat-like creature without features? But the faceless bat monster didn't seem too hostile. Rather, it soon turned and flew away to somewhere else. I continued on, and soon, I arrived at the source of the calling. Something enormous was captured. That was the only way to express it. It was a massive pile of tentacles adorned with black bat wings, lying in the middle of a vast canyon. Upon closer inspection, it had features reminiscent of a woman's breast, countless of them attached to its form. A faceless bat monster I had seen earlier was clinging to one of those breasts as if it were a baby, suckling. Although the tentacle creature lacked eyes, it felt as if it were watching me. A few flying bat monsters fluttered nearby before quickly returning to their perches. This overwhelmingly grotesque and terrifying sight? Finally realizing I had trespassed into the territory of the otherworldly race, I looked up at the dark sky. There, a distorted yellow moon hung aloft. This place is. Despair washed over me as I understood where I had arrived. Dark Sky Village? I had somehow found myself in Dark Sky Village, summoned by the being before me, the one with black bat wings and tentacles? I randomly stumbled into the nightmare landscape that even immortals feared. Just as I was feeling faint at the thought of meeting doom again, the tentacle being spoke to me with its own will. Welcome, a special individual has come to the land of dreams. Gruyum. In that instant, I felt an immense pressure and presence crushing my mind. It was an overwhelming force that I hadn't experienced even when facing a mere demon beast. The tension was so palpable that I thought my nerves might snap. Yet strangely, I didn't feel tainted or driven mad. There was simply an acknowledgement before me that the being was a great being. I couldn't help but strongly reflect in my mind. Are you the ancient ruler? At that, the being replied. That's the human title for us. I am %*@. It was an indescribably strange name that couldn't be pronounced with the languages familiar to me. As a god at the pinnacle of the otherworldly race, that made perfect sense. Yet, I could ascertain with certainty that this being before me was indeed the ancient ruler. A strange feeling began to bubble within me. According to Mangyang, it was a common trend for ordinary humans to go mad merely by standing before an ancient ruler and feel the terrifying magical power. Even sorcerers, wizards, or exceptionally mentally trained immortals would typically cower in fear. But all I felt was a bit of irritation. It seemed the ancient ruler was just as puzzled by my reactions. I felt what could only be interpreted as its amusement. Strange. You cannot be treated like an ordinary human. I have a friendly feeling towards you. That is how it is. I couldn't comprehend what the being was trying to express. The ancient ruler, a terrifying evil god with power enough to wipe out even great divine immortals, would typically view a human as nothing more than an insect. Yet, it seemed to regard me as a talking companion and bore some form of affection for me. Maybe it's because I brought the black token. That thought crossed my mind. As I stood there gazing blankly, the ancient ruler began to flap its bat wings and spoke. Speak, with the power of reversal granted to me. I give you one right to turn life to death, and death to life. No one can avoid this power. The power of reversal? I pondered what that entailed, grasping that this entity had the ability to upend everything. Whether it was possible or not was secondary, but the implication behind one kill carried such meaning. After a moment of contemplation, I made my decision. Please kill the emperor. Is that so? You wish to kill that man? Very well. Tentacles from the ancient ruler began to wriggle and stretch forth, pointing towards a space in midair. Suddenly, a plume of mist-like substance flowed from the air. As the tentacles wrapped around the mist, the ancient ruler devoured it like a delicacy. Then it spoke. He is dead. Is that it? I stared at the being in confusion, realizing I'd been caught off guard when I suddenly heard a chuckling voice. Come back and visit. You are quite an interesting being. Payayot? Once again, a flash of light occurred, and when I regained my senses, I found myself standing beneath the white tree again. The gatherers of Seven Kills village were utterly startled. Oh, no, you're alive. They looked genuinely surprised. Upon seeing their reaction, I frowned in displeasure. Dying seemed the natural course here. I had stepped up to an ancient ruler in Dark Sky Village and, despite being engulfed in madness, had pinpointed a single target I truly wished to eradicate. Surely, I would have ended up gripped by the ruler's tentacles, meeting a dreadful demise. Fortune aside, I'd likely have been a wretch windowed by the dark sky. The one kill offered by the black token was indeed such a request. The success rate of such an endeavor was guaranteed at 100%. After all, who could withstand the direct intervention of an ancient ruler? Whoosh! I immediately lunged forward and grabbed the old man, seemingly the village chief, by his collar. I fixed him with a strong glare and proclaimed, "So you're the servitors of the ancient ruler. Your role was to drag humans and send them to Dark Sky Village, wasn't it? Is this how you repay a life saved? You're hardly even human." Thud. I threw the old man to the ground, and one villager beside him shouted, "Then what do you want us to do? We are bound to serve him for life, or we must bring a divine guest from the outside world to become free. Only those who present a divine guest can escape." Ha! Anyone who tries to escape from the village by other means dies from the divine curse. Do you think we have any desire to live as lowly commoners? I sternly questioned. How do you treat those who return from Dark Sky Village? There's no way you could just let them leave without any cost. I glared at them. Despite being in such miserable states, the villagers exuded a richness of life. They didn't look particularly hungry or worn out. It was certain they received vitality as a payment for serving the ancient ruler. I drew my sword and aimed it toward them. I could kill all of you in 30 seconds. Before I act, tell me what you did. The villagers of 7 kills began murmuring. Stop right there. I'll answer as the chief. The old man, who had fallen to the ground, weakly continued. They were eaten. Eaten. Our bodies have become this way because of it. Swish. A moment later, the head and body of the chief morphed into something completely different. It took on the appearance of a dog-like human. The body appeared robust and formidable. I was taken aback as I looked around and noticed the other villagers transforming one by one into dog-like humans. Speechless, the chief said, "We were human as children, but as we grew, we became dog humans. We live much longer than humans and have strong bodies, and even if our food supplies run low, we don't easily lose our life force. We serve him as his devotees." Insane. I could feel the world spiraling into madness. The path leading to the ancient ruler was so close, and yet there existed a whole race dedicated to serving him. Those who wish for a wish will not live long, as they lose their minds. We bring the divine guests swiftly and dispose of their bodies. You're all mad. Then, the former chief, a dog human, spoke in a sorrowful tone. Naturally, we are mad. We were not meant to inhabit this land, the otherworldly race. With our fumbling grasp of human values and reasoning, we always live in sadness. Sad? Is that something a monster like you can say? A monster, you say? If we are monsters, then what are you? The chief's following words left my face frozen. Even the immortals go mad when facing our god. Our god is among the noblest of the elders. That you returned unscathed after feeling his magic, what kind of being are you? Do as you will. It would be easier for us if you killed us. The villagers, with their strong bodies and powers, seemed to have felt how formidable my strength was. They bowed their heads as if waiting for my execution. I trembled, gripping my sword, finally letting out a noise as my frustration boiled over. Damn it. Swish. In a flash, I lunged and swiftly beheaded all the villagers of 7 kills. I didn't kill them brutally like I had against pirates, each fell quickly with a single, swift strike, dying like sheep. Perhaps they too were tired of their inhuman lives. After completing the slaughter, I caught my breath and muttered, "Damn. I couldn't leave the villagers of 7 kills village alone. They had undoubtedly continued to create innocent victims and would continue to do so in the future. However, labeling them as villains and slaying them didn't sit right with me either. They were merely victims enslaved by an evil god. Thus, despite killing them all, my mind felt slightly disturbed. I shook away those thoughts and moved on. I will never use this place again. Even if I could kill a singular being, what good was that? Finding myself before the ancient ruler had ignited an overwhelming irritation in me. Inexplicably, I wasn't mad but rather just wanted to avoid going there again. I decided to check whether the emperor had truly died or not. Par? As I made my way back to Mangniang, I found him sitting on the grass in deep thought. When I appeared before the thatched cottage, he looked at me with wide eyes. "You're here. What were you thinking so deeply about?" "Nothing, just that the heavenly mechanism is twisted." "Heavenly mechanism?" I tilted my head in confusion as Mangniang continued in a worried voice. "A giant star that should never fall has fallen. Someone has killed a being that must not die by some power. This is an extremely rare occurrence, and I've been pondering it. Probably, every sorcerer or astrologer across the continent is also thinking on it." It seemed likely he was referring to the emperor's death. "This has happened." I recounted the events I experienced at 7 Kills Village and revealed my request to execute the emperor. Mangniang's face drained of color. "By heavens, you actually went to the Dark Sky Village and made a wish to an ancient ruler and returned alive. Are you joking with me?" "No joke." Suddenly, Mangniang dashed toward the base of the tree and began to vomit. After a long bout of retching, he calmed down and returned with a composed expression, saying, "My apologies. The shock nearly made me faint." Is it truly that shocking? Many have run into a trap of evil gods throughout history, but those who returned in one piece are non-existent. Moreover, those who gained favor with an ancient ruler are unheard of in human history. Even great divine immortals couldn't achieve such a feat. Thinking back, it was strange that Yadongbin hadn't shown up when I faced the ancient ruler. When I questioned him about it, Mangniang replied, "Of course. Dark Sky Village is completely separated from this world. Yadongbin wouldn't be able to cross that dimensional veil to respond to your summoning. Furthermore, to my knowledge, that veil is also maintained by the ancient ruler." I realized I had landed in quite a situation. Knowing one of the 7 luminaries resided in Dark Sky Village, I had intended to gather my power and seek him out someday. However, if Yadongbin cannot be summoned from Dark Sky Village, the danger in returning would be immensely heightened. Feelings of heightened difficulty settled in my mind as I scratched my head. At least, it's a relief if the Emperor is dead, right? Matters won't flow so simply. Mangniang muttered as though feeling empty. Based on what you said, the Emperor is likely not the main player in all of this. The truth of Mangniang's words was confirmed the very next day. The next day, I expected the news of the Emperor's death to spread across the continent. However, instead, the western sky was being dyed a blood-red hue. It was clear that something strange was happening in Luoyang, causing Mangniang to display a worried expression. Then, about half a day later, a messenger arrived at Jinreng Valley. He seemed to be an informant from the Bangqian Alliance, stationed by Mangniang to gather news about Luoyang. The messenger spoke urgently. "This is bad. What happened? The Emperor has passed away, and the Crown Prince has immediately ascended to the throne. That was expected." Then the messenger continued, and both Mangniang and I were left in shock. "And the 9 Lotus sect has been declared the state religion, and a decree ordering the cessation of all worship and beliefs in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism is spreading across the nation. The 9 Lotus sect has become the state religion? Why is this happening?" I was dumbfounded. The 9 Lotus sect, a cult that would only surface decades later, was considered a heretical sect and would face suppression in due course. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the 9 Lotus sect was likely a collection of evil individuals serving the ancient ruler, probably linked to the Dark Sky Village. But it seemed strange. Forcing people to abandon worship of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism wasn't as simple as it sounded. Confucianism served as the foundation of the central philosophy, while Buddhism and Taoism had dominated people's consciousness for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Banning all of that and turning it into an enemy was not something the newly ascended crown prince could declare in a single day. Furthermore, prohibiting worship at Confucian shrines could provoke backlash from scholars. There was a chance that the central officials and various regions could rise in revolt. Mangniang, with a peculiar expression, asked, "The 9 Lotus sect? What on earth is that?" "I'm sorry. I'm still looking into it, but the atmosphere in the capital is unusual. There are bright red clouds over the capital, and strange beings are wandering around." Mangniang sighed as if extinguished and dipped his hand in water. "Understood. Dismissed for now. Respectfully, sir." After the messenger left, Mangniang seemed deep in thought for quite some time. I felt anxious hearing the silence, so I spoke up. "Mangniang, this is Baek Wung, let's talk for a moment." "Sure." Mangniang opened the door to his hut and went inside. I followed him, and we sat face to face in the room. Mangniang calmly began to speak. "Baek Wung, it was undoubtedly the doing of that alchemist you referred to." "Alchemist?" "That was the individual who had been beside the Emperor when I stormed the palace in my 12th reincarnation. Dressed entirely in black, they had flattered the Emperor. As I recalled that person," Mangniang continued, "that alchemist is very likely the successor of the sorcerer, who primarily used human sacrifices. And based on the conversations with the Emperor, they seemed to have a mutually beneficial relationship, cooperating against death and immortality. In exchange for providing immortality to the Emperor, he would help the alchemist and the Dark Sky Village with the Emperor's power." Mangniang sighed again. "However, it seems that the delicate balance of this alliance has been disrupted with the Emperor's sudden death. Currently, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that the Emperor's entire power has fallen under the alchemist's command." "That sounds strange." As I listened to Mangniang, I spoke up. "The Emperor didn't seem to practice any notable martial arts. If the alchemist belongs to the Dark Sky Village and possesses immense power, they could have easily eliminated or controlled the Emperor long ago. What reason could they have had to cooperate until now only to move? That might indicate that the Emperor was protected by the 4 divine guards, and that Zuck, in particular, was far more formidable than we imagined. Perhaps there were many protective charms and sorceries at play as well. Especially with Niawagok and Zujfu present, they likely couldn't act rashly." Mangniang sighed again. "Regardless, the incident has happened. Now we need to consider how to respond. Are you planning to inform General Wang Yian about this?" "We should." Mangniang soon summoned General Wang Yian and told him what had happened in the capital. Upon hearing the news of the Emperor's death, General Wang Yian appeared unsettlingly indifferent, but he frowned when the 9 Lotus sect was mentioned. "The 9 Lotus sect? What's that?" "We're still uncertain. All we know is that with the sudden passing of the Emperor, a third force has taken control of the Imperial Palace. So we have nothing concrete. Getting information from the capital now would be a life-threatening endeavor." After a moment of silence, General Wang Yian said, "Bangqian Alliance leader, I have a suggestion." "What is it?" "Please rescue my kin trapped by the Golden Eagle guards. If you do that, I will fully support you." Mangniang responded. "That is possible, but are you sure? You would be directly opposing the Golden Eagle guards." Don't think too highly of me. I'm already prepared to battle them, even without your encouragement. Seeing General Wang Yian respond nonchalantly, Meng Niang chuckled awkwardly. My apologies if I was rude. Is it doable? Yes. It should be enough. However, I need you to assist in one thing. What kind of assistance? Meng Niang replied. Please write a letter to persuade someone. After a while, I received the letter from General Wang Yian and teleported over to the vicinity of the Guanzhong Azure Dragon Martial Arts School using Byte. I approached the guard, Bang Il, at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School and said, I have come to see the leader of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Is this little brat out of his mind? Does he think the Guanzhong leader is someone you can just see whenever you want? Go in and inform him that I come in the name of General Wang Yian. Upon hearing General Wang Yian's name, they seemed startled, but realizing that they couldn't handle this on their own, one of them quickly darted inside. A moment later, the guard returned and said, I'll take you to Weryang Hall. I followed him to Weryang Hall. As I stepped inside, I saw Li Kuang and Jin Sochong sitting at a table. Li Kuang still bore a serene expression, while Jin Sochong looked at me curiously. I took the initiative to introduce myself. It's an honor to meet the renowned leader of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, famed throughout the land. I am Baek Wong, and I come in the name of General Wang Yian. After a moment of looking at me with transparent eyes, Li Kuang spoke. You arrived in the name of General Wang Yian. That's right. The detailed circumstances are written in this letter. Swish. As I handed the letter, Li Kuang accepted it to read through. After some time, he looked back at me. What's the proof that this letter is genuine? General Wang Yian asked me to convey this phrase to you, a single boat, an old man with a raincoat and a bamboo hat fishing alone in a snowy river. It's true. Li Kuang couldn't fully trust the letter initially, but the moment I recited the phrase he learned from General Wang Yian, he began to believe I was indeed a messenger. It seemed that the phrase was a code existing in their connections. Li Kuang said, General Wang Yian mentioned that you are a person of notable talent. You certainly do seem to be. You're flattering me. Despite my response, I felt a bit shy. It appeared that my training hadn't been in vain, as I had gained recognition in Li Kuang's eyes. Since we would likely be working together moving forward, I thought it best not to hide the fact that we're both part of the Thunder God School and said to Li Kuang, I'm also a disciple of the Thunder God School, and I am greatly moved to meet you. Thunder God School? Are you? I too am inheriting its teachings. Oh, I'd like to see that. I went to the training ground to prove my skill. I thought it would be unwise to hide our shared background, especially since we would be collaborating closely. Displaying my sword techniques, I showcased both Gonggong's sword and Heavenly Immortal sword, revealing them to Li Kuang. His expression reflected considerable surprise. At novel bin at. After I finished my demonstration, Li Kuang said, Your swordsmanship isn't purely the Manzong sword technique. It's mixed with profound insights from other sections. My master happened to connect with an elder from the Wudang sect and learned some of their insights. I incorporated those insights to enhance my own Thunder God School techniques. I see. Interesting. A sword art that can twist space itself. It was a rare occasion to see Li Kuang smiling broadly as he said, All right. After we handle this matter, let's share a drink. Knowing that he often drinks with those who show goodwill, I realized I had won his favor and happily replied, Yes. Then, we headed straight to Bogu to rescue General Wang Yian's kin. Meng Niang had already found out their location. Originally, General Wang Yian's family had resided in a magnificent mansion in the capital, but they were now confined to this rural village by the Golden Eagle Guards. As we arrived at the entrance of Bogu village, Li Kuang spoke. Didn't General Wang Yian mention something about Jincheng Bogu, dedicating loyalty to the nation? Jincheng Bogu? I struggled to recall but shook my head as nothing came to mind. He didn't mention it that way. I see. You've hardened your resolve. Li Kuang softly whispered to himself. Then I must prepare myself as well. What kind of resolve was that? Before I could ask, Li Kuang surged forward like a streak of light. Following him, Jin Sochong turned to me and said, I beg you to take care of our rear guard. Please enter in about half a meal's time. Understood. I was aware of their formidable skills. Even if all 10 squads of the Golden Eagle Guards were together, they likely wouldn't be able to stand against them. As I remained quietly on standby as per Jin Sochong's instructions, loud explosions and screams erupted all around the village. After a half meal, when I entered Bogu village as directed, I found corpses of the Golden Eagle Guards and martial experts scattered everywhere. Some were even crushed to the point they couldn't leave behind their remains. Li Kuang and Jin Sochong seemed confident in their earlier actions, as they led individuals out from the buildings. They really did take them all out. From the beginning, Meng Niang had clearly intended for Li Kuang to handle the rescue of General Wang Yian's kin. Not only did this pull Li Kuang into our side, but it also prevented needless waste of forces from the Bangqian alliance. As Li Kuang came up to me, he said, Baek Wong, the operation has been completed. What is your plan for taking General Wang Yian's kin? Both Li Kuang and Jin Sochong turned their attention to me simultaneously. They had never worried about wiping out the Golden Eagle Guards holding the village, but they were pondering how to safely escort the family to a secure location. Given that I had declared I'll handle things myself, their questions were entirely reasonable. I silently gathered the people together and then explained, We'll be moving you from this place now. Please do not fear and cooperate. Then, I extended my arm into the magic pouch. I pulled it out and then handed it back over. Whoa, as you can see, it's safe and harmless in here. You will be taken to a secure location soon. Understood. Swoosh. As I placed the last of the kin into the magic pouch, Li Kuang and Jin Sochong looked on in shock. Jin Sochong trembled in excitement as he exclaimed, "This is incredible. What on earth is that thing?" I shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a really nifty item. Would you like to enter as well, Li Kuang?" "I'll pass. A martial artist should not haphazardly entrust their life to another." "Yes, understood." I nodded and said, "Please come to Jinrang Valley. By tomorrow. I will head out first. Are you not moving together?" "I'm sorry, but the situation seems urgent." "Understood." As I distanced myself from Li Kuang and Jin Sochong, I quickly used Bite to return to Jinrang Valley. Upon arriving and releasing the people from the magic pouch, General Wang Yian looked on in surprise at their appearance. He must have been unprepared for such a swift rescue. "Remarkable." Meng Niang pressed. "General Wang Yian, now you must make a decision." "Very well." After taking a deep breath, General Wang Yian continued. "I will mobilize the army. Have you spoken with the others trapped in the Great Prison?" "Of course. They have all agreed to follow my lead." Those imprisoned in the Great Prison were mostly dangerous elements arbitrarily captured by the Golden Eagle Guards, aside from a couple of exceptions. Naturally, they were powerful figures from the aristocracy or respected officials. If they had agreed to assist, it would make things significantly easier. Soon, the proclamations authorized by General Wang Yian flew across the Central Plains. I took on the role of delivering the proclamations, meeting secretly with the commanders overseeing the defenses in each city and handing out the letters. It took exactly 3 days to circulate the proclamations across 9 cities. While traveling was quick, doing it discreetly proved quite challenging. As I returned to Jinrang Valley using Bite, Meng Niang looked troubled and said, "Beck Wang, she has come." "Huh." Then I heard a sharp, accusatory voice. "You think you can just waltz around like Hong Gildong? You scoundrel." There stood a familiar face, a breathtaking beauty glaring at me with flushed cheeks. I was taken aback and exclaimed, "Miho, don't act all familiar with me, you wretched human." With a roar, Miho seemed furious and pounded her fist onto her own chest. Then, she took a deep breath and spoke. "I've been constantly using detection techniques and spirit beasts to track your location, but you keep darting around all over the place. If you were not appointed by the Queen Mother, I would have killed you outright." Seeing Miho again, I felt relieved, but I realized I had indeed been moving too quickly. From her perspective, chasing after me darting around the entire Central Plains must have seemed like an impossible task. Feeling embarrassed, I scratched the back of my head and said, I'm sorry, but I'm grateful you came, Miho. Ugh, don't act all familiar with me. How do you know Bonyo?" It seemed Meng Niang had explained the situation to prevent Miho from falling under his charms. I told her. I don't know if Meng Niang mentioned it, but I'm a reincarnated being. I explained everything that had happened up to this point in detail to Miho. She sat quietly in the room as she listened intently. Once I finished sharing the more recent events, she exclaimed incredulously, "Is this a story you're making up? You expect me to believe this? Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't explain otherwise." Miho looked at me, still skeptically. Then she said, "Whatever. I came here to protect you, so that's all that matters." "Thank you." As I hugged Miho tightly, her face flushed red, and she struggled to break free. "Ugh, how disgusting. Let go of me, you fool." I had always noticed that Miho struggled with being embraced. As one of the greatest monsters in the world, she surprisingly had this weakness that only I seemed to know. After that, Miho grumbled for a while before promising to lend me her strength. She said, "Anyway, you've caused quite a stir as soon as you arrived at Central Plains. It seems like you were eager for some fun." "What fun? We're in a precarious situation right now." When I scolded her, Miho erupted into laughter. "Ahaha, you really don't realize what's happening with Wang Yian, huh? That Meng Niang seems to have refrained from explaining that part to you." "What do you mean?" Then, Miho continued, and my eyes widened. "There's a rebellion brewing. Soon, a massive army under Wang Yian's leadership will advance towards Luoyang, clashing with the imperial forces defending the capital. The side that wins will claim dominion over the land." To confirm if Miho was right, I headed over to Meng Niang. "Is it really a rebellion? Are we conspiring to rebel?" Meng Niang glanced at me. He was reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Suddenly, Meng Niang handed me the Book of Art of War to read. "You probably haven't read this before. When you have the time, you must read it. It's a great classic. Adat novel bin adat." "I definitely will. But could you please not dodge the question and just answer it?" As I pressed him while holding The Art of War, Meng Niang replied, "Of course, it's evident, right? What we are planning right now is a perfect rebellion and treason. It's been quite a while since the rallying edict has spread, and the local warlords and lords are beginning to feel on edge, watching this area closely. They are in the stage of pondering which side to align with." Goodness. Is it really okay to speak so openly about treason? At that, Meng Niang smirked. "I wouldn't say such things in front of ordinary people. I'd find a way to avoid direct mention. However, since it's you, I can speak plainly." "What do you mean by that?" "You are, after all, the person most free in terms of power in the world. To be honest, regardless of whether this side wins or loses in the upcoming battle, your ultimate goal will remain intact. The rebellion is merely the fastest route to achieve it. Meng Niang clasped his hands and continued leisurely. Then let me ask you in return. Do you think General Wang has any other options in this situation? None. Originally, both General Wang and I intended to rally the opposing forces to purge the demon subduing Hall and more, and ultimately make the Emperor a puppet who couldn't mouth a word. No matter how much we grow, that's as far it goes. The Emperor is a figure above all, so it's much better to use him as a marionette rather than trying to remove or eliminate him rashly. In other words, what we were seeking was a change from within. One could say it was quite moderate. But then the Emperor unexpectedly passed away, and the demon subduing Hall gained power, causing the entire situation to change drastically. They no longer care about the Emperor's opinion and can do whatever they please now. Does anyone think that the newly ascended Crown Prince would bat an eye even if we stirred the Clearstream faction, local scholars, or high-ranking officials? At the moment the Emperor died, we lost all options besides employing force. I resonated with Meng Niang's words and sighed. I had thought that once the Emperor, the leader of our enemies, was gone, everything would fall into disarray on its own, but that was not the case. The Emperor was a crucial link in numerous power connections. The vast opponent known as the Imperial Palace would not fall simply because the Emperor was gone. We either have to go through the proper procedures or have the kind of power to sweep everything away without a trace. Noticing my realization, Meng Niang said, "Of course, I can't say that your action of eliminating the Emperor was necessarily wrong. After all, the Emperor should have been a target for purging sooner or later. It's just that the chances of crossing a dangerous bridge have increased a bit, so we must focus on the now." It was not merely a comfort to me. I had to pull myself together. I understand. As I acknowledged this, Meng Niang wore a somehow pleased expression. It looked like the joy one feels when their apprentice understands them well. Meng Niang spread out his plans and said, "Tomorrow morning, General Gi Beizhong will arrive with 30,000 troops, alongside General Wang leading the Northern Dragon Army of 10,000, plus about 25,000 troops responding to General Huang's rallying edict from Guangzhou. We'll be marching with around 60,000 to 70,000 troops towards the capital." 70,000. I realized just how massive that number was. While ordinary people wouldn't grasp the sheer scale, one could feel suffocated amidst a crowd of hundreds, let alone imagine a battle with hundreds of thousands in a sprawling area. Then, I suddenly noticed an odd point and asked Meng Niang, "Wait a minute. Didn't you send the rallying edict throughout the nation? So, can't we gather even more troops and attack the capital later? That is an option. I suppose if we wait here and occupy key locations nearby for about a month, we could gather at least 200,000. Meng Niang pinched his temples while speaking. "But we cannot afford to do that." "Why not?" "There are 3 reasons. After taking a sip of water, Meng Niang continued. "First, no matter how suspicious and tyrannical the orders from the Emperor may be, he's still the Emperor. The longer we let things drag on, the more advantageous it becomes for the Emperor in terms of both justification and practicality. The moment the Crown Prince has just ascended, we must resolve this swiftly while the state is in chaos. Second, if we can gather 200,000 troops, the other side can gather 500,000. Third, if it becomes a confrontation of 200,000 versus 500,000, it will turn into a massive civil war that could split the Great Ming Empire in two. At that point, regardless of victory or defeat, the local control in the capital will plummet, and chaos will ensue once more. That's something we must absolutely avoid. We need to defeat the Imperial Guard as swiftly as possible and seize the capital. That is the absolute condition for victory." I could sense that Meng Niang's arguments were coherent. I internally admired his words and pondered over them. Then I asked the question I really wanted to know. Then how many troops are stationed at the capital to defend it? Basically, there are around 100,000 stationed at all times. And by now, they have probably gathered nearby reserve troops, so by the time the battle starts, there could be close to 200,000. So it means 70,000 against 200,000. Even with a troop difference of almost 3 to 1, Meng Niang remained remarkably calm. Seeing my worried expression, Meng Niang said, "You don't have to worry." "How can you say that? Battles, especially wars, are not merely determined by numbers. And we have Wang Yian on our side. That alone is reason enough to win." Meng Niang smiled subtly and pointed at the art of war I was holding. "So make sure to read this book whenever you have spare time. I think this upcoming battle will be a valuable lesson for you." "I understand." I took the art of war and went outside. While passing through, I saw General Wang Yian and Li Kuang gathered together. As I approached them, I heard them talking. "General, do you really intend to attack the capital?" It was Li Kuang's familiar voice. In response, General Wang Yian's voice came through. "That's right, Li Kuang. That doesn't make sense. This isn't like you, General." Li Kuang spoke in a tone that thoroughly lowered himself in front of Wang Yian. Regardless of their rank, he seemed to hold General Wang Yian in high regard. The old general stood there clad in armor, looking gently at Li Kuang as he said, "What does being like me mean? Do enlighten me." General Wang Yian declared resolutely. "I realized this while in the Great Thunder Prison. There are beings hidden beneath the surface of this nation that are not human. And if we don't use this opportunity to strike and weaken them, we will regret it for eternity. But this is treason." "That's right. It's treason. But then why are you standing here trying to persuade me? Wang Yian said with a sardonic smile. Haha, I would think you'd choose a more rational option like just beheading me and presenting my head to the new emperor. That would settle all difficulties. So why isn't that happening? For the sake of General Jin Shenhuai, you say? At least if it were General Jin Shenhuai, he would have found a better way. At that, both Wang Yian and Li Kuang's gazes fell solemn. It seemed they were reminiscing about General Jin Shenhuai. Wang Yian let out a sigh. He was truly a genius. Someone I could never hold a candle to, but I no longer have options left. As an ordinary person, I must fight and set things right by force. Li Kuang spoke without any bloodlust, yet his words carried a strong will. Are you saying that you would kill the general? Do as you like. That too may be the will of heaven. General Wang Yian remained unperturbed. He wouldn't be swayed by threats to his life. It was also the pride of a supreme general of the great Ming Empire. Li Kuang showed signs of inner conflict. He was torn between the powerful ideology of loyalty to the emperor, which had long held his life, and his allegiance to General Wang Yian. Wang Yian then planted the nail into Li Kuang's hesitance. But know this. The loyalty we devoted our souls to was to the late emperor, and we offered the utmost loyalty to his son as well. Now, there is no longer anyone but a phantom to whom we owe our loyalty. This statement seemed to shock Li Kuang, causing him to hesitate. He appeared perplexed. Where is the Great Ming Empire? Is the current emperor the embodiment of the Great Ming Empire? Answer me, Li Kuang. Li Kuang fell silent. After a long while, he sighed and said, I'll need to organize my thoughts a bit more. Feel free to do so, but know that we cannot win this war without your assistance. I met eyes with Li Kuang, who walked away forlornly. He glanced at me without any visible change in expression, but his gaze distinctly held distress and turmoil. I was surprised to see someone as steadfast as Li Kuang appearing so drained from a conversation. He truly can be called a general. Honestly, I wondered what difference it would make if I rescued General Wang, but gradually, I began to understand that my thinking had been flawed. The existence of the top general of the Great Ming Empire alone possessed an aura and prestige capable of shaking the very world. He could be the cornerstone of changing China itself. Upon spotting me, General Wang Yian seemed pleased and said, Oh, it's you. The small hero. The title of small hero carried an air of playful mischief. I managed a bitter smile and said, It seems I'm in the wrong place. No, it's fine. It was something I had to go through eventually, and that friend over there probably won't mind. When I fell silent, General Wang Yian said, By the way, I have always been curious. What kind of relationship do you have with the Bangqian Alliance leader? I answered resolutely, We are comrades and friends. Would you give your life for each other? Of course. At that, General Wang Yian looked impressed. You have no wavering in your gaze. I can even feel the spirit of a seasoned veteran through it. A talent like you is rare. It's natural for me to lay down my life for Mangniang considering the past life, and in reality, I truly am a seasoned veteran. My actual age is probably much greater than that of General Wang Yian. Standing there blankly, General Wang Yian chuckled. I merely wanted to know. Seeing heroes like you two act for righteousness simply makes my spirits rise. I think that's flattery. I still have a long way to go. Haha. Even at 60 years old, there are countless pathetic humans who can't even hold a candle to you two. Watching General Wang Yian laugh heartily made me feel a twinge of embarrassment. Before my reincarnation, I was indeed the kind of person who couldn't even compare to Mangniang as he said. Even now, I was still learning a great deal from him. It took immense time and effort just to catch up to that level. General Wang Yian said, You've probably heard, but I am leaving all command of the siege against the capital to the Bangqian Alliance leader. Li Kuang and I will be preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. What? What does this mean? I was taken aback as this was information Mangniang hadn't shared with me. Then General Wang Yian cocked his head in surprise. I see you haven't heard. That's correct. But why aren't you personally leading the command? It's a simple matter. I've discussed strategies and tactics and realized one fact. The Bangqian Alliance leader's tactical prowess is of remarkable caliber. General Wang Yian said with a wry smile. I think the Bangqian Alliance leader is a genius in strategy. If he's in command, I predict remarkable results will come. I will merely observe from the sidelines. My jaw dropped. General Wang Yian was a living war god and a celebrated general who had preserved the Great Ming Empire from foreign invaders. Gaining absolute trust from the military within, he had been able to issue proclamations marching forth for the sake of a corrupted emperor. Given this, his strategic and tactical caliber was beyond question. To think such a general would claim to be inferior to Mangniang? Could it really be that much? It seems you do not know your closest companion's abilities well enough. The only one who might be able to stand against him would likely be General Jin Shenhuai. I have no confidence that I could win against the forces led by the Bangqian Alliance leader with the same number of troops. General Wang Yian chuckled. In that case, why not lead a 100-man division? You will come to understand what I mean. I felt a remarkable bewilderment. Both Mangniang and General Wang Yian, along with Li Kuang, all seemed drastically unconcerned, despite estimating the troop difference to be threefold. Whether it was a difference in innate capability or something else, they all thought it was a foregone conclusion that they would win the siege of the capital. Is it really? I recognized my own weakness. When it came to strategy and tactics, I was practically a blank slate. I was merely accustomed to fighting on my own but had no idea how to wield military tactics in a large-scale battle. There's no way around it. I need to read more. I looked down at the art of war. Perhaps by reading this, I might be able to command not just 100, but thousands or even tens of thousands to move in harmony with my thoughts. Now, let us all head to our designated positions. The next morning, I received the command to lead the White Guard from Mangniang. After spending the night reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu, I felt confident enough in the basic strategies and tactics it contained. Dressed in the attire of a military strategist, Mangniang stood before the great army. The military commanders gathered here wore expressions of discontent towards Mangniang. Naturally, it was difficult for experienced generals to accept that a mere scholar suddenly had authority over tens of thousands of troops. However, Mangniang stood before the troops unfazed and bellowed, "Advance!" And slowly, I felt the massive army begin to move. Riding on horseback, I began to follow the procession of the White Guard. I was aware that our forces were outnumbered compared to those stationed to defend the capital. Still, leading from the very front of tens of thousands was an immense pressure. Was Mangniang really not feeling any tension while leading such a massive force? Glancing at him, I saw that rather than being nervous, Mangniang was casually engaging in strategies, drawing them out skillfully. I looked at the faces of the other military commanders riding alongside, but they too showed no sign of worry. It soon became clear that General Wang Yian's presence was a source of comfort. Although Mangniang was the one giving the orders, General Wang Yian's support held significant weight. Normally, generals who would scoff at a scholar like Mangniang now followed his commands uniformly. Our army marched for about a day until we reached a plain 30 li away from Luoyang. There, I soon spotted the dark mass of the enemy forces, already entrenched on the horizon. Kururar. It seemed as if clouds were rising. It felt surreal to know that so many humans could gather in one place. 200,000 troops. This included over 100,000 elite imperial troops poised for battle. The dark cavalry was organized and ready to charge, with well over thousands in waiting. They seemed to be taking a cautious approach, not launching an immediate attack. Just then, someone from the enemy side rode forward and shouted, "Rebels? Why do you dare oppose the imperial decree and invite foolish death upon yourselves? Do you wish to follow the traitor, Wang Yian, to your demise? His Majesty does not consider you all as traitors. Lay down your spears and swords and surrender now." It was a form of psychological warfare, attempting to instill disarray among our ranks for an easier battle. Mangniang, grinning wickedly, commanded the master archer of the northern dragon troops beside him, "Blow his head off." "Yes. Perbuck." In an instant, the master archer's arrow soared beyond double the usual range, piercing through the provocateur's forehead. I watched in astonishment at the impressive skill. What incredible marksmanship! The master archer of the northern dragon troops would likely be regarded as an exceptional master in the martial realm. Under General Wang Yian, the northern dragon troops had undergone extreme training, solidifying their prowess in military combat for decades, so the archer leading them was not to be underestimated. Dagak. As the provocateur fell horrifically from his horse, Mangniang stepped slightly forward, intensifying his internal energy and shouted, "We do not defy His Majesty. We merely seek to dispel the flatterers and puppets misleading him, forging a bright and glorious future for the great Ming Empire." General Wang Yian did not make this decision without reason. The abuses of the Golden Eagle Guards and the East Factory have become so severe that it has begun to harm the ordinary populace. He clenched his fist and declared, "This is patriotism? Can you not feel the resolute determination of General Wang Yian as fellow soldiers?" Strangely enough, I could see the enemy's formation wavering. For one, the name General Wang Yian commanded absolute trust among soldiers. Moreover, Mangniang's oratory skills resonated with incredible appeal. Then, the enemy commander screamed in frustration, "Charge! Silence that fool!" Kururar. Dust clouds began to rise. Tens of thousands rushed forth as if a tide was rolling in. In a situation like this, facing such overwhelming numbers on the plain, the smaller force would surely struggle. I was curious how Mangniang intended to handle it. The enemy's vanguard comprises cavalry. Artillery, ready one shot. Mangniang raised his hand. "Fire the red cannon." Kwak-kwak-wang. That moment, it felt like fireworks exploded from the heavens. Thousands of red cannons positioned at the front fired simultaneously, raining hell on the charging cavalry. Hundreds and even thousands of cavalry were shredded and fell, chaos erupting on the battlefield. Uaik. Aik. The power was so intense that the enemy forces hesitated in their assault. I could hear Mangniang muttering from his command perch. Though the Great Ming Empire is vast, with exceptions of a few naval units, only the Northern Dragon troops are operationally utilizing the red cannon at the front line. With this, we've broken the enemy's front line. Thump thump thump. Yet, enemy attacks were still pouring in. It seemed they were intent on pushing through despite the circumstances. The distance between the two armies shrank to about 30 paces. Then Mangniang waved a flag twice. Strike. A loud drumbeat filled the air. Suddenly, our formations scattered like beans spilling from a bag. Mangniang had meticulously organized our troops beforehand, with captains and leaders interpreting the flags to move with precision. I too led the White Guard, frantically dispersing to join in the chaos. Moments later, the scattered units seemed to be attempting to engage in individual combat before converging back to the left as they began striking at the enemy's flanks. The tactics were so curious that, from the front lines, I could barely comprehend how events were unfolding. Chiinch clang. Quang. Wow, what was happening? All I knew was that I had one job: charge. Leading the White Guard, I swung my sword and spear, cutting through the enemies. As I cleaved through armored soldiers, I realized how much more effective and powerful the spear was compared to the sword. The spear truly was an essential weapon of war. While I had more strength with a sword, the spear was so efficient that I soon found myself wielding it exclusively. Amidst the frenzy of slaughter, I began to feel a wave of exhaustion. What's going on? There seems to be no end. Kiwak. Kakang? Oh, I had slain nearly 200, no, around 300 enemies. My sword light surged with immense internal energy, severing 3 or 4 at a time in each swing. Under ordinary circumstances, this level of kills would have decimated most factions in a clash. However, as I kept cutting down foes, they seemed to be arriving from all directions like an endless swarm of insects. This was no longer just a matter of martial skill. Moreover, when facing heavily armored soldiers, it became increasingly difficult to eliminate them with a single strike without the use of sword energy or flames. I was feeling more and more detached, engaging in repeated slaughter yet gradually losing myself in the chaos of the battlefield. Luckily, my skills helped ensure the White Guard that followed me sustained minimal casualties, yet I couldn't shake off the feeling of futility. Is this what war truly is? In a fleeting moment, I grasped how insignificant one's martial skills could be in a massive battle. It felt like confronting a gargantuan, immortal entity called an army. Kualong? Suddenly, part of the enemy mass crumbled, and I saw our troops surging unexpectedly into the opening like a sudden storm. After a flash of lightning, I identified Li Kuang and Jin So-chung amongst them, and it all began to make sense. They must have divided their forces to ambush from behind. This wasn't a haphazard clash on the plains. From the outset, Mang Niang had planned for this, anticipating where the meeting with the enemy would occur. That wasn't all. Kururar. Move. With Mang Niang's clear shout, the flag was brought to life, and within 30 seconds, that movement reached the rear of the massive force. Even in a head-on confrontation on the plains, our troops moved synergistically under Mang Niang's command, efficiently repelling multifaceted attacks. The enemy, unable to perceive the advantage of their own numbers, found their focus split due to the shelling from the front. To crush elite forces in a frontal rotation on the plains clearly demonstrated Mang Niang's incredible tactical leadership. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even from the front lines, I had no idea how the battle was progressing. Yet Mang Niang could visualize each troop as hundreds in his mind, orchestrating an organic flow to annihilate the enemy forces. His tactical command level was beyond imagination. Surely only a minuscule fraction of those called generals might possess such a talent. General Wang Yian certainly did not overestimate Mang Niang. Kwa Ka Kwang? Uo. Charge? The shield troops have broken through. Cavalry, advance. Incredibly, the rotation on the plains, despite being outnumbered 3-1, was shifting increasingly in our favor as if a master martial artist was effortlessly suppressing a mere amateur. More than half the enemy forces had already dwindled, while our side, aside from the frontmost troops, had suffered little in losses. Ugh. I heard it was a white scholar leading, and not General Wang Yian? How can this be? In the midst of my mindless fighting, I found myself close to a shrieking commander. Given the richness of his attire, I suspected he was of some high rank, so I charged forward to attack. No, block him. To my surprise, 5 members of the Golden Eagle Guards lunged simultaneously in defense of the commander. Each of them appeared to be top-tier skilled enough to catch me off guard. I hadn't expected to encounter the Golden Eagle Guards in battle. Against masters, the sword is better suited. I swiftly switched weapons. Using the 10,000 victories sword method, I unleashed a rolling slash that disrupted their movements. The air quivered as their blades were effortlessly deflected, sending them bouncing off in every direction. Ugh, what kind of swordplay is this? The Golden Eagle Guards were left astonished by the unforeseen effects of the rolling slash. As they stumbled back, I swiftly swung my sword horizontally, severing the commander's neck. In a swish, his head flew through the air, and I caught it triumphantly, shouting, "I've defeated the enemy general." Uo. Cheers erupted around me. Our nearby soldiers and officers roared in delight. One commander cheered, "My goodness, you've slain their chief commander." Wait, he was the chief commander? Now that I think about it, no wonder the Golden Eagle Guards had been clustered around him in a protective formation. Seeing me claim the commander's head, their faces turned grim as they began to retreat. I stood there, scratching my head in disbelief, realizing I had just achieved a monumental victory. Is this enough to say I've done my part? That day's engagement ended in a resounding victory for our forces. I either killed enemy soldiers or captured them as prisoners. Mang Niang's orders to take prisoners of war were rooted in the need to extract information from them. When we reviewed the battle results, nearly 120,000 of the enemy had either died or been injured, while the remainder surrendered or fled. On the other hand, our losses totaled merely 15,000 troops, most of whom were mostly injured. We had overwhelmingly triumphed in the head-on encounter on the plains. There's no greater victory than this, truly. It would likely be remembered throughout the annals of the Great Ming Empire's military history. I couldn't quite comprehend why our victory had been so dominating. Could such a significant difference stem solely from the commander's capabilities? When I asked Mang Niang about it, he chuckled heartily. Of course, no matter how exceptional my command is, it alone cannot guarantee victory. It's due to the qualitative difference between the royal bodyguards and the northern dragon troops. Qualitative difference. Indeed. Meng Niang flared the five-colored radiance. The royal bodyguards boast excellent equipment and training, but that's all. They have hardly encountered a real enemy in their lifetimes. You could say their combat experience is nearly non-existent. Ah, I see. On the other hand, the northern dragon troops contain not only remnants of the front line but also veterans who survived through numerous battles, with each soldier harboring tremendous combat experience. Essentially, the northern dragon troops are the elite guard personally trained by General Wang Yian. At Novel bin Adat. With the northern dragon troops as the backbone, they employed superior red cannons to dominate the range and swept through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Li Kuang and Jin Sochong led separate squads that continuously assassinated enemy commanders, weaving our forces seamlessly into the enemy ranks. It would be odd if we lost. Surely, Meng Niang was right. All sorts of factors combined to produce our victory. But even so, without the steadfast leadership of Meng Niang, our chances of winning would have been abysmal regardless of how powerful the northern dragon troops or Li Kuang and Jin Sochong were. I, leading the White Guard from the front, understood this better than anyone else. Every maneuver made during the engagement went without a single error. A genius in war. An unparalleled master of strategy and tactics, that's Meng Niang. I made slight modifications to the descriptions. I received 3 messages regarding discomfort with the heated discussions in the comments, so I have deleted the related comments for now. I would appreciate it if we could avoid excessive debates. Thanks to every reader as always. I hope everyone can enjoy it happily. I will strive to present even better works in the future. The war horses thunder across the plains. Immediately following the grand victory, our army advanced to encircle Luoyang Castle. Although we only had about 50,000 troops capable of being a real force, the enemy was left in shambles, with barely any proper defensive units remaining. Meng Niang received intel that the defensive forces in Luoyang were less than 10,000, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Very well. Let's solidify our siege first. Li Kuang, who was present at the commander's meeting, asked Meng Niang, wouldn't it be better to strike immediately? I glanced at Li Kuang. He seemed quite hesitant, but he had played a significant role in the recent battle. If it weren't for Li Kuang and Jin Sochong cutting through the enemy's lines with their impressive martial prowess, our forces would have been annihilated. Additionally, it seemed Li Kuang had such a considerable military reputation that even the prominent warriors in the barracks couldn't meet his gaze. The siege is already underway, and the siege weapons are prepared. The defensive forces only number in the thousands. Are we going to let this golden opportunity slip away? With a sly grin, Meng Niang replied. The crucial point isn't the defense of Luoyang itself, but the final guardian lurking within the imperial palace. We must keep them in mind. You think that whatever is in the palace is a threat to us, even with our tens of thousands of troops? Absolutely. We would certainly face disaster otherwise. Li Kuang's hesitation deepened upon hearing Meng Niang's unwavering answer. He heard from General Wang Yian about the existence of others from another realm and their circumstances, but it seemed hard for him to grasp their true power. It made sense, since Li Kuang had never fought directly against those beings in his past life. Meng Niang continued to explain slowly. The reason we could easily win the plains engagement is that the Imperial Palace's greatest strategist did not take part in the battle. He is likely contemplating whether to protect the Emperor or surrender to us. Taking rash action might provoke him. Who is he? Grand Astronomer Zhuzhu. I believe you've at least heard of him, Li Kuang. Li Kuang's eyebrows twitched. Are you referring to the one called the top genius of the Central Plains in the past century? Yes, that's right. He is currently in charge of the Imperial Palace's hexagram techniques. Li Kuang appeared to be deep in thought for a moment, likely comparing the potential difference in strength resulting from Zhuzhu joining either side in his mind. Afterward, Li Kuang asked again. If the Imperial Palace is fortified by his sorcery, what does capturing the rest serve? That's not the case. Everyone's expressions turned to shock at Meng Niang's follow-up. Zhuzhu can cast a special ritual that will instantly extend the sovereign barrier of the palace to the entire Luoyang. This means any troops that enter will either be exterminated or taken as prisoners. That's preposterous. Is that really possible? Murmurs filled the room. While the generals probably knew there existed some form of sorcery and had an inkling of its power, the idea that a single individual could cast a barrier over an entire city seemed beyond their contemplation. Their agitation was not well concealed, prompting Meng Niang to calmly diffuse the tension. But don't worry. In other words, if he surrenders, everything ends. If not, we can expect some change. Ample rations are essential, and decisive actions are basic protocol. How long do you intend to wait? 3 days. Meng Niang waved his 5-colored radiance. If there's no change after 3 days, we will commence the siege immediately. Until then, preparations must be thorough. After discussing matters related to handling the injured and prisoners and negotiating with surrounding feudal lords, the military strategy meeting concluded. The generals seemed to return to their tasks without raising further questions since Meng Niang's points were all reasoned. After the meeting wrapped up, Li Kuang said, Venerable leader, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Meng Niang smiled slyly. What thoughts? If you had spoken during the strategy meeting, I could have answered right away. There are things one cannot say in a military meeting. With a bitter smile, Li Kuang responded. Are you planning to promote General Wang Yian to emperor? In the tent were myself, Meng Niang, Jin Sochong, and Li Kuang. Only those who could share in this affair gathered here. Jin Sochong, organizing documents beside me, looked at Li Kuang with wide eyes. After a moment, Meng Niang spoke without hesitation. I can't do it immediately. There are members of the royal family scattered in various places, and the line of succession is clear. Moreover, there are those with legitimate support from Confucian scholars. You can't do it immediately, you really do enjoy twisting words. Li Kuang shot back casually, but the implication behind his words held significant weight. In other words, Meng Niang was indirectly revealing his intent to elevate Wang Yian to the throne and was merely waiting for an opportunity. It was becoming clear that Meng Niang was contemplating a coup. I apologize. It's a habit of mine. As Li Kuang stared at Meng Niang blankly, he spoke. You are quite resolute in your convictions. And I believe the same of you, General Li. Don't look to me to find a solution. Li Kuang seemed to clench his fist. It wasn't out of anger or sorrow, but rather a reflection of some resolution. Understood. Li Kuang exited the tent first, with Jin Sochong following. I found it hard to believe the stormy atmosphere we had just experienced. I had never expected the cold, indifferent, and strong-willed figure Li Kuang to utter such naive words, and I couldn't fully comprehend Meng Niang's statements overall. So I asked Meng Niang, why did Li Kuang ask such a question? It was a somewhat inappropriate question for the occasion. If I felt awkward, how would the others feel? Furthermore, to pose such an inquiry out in the open, rather than privately with Meng Niang, struck me as peculiar. Meng Niang let out a soft laugh. Of course, someone like Li Kuang wouldn't ask without knowing. He has led the Imperial Guard and survived in the palace's power struggles for decades. He knows more about power than anyone in the world. The stage of reconciliation for General Wang has already passed, and if General Wang does not become emperor, the remains of his faction will be eliminated. That makes sense. It's just that Li Kuang's values clash with each other, causing him to hesitate over issues of patriotism and conservatism, preventing him from determining his own stance. He seeks to indirectly explore a path through me. Don't act as if it's pathetic. You, Baek Wang, know better than anyone that Li Kuang is not a flawless transcendent. Though Meng Niang scolded me, I couldn't loosen my expression. I had not predicted that someone like Li Kuang, who seemed absolutely confident and resolute, would show such uncertainty. The notion of betrayal appeared to have struck him more profoundly than I imagined. Is it me who is the strange one? Is it really that significant for the owner of the Imperial Palace to change? It hasn't sunk in for me at all. And maybe it doesn't make sense, making me a fool or a madman instead. While I was lost in my thoughts, Meng Niang spoke again. But I am worried. Things are unfolding too smoothly. What do you mean? The so-called alchemist must be plotting something sinister. If we focus only on our current situation, we might overlook their next move. We must proceed with the utmost caution. Meng Niang seemed particularly uneasy about the alchemist's presence. After all, that alchemist currently exerted practical control over the forces of the palace. I regretted not rushing in to confront that alchemist and gauge their skill. After a moment of contemplation, I asked Meng Niang, by the way, do you have certainty that this Zhuzhu will defect to our side? I do. How can you be so sure? I had asked this several times because this part was not clear. If Meng Niang's words were true, then Zhuzhu would indeed be a key power for the palace, and it seemed improbable that such an individual would easily defect. Meng Niang answered with a wry smile. Because he's the world's top genius. What a bizarre statement. He's not an idiot, he wouldn't make a foolish move. That sentiment felt more like a lament than solid faith. I was curious about Meng Niang's reasoning behind such words, but there was an air that suggested I wouldn't receive further explanation. So I scratched my head and stepped outside the tent. Whoosh. And soon enough, the Imperial Palace's next move approached quicker than expected. What is this aura? That very evening, as discussed with Meng Niang, a chilling presence was felt, followed by a powerful clash of energy. I hurriedly rushed outside, having been abruptly roused from sleep, only to find sparks flying in the dark of night. I discovered a total of 8 masters confronting each other. 6 mysterious men in black, opposed by 2 of our finest Jin Sochong and Li Kuang. As Li Kuang swung his spear, one of the men in black deftly blocked the strike with his blade. Li Kuang combined motions of Lan and Shat, transforming his attack into a refined slash, yet the mysterious man's swordplay elegantly deflected Li Kuang's assault. As power coursed through, the man in black retreated 3 steps. As darkness dissipated, light flowed forth. In a fleeting moment, the duel between Li Kuang and the man in black saw their forms and techniques crossing paths. The disparity in skill was so vast that it seemed unlikely for anyone witnessing them to interpret the intricate exchanges. Fwab. The man in black retreated, letting out a battle cry, and unleashed a torrent of what seemed to be sword flames, swirling violently through the vacuum. As the distorted vortex approached, Li Kuang calmly swept away the explosive force. After approximately 10 seconds of intense confrontation, they both took a slight distance from one another. Watching their battle, I was quite astonished. So this man in black can contend with Li Kuang. Li Kuang's abilities were among the very best in Jianghu. Even the Wind God's Sex Guardian could not decisively finish him off, and many legendary masters regarded Li Kuang, the Azure Dragon, with the utmost fear. However, in that brief exchange of techniques I had just witnessed, the man in black had clearly succeeded in meeting Li Kuang head-on, skillfully countering his brilliant maneuver. This indicated only one truth. That man in black was a peak sword master. Moreover, the 6 men in black were all exuding similar or even greater levels of energy. Dropping his spear, Li Kuang said, "I didn't expect you to show up." It was as if Li Kuang already knew the identity of the black sword master. After a moment of silence, the black sword master responded to Li Kuang's words. "Step aside. We're not here to fight you. Not a chance." Li Kuang's chilling response made me flinch. How could the esteemed Great Sword Sect leader come to assassinate us? I must preserve my friend's honor. Great Sword Sect leader. He was the head of the Twin Gate Sect, the most prestigious martial arts faction in Luoyang. He was capable of defeating even a Vulcan elder in just 50 moves and, more importantly, I had shared drinks with him during my previous life when attempting to join the Golden Guards. But if he is indeed the Great Sword Sect leader, has he truly come to assassinate our top brass? As that thought crossed my mind, I quickly checked on the nearby masters. 6 of them were precisely standing there. "Don't tell me." The next words from the Black Sword Master confirmed my suspicion. "Stand back. All heads of the Twin Gate Sect are present here. No matter how strong you are, you cannot stop us." That's right. Facing Li Kuang and Jin Sochong, all the representatives of Jianghu from Luoyang had gathered. The Twin Gate Sect's leaders had all come donned in black, preparing to strike. This meant that 6 peak masters were effectively our enemies. No matter how formidable Li Kuang was, could he confront them recklessly? As Li Kuang spotted me approaching, he shot me a glance before turning back to the enemies. To Jin Sochong, he said, "I'll handle that old hag. Just hold your ground with Baek Wong, even for a moment. It'll be tough." It can't be helped. Li Kuang's gaze was fixed on the man in black wearing the silver fox mask, standing at the very back of the 6 figures. This man in black had a smaller frame, exuding an aura indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet, Li Kuang seemed to be acutely aware that the silver fox mask represented his most formidable opponent. Then, the man in black with the silver fox mask took a step forward and said, "Li Kuang, aren't you getting a bit cocky? Your master could never determine a victory over me even after 6 years." Li Kuang retorted in irritation. "How ridiculous. Your avatar style possesses such monstrous attack power, it's left me no chance of a draw. But now, I can handle it like my master, so be prepared." "Ahaha, is that so? Then follow me." Swish. Suddenly, the silver fox mask man in black soared into the air. Slashing through the void like a bird of prey taking flight, it was undoubtedly the skill of Void Chasm. Li Kuang, with a stiff expression, stared at the figure of the silver fox mask without a word, then set forth, intending to follow her with his own version of the skill. Swish. As the 2 masters disappeared from sight, an awkward silence fell over the area. Now, the situation had turned into a 5 versus 2. Suddenly, I found myself in a position where I had to fight alongside Jin Sochong against the leaders of the Twin Gate Sect at night, which felt utterly surreal. Why on earth didn't Li Kuang call the troops? If we summoned our soldiers for a joint attack, we could surely drive off these peak masters. In fact, it was astonishing that soldiers hadn't arrived earlier. But soon, I guessed the reason on my own. It was all because of the silver fox mask. That individual was powerful to a degree that it seemed reckless to confront her. Soldiers would likely be slaughtered if they tried. Li Kuang, being the only person capable of stopping the silver fox mask, had opted for a one-on-one duel and left the battlefield. Then Jin Sochong, gripping her spear, turned to me and said, "I trust you as a fellow Thunder God Sect practitioner." Likewise. As we exchanged our greetings, one of the men in black opposite us spoke curtly. "Why are you saying your goodbyes? You're about to bid farewell to this life." Jin Sochong looked at the man in black. "Who are you? Why should I tell you? We are both the strongest here prepared to settle this. We have the right to know your identity." "I see, if you put it that way." The man in black growled menacingly. Jin Sochong waved her hand and continued, "At novel bin at. I'm aware of that. So since we are in a mutual understanding, we might as well introduce ourselves because it's the right way to battle." Jin Sochong's words flowed effortlessly, implicitly conveying that we were serious about commencing the fight. If they didn't accept, there was no retreat for them. With no choice left, the man in black introduced himself. "I am Iron Blood Sect leader." Simultaneously, he removed his mask. Upon seeing his face, I felt a twist in my gut. Ah, it's that guy. During my first duel against the Iron Blood Sect, I had easily dispatched leader Kyojun, only for the Iron Blood Sect leader and the elders to roll in and pressure me, which eventually led to a situation where the mortal blade Jin Paiyong was sent to assassinate me. I clenched my teeth upon recalling the grudge of that incident. No matter how it was a duel, and the Iron Blood Sect leader had tacitly sanctioned that he could behead me within our duel. The Iron Blood Sect leader said, "I apologize, but this is neither a spar nor a duel. We 5 will take you down." Whoosh! A tremendous pressure surged from the opponents. As the top peak masters of Jianghu raised their energies simultaneously, an overwhelming oppressive force threatened to crush us. I gritted my teeth as I felt their energy wash over me. Shit. I need to escape. Once the attack began, facing them head-on was a lost cause. While I might have been able to handle 1 or 2 individuals, I could not withstand the assault of all 5 peak masters charging at me. Even with Jin Sochong by my side, it would be no different. How did we end up here? Staring death in the face before entering Luoyang was a cruel twist of fate. I couldn't die here, not after all we've worked for. It would be utterly frustrating to perish now. As I braced, preparing to unleash my technique and escape as soon as the attack started, I also subtly motioned to Jin So-chong, signaling, "Let's get out of here?" But whether she noticed my intent or not, Jin So-chong smiled brightly and said, "That sounds lovely." Everyone froze in disbelief at Jin So-chong's words. "I'll quickly finish this and then help the master." Dash. Jin So-chong lunged forward, initiating the first attack against the leaders of the Twin Gate sect. It seemed as though the Great Sword Gate Master and the Iron Blood sect leader were taken aback by Jin So-chong's audacity, much like a moth drawn to a flame. They had resolved to annihilate us without regard for their reputation or honor but appeared momentarily distracted by this sudden charge. After all, the top experts of Luoyang were arrayed against one lone individual. It was indeed strange. Jin So-chong's movements resembled the thunder call technique, yet something felt different about it, something I couldn't quite articulate. Pa-ba-ba-ba-bit? In an instant, the Great Sword Gate Master sliced to the left while the Iron Blood sect leader attacked from the right. It was rather rare for two peak experts to team up against a single opponent like this. They truly had abandoned all scruples. At the same time, a staggering flash of blinding light erupted as their swords clashed. Ugh. I had already missed the moment to leap in, so I could only stand there, sweat beading on my palms, watching the moments flash by. Observing the fierce assaults of the Great Sword Gate Master and Iron Blood sect leader, I couldn't shake the feeling that had I been in that position, I would have met an immediate demise. Suddenly, an instinctual awareness cut through my thoughts. Jin So-chong was about to be hit. No, that's not it. Wait. Something was off. In a split second, I felt as though Jin So-chong was, in fact, smiling. It was an uncanny sensation, reminiscent of what I felt during my contest against the 12 rulers of the East. In the blink of an eye, Jin So-chong's spear severed the air not once, but twice. Kiririk! A sound like ice cracking resounded with force. Simultaneously, the fierce momentum of the peak experts clashed, resulting in shockwaves that rippled through the air as Jin So-chong spun gracefully, landing with poise. Now, she drew a sword into her left hand that had previously been empty. Pippi-ping! I gaped in disbelief. Both sword and spear spread out from Jin So-chong's hands simultaneously. The sword in her left was casting the 10,000 success sword technique, while the spear in her right executed the essence of the Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear. It was as if she divided her body's center to deal with the assaults from two peak experts simultaneously, deftly repelling their attacks. Kakegok? Kakang? The clash of sword energy and flames filled the air as dozens, if not hundreds of strikes reverberated through the void. Jin So-chong stood firm, effortlessly countering the joint assault of both masters with her signature blend of sword and spear, appearing to handle them with ease, as if she weren't even exerting herself fully. Ugh. What in the? The Great Sword Gate Master and Iron Blood sect leader looked bewildered, furiously swinging their weapons yet failing to phase the younger fighter who boldly met their onslaught. I stood there, utterly astonished. She can wield both spear and sword at the same time. Executing two distinct styles of weaponry in tandem was no simple feat. It's not just about wielding one in each hand. Achieving the balance and understanding necessary to make weapons function as extensions of one's body is something unimaginable. It was abundantly clear that no matter what I did, I could never display the prowess Jin So-chong showcased. Wrap this up quickly. Indeed. At that moment, the remaining clan leaders of the Seo clan stepped forward. Two of them approached me while the third went towards Jin So-chong. It appeared as though they planned to team up against Jin So-chong while simultaneously eliminating me, possibly thinking they could end the Double Gate sect leadership. They flanked me, and solemn voices emerged from the older men. I am Seo Yun, head of the Seo clan. I am Zhang Bong, head of the Zhang clan. Seo Yun, clad in grey battle attire, seemed to specialize in fist techniques, while Zhang Bong wielded a sword reminiscent of a dagger with a high grip. I quickly realized from their stances that they had also reached the peak expert level. I gritted my teeth and said, "Why are esteemed leaders of the Double Gate sect stooping to foolish actions? You do realize that once we seize the capital, your clans will meet their end for this attack." Zhang Bong sighed, rubbing his temples, while Seo Yun exhaled deeply. Then, he responded to my concern. "We have hostages." Their reluctance to align with a child like me stemmed from both hesitation and the shame of being martial artists. "What do you mean?" "We came to rescue our kin afflicted by a strange disease." Seo Yun's rigid tone conveyed a complicated state of mind. It seemed they weren't here by choice but had been more or less coerced into this assassination attempt. "You think killing the high-ranking officials will cure the strange disease?" "Exactly. And what is this strange disease?" "There's no time for conversation. Die. Kiwung." At that moment, Seo Yun lunged forward, unleashing a Zhen fist. Typically, fist techniques serve as a secondary form of combat, and they are perceived to be lacking when facing true weapons. Consequently, those who wield fists in the martial world usually possess either exceptional external martial skills or unshakable confidence in their abilities. Among them, the Seo clan has a unique fist style that has risen to prominence among the cultivators of Double Gate sect, and Seo Yun was their head. Pong? Ugh. I felt my sword flames falter under the pressure of the Zhen fist. Despite the overwhelming gap in energies, I found myself momentarily on the defensive. Before I had time to ponder what was happening, Seo Yun's fists flew towards me from the air, transparent and menacing. While I deflected his strikes with the 10,000 success sword technique, Zhang Bong continued to assault me from behind. I attempted to evade Zhongbong's sharp dagger, utilizing the steel plate bridge technique, but they skillfully closed off my escape route. A deluge of immense energy bombarded me. Quang! Ultimately, I was forced to release my energy to knock them back. Using the release technique, which strikes nearby objects with explosive force, I caused them to recoil. Yet, they simply adjusted their stances midair and charged at me once more. Damn it! I grimaced. Indeed, the opponents before me were masters well versed in techniques that absorbed energy, leaving them impervious to my attacks. Compared to the 12 rulers, they were at least on par with their middle ranks. Individually, they would be manageable, but in coordinated attacks like this, my prospects were dim, no matter how potent my energy reserves were. One lucky factor was that the exceptional Great Sword Gate Master and Iron Blood Sect leader were currently engaged with Jin Sochong. Moreover, the head of the Yi clan had joined in to support her, posing quite the formidable threat. There's no time for worrying about others. What should I do? Just then, a melodic laugh echoed through the air. Ahaha! How dare you prattle in front of me? Suddenly, a radiant white figure appeared amidst the battle. This mysterious entity surged between me and Zhongbong, delivering a blow to Zhongbong's dagger with an intangible hand, sending him flying backward. From his stumbling demeanor, it was clear this intruder wielded tremendous strength. I was elated to see the entity before me and shouted, Maiho! Humph! One down. Maiho's gaze remained fixed on Zhongbong, who was now dazed and teetering, unable to advance as before. Instead, he merely wobbled in place. She's used her charm technique. Maiho had successfully cast her charm on Zhongbong. That meant I only had to deal with Xiao Yun now. As our eyes met with Maiho, he scowled and retorted, Why don't you stop staring and come at me instead? Ahaha! Wee yang! With Maiho's charm aura reverberating, a powerful wave of enchantment washed over the battlefield. Every master fighting at that moment staggered under her allure. Fortunately, thanks to their profound inner strength and mental fortitude, the peak experts managed to avoid being affected. Maiho gave me a quick signal, and I seized the moment to rush at Xiao Yun. He momentarily let down his defenses, leading to a glaring opening. Thanks to this, I avoided serious injuries, but by then, my sword strike had already grazed his forearm considerably. Quack! Despite being reinforced by his energy, Xiao Yun bore a significant gash on his arm. Although it wasn't life-threatening, it appeared to impede his combat capability. As Xiao Yun hastily attempted to staunch the wound with his energy, I pressed the attack further, forcing him back. Pibat! King! My strike sliced through the air with precision, repeatedly clashing against Xiao Yun's solid, steel-like body. Amazingly, he redirected my blazing sword with skill likely a reflection of the Xiao clan's inner power techniques. Despite this, the difference in energy levels caused ongoing deep gashes along his body. Pying! Eventually, I seized on his vulnerability and pressed the tip of my sword against his throat in under 80 seconds. Xiao Yun gazed at the blade trembling at his neck, then finally closed his eyes. Kill me? Farewell. I swiftly beheaded him. It was a clean execution devoid of even a hint of pain. Although he was an enemy, he was still a revered leader and master of fist techniques, deserving of respect. After ensuring his head had fallen to the ground, I quickly turned my gaze back to Jin Sochong. Kiak! Hop! There was a sound akin to a snake hissing. The Great Sword Gate Master's blade now cut through the air toward Jin Sochong's shoulder, while the Iron Blood Sect leader's sword followed suit, preparing to cut her down. In tandem, the Yi clan's master aimed a spear directly at Jin Sochong's head. A triad of peak experts joined forces? What am I supposed to do? I contemplated the impossible situation where I couldn't evade in time. With a mere kick or a minimal exertion of energy to hold them back, I knew I'd still be wounded severely. However, Jin Sochong suddenly reversed her spear, grasping it firmly. Moments later, the sword in her left hand severed the Yi clan master's spear, while her spear stroke knocked aside the Iron Blood Sect leader's sword. Simultaneously, she redirected the Great Sword Gate Master's blade with a counterstrike. Not only did she thwart their combined attack, but Jin Sochong effortlessly maneuvered to entrap all three of their vulnerabilities, causing the Yi clan master to double over as she kicked him in the gut. Gah! The trio of peak experts stumbled backward, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded Jin Sochong. Even I was left speechless, my mouth agape. The movements she demonstrated were at such an unparalleled level of beauty and martial quality that they could only be described as the epitome of grace. The Great Sword Gate Master uttered tremulously, "You're one step ahead. How is that possible?" Jin Sochong replied calmly, "Because I can. I have no other explanation." Well then, time to get serious. Pajik? Jin Sochong's eyes began to glimmer with an eerie white light. Her entire being seemed wrapped in a tempestuous energy, and every hair on her body stood on end. I couldn't help but be taken aback by the sight. Thunder call. Pa? At once, Jin Sochong vanished. I thought she had disappeared. My enhanced sensory perception had momentarily lost track of her movements. Not just me, but all three peak experts stood there, bewildered by where she had gone. Skok? Then, suddenly, the Iron Blood Sect leader's head flew off into the air. He didn't seem to comprehend his demise until the last moment, his expression fixed in a grimace of concentration. Although Jin Sochong's slicing motion appeared deceptively simple, I couldn't fathom how to counter it when matched with her unprecedented skill. It was truly an unmatched display of power. Pabuk? A spinning thunder god fist followed, obliterating the Yi clan master's throat. The result was no different. He too succumbed to death, leaving only lifeless eyes behind. Such an anticlimactic fate for one who had been a master of techniques. Kong? Ugh. A sharp clash of swords rang out as the great sword gate master was sent flying. Blood spewed from his mouth, indicating he had taken considerable damage. When he hit the ground, the air in the arena shifted violently. Emerging from within the gust was Jin So-chong, who seemed to calm her overwhelming power. She took a moment to catch her breath before addressing the great sword gate master, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Don't get up. If you do, I'll have to actually kill the great sword gate master. While Jin So-chung's voice bore a calm demeanor, it brimmed with an intimidating aura. Despite her half-hearted threat, the great sword gate master struggled, mustering all his strength to rise. Planting his feet on the ground, he wielded his sword once more, forced to muster an empty laugh. It seems everyone has been mistaken. Great sword gate master. I warned you. If you were in my shoes, would you falter? With the extinction of your clan looming, would you really hide to save your insignificant life? I will do my utmost as a martial artist. You don't need to feel guilt. Jin So-chung bit her lip. At novel bin at. Moments later, Jin So-chong and the great sword gate master crashed into each other once more. They clashed fiercely for nearly 20 seconds before exposing a fatal opening due to his injuries, leaving him vulnerable to Jin So-chong's spear, which plunged into his heart. Without missing a beat, Jin So-chong yanked her weapon from the great sword gate master's chest, withdrawing it cleanly with minimal blood loss. Farewell. The great sword gate master uttered weakly. This is where it ends. Plop. The great sword gate master collapsed dead. Gazing at the corpse of the great sword gate master, Jin So-chong suddenly coughed up a mixture of blood. Cough. I rushed over to Jin So-chong without a second thought. Are you all right? I'm fine. Jin So-chong's complexion had paled, resembling that of someone who had been bedridden with an illness for days. I took her pulse and quickly discerned the source of her dire condition. Her inner energy is nearly depleted. Plus, her true source has been damaged. The cause was likely the earlier use of Thunder Call. While I had plenty of energy reserves, allowing me to use my techniques without consequence, Jin So-chong couldn't afford surplus use of Thunder Call like I could. She must have exerted herself excessively to rapidly dispatch the peak experts before her. Even with the overwhelming victory, she had paid a substantial price for it, as if to say that fortune comes with a cost. Observing from the side, Mai-ho remarked. Let's go. Right now, Li Kuang's battle bears greater significance. After coughing a few more times, Jin So-chong added. Mai-ho's words are wise. Quickly aid the master. Hold for just a second. I hastily took out the 1000-year snow ginseng from my pouch. I forced it into Jin So-chong's mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise. Ugh. Eat this, it's good for you. Jin So-chong looked utterly bemused. I didn't intend to spoon-feed her but instead turned my gaze to the sky where Li Kuang had vanished. Following the traces of energy, I anticipated I would find him engaged in battle against the Han clan's master. Let's hurry. There was no way I could miss that fight. It was bound to be an epic clash between the greatest warriors of the Thunder God sect and the Transformation sect. There was no need to trace the whereabouts of Li Kuang and the mysterious silver mask. As I ventured in that direction, I felt an immense surge of qi erupting like an explosion, the waves rippling far and wide. I realized just how terrifying their power had become and let out a low hum. Mai-ho asked. Do you really have to go into that chaos? If Li Kuang loses, we're done for. I replied resolutely. That fox mask is the head of the Han clan and, most likely, the Dharma protector of the White Lotus sect. I had learned this in my previous life. Han Baekryong, the ruler of the Fire Spirit sect and head of the Han clan, was undoubtedly the Dharma protector of the White Lotus sect. This was because the Fire Spirit sect was currently responsible for the martial arts of the White Lotus sect. Li Kuang and Jin So-chong must have sensed this, as they had tensed up the moment they saw her. I had already learned how formidable the Dharma protector's abilities were from my fight against the Wind Spirit sect's Dharma protector. Although I hadn't witnessed the duel between Li Kuang and the Dharma protector, it was clear he stood little chance. So, I had to help Li Kuang at all costs. Tated. As I ran, I could hear the sounds of their fierce battle from the top of Mount Jangha. Without a second word, Mai-ho and I activated our lightness skills to ascend. It was a fairly tall mountain for a hill, but it took us less than half a breath to reach the summit. Kwawawang. Ha! Li Kuang was unleashing his ultimate technique. Attacks imbued with wind and thunder sliced through the air, while he twisted and turned like a willow, splitting the very path of his strike. It was a terrifying assault that only the spear master Li Kuang could perform. However, Han Baekryong, in a combat stance, merely chuckled and swung her arms. All at once, it appeared as though illusions made of flames danced, and her body exploded into fire. Yet, that was merely an illusion made of qi. The real body was already unleashing a massive heat palm. Kwang? In an instant, it happened. It was simply one strike colliding with the earth, yet the entire Mount Jangha seemed to rumble with intense vibrations. With the tremor, a vast explosion of flames erupted, and it seemed to spread across dozens of feet. This was a battle between supreme experts? Li Kuang seemed to feel that he could no longer attack and began to retreat. With a somewhat fatigued expression, he spoke to Han Baekryong. Are you messing with me? Why won't you fight properly? Ho ho ho, what do you mean by that? Do you think I don't know that Fire Spirit Sect's essence is the twin sword technique and that the true Night Sky Wolf sword is the strongest sword technique? In response to Li Kuang's words, Han Bekrayong said, "Since your precious mask is broken, I'll answer you this time." Indeed, it seemed they had been fighting for a while. Li Kuang's upper body was drenched in sweat, and the silver fox mask on Han Bekrayong had shattered, revealing her right eye. Han Bekrayong tossed the mask to the ground, unveiling the breathtaking figure of a stunning beauty with black hair. Her appearance was so delicate, she looked like a doll. "I have no reason to fight for my life in this situation." Li Kuang seemed to have understood something and sealed his lips tightly. Then, he addressed me and Maiho, who had just arrived. "Stay on guard." Though short, his words conveyed his distrust of Han Bekrayong completely. It seemed Han Bekrayong picked up on this and spoke in a somewhat troubled tone. "You don't really want to duel me, do you? Why would that be a problem?" In an instant, Han Bekrayong's eyes glowed with a bluish hue. It was a clear threat. "Don't bluff, Li Kuang. I'm only measuring which side has the upper hand." "You're measuring, huh? If that's the case, why not share your circumstances? You came here to discuss those things, didn't you?" "Of course. You're so brazen, like a rat that's spent decades in the Imperial Palace." "I'll take that as a compliment." Though Han Bekrayong scrutinized Li Kuang with disdainful eyes, Li Kuang remained unfazed. Somehow, it seemed that in her eyes, he was merely an irritating junior, which was quite a feat even the Dharma protector, with invincible power, could not treat Li Kuang carelessly. Moments later, Han Bekrayong said, "There's a person claiming to be an alchemist who has infected all the Twin Gate sect disciples with a strange disease. The Twin Gate sect's leaders, including myself, were forced to come here under the pretense that if we eliminate the officials of the Wang Yian Corps, he would free us from this ailment." "A strange disease, huh? What does it entail?" "It manifests as unknown tumors growing on the human body, staining the tips of limbs black. It doesn't seem painful, but that's what makes it more terrifying. You feel like you're transforming into something unknown, and the sight of it is horrendous." Li Kuang nodded slowly before responding. "You seem far too calm for that. Doesn't that mean the Han clan's people haven't contracted the disease?" "Not at all. I've just seen something similar before." With an uncomfortable expression, Han Bekrayong replied. "It resembled the disease that afflicted the little sect leader." "Very similar, indeed." Li Kuang gasped in surprise. "So the rumors that the White Lotus sect delayed their advance into the Central Plains due to the little sect leader's grave condition are true. Nevertheless, that disease won't break out suddenly, and I know it's not contagious. It will likely be resolved once we defeat the alchemist." Listening to their conversation, I could start to piece together the situation. The other leaders of the Twin Gate sect were assassinating for a disease they didn't understand, but it seemed Han Bekrayong had a better grasp of what was happening. After a moment of contemplation, Li Kuang asked, "Is that so? So you tested my strength?" "That's right. It's true you're the top master in the Thunder Spirit sect, and I need to see if you have the capability to breach the Imperial Palace's barrier. What if I refuse the offer? Then I'd have no choice but to fight you with full force and behead you and Meng Niang, taking their heads to the alchemist." Swish. Silently, Han Bekrayong had two swords grasped in her hands. Even just holding the swords emitted a terrifying pressure, a massive intangible energy that dwarfed what I had felt before. Li Kuang even took a step back, startled. Han Bekrayong was serious. She was forcing him to either ally with her or determine their fates. "Adat novel bin adat." Li Kuang said. "You don't trust the alchemist's promise." "How could I believe such a thing? It isn't a disease or poison, but a type of curse. There's no guarantee he'll keep his word." "Fair enough. I see the situation clearly." Li Kuang pondered for a moment and then looked at me. He asked, "Who is this lady?" "She's Maiho's older sister. She came to help us." "Ah, is that so? What a timely arrival. What's the situation?" "All the enemies have been wiped out. However, Jin Sochong is exhausted, so we left her for now." "Good job." As Li Kuang chuckled, he turned to Han Bekrayong and stated, "I accept your proposal. However, we won't walk blindly into the tiger's mouth without a precise plan. I have a plan." With her arms crossed, Han Bekrayong responded decisively. "The conclusion is simple, we need to slay that alchemist. He's lurking deep within the Imperial Palace, and to reach him, we need to breach Zujfu's barrier. Since I cannot guarantee this alone, I believe with your strength, we have a solid chance. We'll have to consult our military strategist about the specifics of Zujfu. I'm not knowledgeable about him." "Agreed. I've heard his abilities in tactics are extraordinary. Follow me." "You too, come along." I answered Li Kuang. "I'll use my methods to follow." Do that." Whir. A while later, Han Bekrayong and Li Kuang moved farther away. Maiho and I were left behind, watching the devastation left at the top of Mount Zhanghe. Maiho gazed at the charred grounds, seemingly horror-struck. "Those people hold powers that are hard to believe. How can humans be that strong? It's only natural. They are among the strongest in the world, after all." What's your plan?" "For now, I need to hear Meng Niang's thoughts. If he says there's no hope, then it's truly hopeless." "Baek Wong, you seem to have a lot of faith in Meng Niang." "Of course." Maiho looked at me with a strange expression for a moment before suddenly hugging me tightly from behind. I was taken aback, but then Maiho leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Don't show too much. Bonyo is very jealous." I couldn't tell whether she was serious or joking. Soon, Maiho and I returned to the barracks using our lightness techniques, intending to find Meng Niang before Li Kuang and Han Bekrayong arrived. It seemed Meng Niang had been informed of the situation, as he was now suited in military attire, appearing serious and ready for action. He had Zhang Bong, the head of the Zhang clan, who was still entranced by the charm technique, kneeling so he could be interrogated. Meng Niang. Ah, Baek Wang. Where have you been? I briefly explained everything that had transpired. So, Li Kuang and Han Bakrayong will arrive shortly. Also, Zhang Bong, under the spell of my host charm technique, should provide information without the need for torture. This is a headache. Meng Niang sighed as if defeated. Who would have thought I'd have to face him in direct combat? Is Zujfu truly that terrifying? The treasure of the Central Plains. Meng Niang spoke bitterly. It's the first time a person has been granted the title of Treasure of the Central Plains since the founding of the Great Ming. That person is on a different level, a perfect human being in every aspect. I was frustrated by Meng Niang's lack of confidence. He always seemed to be the passionate man who upheld justice. Yet, to see him lose confidence without even facing anyone was disheartening. I patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be too disheartened. In my eyes, you're an incredible genius, our hope. Why should you be intimidated by a mere treasure of the Central Plains? You're the greatest strategist under heaven." Meng Niang looked taken aback for a moment before breaking into a cheerful laugh. Ha ha ha, indeed? If I'm the greatest strategist, can I surpass the treasure of the Central Plains? Of course. Got it. I'll definitely gather my strength. Before long, Li Kuang and Han Bakrayong arrived. Where is Jin So-chong? Li Kuang immediately asked about Jin So-chong. She was currently taking the 1,000-year snow ginseng to recover her strength, meditating in her barracks. Li Kuang was astonished to see her almost completing digestion while digesting the effects of the 1,000-year snow ginseng. What? I sent him a mental message. I forced her to eat the 1,000-year snow ginseng. I told her to regain her strength. Li Kuang looked at me in shock, then tightly grasped my hand and said, "Thank you, I won't forget this kindness. Don't mention it. Han Bakrayong, please wait for a moment. I'd like to discuss this after Jin So-chong wakes up." Han Bakrayong, who had entered the barracks with us, spoke in astonishment. "This child is your prized disciple. She truly possesses remarkable talent, on par with Jin Songji. I don't know who Jin Songji is, but Jin So-chong is even more exceptional." What? At that moment, a sudden spark of energy flickered. I was startled watching their reactions. "Both of you, please calm down." Watching them both get annoyed, I was left dumbfounded. Why are top-tier experts from around the world engaging in petty squabbles over who has the better disciple? But considering the parental pride, I guess it's understandable. After about half an hour elapsed, when Jin So-chong finished her preparations, all parties involved gathered at Meng Niang's barracks. Meng Niang casually swirled the 5-elemental energy cloak around while addressing Han Bakrayong. "Then, I must apologize, but could you please elaborate on the events?" "Certainly." Han Bakrayong took a moment to catch her breath before saying, "We also heard that your Wang Yian Corps managed to defeat the Imperial Shadow Corps. The leaders of the Twin Gate sect were gathering for a meeting about what to do next. Suddenly, a being claiming to be an alchemist appeared and said he had cursed all our disciples with a strange disease. He threatened to free us from the disease if we brought him the heads of the Wang Yian Corps or their leaders. You mentioned that the disease is similar to the one that afflicted the little sect leader, right?" "Exactly. I can't be sure it's identical, but the symptoms are quite similar. And it's a type of curse." Meng Niang paused, then turned to me and said, "Baek Wang, I hate to ask, but could you infiltrate Luoyang and quickly abduct someone afflicted by the strange disease? Can I handle it alone? It should be fine for now." Zujfu is currently focusing all energies on the Imperial Palace, so with invisibility technique and lightness skills, it should be manageable. As soon as Meng Niang's orders were given, I dashed out of the barracks to use my lightness technique. Using it, I arrived at the Han clan, where people stumbled around as if lost. It resembled a scene devoid of sanity. Terrifyingly, just as Han Bakrayong had mentioned, their skin appeared to be rotting, turning black and engulfing their bodies. Moreover, horrific tumors formed everywhere, dripping with a vile pus. I evaded their gaze using invisibility technique and began surveying the area. I spotted a man named Han Jin-song, who seemed relatively unharmed compared to the others. Ugh. However, it appeared he was in dreadful pain, as the disease lingered on the peripherals of his limbs. It seemed he was resisting with all his mental will but was drenched in sweat. I approached Han Jin-song and asked, "Are you alright?" "Why you are? I'm Baek Wang, belonging to the Wang Yian Corps. Your clan leader has teamed up with us to defeat the enemy leader." That's good. Gah. I looked at Han Jin-song, who was now coughing up blood, with a perplexed expression. Why is Han Jin-song so little affected while everyone else seems to have transformed into another race? What caused that discrepancy? I pondered but had no answer at that moment. I considered using my lightness technique to take Han Jin-song with me, however, I doubted his mental fortitude could withstand the torturous experience of teleportation. The risk of killing him in the process was too high, so I reluctantly said, "I'm sorry, but please bear with it. Once we deal with the alchemist, things will revert." Ugh. Just a moment. As I prepared to leave, Han Jin-song coughed up blood and said, "Beware of monsters wandering nearby. Please pass this on." Monsters. Yes. Humans that move like snakes. They're wandering around with tridents or large swords. What? How have they not been addressed? Look outside. The thick fog is obscuring everything. I quickly peeked outside. Just as he said, the capital was engulfed in towering fog, hiding even the sight of the street ahead. However, I couldn't see any fog from outside, so I pondered what could have caused this phenomenon. And just as Han Jin-sung had mentioned, I could hear hissing sounds as snake-like humans roamed in groups. The townsfolk avoided eye contact, hiding in the corners. Snake humans, are these also another race? I had encountered snake humans before. They weren't incredibly skilled fighters, but their innate physical abilities presented challenges even for the likes of proficient martial artists. I deduced that the alchemist must have summoned both this fog and snake humans using sorcery. Understood. Please wait. I entered the Han clan's chambers and fetched the treasured sword Yang Yian's sword, placing it in my vault. I then seized a nearby afflicted individual and transported him with me using my lightness technique back to the main camp. Han Baekryang looked startled when I suddenly appeared. What? Mang Niang, this is the infected person. As I displayed him to Mang Niang, he scrutinized every detail. After observing the afflicted individual for about half a breath, Mang Niang earnestly declared, I've never seen or read about anything like this. I told you, this isn't your ordinary disease. I relayed to Mang Niang the current situation in Luoyang. He listened intently before responding without hesitation. There's no choice. We can't kill the alchemist without breaching Zujfu. We must go for a full frontal assault. How do we do that? Mang Niang grinned at me. Very simple. SHHH. Moments later, I arrived tearfully at the top floor of the Imperial Palace with invisibility technique. This area was Zujfu's office. As I entered, Zujfu, who was sitting down with a book in hand, looked at me with a puzzled expression. I swiftly opened my vault to release the spell. Pabababit. Zujfu was startled. Suddenly, upon the opening of the vault, Han Baekryang, Jin Sochong, Li Kuang, Mang Niang, and Maiho all appeared simultaneously. I gave him a grin and said, Hey there, nice to meet you. The combination of the vault and lightness technique created a double effect. Put? Before I could even speak, Li Kuang and Han Baekryang had moved right next to Zujfu. They glared at him, as if to pressure him, and Zujfu soon wore a look of unease. Li Kuang warned him in a low voice. You're already within our grasp. I see. I can't move at all. Zujfu replied calmly as he glanced at Mang Niang. Then he said, I never expected this. This is certainly a dead end. It's not my ability, it's the power of Baekwang here. Oh. Zujfu looked at me with a gaze full of breadth and contemplation. I felt a sort of mesmerizing sensation as our eyes met. Unlike Maiho's charm, it felt like something non-human was standing before me. His eyes, deep and endless, told me his mental world was extraordinarily profound. Mang Niang said, Zujfu, the tide is turning towards Huangyan. Please make a wise decision. What is wisdom in your view? Release the Kimen formation protecting the palace and surrender to us. Pfft. Zujfu sneered. Weren't you the one who said the Kimen formation was my secret? I don't know it well, but I suspect it's the primordial unity technique. Wrong. It's known as the 8 trigram formation. Sweet. At that moment, I realized the surrounding scenery had completely changed, and everyone around had vanished. I wondered if it was an illusion, so I used the breaking illusion technique to dispel it. However, the illusion didn't fade away. The air was thick with fog, and the palace buildings were visible all around me. I stood in a strange place, tense and wary of my surroundings. Just then, the voice of Zujfu echoed through the palace. Wisdom comes from great power. Try to break the 8 trigram formation and prove it. 8 trigram formation? A formation said to have been created by Zuj Liang, originally known as the 8 arrays. It was said that the formation placed within Abukpo nearly led to the demise of Lu San, the general of the Wu Kingdom. But it appeared it wasn't just a legend, it was a real formation. Humph. I won't be bothered by such things. Put. I chuckled and activated the light body technique again, rushing towards Zujfu. However, Zujfu wore a troubled expression. That's cheating. I didn't expect you to possess the treasures of the other race. How could you have known? The power you unleash can't be done with mere artifacts. I've never heard of any treasures from your race, so it has to be theirs. Muttering to himself, Zujfu casually sat back in his chair and said, I'm tired of sending you back continuously. How about we have a little chat? Whoosh. Who wants to have a chat? I ignored his words and lunged at him, releasing Fireblade. A massive aura shot toward him, aiming to cut through his torso. But just then, Zujfu thrust out both hands, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom! I instantly realized my attack had disappeared. An electric shiver ran through me as I assessed Zujfu's martial prowess. He's strong? A top-tier master. It was absurd. The man before me was reputed as the greatest sorcerer in the palace. I had assumed his martial skills would be weak, so I rushed in to subdue him, but surprisingly, his inner strength was at a level higher than Li Kuang. He clearly possessed top-tier martial arts and seemed stronger than I was without unleashing my lightning spell. Zujfu said, even at the peak of the Azura Heaven Radiance technique, my hands still feel numb. How did you acquire such strength? Who knows? Adat novel bin adat. I continuously charged at Zujfu, but this time he didn't engage me head-on. Instead, he evaded me like a ghost. It seemed he judged that clashing directly would be disadvantageous. Damn it. Are you just going to keep fleeing? I felt that this would lead nowhere, so I paused to catch my breath when Zujfu spoke again. Fighting with my martial arts would be fun, but how about I use some techniques instead? He then began to lazily recite a spell. Collapsing destructive technique. Fire law system. Fireball. Command of the wind seal. Ghostly demon storm. Weeing? I opened my eyes wide. Each incantation symbolizing a grand spell floated in the air, connecting with one another as if they were assisting each other. Since I had never seen anyone wield magic like this, I had no idea how to respond. One thing was for sure, if any of those spells hit me, it would be devastating. Snatch. With the snap of his fingers, the spells bore down on me. The wooden floor shattered, and the ground crumbled. Kaboom! Ugh! I felt my entire body getting heavier, as if made of steel. The collapsing destructive technique was a spell that inflicted immense gravity. It seemed to have the power to weigh down every inch of space, crushing my enemies. I endured it with the power of my inner strength, but then Zujfu's next incantation rang out. Fire law system. Upper heavy. Command. Circulating chi heaven mix. Whoa! In an instant, I felt my body becoming weightless. It was as if I was being pulled upward with incredible speed. This daunting force completely disregarded my own body's resistance. Wait, there's gravity above me. My mind was blown. Even the thought of this was overwhelming. He had twisted the space to generate artificial gravity. As I was pulled to the center of gravity, my body felt twisted and about to snap. I had to explode my inner strength to escape fire law system, but at that moment, a gigantic fireball the size of several dozen people shot towards me. Kaboom! Though I barely avoided it with my lightning escape technique, that wasn't the end of it. Pay fought. Zujfu's finger was pointed at me, and his eyes burned bright red as he chanted a curse. Fall, die, go down, fall and perish, drop, annihilate, death. Simultaneously, characters imprinted themselves on my heaven and earth 3 danshan. Before I even had a chance to respond, my body was pulled and slammed into the ground, burrowing deep into it. If I hadn't used my inner strength to protect myself, my body would have exploded on impact. Come to me. Then, a sharp pain surged through my whole body as I heard commands calling from the underworld. A powerful illusion tightened its grip on my mind, threatening to snatch my soul at the slightest hint of resistance. Just when I managed to crawl out of the ground using sheer mental strength, an unknown whirlwind swept my body up, dragging me skyward. Boom! Ugh! After suffering the ghostly demon storm, I crashed down onto the 5th floor of Naewagok. I felt like I was being toyed with, as if this was all a game preplanned by Zujfu. My body felt battered and defeated, leaving me unable to collect my thoughts. Zujfu sat back in his chair, watching me and saying, "To think you would try to defeat me here is foolish." Li Kuang and Han Bakrayong couldn't subdue me recklessly either. It was their innate sense of danger at play. As long as you're fighting in the palace, you have no chance of winning. At that moment, I was convinced. Before me, Zujfu was at the highest pinnacle in both martial arts and sorcery, an outstanding embodiment of unconditional strength. To defeat him, I would need to reach a minimum level of a guardian. Ugh! I struggled to lift my upper body while blurted out. "You know the other race is bad, don't you?" Zujfu nodded. "Indeed. They're dreadful. And now the emperor you pledged loyalty to is dead. What exactly do you want by guarding the palace?" As I yelled in despair, Zujfu seemed to fall into thought for a moment. Then he replied to my question. "That's incorrect. I've never pledged loyalty to the emperor from the start." "What? The one who paid the highest price for my talents was the emperor." "It's just that." I couldn't help but ask out of disbelief. "Aren't you from the generation-old astrologer clan? You shouldn't respond like that." Yes. Indeed. I am from the Zuj clan, the astrologer family." Zujfu chuckled lightly. "But that doesn't mean I represent the astrologer clan. Everyone lives as they wish in their own way. I could leave the palace anytime I wanted, just like that. I simply didn't have a reason to. So, I diligently carried out my duty of guarding the emperor while monitoring the devil's palace. And now I'm searching for my next lord." From his words, I realized what kind of person Zujfu was. A genius who tested his talents upon the world, devoid of any emotions? He held neither ideology nor moral compass. He just wanted to serve under those who would pay handsomely for his brilliance. It seemed overwhelmingly simple, but with such an exceptional base ability, no one could oppose Zujfu's will. Zujfu mused. "Even your ancestor, Zuj Liang, sought a lord." "That's wrong. You're not Zuj Liang." I glared at him with piercing eyes and said, "Meng Niang is more fitting than you." Silence fell momentarily, and then Zujfu sighed. "Now you're talking like my brother." "What? What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Meng Niang. Why are you bringing up your brother?" "Of course, the person you call Meng Niang is my younger brother." "What?" Zujfu chuckled. "Did you not know? His name is Zuj Xian. He is my real brother." "What in the world? Meng Niang is Zujfu's brother?" But considering Zujfu's status as a grand astrologer, it made perfect sense. Plus, upon closer inspection, there was a striking resemblance between Meng Niang and Zujfu. It would have been simple to throw you into an illusionary realm to kill you. A simple use of a soul-binding amulet would have sufficed. Zujfu said with a serious tone. "However, I want to test the capabilities of my brother and his companions. If anyone other than you can reach here on their own or break the 8 trigram formation, then it would mean my defeat. At that time, I will surrender to your side." I clicked my tongue in disbelief. "Stop spouting nonsense. Aren't you being overly proud? I've heard quite a lot of such remarks. But keep in mind that I still have the option to wipe you all out here and join the Devil's Palace instead. I realized how shockingly formidable Zujfu's capabilities were. Had Li Kuang and Han Bakrayong appeared right after us and dove for Zujfu's neck, they wouldn't have had a chance. This guy could wield illusions freely within this barrier, twisting reality and space to his will. As long as he existed, breaking into the palace would remain a distant hope. If I can't defeat him, it's impossible to topple the palace. I revised my goal in my mind. Whether or not we got the commander of the Imperial Guard, or the Imperial Guard was irrelevant anymore. Defeating everyone was meaningless if I could not deal with Zujfu right before my eyes. So, Mang Niang wanted to wait. And to Mang Niang, the brother of the Central Plains Guardian, this was a truth he understood better than anyone. Charging head-on towards Zujfu was foolish, and knowing that Zujfu sold his abilities to others, he waited for the right opportunity to have Huang Yan voluntarily come to him. But it seemed our premature invasion of the palace had turned Zujfu into a tester for us instead. I asked him, "What's this alchemist doing, and where is he? Is he just free while you set this formation?" "He's probably fine. He's not just any ordinary being, he's a warlock." I tilted my head in confusion at the unfamiliar term. A warlock? Is that a type of sorcerer? Not at all. They worship demon gods and offer sacrifices to harness magic. Originally, they are human. However, after lengthy training, many have fallen to become half human, half demon. I felt a sense of unease in Zujfu's words. Why was everything getting complicated? Shouldn't it just be about taking out the alchemist, the root of all evil? And why hadn't Zujfu directly dealt with the alchemist since the emperor's death? Within the palace, he could tap into absolute power? Strange. He must be hiding something. It seemed he was not just testing our side to sell his ability. I had a gut feeling he knew something else about the alchemist. And he was holding on to that fact while plotting to gain the best outcome for himself. Intuition spoke to me. The instinct that had saved me from death more than 10 times was ringing clear. Now was the time to risk everything to get what I needed. I have to do it. There's no other option. So I purposely spoke to Zujfu with a feigned nonchalance. Of course, it would be tough for me to defeat you, but it doesn't mean I have to beat you, right? Are you serious? Suddenly, Zujfu's expression changed. Try to follow me. Hut? The moment he spoke, my body, along with my lightness technique, entered the palace where the emperor resided. Just as expected, there was no commotion within the palace. As I rushed toward the room where the emperor sat, I could hear Zujfu's voice through the lifeline. "Stop. If you touch the alchemist, I will kill all your companions?" It seemed he wanted a response, with the lifeline still connected. I focused my mental strength towards Zujfu through that line and replied, "Not gonna happen. If you want to stop me from killing the alchemist, you better lift this 8-trigram formation. How dare you try to bargain with me? Sure, if you don't like it, then try coming into the palace." It seems even the powers of the 8-trigram formation can't reach inside. I hope for a wise decision. Ta-da-dad. I dashed into the emperor's room, wearing a smug grin. Just as I expected. Now I understood why Zujfu hadn't taken out the alchemist. It was because of the vested interests involved, but also because the alchemist had kept the 8-trigram formation from reaching the safe haven inside the palace. Or else, given Zujfu's rational nature, he would have subdued the alchemist a long time ago. If that were the case, the emperor's residence would have undoubtedly been the safest zone for him. Knowing the route well since I had come here before, I swiftly entered the room where the emperor sat. Upon opening the door, a man in black stood there, arms crossed. The man in black glared at me. So it's the lamp of Alhazard continuing the casting. I never thought a human would be its master. Are you the descendant of the old lord? Alhazard's lamp? He must be referring to the lightning escape technique I possess. The man in black gritted his teeth and said, "Soon, the philosopher's stone will be complete, and I can't let a loser like you interfere." Swish! With a crack of his whip against the floor, something came stomping out of the darkness. A massive tentacled creature shambled forward, and right in the center of the monster was a human face. Clearly, that was the Imperial Guard commander, struggling to speak even in such a grotesque form. But it seemed that due to the modification, his humanity had nearly been obliterated. I shouted at the warlock, "I'll be the one to take you down." And thus, the battle began. I felt there was no reason to hold back in this fight. As long as I took down that monster, everything would be over. Thus, I decided to unleash all my cards. Lu Dongbin, you must be thinking the same thing, right? The tentacle monster, formerly known as the Golden Eagle Guard commander, was now growling right before me. Yet, Lu Dongbin still didn't show any intention of descending. This meant that he believed the opponent before me was someone I could handle alone. Crackle! The technique of Thunder Call was drawn into my body. At the same time, the Baekwung's formation, which enhanced my mobility and calculations, swirled around me, and as the two effects combined, my combat power suddenly surged several times over. Ha! Boom! As I charged forward with a shout, the tentacle monster, which was as massive as 5 people, was sent flying by my sword slash. The alchemist nearby turned wide-eyed, startled, just as my fiery blade was aimed straight for the monster's neck. Swish! Instant teleportation. I flinched upon seeing the alchemist's figure vanish momentarily. However, as I sensed his aura in another spot, I quickly realized it was a form of short-range movement, unlike the space distortion I was used to. Determined to track him down, I stomped on the ground again. Hut? Ugh, take this. The alchemist unexpectedly summoned a gigantic staff and concentrated a bright red flame within it. Dozens of fireballs began to whirl in the air, appearing more defensive than offensive, trying to make me think twice about approaching carelessly. I had to make a quick decision. First, I'll hit those fireballs. Boom! As I sent a wave of sword energy towards the fireballs, they seemed to divide for a moment before exploding in midair. The explosion radius was impressive, about 10 people wide. I dodged the attack coming from behind by the tentacle monster using the thunder shadow step and then launched another wave of sword energy at the pile of fireballs from mid-range. Kaboom! Thick smoke billowed around, and there stood the alchemist, summoning more fireballs again. He seemed to be feeling safe now and was chuckling to himself. Do you think my magic can harm me? This was becoming a nuisance. Those fireballs appeared to react and explode upon someone's approach, inflicting no damage on the caster. No matter how strong I was, receiving dozens of these blasts would surely leave me incapacitated. Grrrrrrr. Boom! The tentacle monster roared again and lunged a heavy strike at me. This time, it confidently extended its tentacles, clearly recognizing me as its enemy. I dodged the tentacle monster's attack while quickly assessing my options. Should I eliminate the tentacle monster first or the alchemist? Choosing the former, I resolved not to recklessly challenge the fireball defense magic, opting instead to eliminate the easier target swiftly. So, I cast the thunder shadow step and retreated, leaving an afterimage behind. I climbed up a column in the dark with agile movement and slowly readied my aura. Before I knew it, I had taken out a blade from my robe and focused even harder. I could hear the mocking laugh of the alchemist in the background. Agahaha, are you retreating because you can't do anything? Ignoring his taunt, I calmly examined my veins and blood. I then targeted 3 acupoints to activate the lightning wind blasts even further. At the same time, the dormant power within my dantian surged forth explosively. Rumble, the thunder call, Baekwung's formation, and particularly the enhanced chi began to boil over. I leaped off the column, letting out a fierce shout. My sole target was the sluggish tentacle monster. Yeah. 10,000 success sword technique? Secret technique, 1000 kills slash? A dazzling white light erupted. My body spun like a whirlwind, unleashing a series of crescent-like sword energies at terrifying speed. This swordplay, which could only be executed after mastering swift movements and deceptive strikes, was simply a relentless flurry of slashes. Whoosh! It felt as if time had stopped. In reality, my blade speed had exceeded limits, turning that white light into flaming sword energy, consuming sound as it unleashed an unholy barrage of slashes. A howling beast-like roar pierced through the air as the white sword light glowed ever more vividly, slicing through dozens of tentacles in seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid succession of 300 slashes was a blur. The white light soon transformed into a radiant lightning glow, enveloping the entire body of the towering tentacle monster. The alchemist, standing some distance away, seemed baffled by this turn of events, his eyes wide with disbelief as I focused purely on my cutting technique. Bang! 700 slashes, 800 slashes, 900 slashes, bam! The swirling sword light resembled clouds spewing thunder and lightning. Clink! It was the finishing blow. With my sword sheathed, I turned my back to the almost completely obliterated tentacle monster. The tentacle monster, in a final desperate effort, extended its tentacles toward me. My eyes narrowed, and I focused deeply, feeling the tendons in my forearms twitch. I muttered quietly, 1000 kills slash. Whoosh! As I turned my back, light burst forth behind me. In reality, I was channeling all the momentum from my previous slashes into a final attack, crashing down on my foe. Simultaneously, the body of the tentacle monster that had withstood 900 slashes suddenly split in two. Boom! The body of the tentacle monster shattered into countless fragments as light dispersed in every direction. This was the culmination of my training on the 10,000 success sword technique, and I felt a tremendous pride in using it for the first time in battle. Thud, thud, thud. As the alchemist witnessed the explosion, he seemed thoroughly shocked. Then he yelled, "No way! How could you possess that level of power?" Why indeed. I exuded ruthless killing intent, pulling a dagger from my robe and throwing it with lightning speed. Swish, bang, greya. Fueled by my inner strength, the thrown dagger, now imbued with tremendous force, severed his arm, pinning the alchemist's body against the wall. His numerous fireball defenses became useless. I had targeted his weakness from a distance. It turned out that his defensive techniques were weak against long-range attacks. The alchemist hung there, bleeding profusely, struggling against the wall. However, his struggles began to wane over time. I watched him quietly before raising my sword. No need to give him any leeway. I should just finish him off. I didn't bother trying to extract any information from the alchemist. He was too dangerous a foe. There was a chance I could allow a reversal if I wasn't careful, so I charged silently with determination. He appeared half-conscious, barely holding on. Die. Clank. In that moment, just as I was about to finish off the alchemist, something suddenly blocked my path. It was a figure wrapped in amulet spirits, who seemed to effortlessly defend against my serious strike. I clenched my jaw, recognizing my opponent. Zujfu. Looks like I've made you rush into a difficult position. Zujfu had stealthily entered the palace. Upon hearing my voice, he seemed to have approached me and followed me right to the throne room. He made a hand sign and invoked a spell he had prepared in advance, causing me to feel heavy pressure again. merge. Boom! Just as I unleashed my inner strength again, this time the spell vanished without a trace. Zujfu's surprised expression revealed he had teleported the alchemist away, retreating some distance with visible shock on his face. Remarkable, to dispel an advanced spell with just your shout. I took a moment to catch my breath. Then, raising my sword, I asked Zujfu, "Why do you want to keep that guy alive? Isn't taking him down all we need?" Zujfu dropped the alchemist he was holding to the ground and replied, "You don't understand anything. That guy is just a pawn. What? Killing him would be mere laughter for the forces of darkness. They'll merely spread their reach more fatally and in secrecy across this world. But we can't just let the alchemist run rampant." I glared at Zujfu, growling, "Get out of the way." Zujfu gazed at me with solemn eyes before saying, "I can share some information with you. Follow me." Swish! Zujfu abruptly began moving deeper into the heart of the Imperial Palace. I glared at his retreating figure but decided to approach the alchemist and bind him with my needle technique. While I had initially intended to take him down in one shot, since Zujfu had offered to negotiate, I figured it would be better to charm him for information using my ho's captivating arts. I subdued the alchemist's spirit completely before restraining him in the chest pocket. Tap. Following Zujfu, I ventured deeper into the darkness of the Imperial Palace. As I tracked his presence toward the heart of the palace, a strange thought hit me. What's going on? Is this palace really that vast? Now, attempting to conserve energy, I had turned off my thunder call, but my lightness technique was still quite fast. At this rate, I should have already reached the end of most palaces. Yet, we were still descending underground, indicating immense size. But soon I began to realize that this palace was built upon a magical framework, making it larger inside than it appeared on the outside, akin to how the 12 celestial beasts realm was designed. In the gloom, I noticed 2 or 3 enormous doors, and Zujfu opened one first, allowing me to follow him through. Finally, we reached a massive space reminiscent of the abyss, connected by long spiral staircases. Strange bubbles and bizarre structures dotted the landscape. From afar, Zujfu called out, "This way!" I dashed down the spiral staircase for quite some time. As I descended dozens of steps, a flicker of light appeared, likely marking the abyss's floor. Zujfu stood at the bottom, gazing up at an altar. Huianing. Huianing. What is this? I stood there entranced, staring at the enormous green crystal hovering above the altar. This crystal was huge, approximately 10 people high, and pulsed with lifelike radiance. I had never even conceived of a crystal this large before. Moreover, this crystal seemed to possess an extraordinary magical power that could ensnare a person's senses like a siren's call. Zujfu remarked, "This is the Philosopher's Stone that the alchemist has been working on." The Philosopher's Stone. It seems you don't know. With an ancient gaze, Zujfu fixed his attention on the Philosopher's Stone. More accurately, this is a stele with the method of creating the Philosopher's Stone inscribed on it. The alchemist brought it from the western regions. After being summoned from the land of the otherworldly race, the alchemist has been dedicated solely to interpreting this stele while working to create the Philosopher's Stone. I frowned. It was hard to adjust to the fact that the enemy I perceived was suddenly starting to provide explanations. "So, what's your point? What happens when the Philosopher's Stone is completed?" "There are basically 3 things. Zujfu continued slowly. "First, immortality. Second, infinite energy. The Philosopher's Stone could become an inexhaustible energy source. And finally, creation of all things. With the Philosopher's Stone as a medium, anything can be created and transformed into whatever one desires. This is the pinnacle of ambition for Western magicians." I emitted a low hum. The Philosopher's Stone was, in fact, an immensely fraudulent artifact. Now I understood why the Emperor, who possessed all worldly wealth and power, would collaborate with the alchemist, as the first summoned otherworldly mage focused solely on creating the Philosopher's Stone. If that's true, could it also turn an ordinary stone into gold? But somehow, I felt it wasn't just about that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a reason for the Emperor, who possessed all the riches and power, to collaborate with the alchemist. As I wore a dubious expression, Zujfu smirked. "Looks like you're catching on." "Right, in reality, the first immortality is nothing special. Most of the otherworldly race are inherently immortal. If you implant the magic body like the Golden Eagle Guard commander, it becomes easily attainable. The Emperor easily achieved immortality with the alchemist's assistance. However, the unexpected twist was his death due to soul absorption. What's the secondary contract?" A strange light flickered in Zujfu's eyes. He then explained, "I guess you are smarter than I thought." As I contemplated whether his comment was a compliment or insult, Zujfu responded, "Indeed, the Emperor desired more than just immortality. He wanted to rule over the entire world. Therefore, he sought the alchemist's help in creating the Philosopher's Stone while gathering the 7 luminaries. With the 7 luminaries' power, the Philosopher's Stone could be created easily. What do the 7 luminaries and the Philosopher's Stone have to do with world domination? Do you know that Zheng He made 7 expeditions around the world? I had no idea about that." As I tilted my head in confusion, Zujfu continued, "At novel bin at. By then, the forces of darkness had already established gates connecting to various parts of the world. Zheng He's expeditions were initially dispatched for this purpose, an easy means for the Great Ming Empire's army to invade foreign lands. What? The Philosopher's Stone not only serves as an inexhaustible energy source but also provides the means to open and close those gates freely. In other words, the completion of the Philosopher's Stone would signify the establishment of the Great Ming Empire ruling over the entire world. I was stunned. What a monumental revelation. The scope of the story had escalated beyond my comprehension, leaving me utterly bewildered. It dawned on me that the infinite energy source. Did the first mage who performed human sacrifices wish to obtain the power to open and close the gates through the demon gods, all at the cost of human sacrifice? It was entirely plausible. I glared at Zujfu, saying, "Have you guys never had a failed attempt at summoning the otherworldly race? How did you know? I see. So that's why the alchemist was called here in the second place." I grimaced and looked at Zujfu, asking, "Was it your intention to wait for the alchemist to complete the Philosopher's Stone?" "Exactly. You intended to take it for yourself once it was completed." "Of course." I began to form an understanding of Zujfu's intentions. Unlike Zujfu's technique, only magic could produce the Philosopher's Stone, and that could only be accomplished by the alchemist. Thus, Zujfu was biding his time, remaining loyal to the emperor while waiting for the moment when the alchemist would finish the Philosopher's Stone before attempting to snatch it away. It dawned on me that Zujfu's constant weighing his options against the Huangyan army was due to assessing whether to collaborate with the alchemist or help maintain his status while also completing the Philosopher's Stone. I became infuriated, my veins bulging as I yelled, "Damn it! Do you not realize what monsters the otherworldly race are? Do you not see how many commoners will be slaughtered and tormented by them? Do you mean to say you let this happen all in the pursuit of your own interests?" "Of course I am aware." Zujfu replied seemingly indifferent. "Why should it matter to me whether I stop them after acquiring the Philosopher's Stone? This is just how the world works. You have no interest in humanity whatsoever." Perhaps. Now I understood what had caused the sense of incongruity I felt when I first encountered Zujfu. He had zero empathy for humanity, devoid of emotions. Instead, he viewed everyone else as mere tools to exploit for his intelligence. His mindset was almost akin to that of the otherworldly race, and having encountered them firsthand, I instinctively sensed Zujfu's predilections. While I was reeling in disbelief, Zujfu chuckled softly. "But I think you might work out just fine." At this proposal from Zujfu, I shut my mouth tight. "Now, I'll loosen the palace's guard and yield the world to Huangyan. However, in return, we will snatch the alchemist away to finalize the Philosopher's Stone. I can help you perfectly in that. If that happens, you can obtain the Philosopher's Stone and become the future ruler of the world." This was an enticing offer. The acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone? Even with the prerequisite of negotiating with Zujfu, this was a monumental opportunity dropping into my lap. I looked at him and said, "I refuse." "Oh," Zujfu replied, seemingly surprised. However, his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Why do you think so?" "For one simple reason." I aimed my sword at him. "I don't trust you." There were advantages to teaming up with Zujfu to learn the secrets of the past, having better control over the alchemist, and gaining assistance from someone dubbed the wisdom and sorcery of the Central Plains. Considering all that, my choice might seem foolish right now. However, I simply couldn't trust him. I had seen firsthand what kind of person he was. He'd stab me in the back without a second thought if it suited his needs. Sure, he might fulfill his interests, but it wasn't worth the risk of dying or being betrayed. Besides, if I were to be deceived by Zujfu, I could end up tortured or manipulated without even being able to be reborn. Given Zujfu's nature and disposition, it wasn't an impossibility. Considering that risk, trying to control Zujfu by teaming up with him would be utterly arrogant. Zujfu said, "I'm not asking you to trust me, I'm saying you should use me as long as it's beneficial to you. I didn't know you were so thick-headed." "No, I understood perfectly." I chuckled and continued, "I know my own abilities. I'm still not wise enough or capable enough to handle someone like you. So, someone like you needs to be killed." Whoosh! I unleashed a lightning-fast slash. With Thunder Call and White Feather Fan activated, Zujfu could not evade my attack this time as easily as before. My movements had significantly increased in speed, even the shadows were flickering. Zujfu gathered the power of the previously employed technique, the surging crimson whirl, in both hands and tried to deflect my sword's flame. However, he still ended up with cuts on his arms and legs. My power and speed had momentarily exceeded his capabilities. Ugh! Zujfu winced in pain for a moment before casting a spell to evade to a distance. Swish! Suddenly levitating in midair, Zujfu said, "You're merely brutish. But that makes you more troublesome." With a self-deprecating tone, Zujfu suddenly pulled out a white feather fan from his robe. Realizing this was just the beginning, I tensed up. He opened the fan and declared, "Treasure, White Feather Fan, manifest your power." Treasure? I was taken aback by this sudden incantation. A treasure is something that can only be created and used by immortals. It possesses powers beyond the reach of human capabilities. As such, it was on a completely different level compared to the magic tools used by regular mages. Moreover, according to Mangrayang, the treasures released into this world were incredibly rare. So why was Zujfu using one? Suddenly, dozens of golden incantations began to spin around Zujfu. Having studied sorcery, I recognized each of those strange incantations as Sanskrit from Tianzu. You could tell just by the power they emitted that any sorcery related to Sanskrit was immensely powerful. At that moment, I realized that confronting Zujfu directly would be equivalent to signing my own death warrant. Damn it, I need to dodge. I immediately used light body technique to teleport to the entrance of the Imperial Palace to escape. Just then, I felt a tremendous white light erupt from behind me. Whoosh! A massive heat wave poured out from behind. I swiftly turned my eyes away, fearing I might be blinded, and shielded my vision with chi as I ducked behind a pillar. As the light subsided, I cautiously peeked out. Could it have been an attack powerful enough to fill the abyss? A cold shiver ran down my spine. Without light body technique, I would have been instantly killed right there. I cursed inwardly at Zujfu for being so bloody overpowered. Not only was his martial prowess extraordinary, but he was also an archmage capable of wielding a treasure. When compared to Mangrayang, who had met countless conditions to pull off 5 elements golden spell, Zujfu was undoubtedly the best talent in the Central Plains Star. However, it remained true that if I couldn't defeat Zujfu, my attempt to control the Imperial Palace would fall flat. As I concealed my presence, I began planning how to deal with him while buying a bit of time in the darkness of the palace. If he unleashes that treasure, in a close-range attack like before, I won't stand a chance. It was an outrageous area attack with hundreds of layers. Brashly facing him could very well cost me my life. But if I were to leave the confines of this Imperial Palace, I would instantly get caught up in some traps. That would mean handing over my life to Zujfu. What to do? While I was deep in thought, one idea suddenly struck me. I quickly retrieved the alchemist from my pocket and lightly roused him from his stupor caused by his injuries. He seemed dazed due to the golden ceiling, but since he wasn't purely human, his mind wasn't completely subdued. Ugh, you. I looked him straight in the eyes. Listen carefully. Zujfu plans to wipe us out with the treasure, White Feather Fan. There isn't much time. If you don't have an escape plan, speak quickly. We need to survive first. It was all or nothing. My only option left was to flee to either the Imperial Palace or Luoyang, but that would leave my comrades at Zujfu's mercy? That was something I absolutely wanted to avoid. I had to find a method quickly. The alchemist suddenly coughed out some blood and said, "Cough, the not yet completed super superior being, is in the Chinram room. If we use it, we might be able to stop Zujfu." Super superior being. Yes, it's a secret weapon that combines Eastern and Western magics. If we awaken it, we could stand a chance. Now that I thought of it, Zujfu had mentioned the super superior being before. I wanted to ask him about its power, but somehow, it felt like there was no time for that right now. So, I pressed him hastily. "Where is the Chinram room? Turn right from the throne room, and you'll see a blue door after 20 steps. Got it? Now, inside, quickly." Ugh. The moment his words finished, I shoved the alchemist back into my pocket. He struggled, but since he couldn't move his limbs, he was effectively at my mercy. He appeared bewildered, but I didn't waste any time and dashed toward the Chinram room. Whoosh! Ugh! I felt something white shoot at me from behind and swiftly executed my 10,000 success sword technique to slice it. A talisman fluttered in the air, but then 5 more similar ones followed, igniting my annoyance. Is that an auto-tracking spell? What an inconvenience! I had thought that spells had weak direct offensive power and were mainly used for support, but those mages who reached a certain level were terrifyingly fearsome. The problem was that my position had already been exposed due to this attack, so I hastily activated Thunder Call and gave my all in sprinting away. Put! I burst through the door to the Chinram room and pushed through 2 or 3 more doors inside. There, I found a gigantic stone altar. And on top of that altar lay a curiously beautiful girl. Is this super superior being? The girl had an artificial beauty to her, something you'd never expect from nature. She looked like a true doll, so meticulously crafted that one could easily mistake her for a well-made puppet. Yet, she was definitely alive and breathing, which I could sense. Next to her were several stone altars, but no one else was lying on them. It seemed the creation of super superior being had only just begun. I hastily pulled the alchemist back out from my pocket again. Ugh. He looked dazed after going in and out so many times. I grabbed him by the collar and asked, "Here we are? What now?" Ugh. Just say the activation phrase and infuse magical power into her. Activation phrase? Magical power. I mean, let me go, only I can do it. The alchemist had a mocking grin on his face. It seemed to indicate that he was amused by how I wouldn't understand how to handle the situation. However, it was impossible for me to trust him, so I glared at him and had no choice but to consider my options. Damn it. I resolved to execute my plan to the end. I charged in and severed his leg. Splurt. The severed leg suddenly morphed into a tiny tentacle monster. I crushed it underfoot. As the alchemist shrieked and gasped on the floor, I held a sword to his throat. "Maybe it's better to just kill you. Why, you lunatic? What on earth are you thinking? Why are you being so reckless?" I growled back. "What do I care? If I'm dying anyway, it might just feel good to take your head with me." Half seriously, I unleashed a creamy light aura from my sword that turned the alchemist's face pale. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and he hurriedly cried, all right, I yield. I will obey you. Just please, don't kill me." "So what now?" The alchemist sneered at me. "I swear to my god. Place your hand on the heart of the super superior being and say $and $% %." His god. It was highly likely that an otherworldly mage was indeed swearing an oath to his deity. However, strangely enough, the moment I listened to his incantation, an unusual feeling washed over my mind. The notion of swearing an oath to a deity brought a massive aversion within me. You wouldn't understand, human. If you set me free, I'll do it properly. It was peculiar. It seemed to be true. I had no idea how to pronounce the super superior being's activation phrase or what it meant. It was probably a bizarre language used by the beings from Dark Sky Village. However, I instinctively understood that I wouldn't be able to articulate it without stepping into a trance. I walked trance-like toward the super superior being girl. Then, placing my hand over her heart, I softly said, PHN glui mglwnf. Time stopped. At novel bin at. I didn't understand it, but it really did. Time around me came to a halt. Thulhu arlyoganaglftan. The remaining words flowed from my mouth effortlessly. These were words that no human could possibly pronounce or comprehend, yet, I found myself understanding how to say them instinctively. I didn't know why, but somehow, that was the case. Whoosh! An overwhelming force poured out. Starlight seemed to penetrate through realms. A gigantic power began to seep into the super superior being girl before me. That power felt like it was coming from somewhere beyond this world. I had an intuitive sense that some great entity was lending me strength. What is this? Suddenly, the alchemist, who had been watching from the side, started sobbing uncontrollably. He seemed utterly shaken, overwhelmed by a shock too great even for an otherworldly race's psyche to bear. The divinity? The divinity? Without any ceremony, offering, or cost, bestowing the blessing of the constellations upon a mere human. I can't believe it. What on earth are you? I didn't react. I felt no need to. Somehow, Zujfu's sobbing seemed to me like that of a bug. While I ignored the muffled cries of the alchemist and focused solely on awakening the super superior being, he laughed maniacally. To think the energy of the super superior being, not even 10% ready, would fill rapidly. Something impossible with the philosopher's stone. Ahahaha, what a world. No, this guy had already lost his mind. And with his final shred of sanity, the alchemist let out his last words. I lived from the very beginning, in despair. Bam! In the next moment, the alchemist's body was ripped apart, transforming into an unrecognizable tentacle monster that went berserk. Being aged from otherworldly race, he had concealed his true nature all this time as a humanoid, but the instant he lost his sense of reason, he burst forth as an immortal being. At that point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was already dead. Eek! Yet, I felt no concern about this newly transformed tentacle monster attacking me. Somehow, the creature was exuding fear and abandoning the room in a panic. Moreover, I harbored an inexplicable confidence that such a bug wouldn't dare attack me. Boom! Moments later, the sounds of the alchemist-turned-tentacle monster being crushed by Zujfu's magic echoed from outside. Even in his humanoid form, he could not stand against Zujfu, especially not now that he had unleashed a treasure. At the same time, the girl who had been lying on the stone altar slowly opened her eyes and began to rise. With a doll-like, emotionless gaze, she looked at me and said, "Please give me an order, master." In that instant, I snapped back to reality. Awareness rushed back and I inhaled sharply. Ha. It felt like I had just been entranced, focusing solely on pouring strength into the super superior being. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I stabilized my breath. I couldn't fully comprehend the process, but I had somehow acquired the super superior being a secret weapon of the Imperial Palace. I quickly commanded her, "Kill Zujfu, who's rampaging outside." Understood. The super superior being girl suddenly vanished from her spot. It felt like she teleported, but it was unlike any spell I had ever encountered. Just as I was about to leave the Chinram room, a colossal explosion resounded. Boom! Zujfu was standing in the corridor leading to the Chinram room, glaring at me with an expression of dismay. The one opposing him was the super superior being girl, who was floating in midair, extending her hand toward Zujfu. Zujfu glared at me and spoke, his composure clearly shaken. "How did you activate the super superior being? I had only just created a rough outline, and there's still nothing to act as a power source. How did you?" "Well, one thing's for sure, I have enough power to kill you. Just a doll, incapable of facing a treasure." Shouting as if casting a spell on himself, Zujfu swung the treasure, white feather fan with all his might. Simultaneously, numerous talismans emitting radiant golden light appeared, filling the air around him. There seemed to be countless talismans, making escape seem impossible. Zujfu poured all his might into conjuring his spell. Fallen Star. Boom! That was all it took. The floating super superior being girl had somehow positioned herself behind Zujfu, and his limbs and neck were shattered into pieces before he could even finish his spell. Thud! The dismembered corpse of Zujfu fell lifelessly to the ground. What just happened? I was shocked by the incomprehensible victory. I couldn't perceive how the super superior being had moved. Instead of being a feat of speed, her actions were better described as if she had obliterated time itself the moment my awareness shifted. I had always been able to vaguely sense the movements of top-level martial artists, yet now, I couldn't grasp what the super superior being had done at all. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. An accomplished super superior being was able to obliterate Zujfu, who wielded a treasure like a bug. Considering the stone altar beside me, it would be reasonable to assume that once the power of the 7 luminaries was borrowed, many superior beings would awaken upon the completion of the Philosopher's Stone. In that case, victory would be impossible. Well, at least we won, right? I sighed, beginning to piece together the situation. I rummaged through Zajfu's possessions to see if there was anything worth taking, obtaining his white feather fan and various magical aids. Then, I turned and ran towards the crystal stone stele in the depths of the abyss. The stele was inscribed with strange languages, but, like the ruins of the 7 luminaries, I could roughly read it. Focusing, I began to carefully read through the content. There were a total of 14 clauses, something poetic and metaphorical intertwined within. I was curious if I could use this content to create a specific philosopher's stone. Scratching my head, I pondered how to go about it. Should I try to memorize it? Despite not being fully comprehensible, memorizing it seemed likely to hold value. I thought that while doing so, I stood there for quite a while, repeatedly committing the words of the crystal stele to memory. Strangely enough, even though it would benefit me to regroup with Mangrayang, I felt oddly entranced by the power of the crystal stone. Something felt off. My body felt unwell. What is this? I suddenly stumbled and sank to my knees. A splitting headache ravaged me, and I felt nauseous. A feverish sensation swept through my body as if I had caught a cold. Something hazy came into view. Someone, was calling me. The abyss of darkness. The deepest and largest one. I found myself unconsciously waving my hands. Ha. The entity that had lent me power before beckoned me. They sought no payment, yet they wished for me to come to them. Such is their peculiar goodwill. An intense magical power enveloped me, enchanting me. An immense impulse unlike anything I had ever felt began to tighten around my soul. Unknowingly, I muttered again. Arlyoganaglftan. No, this must not happen. It would have been better to lose to Zajfu. That thought crossed my mind. From the depths of the abyss, something called out to me, ensnaring my soul like a fishing hook and pulling me in rapidly. I gritted my teeth. My eyes blazed with determination. Would I surrender my soul to you? I would never bow down to a being like you, for the pride of humanity. Stab. In the next moment, I drew my sword and stabbed it into my neck. My vision blurred, but I realized that the magical power wrapping around my body ebbed as if a tide, greatly loosening its grasp. A colossal divine presence that had cloaked me began to recede. On the verge of death, my body trembled as I grinned. A colossal ecstasy tinged my brain as the intense pain faded into the background. In sacrificing myself, I had protected my soul from the ancient conqueror. Thud. As my body fell forward, consciousness faded away. This marked my 13th death. The 14th life has begun. Thump. As I awakened in the barn, I clutched my neck. After waiting for the faint pain to subside and my brain to finally recognize reality, I cautiously released my grip. It seemed that I had developed quite a tolerance for pain. I leaned against the wall of the barn, pondering. What on earth was that creature that tried to possess me at the end? I vividly remembered it. It was more than just a simple ill feeling, it was a cursed possession phenomenon. Some creature, like an ancient ruler, used my body to channel power into the superior being and didn't stop there. It attempted to control me and summon me to its lair. The amusing part is that I felt favor from it, which sent chills down my spine. Had I lost both my body and mind to it, I would have soon used boiling to move to the ancient ruler's abode. I didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. What on earth are these ancient rulers? Unlike immortals, they seemed to act as they pleased. But right now, there was no trace of that possession aura or spiritual domination, and I could maintain clear rationality. I murmured. Returning to the past with the heavenly secret manual also nullifies the ancient ruler's power. The more I thought about it, the more miraculous the heavenly secret manual seemed. It was a simple ability to turn back time, yet it transcended all the peculiar treasures I had obtained during my adventures. Just the fact that I could return to the past infinitely granted it immense power. I realized anew how incredible it was that I had come across the heavenly secret manual. I wanted to rush to get it right away, but I thought ahead. Acting impulsively had never been efficient, a lesson learned over decades of experience. I calmed down and contemplated what the most efficient course of action was. I see. It wouldn't hurt to act a bit differently. Thud. I dashed out of the barn, speeding up my movements. I didn't forget to practice the soul-extinguishing step technique on the go. Shall we go? Getting the heavenly secret manual was still the priority. However, this time I turned towards Shandong instead of heading for Huangshan like last time. Tat 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 tat. With a complete change in direction, my arrival time at Shandong drastically shifted. Just a few days after departing from my hometown, I crossed the outer wall of Shandong and entered the city at midnight. I then retraced my memories and headed for the storage where the goods of the Great Dragon Merchant Association were located. Soon enough, I found the golden boiling and used it right away. Whoosh! The next moment, I appeared in the Great Thunder Prisoness Abyss. Upon appearing in the abyss, the gigantic tentacled giant toad was right there, glaring at me as if it hadn't even taken a nap. At novel bin at. Come forth, Lu Dongbin. At the same time, Lu Dongbin descended into my body. I shall exterminate the evil. With a battle cry, Lu Dongbin wielded the sword using my body. He always seemed to revel in the thrill of battle against evil. Crash, meek, keem. Soon after, Lu Dongbin's battle ended with the giant toad's tentacles shattered into pieces. I went into the cave behind the toad and retrieved the vault, twin broadsword, and 9 stars main capital. Then I ascended from the Great Thunder Prison and cut down the prison bars, releasing the individuals inside. General Wang Yian, I'm sorry, but could you enter briefly? Who exactly are you? I convinced the people to get into the vault and placed everyone, including General Wang Yian, inside. I then quickly teleported and headed to Huangshan. Whoosh, let's push forward. Upon reaching Huangshan, I dug up several thousand-year snow ginseng and black and white lotus flowers and roots, placing them in the vault. I immediately accessed the ruins of demand and collected gold bars, then bled on the altar and fought the giant spider. Crash! The giant spider, unable to resist against my vastly improved skills, was swiftly defeated. I pinned it against the cliff and retrieved Magio to store in the vault. Suddenly, some curiosity struck me. What might there be in the lair of the giant spider? There might just be a spider nest, but I was intrigued. So, I grabbed a nearby torch and slowly descended the cliff into the lair. Planting my feet firmly with my internal energy, I managed to climb down reasonably well. Wriggle. That's not a spider nest. To my surprise, there wasn't a spider nest on the ground. Instead, there was a smooth stone floor. The giant spider was living off the ground rather than making a nest, seemingly awakening only when it sensed an intruder. I found it fascinating that there were no traces of cobwebs except for where the spider might have lain. The giant spider must have been artificially created from the start. I examined the area around the stone floor carefully. In one corner of the cliff, I discovered a cave that led somewhere and couldn't help but scream. Wait, there's another cave here. I knew this was a place of great peril, sealing the Magyu of the 7 luminaries, yet I wondered how much left there was to unearth even in my 14th reincarnation. I was astounded and began to walk down the stone stairs of that cave slowly. There was, unlike any place before, a small room. An eerie atmosphere filled with vague light lingered there. In the center of the room stood a statue. It depicted a middle-aged man's likeness. Is that oracle script? Unexpectedly, the statue bore inscriptions, translating into oracle script rather than anything else. Of course, as ancient as it was, I found it hard to interpret. This might be something for Mangniang. I pondered whether to cut down the statue or bring Mangniang here, and realizing that the latter was less burdensome, I chose to leave the statue untouched for now. After all, it was human-made, so Mangniang could hopefully figure it out. I scanned the small room further but found nothing else of significance besides the statue. It didn't seem like the statue was erected to offer treasure, but rather a commemoration and respect for someone. Though somewhat disappointing, I thought it was still worth discovering this new fact, and I proceeded with boiling to relocate. Whoosh! I transported to Taigaiyang village and obtained the Silver Phoenix statue from Wasi's collection. After getting the Silver Phoenix, I swiftly moved to Pirate Island. Clack! Gah! It was dawn on Pirate Island. Upon arrival, I immediately moved to the pirate captain's quarters and dispatched all the pirate chiefs. They tried to call for their subordinates, but since I surprised them in their sleep, taking them out all 3 was a breeze. After slaying all 3, I looted the secrets from Blood Saber Group and stuffed everything into my vault. Swish! I then silently began to slit the throats of all the sleeping pirates. Though I wanted to make it a painful death, having done that several times already, I decided to keep it quiet this time. I also made sure to disable a dozen or so pirate executives to use as targets for revenge against my pirate captives. After overpowering all the pirates on Pirate Island, I moved north, placing explosives inside, and collected Yodo Muramasa from the pirate executive's chamber. Feeling like I had procured enough from the pirate island, I freed Seo Munhai from captivity and allowed my pirate captives some time for revenge. After the thoroughly brutal revenge was completed, I placed all the captured pirates in the vault again before teleporting to Gagaiyang. Upon arriving at Gagaiyang, dawn was breaking, and I decided to take a short break and grab a meal at an inn before visiting Wasong Maiyang. As I unexpectedly instantaneously teleported into his medical facility early in the morning, Wasong Maiyang looked utterly astonished, as if struck by lightning. What's happening? I am Baek Wong, from the Hua family's collateral line. I explained the entire situation to him and, like before, handed over the golden box to Wasong Maiyang, then brought in the head of Zhang Qiolwook to deal with the captives from Goryeo. This didn't take more than 2 hours. Right before I was about to set off again, I decided to ask Wasong Maiyang a question for further clarity. Wasong Maiyang, do you happen to know Kong Jian-gil, one of the 5 greats of the world? At that, Wasong Maiyang frowned. Of course I do. That guy is insufferably arrogant despite having no skills. Actually, he's currently seeking refuge at Shadowless Gate, and I happen to have met him by chance. Shadowless Gate. Wasong Maiyang sounded incredulous. Why would he go there? I thought for sure he'd go to Shaolin, being such a close buddy. Seems he thought Shadowless Gate would suit him better. Good gracious. He is so full of himself but is starkly self-preserving when it counts. Not that I have a place to judge. With a wry smile on his face, Wasong Maiyang continued. So what does he have to say for himself? Actually, Kong Jian-gil suspects that the bane-afflicting Baekrai Iankyo is due to a curse. Wasong Maiyang flinched in surprise, and his eyes sharpened. Please elaborate on that. I recounted Kong Jian-gil's speculations in detail. Wasong Maiyang listened attentively and seemed lost in thought for quite a while, spending almost a full meal's time in silence. Finally, he spoke. Do you truly wish to understand the truth surrounding the plague afflicting the White Lotus succumbing? Yes, that's correct. Then I think like Kongji and Gil. You need to visit Dongfang Muju. As much as I dislike admitting it, I too acknowledge him as the best in the land. Dongfang Muju? Unlike other members of the five greats of the world, he was known by the peculiar title of Heavenly Divine Healer. He treated humans as he saw fit and set the price to whatever he felt was right. Sometimes, he even decided the price at the cost of someone's life, making some individuals despise him. I didn't know exactly what kind of person he was, but from the opinions of Hwasong Maiyang and Kongji and Gil, it seemed he possessed remarkable medical skills. Where can I find Dongfang Muju? Hwasong Maiyang licked his lips. Well, unlike us, that old man possesses exquisite martial arts. Interestingly, they say he showed up voluntarily instead of being cheated by the guardian beast, and even the guardian beast agrees with that probably being the case. Exquisite martial arts? Are you saying a doctor can be skilled in battling? To my question, Hwasong Maiyang nodded. Being the head of the Hua family, I've mastered first-rate martial arts, but old Dongfang is on another level. Even the guardian beasts seem to hesitate to approach him. I don't know if it's a unique martial art from the Dongfang family or what, but he is undoubtedly a transcendent expert. An expert even the guardian beasts hesitate to face. If that's true, he might really be one of the greatest. I couldn't easily imagine a doctor cultivating martial arts at the same time, thus, I couldn't help but click my tongue. Dongfang Muju must be an extraordinary genius. After a brief consideration, Hwasong Maiyang continued. If you wish to find him, I suggest you check the Tang house located in Sichuan. That's the last lead I've heard about Dongfang Muju. Thank you. And he's really a bit of a crazy, well, quite eccentric, so be careful when dealing with him. Hwasong Maiyang coughed awkwardly. For a moment, I couldn't believe the coarse language that slipped from Hwasong Maiyang's mouth. In other words, the Hua family leader, who had cultivated and trained himself over the years, seemed to shudder at the very thought of Dongfang Muju's personality, hinting at his formidable disposition. I really don't want to meet him. I shook my head briskly and handed over another gold bar for the revival effort of the Hua family before bidding him farewell. I then teleported directly to Jinlang Valley. Whoosh! I found myself before the Mangniang's thatched hut, a sight I'd seen multiple times before. When I glanced at what Mangniang was doing, I noticed he was lounging on a bench, leisurely browsing through a collection of spring flowers. I approached him and couldn't help but chuckle. Looks fun. Gah! Mangniang jumped in surprise, fumbling around. Who are you? I'm just a wandering martial artist passing by. I let out a brief sigh. Now that I had executed my plans thoroughly, I felt like I had saved a hefty amount of time. Indeed, this time, I had managed to skip Huangshan and, after acquiring the Heavenly Secret Manual, took care of everything else in just 2 days. I had put off visiting Mangniang until last. Now, there was only the minor issue of when to free the hostages, but I didn't see it as a significant concern. I thought it would be more convenient to handle everything before seeing Mangniang, which is why I chose to act differently in this reincarnation. I took my time explaining the events of my 13 past lives to Mangniang step by step. After finishing everything, I thought I had sufficiently persuaded him and asked the most pressing question. Mangniang, how can I defeat Zhuge? Mangniang looked at me with complete trust. Perhaps that's why he appeared to be cautiously considering my out-of-the-blue question. After a moment's consideration, Mangniang replied, your 13th reincarnation was particularly fortunate. Had Zhuge not intended to use you, you would have died from his Bane Sealing spell earlier. Bane Sealing spell. It's a formidable spell that instantly kills you if even a single talisman touches you, causing your soul to escape. Furthermore, had Zhuge revealed the white talisman, it would have been a truly hopeless situation. That's a spell used by Zhuge himself. After reaching that point, Mangniang's eyes gleamed. But be warned, even if we attempt the same strategy again, we will ultimately lose due to insufficient strength. If it weren't for the random blessings bestowed on you by the ancient ruler before, your death in the Imperial Palace would have been a 100% certainty. Keep that in mind. That was something I had also considered, causing me to click my tongue. Fighting normally wouldn't allow me to defeat Zhuge, who cast barriers in the Imperial Palace. That was the biggest issue at hand. Mangniang said, of course, I have a few strategies in mind to defeat Zhuge. However, all of them can only be attempted once we gather adequate strength and forces. What do you mean by that? Don't attempt to assassinate the Emperor in the 7 Stars village. Save that plan for later. Instead, let's build your power through forming a Fanshinj alliance while you assist me. Rushing to fell a giant tree will only lead to the axe handle snapping. I understand. Mangniang grinned. First, let's handle the Megu incident. Mangniang and I swiftly used boiling to head toward the village where Chenwujin was located. Naturally, it had become a habit by now to bury the Heavenly Secret Manual in a pine forest. Convincing Chenwujin to come out became a routine task, and performing the offerings went as expected. Woo woo woo, Chenwujin's eyes lit up, and soon Tiwa Changzhe descended. He gazed at me and said, this is really strange. How come I feel your energy? Please pass the turn to me. Sure. Once Tiwa Changzhe's turn was over, it was Queen Mother of the West's turn. I asked her to spare Miwa, and then I turned to her with a request. Please exclude the Southern Flower Road. Understood. Woo woo woo, This time, I figured Lu Dongbin would be the next, but interestingly, the turn was different. The deity who would descend upon Chen Wujin started trembling, then spoke in a blunt voice. I am Pengzhou. Then he continued. I am still alive, so I cannot bestow you any blessings. I shall pass my turn. Wait, you're still alive? I exclaimed in shock. Isn't Pengzhou someone from the Yaoshun era? Annoyed, Pengzhou replied. I'm still alive. So what? I was dumbfounded. Pengzhou was a paragon of longevity, revered as an immortal being from the Yaoshun era to the late Qing dynasty. In short, he was a symbol of long life, known to have lived for centuries. To still be alive after thousands of years is astonishing. He must be at least 3,000 years old. While I was lost in thought, the turn shifted. Whoosh! I am the Yes. I heard his self-introduction but couldn't quite grasp it. There was such a deity? As I stood there in a daze, the one identifying as Yes let out a chuckle and bestowed upon me a blessing. I award you the power of inevitability. Wait. What does that ability even do? Anything you shoot will undoubtedly hit. In an instant, I looked back at Mangniang. It seemed Mangniang caught on to my look and quickly produced a fidgety expression as he shook his head. I then hastily called out to Yes. Excuse me, but that blessing doesn't quite suit me. Is there anything else? Every archer in this world wishes for that blessing. I'm not an archer, I'm a swordsman. Yes scowled a bit, seemingly displeased, and finally muttered. Fine. If you enjoy sword fighting, let me introduce you to someone suitable for that. Whoosh. Will Chen Wujin be okay? I began to grow increasingly worried. This was the fourth turn I had gone without any trouble. Last time, I was utterly exhausted and nearly collapsed. If this new deity proved troublesome, I might need to brace myself for a fifth turn. Moments later, the deity Yes called forth the deity. Are you the insolent one who picks and chooses deities? This felt ominous right from the start. It seems that the news had spread through the ranks of these deities after 4 of them had already been filtered out. Not answering Yes' question, I stood there, frozen. The deity slowly revealed his form, an ancient figure clad in black armor and a helmet, radiating an overwhelming amount of fierce energy. Is this what a deity is? I felt trepidation inside me. The fierceness radiating from the deity felt intimidating, almost as if I were facing a peerless expert. Such a powerful presence was unlike anything I had ever encountered from immortals or deities before. Rather, it gave off an air closer to a powerful demon than any divine being. I managed to respond. I need strength. The deity's eyes glimmered. Strength? What kind of strength do you require? A powerful blessing strong enough to demolish the formidable foes blocking my path. I explained somewhat defensively, yet the deity somehow wore a satisfied smile. He then chuckled and stated, I like that. It's precisely what I like most. Both Mangniang and I recoiled in shock at his next statement. I shall bestow upon you the blessing of Xiangyu. Xiangyu. Mangniang quickly cast me a look to cancel, but by the time I could react, the divine ceremony was already complete. Plunk. As Chen Wujin collapsed unconscious, a white light encircled me, and the blessing descended upon me. Ugh, I don't know what this is. I stood there in disbelief. Xiangyu of Western Chu, the destruction god and unbeaten massacre demon? This figure destroyed the world with immense valor throughout the history of China but also wielded a reputation for chaos, and now he had bestowed a blessing upon me. Slight modifications were made. I returned to Jinrang Valley with Mangniang. As we arrived and saw the still captive humans in the barn, Mangniang gazed curiously at me. Is it true that entering that barn alters the flow of time? It seems to almost stop. That's interesting. Then let's talk it over and decide. Mangniang settled himself on a bench in front of the thatched hut, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Then he asked, Baek Wung, having received Xiangyu's blessing, haven't you noticed any changes? Not really. I responded while feeling a bit uneasy. Receiving Xiangyu's blessing didn't seem like a very pleasant thing. Xiangyu? He was the mightiest general and ruler in history, a mass murderer. The only time he ever faced defeat in direct combat was when the entire country was collapsing, and his armies were practically undefeated. Not to mention the Battle of Pengcheng, where he vanquished an enemy force many times larger with only 30,000 troops. As a martial artist, strategist, and battlefield commander, he could genuinely be called the strongest entity in history. Yet at the same time, he was an unparalleled butcher. He had committed mass slaughters that even ordinary generals would hesitate to undertake, and locally, people were buried alive or fried to death. He was a terrifying monster who, just for the purpose of venting his anger and setting an example, executed by the hundreds of thousands. History has judged him as someone almost entirely devoid of humanity and compassion, the worst killing machine who had lost all sense of humanity. That was the current scholarly evaluation of Xiangyu. Knowing this, there was no way I could simply accept his blessing with a good feeling. Mangniang watched my expression and remarked, we ought to monitor the situation. If you can't handle the blessing, the only option would be to send it back with an offering ceremony. Offering ceremony. Xiangyu is currently blessing you in exchange for the offerings made at the offering ceremony. It's a sort of contractual agreement. Until you have thoroughly enjoyed Xiangyu's blessing and he is satisfied, you cannot be released. Therefore, you will need to hold another offering ceremony equal to the one previously conducted to ask him to withdraw his blessing. Couldn't I simply insist that he take back the blessing himself? At that, Mangniang let out a sigh. Any other deity would likely accept that proposal, but this is Xiang Yu we're talking about. He might take offense or change his mind and end up cursing you instead. It's better to negotiate peacefully and avoid such risks. It was entirely new for me to feel this uneasy even while being blessed by a god. As my expression soured, Mangyang shifted the subject. By the way, I have a question. What is it? If what you said is true about it progressing up until the 13th reincarnation, then it means there was no 7 luminaries 8 trigrams in the Imperial Palace, right? He pointed out something I had not considered at all. My eyes widened in surprise as Mangyang calmly continued. If what you said is true, then the superior being can conquer the world once completed. However, at this point in time, the superior being is only in its preliminary stages, and it may take years to finalize. If the 7 luminaries 8 trigrams, which was stolen from the Balhae Empire, existed in the Imperial Palace, the alchemists or Zhuge would have instantly completed the superior being. Couldn't the 8 trigrams possibly have no such power? Not a chance. The 8 trigrams handed down by Fuxi is a massive symbol of power, unmatched even by the Philosopher's Stone. Mangyang fixed his gaze on me. How much do you know about the 8 trigrams? I've only studied its basics with the Book of Changes and the Taiji Classic. Then let's delve a bit deeper into the power of the 8 trigrams. Mangyang seemed ready to expound. He went to fill a gourd with water and took a big swig. The Book of Changes is a text that every practitioner of magic studies as a basic. It fundamentally explains the 64 hexagrams, and among them, through the interplay of the yang and yin lines, one can discern the patterns of all things. Why do practitioners study the Book of Changes and the 8 trigrams? I pondered Mangyang's question for a moment, then replied. Because of transformation, immutability, and simplicity. They can help discover what should be done, what should not be done, and how to navigate the present, past, and future. This seemed to impress Mangyang. You've indeed studied quite a bit of magic. It's rare for someone to respond so well. I just recited what was written in the books. Now, do you know the 8 trigram symbolic verse? I can't recall it well, but I believe it went something like this. The heaven trigram has 3 unbroken lines. The earth trigram is 6 broken lines. The water trigram is a vessel facing up. The mountain trigram is an overturned vessel. The fire trigram is empty in the center. The thunder trigram is full in the center. The wind trigram lacks at the top. The lake trigram has a break at the bottom. Mangyang nodded. That's the fundamental principle for studying the 8 trigrams. It all revolves around the principles of gains and losses. The 8 trigrams is constructed based on precise principles, embodying the foundation of philosophy. It contains both the yin-yang numbers and constant numbers, and the terms image and number are inseparable. There's a reason we call it the study of image and number. Having explained that much, Mangyang dropped a shocking statement. Those who grasp the image of the Book of Changes can dominate space, and those who grasp the number can dominate time. It's not something you will find in simple folks' divination books, but it is indeed true. Masters of the 8 trigrams commonly gain abilities related to either time or space. Mangyang took another swig of water. The 8 trigrams hold an overwhelming amount of pure power, which often captivates practitioners. The principles and powers of the 8 trigrams tie into every realm of magic, illusion spells, puppet techniques, longevity methods, ritual arts, transformations, conjurations. It encompasses all endeavors and can be considered the essence of all sorcery. That sounded quite excessive. Funny enough, even among those who claim to be high-ranked or top-tier sorcerers today, very few have genuinely grasped the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams bear incredible power but are also exceptionally complicated and difficult. Most can study for decades without even brushing the surface. He wiped his mouth and continued with sharp eyes. Moreover, the power of the 8 trigrams does not originally belong to humanity. What? Long ago, Fuxi from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors imparted the principles of the 8 trigrams to humans. As you know, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were divine beings who shaped human history. Given that Fuxi is on par with the creation gods like Pangu or Nuwa, it's clear that the 8 trigrams were originally divine powers. And furthermore, the 7 luminaries 8 trigrams is the first divine treasure that Fuxi presented in antiquity by inscribing the true essence of the 8 trigrams. Do you understand what it means when I say the power in it is as great as the Philosopher's Stone? Indeed. I began to understand Mangyang's explanation, letting out a low sound of amazement. It seemed the 8 trigrams was the ultimate principle and philosophy, the embodiment of pure power. The principles which humanity has struggled for thousands of years to comprehend throughout history were bestowed upon them by Fuxi of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 7 luminaries 8 trigrams, which exists at the crest of these principles, must indeed be a mass of pure power. I stroked my chin in thought and spoke. The absence of the 7 luminaries 8 trigrams in the Imperial Palace means that the demon subduing hall likely took it away. Considering that the existence of the alchemist is merely a subordinate to the demon subduing hall, that's likely. What should we do then? We need to capture the alchemist to gather more information. Only then can we trace the whereabouts of the 7 luminaries 8 trigrams. That sounds like a plan. Mangyang said. Oh, and it seems you have something to tell me. True. I have a place I need to visit for a bit. Where to? There's a peculiar statue with strange oracle bone script inscribed on it in the ruins of Demand. Sounds intriguing. Let's go check it out. I used boiling to hastily reach the cave at the very heart of the ruins of Demand and took Mang Niang out of the barn to show him the peculiar statue inside. Mang Niang carefully studied the oracle bone script and said, "It looks like a statue of Zhenwu, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Zhenwu. I can't be certain without referring to texts, but there are symbols alongside the oracle bone script that represent Zhenwu." I made a confused face. Why is a statue of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors here in the ruins of Demand? I'm not sure myself. Zhenwu of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? He was one of the 5 emperors responsible for the north and the grandson of the Yellow Emperor. If this statue does symbolize Zhenwu, it would indeed be strange for it to exist in the ruins of Demand connected to the 7 luminaries. Mang Niang stated. "Let's take this statue with us. I'll research it further." "Thank you." I returned to Jinrang Valley with Mang Niang. He declared, "First, let's handle anything left to do." Following his words, I first freed the hostages held at Day Regular Jade in Jinrang Valley. The group, including Wang Yian, looked astonished at the sudden change of venue. Mang Niang, as before, helped them settle and find accommodations. Afterward, I immediately headed to Shandong, exchanged for some gold bars, and liberated the pirate captives from the Central Plains. Among those were women who hadn't fared so well. An one-eyed old man approached me. "Sir, I want to repay this kindness. If there's just one existence, I can kill." I was well aware he was from the otherworldly race, a tribal slave race that served the ancient ruler in Dark Sky Village. I knew his true identity too, so I listened to his tale and accepted the black token, then said, "Let's hear it. Do you have something to ask?" I had him sit down and ordered some food. He blinked uncertainly, and while waiting for the noodles, I rested my chin on my hand and remarked, "I already know you're a hound man." His complexion turned pale at my words. As he opened his mouth, I let out a low hiss of intent and threatened. "Are you seriously suggesting your friend should get killed for your lame, selfish reason? Is that what you call humanity?" The one-eyed old man lowered his head, teary-eyed. "You know everything. Well, let's put aside the details. But why doesn't your race live in Dark Sky Village? What do you mean by that? Since you're already an otherworldly race, why endure the hardships of living among humans? You could live comfortably over there, hidden away, since you're already loyal to ancient ruler. No one would dare touch you." For a moment, the one-eyed old man seemed at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed, responding, "Sir, I don't know how you know about our 7-kill village's secrets, but that's impossible. Why? Dark Sky Village is a faraway place, even deities can't reach it. We have no choice but to mingle with humans. Must be quite vexing." I pondered for a moment, then said, "Anyway, I thank you for the token. I'll come around if I need something later." The one-eyed old man gave me a strange look and departed without another word. To a regular human, receiving a key that would lead to their demise would be incomprehensible, but I felt that even if I were to meet the ancient ruler again, I'd unlikely face death. Soon, I shifted using boiling to near the Shadowless Gate. I brought along the women who would start new lives in the Shadowless Gate and visited with Somun Hai. Upon entering the Shadowless Gate, the Black Demon greeted me as before. After Somun Hai explained the situation, the Black Demon nodded. "I see." I quickly added, "I have work to do, so no weddings, please." The Black Demon looked momentarily flustered. He likely hadn't expected me to say that, but soon regained his composure and cleared his throat. "Adat novel bin adat. Is there a request I can help with?" I had something planned and told him. "Do you happen to know Dongbang Mujaiol, the celestial monster?" To my surprise, the Black Demon appeared astonished. "I know him, why do you ask?" "I'm looking to find him, so I want to know what kind of person Dongbang Mujaiol is." "Dongbang Mujaiol. The Black Demon leaned pensive. After a moment he suddenly said, "Don't look for him. He is too dangerous. Excuse me. He's like a walking bomb. There's nothing good to gain by involving with him, so I'd like more details. All I know is that Dongbang Mujaiol is a madman." By now, both Wasong Maiyang and the Black Demon, 2 renowned figures in the martial world, referred to him as a madman. What sort of person could warrant such dread? Lost in thought, Black Demon said, "This is just a friendly warning because he is a benefactor to my daughter. You could end up dissected by Dongbang Mujaiol if you are not careful." After a bit more trivial chatter with the Black Demon, I returned to Jinrang Valley. Upon arriving at Jinrang Valley, Mang Niang asked, "Have you taken care of everything?" "I think I've managed everything I needed. Now I should rescue General Wang Yian's family." "Oh, hold off a bit on that. We need to wait for the situation to calm down." I observed Mang Niang for a moment before saying, "Then I'm off to Sichuan for a bit." "Why Sichuan?" I explained to Mang Niang the course of my search for Dongbang Mujaiol and my reasons. After hearing me, Mang Niang organized the information. "I see. You're curious about the nature of the plague affecting the head of the White Lotus sect, aren't you?" "Yes, I feel like through that, we might uncover an important clue for the future." No matter how I thought about it, the plague felt suspicious. While the White Lotus sect could heal with Black and White Lotus, the ordinary healing couldn't touch it. Furthermore, there had been testimonies that the nature of the alchemist's plague was nearly identical to that of the sect leaders. Additionally, whereas Han Jin-sung had managed to restrain the plague with suffering, average humans could not. I must uncover this. I had a strong hunch that I wouldn't be able to progress without revealing the true nature of this plague. If you intuit it like that, then it sounds correct. Oh, so you believe me? You've lived through 13 lives and accumulated countless experiences, so your intuition must stem from that accumulation. I also think the White Lotus sect isn't unrelated to the Imperial Palace, which makes your choice sound right. With a smile, Mang Niang encouraged. Then go and explore. I wish you luck. Thus began my journey to Sichuan seeking Dongbang Mujaiol, the celestial monster. The journey towards Sichuan was quite long and arduous. Since I started near Luoyang, I had already traveled well over 1,000 li, and above all, the excitement of heading into uncharted territory I had never been to before gripped my heart. Sichuan was also known as Baishu. Since ancient times, the land of Baishu has been famous for its steep mountains and difficult terrain, making it impossible to traverse like one could in flatter regions. That fact became immediately clear when I reached a gate. Wow, this is something else. I couldn't help but let out a sound of disbelief. Usually, gates are artificially constructed, but this one was different. It had been built to block a rugged mountain path, and to pass through it, I had to climb like I was scaling a giant mountain. Even horses would struggle to get through. Even someone who had trained extensively in martial arts would feel quite fatigued merely arriving at the gate. Looking at the narrow canyon blocking the way, it was indeed a natural fortress. Originally, I had planned to sneak past the gate inspection and call it a day, but I had to abandon that idea. Sneaking through such a fortress at night would be too risky. One mistake, and I'd completely mess up my plans. So you're on your way to the Sichuan Tang clan as part of your martial arts training under your master's orders. Yes, that's correct. A child without proper documentation traveling as a martial artist. The captain of the gate scrutinized me suspiciously, and I politely bowed while subtly approaching him with a handful of coins. I really need to cross. Is there any way I can? Well, there's no reason to refuse. Hehe. With that bribe, I was allowed through. Unlike what I had been so tense about, it was surprisingly easy, making me realize the sheer power of bribery. After passing the gate, I immediately headed toward the provincial capital. The Sichuan Tang clan was originally located near Shaanxi, but after several historical upheavals, they had gradually moved out and established a stronghold in the provincial capital. Although Shaanxi and Sichuan are adjacent, Sichuan is quite expansive, so reaching the provincial capital would be an endeavor in itself. Clop clop clop. I decided to rely on my internal power and agility to cross the rugged mountains of Baishu. Riding a horse would mean winding along small mountain paths, wasting 10 times the distance and time. I had already studied how to chart my way toward the horizon through map reading methods and could navigate confidently from countless experiences. Oh, I'm falling? I screamed. I had ascended over 600 peaks, but during a leap over a precipice, I miscalculated and found myself plummeting through the air. As the river nestled between the canyons rushed toward me, I gritted my teeth and gathered my internal power to release it. Splash! With a massive splash, my body was propelled back into the air. I clung to the edge of the cliff and climbed back up. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have been hurt falling, but getting swept away by the river would have wasted too much time. It took a full 6 days and nights to cross those treacherous mountains. At this pace, I would have traversed Shaanxi once already, but I was starting to doubt if I was even on the right path. The average height and steepness of these mountains were leagues beyond Shaanxi's terrain. Looks like there's not a soul around anymore. I found myself sitting on a nameless hill, sighing. I was still distinguishing directions but was struggling to make progress westward. Though I was moving several tens of times faster than on a horse, it was still grueling. If I hadn't reached the level of a Dharma protector, even the greatest martial artist wouldn't attempt such a feat. Along the way, feeling hungry, I caught a wild boar and had it for dinner. Grilled wild boar was quite delicious. After I filled my belly, I began sprinting madly through the mountains again. Clop clop clop. While racing through the rugged mountains, I unexpectedly spotted a martial gate building standing prominently among the hills. In this lonely spot, I felt curious and looked at its sign, which read Beckley Clan. I hadn't heard much about the Beckley clan being particularly famous in the martial world. Having spent several nights crossing the mountain, and feeling weary, I knocked on the Beckley clan's door, hoping to gather some information. Excuse me? Since there seemed to be no doorkeeper, it took quite a while before anyone responded. After some time, a person carefully opened the door and walked out. Who are you? I'm Beck Wong, just a passerby. Would it be alright if I rested for a bit? The person who came out looked to be in his mid-20s and hesitated before nodding. Alright, stay for a day, little hero. Thank you. I followed the young man inside the martial gate. While walking in, there were no other signs of life, and the entire place felt eerily quiet. When I tilted my head in confusion, the young man responded with a bitter smile. You don't need to look around, I'm the only one living here. Really? How come you're all alone in such a remote area? The young man, seemingly uncomfortable, looked back at me and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Beckley Zhongwoon, currently serving as the head of the Beckley clan. My name is Beck Wong. I'm undergoing martial arts training. So a young one like you is practicing martial arts? Impressive. Beckley Zhongwoon seemed astonished that I was moving around alone. I mean, it's pretty rare for a teenager to wander around the treacherous mountains of Sichuan. He showed me a room to rest and headed off to prepare a meal. Not wanting to just sit around, I went to help him out in the kitchen. But when I got there was hardly any food. All there was a handful of rice and some greens, and it seemed like he was trying to make a meal with that. I stared at Beckley Zhongwun in disbelief, and he sighed, saying, "I'm sorry. I don't have any money or rice right now. How could a well-known martial clan be this poor?" Upon further inspection, Beckley Zhongwun looked rather undernourished, likely from years of eating so little. Luckily, his internal power seemed deep for his age, allowing him to survive on little food. I said to him, "You seem to possess considerable martial skill, shouldn't you be able to earn some money easily?" "Haha, that's true. But I'd rather not get caught up in the affairs of the world, so I prefer to live quietly." Just wait a moment. I let out an inaudible sound before darting out of the Beckley clan. After about half an hour of wandering around the mountains, I managed to catch a large wild boar. I tossed it into the kitchen, causing Beckley Zhongwun to exclaim in surprise. "Impressive martial skill? How could you at such a young age? This one should provide plenty of food." Together, we worked hard to skin and roast the wild boar. It was a big one, so as we grilled it, there was more than enough for us both to eat. After enjoying the feast, Beckley Zhongwun wiped away his tears and said, "Ugh, I feel like I've eaten properly for the first time in nearly a year. Thank you, little hero. I came here to find a resting place, and through a stroke of luck, I ended up with a wild boar." I waved my hands at Beckley Zhongwun and said, "By the way, wouldn't it be better to head down the mountain? Living in such poverty alone." From my observations, Beckley Zhongwun's martial skill was quite outstanding, even among the top-tier experts. Of course, he seemed weaker compared to me now, but that was relative. Considering his youth, he was a remarkable talent. With his martial skills, earning a living should not be a problem. I can't do that. I have to train more to uphold my father's legacy. What kind of training? Beckley Zhongwun tore into a boar's leg while speaking. Our Beckley clan was once counted among the top sects in Sichuan. But as our martial skills declined, our disciples began to leave one by one, and a few years ago, even the Beckley clan's bloodline left to fend for themselves. To restore the clan, I need to improve and fully develop our martial arts. I see. I was intrigued. Beckley Zhongwun possessed considerable martial skill for his age, yet the foundational martial skills were not up to par. Curiosity sparked within me, and I asked, "If you don't mind, could we have a sparring match?" "Haha, guess I sparked your curiosity. That's fine." With wooden swords in hand, we faced each other in the courtyard of the Beckley clan. Beckley Zhongwun said, "Since your skills are constant, I'll be gracious and give you a 3-second head start." "Of course." Swish. As the skirmish began, Beckley Zhongwun's sword darted forth like a flash. I could tell his sword was infused with impressive sharpness and a strong presence. In those 3 seconds, he struck at me with precision, undoubtedly at a first-class expert's level. But that was all. I could see all the weaknesses in his strikes without needing to rely on my superior internal power. I lazily twisted my sword and targeted his openings. My body moved smoothly in accordance with the shadow stance, and as I struck at his blind spots, Beckley Zhongwun appeared quite flustered. In about 30 seconds, the outcome was clear, and my sword was touching his throat. With a sigh, Beckley Zhongwun admitted, "I lost? That was a good spar." As I withdrew my wooden sword, Beckley Zhongwun remarked, "You have extraordinary skills for your age. You rival the elders of top sects." "Not at all. It seems that your weakness lies in the straightforwardness of your sword technique." Beckley Zhongwun trembled slightly. He was astonished, exclaiming, "You figured that out so quickly." "Well, we were just sparring, so it's only natural." "That's not true. Very few can figure it out in one glance." As I set the wooden sword back on its rack, I continued, "It's a strong sword style, but there isn't much variation, and it's lacking, preventing you from maximizing its strengths. That's the flaw of our Beckley clan's heavenly sword technique." "Huh." Beckley Zhongwun sighed deeply. Looking at him, I began to grasp the current issue. Beckley Zhongwun has remarkable martial talent. However, his foundational internal cultivation is not extraordinary, and although his sword technique is strong, it's riddled with flaws. Hence he becomes stuck at the first-class level. Simultaneously, I felt a sense of wonder. I used to struggle painfully whenever I practiced my technique, feeling like a dull-wit fool without talent, yet here I was able to identify the flaws in another sect's martial arts. It showcased that the hardships of the past several decades were not in vain. Observing him thoughtfully, I said, "So, is that why you've been secluded up in the mountains, researching your sword technique?" "Exactly. If I can improve the heavenly sword technique and elevate the Beckley clan's martial arts, the disciples who left will surely return." "I believe that's misguided." "What do you mean?" I said firmly. "The world is vast, and masters are plentiful. If you remain isolated like a frog in a well, focusing solely on your research without encountering any rivals, it's against the principles of martial arts. You should meet others and learn the strengths and weaknesses of their martial arts to develop your own." Beckley Zhongwun looked as if he had been struck by a new revelation. I continued, "The interaction of martial arts must create synergy. The flaws of the heavenly sword technique might find solutions in other sword styles." What I asserted was rooted in the example of Baekwang Jiao, where the mystic heavenly skill from Mount Wudang was combined with Hwasong clan's Hwasong 8 blades, refined with Li Kuang's genius. In the martial arts world, unexpected combinations can exist. I had considered that, but since I must protect the foundation of the Beckley clan, I hesitate to act recklessly. People are what matter, not buildings. Don't speak so rashly. If you are the head of the Beckley clan, then everything revolves around you. In that instant, Beckley Zhongwun appeared to have realized something. He stood still for a while, then tearfully said, "Thank you for awakening my foolish self. It's nothing." That night, after cleaning up the place with Beckley Zhongwun once again, I went to sleep. It was clear that the Beckley clan had once thrived, as the building was more than decent for resting. I understood his dedication to protecting it, but without proper martial skills, one could not survive in the martial world. The key was focusing on martial arts, not on buildings. The next day, I washed myself in a nearby stream and set out from the Beckley clan. Beckley Zhongwun took my hand firmly and said, "Though I cannot impart the clan's ultimate martial techniques to you, I do have information that might help you with your martial arts training." "Really? What kind of?" "I've heard rumors of a hidden master with outstanding martial skills located at a place called Dragon King's Valley. I also learned this from my late father, so although I don't know the details, I'm certain this is genuine information that has yet to spread widely. Only a few masters in Sichuan have made contact with him." "A hidden master, huh?" Curiosity piqued within me. With a grin, Beckley Zhongwun continued, "I also plan to organize my clan's matters soon and make my way into the world of martial artists. You've been a great benefactor to me. I wish you success. Adat novel bin adat. Safe travels to you too." After parting with Beckley Zhongwun, I dashed through the mountain valleys once again. It still seemed like I had a long way to go before reaching my destination, the Sichuan Tang clan. I climbed to the peak of a nameless mountain and crossed my arms, pondering. Dongbang Mujiaol's last known whereabouts were indeed at the Sichuan Tang clan. I needed to gather information about Dongbang Mujiaol at the Sichuan Tang clan. To do that, I had to reach the provincial capital where the Sichuan Tang clan was based. With my eyes shining, I resumed my mad dash forward. It took me only 3 days to enter Sichuan, the heart of the province and the stronghold of the Sichuan Tang clan. Once I arrived, I booked a room at an inn and collapsed onto the bed. Now, I need to go find the Sichuan Tang clan and inquire about Eastern Unmatched. From my experience, barging into a martial arts family to demand information is not only foolish, it's a surefire way to box myself into a corner. To extract information, one needs legitimacy, influence, justification, and power, all of which I'd have to build up over the course of several years while here in Sichuan. Instead, I decided to take a more indirect route. I'd start by gathering information about the Sichuan Tang clan at the Open Sect's Sichuan branch. Finding the Sichuan branch of the Open Sect was relatively straightforward. Open Sect practitioners typically congregated beneath bridges or in secluded areas, similar to what I'd seen back in Luoyang. In Sichuan, there was even a shanty town under the bridge where beggars gathered. I glanced over there, sizing up the beggars' skills, and felt confident they possessed significant martial prowess. That's when I concluded that this must be the Open Sect's Sichuan branch. I approached the flock of beggars beneath the bridge and proclaimed, "It is an honor to meet the heroes of the Open Sect as a humble disciple of martial arts." Suddenly, the eyes of all the nearby beggars turned toward me, momentarily stunned by my unexpected flattery. However, most merely dismissed me, intent on their own business, embodying the typical cautious demeanor of a martial artist. As I stepped further inside, a few sticks obstructed my way. "Hey there, stop right there. What do you want?" I glanced down at the sticks barring my path. Although they appeared ordinary at first glance, those holding them had clearly honed formidable skills. I peered inside the shanty, where a middle-aged man lay sprawled out, and with a substantial hit of inner force, I stated, "I've come to purchase crucial information. Are you closed today?" The middle-aged man stirred and, after a moment, sprang up with the agility of a catfish, striding toward me. Scratching his head, he remarked, "What is this thunderous ruckus? Kid, which family do you hail from?" He seemed to assume I was the child of a martial arts family. I chuckled slightly and replied, "My name is Bai Weng. I wish to procure information from the Open Sect, but it seems there are many restrictions. I don't see what a child like you would do with information." Such unseemly remarks from a practitioner of the Open Sect? If you truly wish to decline my request, I will take my leave. As I turned on my heel, several of the Open Sect members came charging at me simultaneously. They were experts well beyond just your average guards, swiftly blocking my path. From the aura emanating around them, it was evident they intended to subdue me with force. But this was an immense underestimation of my capabilities. Shwu, drawing on the foundation of the Thunder God lineage, I moved in accordance with the basic techniques of Thundercloud's soft fist. A soft silhouette emanated from my body, and my hands pointed simultaneously toward all 8 directions in the air. In the next moment, as if declaring soft can conquer hard, I smoothly disarmed the sticks from their hands. Before they could react, I threw their weapons into the air and, leveraging Thunder Shadow Step, I advanced, striking at pressure points of the attackers. Thud! The beggar I'd been addressing, along with everyone else watching, stood bewildered. In just a second, I had completely subdued the experts of the Open Sect. I released the hand of one beggar I was holding and grinned. Disregarding my presence when I came to consult, and then resorting to violence when I decide to leave, this truly is the Open Sect's nature. Watch your words. We can see you're quite the expert. The middle-aged beggar's eyes widened. His tone had drastically shifted. In the world of martial arts, strength was the ultimate measure, and there was no choice but for his attitude to change when faced with someone clearly superior. I regarded him coolly, and he continued. I'm Great Bell. I'm in charge of the open-sex Sichuan branch. Now, are you finally ready to listen to what I have to say? Come over here. I followed Great Bell to a more secluded corner. Face to face with him, he asked. Who are you to possess such remarkable martial skills at such a young age? Why should I provide you with that information? If you refuse, I won't sell any information to you. I felt my irritation peak. Still considering me a fool, old man. At novel bin at. What? Swish. Without hesitation, I lunged at him, extending my hand. Great Bell flinched as he reacted to my attack. If he truly was the open-sex branch leader, his skills were top-notch. He was certainly no run-of-the-mill practitioner. His movement was agile, but I seized the moment of his evasion to strike at his vital points. Gah! He collapsed to one knee, his body momentarily paralyzed. I promptly drew my dagger and held it to his throat. In mere seconds, he realized he was overpowered, disbelief etched on his face. With a lethal aura, I spoke. Do keep in mind, you are persistently choosing the harder path. I assume you understood my words, so I'll let you go. I withdrew my dagger and released his pressure points. Even though Great Bell regained his freedom, his face was ashen. He realized I was well practiced in the art of intimidation, and in the back of his mind, he must have sensed that I wouldn't hesitate to use it if needed. He wouldn't be able to regard me lightly again. His lips trembled as he remarked. I can hardly believe it. How could someone of your age possess such tremendous martial skills? As you can see, I'm not here to become adversarial with the open sect. I simply wish to discuss what I need. As I said this, I subtly retrieved a handful of silver coins. The amount was considerable, exceeding 100 taels. Upon seeing the silver coins, Great Bell finally opened his mouth. What do you wish to know? It's nothing major. Just the members of the Sichuan Tang clan, their key skills, and their recent activities. You must be from another region. Haha, think as you will. Though Great Bell attempted to pry for more information, I deflected his inquiries. I could see his expression shift to one of disappointment. Clearly, he thought me competent. Resigning himself, he replied. Pay me upfront. How can you guarantee I'll get accurate information? With a resigned chuckle, he said. I won't lie, just trust me. I can't believe I've ended up saying such things. The money's right here. Clink. I'll tell you everything I know. Once he accepted the consulting fee, he began providing a comprehensive overview of the Sichuan Tang clan. I sat attentively, absorbing everything he said for nearly half a watch, memorizing most of the information. I pondered and then asked Great Bell. I'd like to purchase additional information. What kind do you need? I reached into my sleeve and pulled out an additional supply of silver coins, double what I had just given him. His eyes widened at the sight of the coins, but I calmly continued. Information regarding the coveted Eastern Unmatched. Eastern Unmatched? You mean one of the 5 masters of the realm? Exactly. If he has recently appeared in Sichuan, please share what you know. He looked as if he was searching through his memories, a desperate look on his face. After a moment, he spoke. Now that you mention it, Eastern Unmatched was spotted in Sichuan's underworld alongside the King of Gambling about a month ago. King of Gambling? Who is that? Don't you know him? Though, I guess he does operate mainly in Sichuan. Great Bell licked his lips before continuing. He's renowned as a gambling genius, rumored to possess divine skills in games of chance. He's a quirky character, classified within the sundered martial arts community but shows no interest in anything outside of gambling. Interesting. Eastern Unmatched and the King of Gambling raided the underworld together and then vanished after partaking in some bizarre gambling at the Temple of Zhuge. I couldn't get any additional info from the Temple Guardian. What's the Temple of Zhuge? It's also known as the Shrine of Lushan. It's a temple dedicated to Zhuge, the legendary strategist. I realized the situation had become intriguing. Essentially, Eastern Unmatched had been gambling madly at the Temple of Zhuge with the King of Gambling before disappearing. Instead of seeking the Sichuan Tang clan, my next destination would be the Temple of Zhuge itself. Where can I find the King of Gambling? I don't have much insight on his whereabouts. He seems to show up suddenly at big gambling venues but has no fixed place of residence. I see. Great Bell added. If you're looking for Eastern Unmatched, it might be wise to reconsider. That man is a lunatic. That's a description I've heard several times. Regardless, I've given my advice. You should leave. As Great Bell dismissed me, I gave a light nod and exited the open sex hideout. Before I meet Eastern Unmatched, I feel like I should prepare. 3 different people had now labeled Eastern Unmatched as insane. There must be something extraordinary about him. He might indulge in pleasures all day long, making him unpredictable. Once back at the inn, I gathered my thoughts and promptly set my sights on the Temple of Zhuge. The path to the temple seemed secure, and I found it without issue. It appeared to be the most famous site in Sichuan. The legacy of Zhuge held a significant place in the hearts of its people. There were many pilgrims, and the visitors appeared affluent, dressed in fine garments befitting wealthy merchants or influential aristocrats. I realized that if I swooped in with my worn-out clothes, there'd be a stark discord, so I decided to craft a new outfit. After tailoring some fresh garments, I bathed and prepared, then returned to the Temple of Zhuge the next day. Entering the innermost hall of the temple was difficult due to the guardian's restriction. Most seemed there to enjoy the atmosphere of the temple, so no one paid me much mind. I spoke to a middle-aged man, presumably the temple guardian. I'm Bai Weng. Excuse me, but could you share what you know about Eastern Unmatched and the King of Gambling visiting recently? The guardian's face hardened. Then, he sighed. Now even little martial artists are coming to me for information. Is it not possible to receive a response? No way. Are you afraid of their influence? As I provoked him, he pointed out the armed guards stationed nearby. Do you really think you can say that? All those protecting the temple of Zhujiang are elite members handpicked from the military ministry's 6 fans. Even a prince consort wouldn't dare act recklessly here. The temple of Zhujiang was a symbol of Sichuan. Perhaps that's why the security was exceptionally tight. Several guards nearby clearly exhibited high skill levels. I replied curtly. However, it's a fact that Eastern Unmatched and the King of Gambling created a scene here before disappearing, is it not? Ugh. It was a late-night riot where they created mayhem for half a watch, and no one could catch them. That's already been glossed over by the prince consort, so it's not on me. A prince consort, you say? He's a prince with a vested interest in the temple of Zhujiang. He looks after it closely. A prince consort, huh? As I mulled over his name, the guardian's expression shifted and he added. Regardless, I can't divulge any more. If you're a cultured youth from a martial arts family, don't waste your time here and just leave. I stepped out and returned to the inn. Capturing the guardian to torture him using the techniques of the Thunder God lineage would attract far too many eyes. He always seemed flanked by elite guards from the 6 fans, so any rash action would draw a crowd. I felt it necessary to visit the Sichuan Tang clan next. This blockage is vexing. How do I pry information about Eastern Unmatched out of the Sichuan Tang clan? After much deliberation, I decided to head to Jinlang Valley using the rising tide technique. The atmosphere of Jinlang Valley seemed much calmer after a considerable amount of time had passed, making it appear peaceful and tranquil. While I was practicing my martial arts, Mang Niang spotted me and greeted me enthusiastically. Bai Weng, how are things going in Sichuan? I've hit a bit of a wall. I relayed everything I had uncovered thus far to Mang Niang. He listened quietly before pressing his temples with his fingers and said, then stay here for a few days and rest. Trust me, the solution will surely come to you. I wouldn't realize the true meaning of those words until about 10 days later. While helping Mang Niang with various chores, someone suddenly appeared out of thin air, executing a backflip before landing. Puffing with a beet-red face, she bellowed at me. Why you loser? I scratched my head and chuckled. Sorry, Maiho. Quit acting friendly, human? Gyae? I'm so furious. Indeed, it was Maiho, who had come to the Central Plains after undergoing trials from the Queen Mother of the West, having wandered from Goryeo to the Central Plains, only to find herself lost due to my reckless use of rising tide. I awkwardly smiled at her and said, here to help me, huh? I heard you offered advice to Queen Mother. Of course, I knew exactly why Maiho had come here. Just then, Mang Niang strolled over and politely said, may I trouble you to meet the Heavenly Fox? What's this about? This is Mang Niang. He will be my comrade from now on. Who decided that? As Maiho prepared to flare up, I calmed her down. Maiho, just listen. I shared my story about everything that transpired until now with Maiho, with Mang Niang listening beside me. Maiho listened quietly and her expression gradually twisted into one of disbelief. However, she soon glanced at Mang Niang, who was calmly absorbing everything, and her expression softened, doubts fading slightly. Ugh. So what are you aiming to do, Bai Weng? I need to head back to Sichuan and try to meet Eastern Unmatched. Maiho burst into laughter. Sounds great. I'll help you. And that's how it happened. The solution Mang Niang was hinting at was none other than that. With the allure of the great demon Maiho, there was no need for much effort on my part to easily locate Eastern Unmatched in Sichuan. I headed back to Wuhasa with Maiho using the Thunder Cloud technique. When we arrived at Wuhasa, Maiho seemed to be in awe, looking around at everything with wide eyes. I couldn't help but ask her curiously. Are you feeling any headaches or discomfort? Are you talking about the illusion I just saw? Yeah. At that, Maiho chuckled softly. I was a bit surprised, but it was just like someone suddenly poking me in the back with a finger. It didn't really faze me. I noticed that the reactions of humans and yokai differed when encountering the otherworldly race and Dark Sky Village. In the case of Mang Niang, despite being a person with outstanding mental prowess among humans, he felt significant dizziness and confusion when traveling with me using Thundercloud. However, for Maiho, it seemed her surprise was simply due to the unfamiliar sight. Yokai seem to have considerable resistance to magic. As I pondered this, Maiho asked, Bai Weng, what exactly is your goal right now? Caught off guard by her sudden question, I replied, to defeat the demon subduing hall, of course. Then there's something odd about this. What is it? Your first life. Maiho was currently transformed into a stunning beauty. Perhaps because of this, some servants cleaning the leaves at Wuhasa glanced over, staring at her in disbelief. Maiho picked up a leaf, twirling it in her fingers, before continuing. You lived quite ordinarily without any significant calamities until you were around 50 or 60, didn't you? Although the Nine Lotus sect was rampaging, that was nothing related to you as an ordinary citizen, right? Well, that's true. Did you ever consider that leaving the demon subduing hall alone might not lead to any significant changes in the world? Maiho was hitting the nail on the head. I had often worried and lamented during my previous life whenever difficult situations arose. Indeed, what would happen if I did nothing? I knew quite well that when I lived as an ordinary citizen, the world moved on without any significant events. Maiho was probing whether I was needlessly stirring a hornet's nest and dying meaninglessly. After some thought, I answered, I don't think that's the case. Why not? Certainly, the human sacrifice I stumbled upon in Taikaiyang village was a real occurrence, and General Huang Yian being trapped in Great Thunder Prison was irrefutably true. If I hadn't helped them, they would have unequivocally met their end, and the forces of the demon subduing hall would have gained power as they wished. So you're saying that if you had left it be, the demon subduing hall would have ruled the world in the shadows? Probably, yes. Heh, that's something uncertain. Maiho chuckled softly before continuing. In the end, since you find yourself in the position of an observer, you can never be fully objective. No matter how trivial your actions might seem, is there no chance they could affect the future? That might be true, but isn't it even more pointless to think that far? Why is that? If you could think that far, then you would be a deity. I shook my head. Anyway, there are people I can save, and if I have the ability, there's no reason to turn a blind eye. If I do what I can until the end, a path will surely appear. Maiho looked at me with curious eyes. How peculiar. You don't seem like such a righteous person, yet your conviction to subdue the demon subduing hall is unwavering. That seems to be a feeling different from a sense of justice. I fell silent at Maiho's words. Indeed, as she pointed out, my actions against the demon subduing hall weren't purely motivated by a desire to uphold righteousness. There was a more personal reason, but it felt too embarrassing to share right now, especially since Maiho couldn't be completely trusted at this moment. Anyway, let's get down to business. Over there. I pointed to a figure strolling about 50 paces away, the manager of Wuhasa. Oh. Maiho smiled and slowly walked toward the manager. As soon as he spotted the stunning beauty, his expression became slack-jawed, seemingly lost in thought over Maiho's voluptuous figure. They exchanged a few light words, and before long, the manager was completely captivated and chuckling in delight, trying to win Maiho over. After about half a watch of conversation, the manager and Maiho headed towards a building together. Noticing from a distance, Maiho sent me a message. I've enchanted him. Just slip into the Wuhasa up to the 3rd floor without getting noticed. Following Maiho's directions, I quietly moved to Wuhasa. Upon entering the Wuhasa, there weren't any guards, just servants wandering around. I used stealth technique and moved up to the 3rd floor as instructed. This way, once I opened the innermost door, there sat the Wuhasa manager with a bewildered expression, completely spaced out. Before him, Maiho was crunching an apple and taking a bite. You can ask anything. Intrigued, I asked Maiho. I've been curious about this for a while. At what stage were you enchanted? It looked like you were just chatting normally. Hehe, that's a secret. Maiho merely smiled mysteriously. It seemed she was hesitant to reveal her secrets knowing I was a reincarnator. I rubbed my chin and began questioning the manager. Do you know what kind of gambling Dongbang Mukyal and King of Gambling were engaged in? I do. Speak then. Dongbang Mukyal played mahjong with King of Gambling. Mahjong? It was a game similar to Kong Ho or Tapan, where players stack tiles to earn points through pairs or combinations. While it had elements of luck, it required strategizing and thinking too, hence professional players existed. Of course, it was still a form of gambling. The game could be played without bets, but most often, people gamble for money or assets. And with a figure called the King of Gambling involved, there's no way they'd play without putting something on the line. I was curious and asked. They could have just played in a shady gambling den, so why did they come all the way to Wuhasa for mahjong? I don't know. Do you have any guesses? After a moment of silence, the manager spoke. There were 2 other otherworldly creatures with them. They played mahjong in their company, and I heard there was some kind of secret deal between them. You heard that? Didn't you witness their mahjong game? That's right. Dongbang Mukyal spread sleep-inducing powder all over Wuhasa. Only a few experts from 6 Harmonies Gate managed to wake up from the effects of the powder and see the mahjong game, but they couldn't stop it due to their compromised condition. Ugh. I felt something amiss. At novel bin at. Wuhasa is quite vast. The amount of sleep-inducing powder needed to incapacitate the entire place all at once. It seemed the manager genuinely didn't know the motive behind the gambling. I seriously considered my next words. So how did the game turn out? King of Gambling swept the board and came out on top. Dongbang Mukyal and those 2 otherworldly creatures lost everything. They cleared up the mahjong table and disappeared. Where did they go? I don't know. What about their appearances or gender? I don't know. They were dressed in black and wore human skin masks. Human skin masks. I carefully noted that down and continued questioning. Is that King of Gambling skilled in martial arts as well? Yes. He's among the top 5 experts from Sichuan. What does he look like? The manager scribbled down what he knew about King of Gambling's features on a piece of paper. His drawing skills were subpar, but he accurately captured key attributes. I pictured the rough sketch in my mind, and the result was, he's a handsome guy. What was going on? Since I entered the world of martial arts, every major character I met had been either handsome or incredibly good-looking. Knowing I would become a troll when I grew up made me feel uneasy. Feeling a bit sour, I quickly pushed that thought aside and continued digging for more information. Once I had gathered all the information, Maiho wiped the manager's memory. Then we used the thunder cloud technique to exit Wuhasa and arrived at a tranquil valley in the desolate mountains. I needed to have a chat with Maiho to gather my thoughts. I think I need to go to the Sichuan Tang clan. Indeed, sleep-inducing powder is likely connected to those guys. To incapacitate the entirety of Wuhasa like that isn't something ordinary. Plus, considering the experts from 6 Harmony's Gate guarding the place weren't exactly pushovers further solidified my concerns. Regardless of what Dongbang Mukyal did, it was highly probable that the Sichuan Tang clan supplied the sleep-inducing powder in advance. I contemplated. The manager was somewhat lackadaisical, but the Sichuan Tang clan is prestigious in Sichuan. Approaching them as I did earlier could be dangerous. You're provoking my sense of challenge. If it gets too tough, just say so. Kidnapping is also an option. At that, Maiho burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you underestimating me? If I set my mind to it and used my charm, I could get anything done. The issue lies elsewhere. What's the problem? Dongbang Mukyal likely has the appearance of a human skin mask. Ugh, I murmured in contemplation. While many people from the martial arts community, including the manager, had claimed to have seen Dongbang Mukyal, it seemed they all didn't believe that was his true appearance. Dongbang Mukyal likely learned a special technique or carried a human skin mask with him at all times. If that's the case, I might not even recognize him walking past me on the street. Maiho, fiddling with her tail, said. Regardless, we should head to the Sichuan Tang clan, but I think we need to approach from a different angle. How so? Who would be most likely to know Dongbang Mukyal's whereabouts? Now, I understood Maiho's meaning. Maiho covered her mouth and giggled. The king of gambling likely has deep ties with Dongbang Mukyal. Rather than endlessly pursuing Dongbang Mukyal, it'd be more prudent to track down the Sichuan Tang clan and the king of gambling to extract information. I see. I'll leave the negotiations to you, Bai Weng. Leave it to me. Immediately after, Maiho and I returned to Chengdu. Then we headed towards the Sichuan Tang clan, whose location I had memorized through prior visits. The Sichuan Tang clan was located on the western side of Chengdu, requiring several crossings to reach. It appeared to be on the outer city, living in seclusion in a village nestled in the valley outside. As I arrived at the Sichuan Tang clan, the experts standing guard on the periphery stopped me. They all wore the same attire, seemingly to protect themselves from the dangerous poisons or toxins they used. I remained silent and stood still while observing the Sichuan Tang clan guards. I felt a chill run down my spine. While it didn't seem like I was under any form of restriction or spell, an overwhelming presence was palpable. That was clear evidence that these warriors had undergone rigorous training. One of the guards wearing a vigilant expression asked, "Who are you?" "I am Bai Weng. I've come to visit the highly esteemed Sichuan Tang clan. You know proper etiquette, it seems. But don't try to spin any tales, tell me directly what your purpose is here." His swift and resolute reply made me smile. "You aren't just gatekeepers, are you? These must be the elite experts of the clan." Their average martial arts prowess was far too high for mere gatekeepers. Each of them surpassed first-rate fighters and looked quite aged as well. None appeared to be under 40. You have no reason to answer that question. Equally, you lack the right to negotiate with me. Swish! 3 clan guards drew their blades simultaneously. They claimed their techniques were their lifeblood, thus, it may have been either their knife technique in tandem with a hasty trap. In either case, poisons and traps were too daunting, so I responded calmly. Relax. I haven't come here to fight. I'm just here to buy information from the clan. Do you think the Sichuan Tang clan will recklessly sell information to outsiders? Do you see this place as some roadside market? As I said, the decision lies not with you, so please relay my words to your superiors. He stared at me for a moment before replying. What if we refuse? Then you'll have to act with all your might according to what you desire. The implied threat seemed to provoke some contemplation among them. Finally, they relented. Go inside and inform the higher UPS. Understood. The guard referred to as Bang darted inside. A short while later, I was escorted to the inner hall of the Sichuan Tang clan. As I glanced around at the experts surrounding me, I thought, these aren't your average gatekeepers. They're like the elders of prominent sects. Why are such elite fighters stationed at The? I had previously brushed it off, but the skills of these 3 were clearly extraordinary. Even if I exerted all my strength, it seemed unlikely I could defeat them unscathed. No matter how large the Sichuan Tang clan was, it was strange that they had such masters lounging around. Sitting in the inner hall waiting for me was a middle-aged man exuding a potent aura. He suddenly declared, "You are truly a talented individual. It seems you may well topple the Sichuan branch." I was taken aback. I had been deliberately suppressing my internal energy using the heavenly human blood art, but this middle-aged man appeared unfazed. It seemed he believed he could measure my true strength and still maintain control over it. I carefully examined his eyes and the strength of his aura. I noticed that his energy spilled over and bound the surrounding space, thickening it with intensity. A peak expert. If there was a peak expert in the Sichuan Tang clan, there could be no doubt it was him, especially considering he was of an age that suggested experience. I cupped my hands in respect and said, "It is an honor to meet the underworld's one-handed demon, Tang Mujiok. Adat novel bin adat." He responded with a smirk, "You know who I am then." "Indeed, you are the leader of the Sichuan Tang clan," I replied. His expression brightened as he chuckled softly. "Correct. I am leading the Sichuan Tang clan. One-handed demon, Tang Mujiok?" He was one of the key masters of the Sichuan region spoken of in hushed tones, and also the titular leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. Just like the heads of the 9 great sects, the power of the clan in the Central Plains was inherently intertwined with its acknowledged top martial artist. Thus, it wasn't surprising that Tang Mujiok, as the head of such a renowned clan, wielded formidable skills. Furthermore, his martial prowess had reached a peak level, instilling a fearful reputation in the Central Plains, where many quietly referred to him as a death god. Particularly, the poison demon, one of the 8 evil spirits, had suffered a great defeat at his hands, leading him to carefully avoid encroaching on the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. While I was less familiar with him, it was mainly because I hadn't paid much attention to the Sichuan Tang clan, which specialized in poison and secret arts. I could safely assume I'd have no reason to meet Tang Mujiok in my lifetime anyway, hence my lack of knowledge. Regardless, Tang Mujiok is among the top masters in the Central Plains. I need to be cautious. I felt a surge of anxiety. Back when I fought alongside top-level masters to help Jin Sochong, there was a martial artist named Zan Long, who was also skilled in secret arts, and my brother had warned me time and again about him. Given Jin Sochong's true strength, this was indeed a formidable matter, suggesting that Zan Long's covert skills were exceedingly intricate. Moreover, Tang Mujiok was a master far beyond someone like Zan Long. There was a high chance that this could very well become my grave. Tang Mujiok spoke. So, Bai Weng, what brings you to our Sichuan Tang clan? As I mentioned, I wish to purchase information. Buying information. It's not a concept we're familiar with, but it isn't impossible. If you can provide us with sufficient compensation, it can certainly be done. He replied positively, intertwining his fingers. With a glimmer of interest on his face, he continued. Tell me what information you seek, and I will give it a price reflective of what's needed for that information. I felt a bit at a disadvantage. Pricing information sounded good at first glance, but it felt akin to outright stating they'd demand a hefty price. Still, since I couldn't afford to sidestep Tang Mujiok at this stage, I cleared my throat and said, I came here while searching for the last whereabouts of the heavenly monster, Eastern Unmatched. Tang Mujiok's eyebrows twitched. After a moment's thought, he replied, put down some gold. What? I believe that information is worth its weight in gold. Arranging for that gold could be a stretch for you, so I would expect at least 1 gold bar. 1 gold bar. It was an astronomical sum, difficult to even imagine for a mere commoner. Even those who believed they'd be set for life if they had such wealth would approach me humbly to ask for favors. Without a doubt, no matter how precious it was, this was an exorbitant price. I listened to Tang Mujiok's words and then questioned, is there no possibility of offering something equivalent to that in kind? That would also be acceptable. If you have any rare treasures or remarkable martial arts manuals, or failing that, supreme elixirs, I would consider them. Honestly, just handing over the gold would be easier. At this, Tang Mujiok smirked. I'm not even asking why you're searching for Eastern Unmatched. I could easily subdue you with force right now, yet I'm choosing not to, and I'm not utilizing any poisons either. I hope you realize just how significant this goodwill is in the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Mujiok's so-called goodwill felt more like brazen intimidation. I wanted to throw some sarcasm back but bit my tongue and pressed on. By the way, I'd also like to know how the Sichuan Tang clan views Eastern Unmatched, and how they would treat him should he return. Oh, would you be willing to put down that gold? It's a matter of how much sincerity you'll offer. As I circled my words, Tang Mujiok let out a hearty laugh. Haha, I like your spirit. Alright, if you do present the gold, I'll share that tidbit as well. Understood. I reached into my pocket and retrieved the gold bar I had stashed there. With a thud, I placed it on the table. Thud. The strange expression on Tang Mujiok's face as he gazed at it was as if he were beholding a child's performance. Meanwhile, I grinned slyly. Please appraise it. I guarantee it's a perfect 100% pure gold. No matter how seasoned Tang Mujiok was, there was no way he'd expect me to walk around with a gold bar. It appeared that I had simply pulled it out from the interior space of my pocket. But there was no way he could know about the pocket's existence or its functions. Tang Mujiok reached for the gold, examining it closely before letting out a sigh. It's genuine. Did you recognize it right away? I often handle gold in my line of work. I pride myself on my expertise, rivaling that of any appraiser. Tang Mujiok answered, looking at me with transparent eyes. I'll share the information as promised. But before that, I want to ask you something. What is it? How do you plan to deal with Eastern Unmatched once you find him? I replied flatly. I intend to discover why he played mahjong with the Ghost King at Mohasa Star. That incident. Tang Mujiok seemed to understand. Then he wore a peculiar expression. Do you believe you can protect yourself from Eastern Unmatched? I believe I've learned enough martial arts for self-defense. Then I won't say more. After a moment, Tang Mujiok began to share the information. According to him, the heavenly monster, Eastern Unmatched, had visited the Sichuan Tang clan around 3 months ago, well before the onset of my previous life. Eastern Unmatched forcefully insisted he wanted to study the Sichuan Tang clan's poisons. To begin with, Tang Mujiok had intended to send him back quietly but found himself drawn into a conflict after both pride and a war of words escalated between them. In the end, Eastern Unmatched had fled after being overwhelmed by the elite fighters of the Sichuan Tang clan. With that said, Tang Mujiok added melancholically, Since that day, the elite forces of 10,000 Poison Squad have been on the lookout in place of outside figures, never letting their guard down in case that old man returns. I see. The 3 peak experts I had encountered at the entrance were members of the 10,000 Poison Squad, the pride of the Sichuantang clan, and the best among its elite, closely tied to the clan leader. Having trained with their lives on the line since childhood, it was no surprise they were specially gifted. So it's likely that Eastern Unmatched stole the sleep-inducing powder from the Sichuantang clan then. I wanted to directly inquire about it but found that unfeasible. If I were in Tang Mujiok's position, I certainly wouldn't want to divulge the fact that my clan's secret store had been raided, and I would go to great lengths to cover that up. I needed to tread carefully to avoid sticking my hand into the tiger's den. I decided to ask another burning question. I heard that Eastern Unmatched's medical skills are unofficially recognized as the best under heaven. Why do you think he sought to learn about the poisons of the Sichuantang clan? That's something I've thought about as well. Asking that didn't seem to spark any resistance in him, and after sipping tea that had been set beside him, Tang Mujiok continued. He was desperate in his pursuit. It seemed his curiosity went beyond mere hobby, as if he genuinely intended to apply it somewhere. Naturally, I had to refuse him outright as I cannot impart such knowledge to outsiders, but he attempted to entice me with innumerable offerings. That desperate, yes. Looking back, he seems to have sought a level of mastery in both medicine and poison, striving for a higher state. Eastern Unmatched's desperation to learn poison recipes replayed in my mind as I pressed on with questions. Is it possible to use poison to heal illnesses? Not impossible. Poisons and medicines are fundamentally one and the same, so poison can effectively be medicine when properly applied. The key is the ratio and components used. Would that apply even if it's from a curse-induced illness? A curse? Are you referring to a spell? Yes. Tang Mujiok appeared contemplative, furrowing his brow. After a moment of pondering, he replied, typically, a regular poison would be ineffective. Cursed poison lacks physical mediums or pathogens, so even the most potent toxins wouldn't work ordinarily. However, there is one specific poison that can sever even the ties of sorcery. What is that? Formless poison? The theoretically strongest toxin that exists. Formless poison? It was a term I had never heard before in my life. Even after spending nearly a decade immersed in healing under Ojang Jiayun, I had yet to even come across a mention of it. As I tilted my head in confusion, Tang Mujiok elaborated. It exists only in theory, mind you. Our Sichuantang clan, along with the 10,000 Poison clan or the Forgetful Soul Valley, have never produced formless poison in history. We merely strive towards it as the ultimate goal. So if formless poison can cut off the origin of the spell, then that means it isn't a physical toxin. At my question, Tang Mujiok gave a slightly impressed expression. Precisely. You seem to be quite astute. Well, if formless poison isn't a physical toxin, then how could one even begin to create it? I asked, thoroughly baffled. Having personally concocted numerous poisons before, I understood well the complex, nuanced processes involved in creating physical toxins. The notion of something that wasn't material felt inherently contradictory. Tang Mujiok seemed excited as the topic of poison emerged. The principle of formless poison lies in the ability to disassemble the most fundamental links existing within all things. Naturally, a physical toxin can be countered by another material substance. However, should there exist a poison that can exist without physical substance, it would be immune to antidotes or defensive measures. Sounds like something out of a novel. Hehe. That's the effect you'll experience as you delve into poison arts. It feels much like dreaming. It's much akin to how other martial artists pursue a peak in their techniques. I realized if I left things as they were, Tang Mujiok might endlessly waffle on about poison. Thus, I deftly shifted the topic. It seems Eastern Unmatched met the Ghost King afterward, causing a massive stir at the underground betting den, and then disappeared after playing mahjong at Muhisa. I heard that news too. He's truly an unpredictable individual. Do you have an idea of where Eastern Unmatched might have gone? He likely headed to Yunnan. The last information I had was that he crossed through the territory of the 5U clan in Yunnan. Yunnan? That was the southernmost point of the Central Plains, leading out toward the lands of the southern barbarians. In other words, if he passed through Yunnan and crossed into the realms of the 5U clan, it was akin to him abandoning the Central Plains. Upon seeing my shocked expression, Tang Mujiok warned. Consider this a piece of advice: you'd best not pursue Eastern Unmatched. It would be ideal if you could capture him, but going after that slippery old man is asking for trouble. I hope you, as a young genius, won't throw away your life so recklessly. Is Eastern Unmatched that formidable? To be blunt, his martial power is undoubtedly the best in the world, nearly bordering on a different level altogether. I sensed Eastern Unmatched's martial prowess climbing higher and higher in my mind. Up till now, I merely considered him as another peak expert, but his description indicated he was far superior to that. It was true that even Tang Mujiok, a peak expert himself, wouldn't have been able to escape intact from a joint assault by the clan's elite fighters. This is something I need to seriously consider. Until now, I thought I could just protect Namai Yong and Bai Weng Jiaol if I ended up facing Eastern Unmatched, ensuring I could at least make a quick getaway. However, if Eastern Unmatched was beyond my expectations, there was a real chance I could be overwhelmed before I even got a shot. I needed to find means to match or even surpass him in battle. Forgive me, but could you share the characteristics of his martial arts? I take it you're determined to pursue him. Yes. I will find him, even if he heads not to the 5U clan but to the lands of the southern barbarians. All right. His techniques appear to consist of hand techniques and palm techniques, hidden inside the potency and elegance of his peak martial competence. He's also quite well versed in various stances, using terrain to dominate fights. What's more, he can raise his protective energy in a short time, so he requires utmost caution. He raises his protective energy using his internal energy? That was something that any ordinary warrior could only dream of. Unlike swords or flaming blades, creating protective energy through pure enlightenment would require tremendous internal energy. The consumption rate was even more staggering, often surpassing that of Nei Yang. For the average martial artist, trying to form a protective energy barrier might end up costing their life. The mere thought of being able to build an artificial barrier indicated Eastern Unmatched possessed incredible internal energy. I was left puzzled. Why hasn't Eastern Unmatched made a name for himself given his overwhelming martial skills? Who knows? Who can understand such peculiarities? Tang Mujiok's curt reply made it clear that he really disliked Eastern Unmatched. For someone like him, who reigned supreme in the martial world as a death god, being so displeased with another was indicative of just how extraordinary Eastern Unmatched must have been. On a whim, I asked, if that human skin mask actually exists and I wanted to acquire it, how would I go about it? Ha ha ha, you enjoy your novels, I see. Do you really think something like that exists? Well, if it did, I said. If such a thing existed, I would first drain the creature of all bodily fluids, and once the inner core is exposed, I would prepare a detoxifying elixir beforehand and transfer it with care. A process of sun exposure in a cool place for 33 days would allow the excess toxins to dissipate, initiating a purification process. What about the body? The body, being a conglomeration of energy, would have to be drained of toxins, dried out, and consumed. I imagine it would provide potency and health benefits. According to legends, consuming the facial parts grants immortality. It seemed Tang Mujiok found our conversation rather enjoyable. After all, I was the only one crazy enough to come to the Sichuan Tang clan, present a gold bar, and enthusiastically inquire about poisons. Thank you, I nodded. I had learned how to potentially recycle the human skin mask. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Ghost King? That guy has completely gone underground. You'd be better off heading to the open to inquire about him. Okay. And with that, I wrapped up my business with the Sichuan Tang clan and made my way to an isolated area to utilize teleportation before heading towards a secluded valley. As I arrived, Maiho, who had been with me, commented with interest. You wrapped up your conversation quite well without needing to resort to enchantments. Well, I'm relieved. Before confronting Tang Mujiok, Maiho had used her transformation skill to conceal herself near him. Given her status as a prominent yokai, such an illusion was possible. Since she had transformed into an inanimate object, regardless of Tang Mujiok's exceptional skills, there was no way he could detect her. If the conversation had taken a turn for the worse or escalated into conflict, she would have sprung forth to cast her enchantment or launch a surprise attack. Yet, given that Tang Mujiok had proven rather agreeable, there was no need for extremities. Maiho chirped. Then the next destination is Yunnan. Right. I lit up with determination. Before that, I need to find a master who can match Eastern Unmatched. Next, I headed toward the open-sex Sichuan branch. Maiho stood out so much that instead of her stunning beauty, she followed me in the guise of an ordinary girl. Master of Great Bell looked a bit on edge, perhaps having been burned by me once. Moreover, the disciples of the open sect were all glaring at me with fierce expressions. However, I didn't feel intimidated at all and merely chuckled. There's no need to glare at me like that. Master of Great Bell replied nonchalantly. I was just looking because you're too handsome. Haha, that can't be it. I waved my hand dismissively and said, if you really wanted to avoid me, you would have moved your base long ago. It seems I am still someone worth doing business with for the open sect. Think what you will. We believe you are capable of paying a sufficient price. Thoughts are free. I shrugged off our banter and got to the point. I have 2 requests. First, please find the king of gambling for me. At novel bin at 200 taels of silver. That's quite a steep price. While 200 taels wasn't that much for me, it felt enormously inflated just for a piece of information. I'd handed over gold bars to the Sichuan Tang clan for precious information, but that had its merit for earning credit, while this was different. 200 taels seemed utterly unreasonable. The king of gambling is currently the hottest topic in the Sichuan martial world. Besides, his martial arts skills are nothing to scoff at. He possesses mastery over chasing techniques, making him quite difficult to track. Considering all that, I think 200 taels is fair. King of gambling, Bai Yeok Jisang? He was the greatest mahjong player and gambler in the Sichuan martial world over the last 100 years, and also a martial artist. He had only appeared in the Sichuan martial world for 4 to 5 years, yet he had left divine legends and achievements in countless games. He was even recognized as the potential best gambler worldwide, having defeated gamblers from other regions. The most astonishing thing was that he was just a young man in his 20s or 30s. As I stood there with my arms crossed, Master of Great Bell continued. Many factions are after the king of gambling, but we've refrained from entering the fray of information collection. There's no personal animosity, and the practical benefits don't justify the means. However, if Baek Wong asks for help, we will finally take action. You think you can catch up to the information even after jumping in late? Sounds like a bit of deluded confidence. Trying to indicate they were just looking to rip me off, Master of Great Bell's expression turned sour. Just because we haven't pursued it doesn't mean we couldn't. Once the open sect puts its mind to it, there's no information in the martial world that can't be uncovered. Is that so? What will it be? Will you pay for the request? I contemplated for a moment before replying. How long will it take to find him? I can't make any guarantees. I don't have the luxury of time. Given the hefty fee, I'd like to know the King of Gambling's whereabouts swiftly. My words came from a place of sincerity. I needed the information on the King of Gambling for procedural reasons as I visited the open sect, but I couldn't spend a lifetime searching for him. I wanted to save time and assist Mang Niang with what remained. With a sigh, Master of Great Bell said, I'll do my best. What's the second request? I've heard that Dongbang Mujaiol is heading south through Yunnan. Please track his movements. I'm already aware of that. You'll need to pay the information fee if you want details right away. So, you were already investigating Dongbang Mujaiol, I see. Well, not quite. Anyway, that will also cost you 200 taels of silver. Master of Great Bell suddenly trailed off. I was suspicious about what he was trying to say, but it didn't seem worth probing. I nodded and retrieved 400 taels of silver from my pocket, handing them over to him. Here you go. Accepting the money, Master of Great Bell immediately told me Dongbang Mujaiol's travel route and his suspected current location. He also provided an overall map of Yunnan, and briefly explained the geography of the area, which took about a meal's worth of time. He's already gone as far as Jinghong. We're currently tracking him. That's quite far south. He was much further south than Kunming, reaching nearly the southernmost point of the Central Plains. He's about to cross into Nanmen. For some unknown reason, he's currently stopped there. I mulled it over for a moment. If I go as far as Jinghong, can I gather more information from the open sect? Of course. I'll inform them in advance. Then, having extracted enough information from Master of Great Bell, I stepped outside. As I did, Maiho, who had been silently observing, commented, It seems like you're rushing a bit. How about taking a moment to gather your thoughts? In what way? You're strangely fixated on Dongbang Mujaiol's actions. You've convinced yourself that you must catch up immediately. But is there really such a need? I glanced at Maiho. She chuckled and continued. What's important isn't to dog his every move but to discover what his intentions are. Whether Dongbang Mujaiol is alive or dead right now doesn't impact your immediate goal of taking down the demon subduing hall, does it? So, you're saying there's no need to chase after him right now? Exactly. Dongbang Mujaiol is acting like he has fire on his tail, but his goal is singular. You can simply wait until he returns to the Central Plains to catch him. Sure, expanding the scope of body lightning technique to as far as Kunming is one option, but that doesn't mean it will yield much. Is there a real need to rush? I grasped Maiho's point and found it rather valid. In the end, what I was after was the information held by Dongbang Mujaiol. My intent was to uncover what the White Lotus Sect's pestilence truly was, and if Dongbang Mujaiol were to return to the Central Plains at some point, I could simply meet him then. Besides, I hadn't even scouted out any powerful masters who could contend with Dongbang Mujaiol. I realized I had been hurrying about without clarity. Thanks, Maiho. Whoops. If you try to grasp at too many things at once, you might end up catching none. I nodded in agreement. For now, let's head back to Mangniang. We need to discuss the things we should do going forward. After a brief pause, I presumed I could come back to inquire about the King of Gambling's whereabouts in the Sichuan capital. Before that, seeking advice from Mangniang would clarify what steps I should take next. That's not necessary. Maiho's response was unexpected. I widened my eyes and looked at her. Maiho then wore a smug expression as she said, Let's head to Dongyang instead. What? Why to Dongyang? Maiho's face transformed into a look of mischief. She crossed her arms and stared at me intently. While you can roam freely thanks to body lightning technique, I can't. I appreciate your back-to-back wishes in every life, but that just means I have to come through Dongyang and Goryeo to find you each time. Do you expect me to wander across the entire world like that? Wouldn't it be easier to come to Dongyang, save the root of body lightning technique, and then take me along? That way, both of us would have an easier time. I thought Maiho had a point. Until now, I had been so caught up with urgent matters and information that I hadn't considered Maiho's tiring experience of flying across the world every time. I scratched my head in apology. Sorry, Maiho. Maiho burst into a hearty laugh. Ah ha ha ha, it's nothing. By the way, I'd like to check one more thing. What is it? Couldn't we sneak into the ruins of the Moon Luminary in Gangewado and snag the 7 luminaries and then bail? That was certainly a feasible idea. I had already been close to the door leading to the Moon Luminary, so if I used body lightning technique now, I could acquire just the Moon Luminary and run away. But then, I realized why Mangniang hadn't mentioned this plan and said, what if Izanagi no Mikato, the guardian of the Moon Luminary, wakes up? Let alone my current strength, even the protective creature known for almost taking down a legendary warrior would be too much for me to handle. What does it matter if we don't fight? And what about the people of Goryeo? Maiho then cast me a somewhat incredulous look. Why are we concerned about that? They'll manage fine on their own. The key is to find the 7 luminaries quickly. That way, you can take down the demon-subduing hall sooner, right? In an instant, I realized Maiho's value judgment and mindset were completely detached from human logic. She didn't seem to think it was wrong or that innocent lives might be sacrificed. She just didn't care whether humans lived or died. This seemed to encapsulate the mentality of a great yokai like Kumiho. But, if I don't consider the repercussions, it might actually be the best solution. More importantly, I had yet to ascertain the true power of the heavenly sword of luminaries. This was a missed opportunity both temporally and experientially. If the heavenly sword of luminaries contained substantial power, it could dramatically shorten the duration of my future reincarnations. Maiho gently placed a finger under my chin and said, "You seem to take your previous lives seriously, but you should understand that being a reincarnator is your greatest weapon. You don't need to worry about the Goryeo people. Let's focus on getting the 7 luminaries first." Maiho's words were resonant and compelling. There's an allure to it. Yet, I promptly shook my head and stated firmly, "No, I won't do that. I can't irresponsibly unleash such a divine being upon the world." Maiho shrugged her shoulders. "Did you get what I meant? The sea god, an ancient ruler, was forced into retreat by the clans of Goryeo. You surely don't think we couldn't manage a guard with lesser rank than Moon Luminary, do you? Somehow, the 12 y'all might be able to fend it off. But in that chaos, countless commoners would perish. Goodness, what a bother? Why do you worry about that?" As Maiho smacked her chest, I looked her firmly in the eye. "So how does that make me any different from the demon-subduing hall?" Maiho seemed at a loss for words. "It's the same. You'd be no different than that sorcerer from Taigaiyang village who committed human sacrifice. You'd be sacrificing others without hesitation to achieve your own goals. That's not quite the same. The more power you accumulate through your reincarnations, the easier it becomes to take down the demon-subduing hall. To use Mangniang's words, that is what they call the greater good. It's a worthy sacrifice for a noble cause." "Absolutely not." I sighed and opened my heart to Maiho, explaining my genuine intentions. If I were willing to employ any means necessary, I would have attained double the strength 10 years ago. I could have done it mercilessly. But if I become just like the demon-subduing hall in the process, what would be left for me? And what meaning would there be in bringing down the demon-subduing hall? What do I hope to achieve by accumulating power in such a manner? Maiho appeared serious, as if grasping the essence of my words. I emphasized further. "I've learned much from you and Mangniang. I've come to understand what it means for a person to live with dignity. So, while I may continue to face death, I've vowed to uphold one principle." "What is that vow?" The scene from that day still lingered in my thoughts. I took a deep breath and spoke. "I will protect my soul before my body." On that day when Maiho sacrificed herself and I was nearly driven mad by my own powerlessness, I chose to sacrifice my body to safeguard my soul. Silence fell between us. Maiho's expression turned to disbelief. She shook her head, unable to comprehend. I shouldn't have brought it up. No, thinking about the possibility of it was better than not. Maiho muttered bitterly. "Baekwang, you've become a being neither human nor yokai." I had no words to respond. Or rather, I found myself unable to. Eventually, I took Maiho along and used body lightning technique to head to Goryeo's Uljusi, specifically Dongni. This was the place I had previously visited while guarding the Zhang family. Nestled at the southeastern edge of the half-land, it was quite close to Dongyang. Arriving at the port of Dongni, as I examined the Goryeo ships, Maiho remarked, "If you hop on a ship right away, you'll reach Dongyang in 2 hours. It's close? Oh, by the way, can you perform water walking technique?" I shook my head in response to Maiho's query. "No, I'm not good at it." "Strange. I heard your martial arts are among the most extraordinary in the Central Plains, but you can't execute techniques like water walking or void walking." I chewed my lip, a bit awkward. Water walking isn't a technique you automatically acquire as your martial skills rise. To be precise, from that day until now, I've been solely focused on mastering weapons, leaving no room to pick up the essentials of water walking or void walking. I guess it's due to my lack of talent. It made sense that I couldn't effectively use water walking. The harmony between martial arts and lightness skill wasn't a given. While Ikwang had taught me the ceaseless blade techniques, the detailed techniques of water walking or void walking had been overwhelming for me to learn. Maiho laughed heartily. "Aha, then why not ask Ikwang to teach you water walking in this life? It'd be quite beneficial, wouldn't it?" "Well, that sounds good, but I do have something more pressing." "What's that?" "There's a technique called soul-destroying step that I still haven't mastered." I explained the soul-destroying step and its origins, transmitted to me by Jiko, the disciple of the Bonson clan. After pondering this, Maiho said, "Let's see if we can use my minions to help with that." "Who are they?" Maiho chuckled. "The finest swordsmen serving the shogunate in Dongyang." Swoosh. Having sliced through the sea breeze, I arrived in Dongyang and raced across the land after Maiho. Everything about the scenery and architecture of Dongyang, which I was seeing for the first time, struck me as fascinating. The buildings were unlike anything I had seen in the Central Plains or Goryeo. The tiles and overall design were completely different. Maiho spoke up. "The current supreme power in Dongyang is a person named Tokugawa Ieyasu. He is the lord who finally pacified the wars. It's been about 20 years since he came to power. The names of the people in Dongyang are quite bizarre. Hehe, this is an island nation with a strong independent culture. As I sat by the water, I couldn't help but gaze at Maiho, who was splashing water around while playing barefoot. I asked her, "You charmed the emperor, right? So, is the emperor the same guy as Tokugawa Ieyasu?" Maiho shook her head. "No, they are distinctly different beings. I thought the emperor was the highest bloodline in Dongyang." "That's true. Does that mean the heavens can coexist together?" This made Maiho giggle. Hehe. That's the interesting part. To put it simply, the emperor is more like a puppet monarch and a spiritual symbol. Tokugawa Ieyasu, on the other hand, wields true power as the head of the current shogunate. Understand? I crossed my arms in confusion, unable to grasp more. I then asked, "Isn't this like a reversal revolution? Why doesn't Tokugawa Ieyasu annihilate the bloodline of the emperor?" "Ha ha ha ha, I told you, he's a spiritual pillar. The emperor's bloodline is treated as a living god and is not seen as just another human. So while Tokugawa Ieyasu wields real power, there's no reason for him to bother the emperor." "I don't get it. It's a different concept from the Son of Heaven in the Central Plains. This place is a bit of a peculiar land." I tilted my head. It seemed that this island nation Dongyang was indeed a strange place. Goryeo, with its similarities to the Central Plains, had been easier to adapt to, but here it felt like I had stepped into the territory of some barbaric tribes. "Maiho, wouldn't it be better for you to charm Tokugawa Ieyasu instead of that puppet-like emperor?" "That's true, but I have no intention of taking risks to wield power in Dongyang. I prefer to play around with the emperor while enjoying myself." Suddenly, I remembered something and questioned. "Is it because there's a chance the Yin-Yang Masters will exorcise you?" "That's right. There's a Tsuchimikado clan that has been around since Abe no Sime's time, and they can be quite bothersome. I'm currently keeping a low profile." It seemed that Dongyang also had magical groups similar to the 12 Rat clan. I had heard from Ji Yul that there were unique sorcerers known as Yin-Yang Masters in Dongyang. Remembering the sting I felt from Ji Yul, I frowned, and Maiho said, "Tokugawa Ieyasu, who unified during the Warring States period, didn't have a good view of the emperor. He intended to neglect him to the point of living a miserable life. However, I helped the emperor secure a place to live, and he was given considerable status. Now the emperor can wield quite an influence over the shogunate. Is that impressive?" Bowing down and paying respect, Maiho turned her head in a somewhat sulky manner. Hastily, I tried to reassure her, "Adat novel bin adat. No, it's just that I don't know much. I mean, if you want, does that mean you could exert influence over the courts of Dongyang? That's amazing." "Hehe, that's thanks to my power." Maiho seemed to perk up immediately, wearing a smug expression. It appears that through her enchanting arts, she had created allies in the shogunate and garnered favorable public opinion for the emperor, thereby building her own faction. One could say Maiho was practically the power behind the throne in Dongyang. I decided to get to the heart of the matter. "So, how does this relate to me mastering the soul-destroying step?" In no time, Maiho had transformed into a mesmerizing beauty. She embraced me from behind, her ample bosom pressing against my head, her touch incredibly soft. "Do you know where we're headed right now?" "I'm not quite sure." "To the Emperor's Palace in Kyoto. It's the most significant base of the Emperor's power and where I can most easily use my enchanting arts." Maiho's delicate fingers grazed my shirt, and as she caressed my chest for a moment, she continued, "If I set my mind to it, I could manipulate the shogunate from behind the scenes and summon the best martial artists of Dongyang to Kyoto. They are all renowned masters, and they could help you with that troublesome technique known as the soul-destroying step." "I see. Well, even if it doesn't happen exactly like that, won't your name become remembered in the Emperor's palace? It's a win-win situation." Suddenly, Maiho's hand brushed against my lower body, causing my face to heat up. Gasp. Against my will, Maiho's enchanting arts intensely stimulated me. With a mischievous grin, she chuckled. "You're still so young and not fully developed. She's really teasing me? Be quiet. In 5 years, I'll be fully grown." Kia ha ha ha. Seeing Maiho laugh uproariously left me in quite the awkward position. I grumbled to myself, why does this fox act so mischievous like an ancient Kumiho, yet occasionally behave like a playful child? It was about 3 days later that Maiho and I arrived at the Emperor's Palace in Kyoto. By then, Maiho had transformed into an elegant concubine, and I was dressed as a bodyguard. The guards in the palace greeted Maiho with the utmost courtesy, allowing us to enter without any resistance. Inside, the Emperor awaited Maiho. He approached with slightly dazed eyes and stumbled forward. "Oh, you have arrived." Maiho waved her hand lightly in front of the Emperor's eyes, and then he collapsed onto the ground, sound asleep, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Maiho said, "From now on, you can relax. He's completely enchanted. He is the most important human in Dongyang. I've cast a stronger enchantment on him than on ordinary humans." As Maiho lifted the Emperor and laid him on the bed, she turned to look at me. "Hehe. Do you want anything? Find any woman you desire." Maiho confidently offered. After a moment of thought, I asked, "But if I suddenly show up at the Emperor's palace, won't you want to kill me out of the blue? Is there a good way around that?" Maiho pulled a chair beside her and sat down. Then she said, "Tell them you've spoken with Zhuang Mu. That'll probably gain their trust." To be honest, I still don't fully trust your words. I'm also in the process of learning to trust you." However, your actions somehow inspire trust, so I'm keeping an eye on you. I understood that there was still some distance to cover in building that trust. After all, it was still early days since we'd met, so expecting something beyond a contractual relationship was unrealistic. Nodding, I asked Maiho, so how exactly can the Shogunate swordsman assist me? It's simple. Currently, nobody knows the conditions for mastering the soul-destroying step, right? So we'll have to figure it out through trial and error. You don't mean? Maiho's eyes narrowed like crescent moons. The swordsmen loyal to the Shogunate are all renowned geniuses with swords. They're some of the best in Dongyang. We'll have them learn the soul-destroying step and gather their common experiences for clues. I couldn't contain my awe. This is an idea I could never have conceived. If I follow her plan, I might be able to uncover the conditions for mastering the soul-destroying step, which even I was unaware of. The swordsmen loyal to the most significant power in Dongyang would likely have remarkable talents. Through them, I could discover the true conditions for honing the technique. There would certainly be a downside of leaking the secrets of my school's techniques, but that could be dealt with later. I decided to roll the dice and nodded. All right, let's do that. Then I'll appoint you as the martial arts instructor of the Emperor's family and use some influence with the Shogunate to bring in the swordsmen. You can take on the role of guiding them in the Emperor's palace. Got it. How many do you plan to summon? I'll call a total of 10. That's about the right number of famous swordsmen and martial artists in Dongyang. I decided to follow Maiho's plan. Then I briefly went to see Mangniang to update him on the situation. As he was practicing martial arts, he smiled when I brought him up to speed. Your newlywed life must be quite entertaining. What newlywed? My startled reply made Mangniang burst into laughter. Haha, just joking. But I do agree with Maiho's plan. This is a martial arts experiment that would be impossible in the Central Plains, but since she controls the Emperor's family in Dongyang, it's feasible. You don't have anything you'd like me to help with right now? Are you worried about the rescue of General Wang Jiyan's family? Yes. I had been uneasy about that matter since it had lingered for a while. The family of General Wang Yiyan was currently detained by the Golden Eagle Guards and in a state of house arrest. With Wang Yiyan rescued, there was always a risk they might be killed or used as hostages for torture. Therefore, I felt it was urgent to save them. Then Mangniang said, to be frank, that's not such a critical matter. What do you mean? General Wang Yiyan himself doesn't expect much from rescuing his family. He knows how tough it would be to breach the ironclad defenses of the Golden Eagle Guards and risk a rebellion. If it can be done, it'd be good, but if his family gets massacred or taken hostage, then Wang Yiyan would forge a grudge against the current dynasty. Of course, I'm not going to let it slide either, so I've already made moves. You don't need to worry about that. I felt a chill in my spine as I realized how fearsome a person Mangniang was. It was only because of his upright and principled character that he opted for righteous methods, but if he chose to employ any means necessary, no one would be able to stand against him. Mangniang continued. If there's one thing I'd like to ask of you right now, it's just one. It's a crucial task. I focused my gaze intently on Mangniang, who unfolded a scroll and said earnestly, bring back a gift from Donjung's special products. Make it something expensive. I carefully considered Mangniang's request and returned to Dongyang. Take this. What is this? Upon returning to Dongyang, Maiho handed me a yellow mirror. I gazed at Maiho with curiosity, and she relaxedly reclined on the bed, saying, that's one of the 10 sacred treasures passed down in the Emperor's family, called the Kojinkyo. It's on par with the Hakudetsu Kagami, which I gave you previously, as a counterfeit. You could consider it a high-level magical treasure in the Central Plains. The Kojinkyo? Carrying that every day will dramatically enhance your language comprehension and acquisition skills. Your magical power will also increase. I asked, astonished. Is that true? Will I learn a language faster if I have this? Indeed. It's used by the Emperor when he needs to master the languages of Goryeo or the Central Plains. Oh. Along with my amazement, I felt somewhat aggrieved. If I had had this earlier, I wouldn't have spent years struggling to learn the language in Goryeo. Had I known, I would have tried to befriend Maiho more in my 10th life. I began to learn the language and script of Dongyang from a scholar summoned from Dongyang and noticed my understanding developing at an astonishing pace. It felt 10 times faster than my attempts to learn Goryeo's language, and I could already vaguely understand the tone of the Dongyang language. Amazing. At this rate, I could learn the Dongyang language completely in 3 months. In just 10 nights, I had mastered basic conversations and could use significant vocabulary, including advanced terms and grammar. I could also grasp the characteristics of the Dongyang language. It's quite similar to Goryeo language. The grammar was very similar, and even among the vocabulary, a feeling of kinship was present, as if they had diverged from a single source. Whether I learned Goryeo first or Dongyang first, it wouldn't make much difference. There were, however, deep chasms between the two languages, especially when it came to pronunciation. About a month later, I found myself capable of conversing effectively. Then, Maiho stared at me and asked in Dongyang language, do you understand? Of course. Then, I'll start bringing in the swordsman. Shortly after, the swordsman from Dongyang who had been summoned in advance to Kyoto arrived. Maiho captured their attention in her guise as a concubine, and the emperor seated imperially at the back. I stood quietly near them when the emperor spoke. I will give you a special command. Yes? Please issue your order. There were 10 swordsmen gathered inside. The emperor, enchanted, slowly swept his gaze over them, saying, "To these martial arts instructors, you will learn the special techniques from Baekwang, and diligently practice them to report back the results to him." The swordsmen exchanged bewildered glances, bowing their heads in shock at suddenly being summoned to the palace for an instruction in martial arts. But the middle-aged swordsman at the front calmly interjected. "Your servant, Kamiizumi no Butsuna, dares to inquire. Speak." While the skill of this Baekwang is indeed remarkable for his age, it may be premature to speak of the ultimate art of martial arts. Maiho's expression shifted to one of concern. It was because while her enchanting arts allowed her to control the emperor's mind perfectly, engaging in higher-level conversations like this made it challenging to have the emperor speak with free will. She had to either control him more forcefully for complete submission or leave it to his independent judgment. Maiho chose the latter. It seemed she relaxed the enchanting arts while boosting the emperor's rationality. He propped his chin and thought for a moment before responding. "I know you are the highest martial artist, known as the Sword Saint. Yet, being trapped like a frog in a well, there is no progress in martial arts. Baekwang has traveled all the way from the distant Central Plains to share his martial skills and knowledge with us. Please try to understand his sincerity." At that moment, Kamiizumi no Butsuna appeared to have a sudden epiphany. He bowed his head deeper. "I did not dare to grasp your intent. I will serve you with all my might." "Good. Then I will count on you, Your Majesty." Thus, from that day onward, I began teaching the soul-destroying step to the swordsmen of Dongyang. As I carved out more time to practice the soul-destroying step, my aim was to unveil the hidden conditions for its mastery and further glean the secrets of this technique. I was effectively using the talents of others in pursuit of power. The next day, I began teaching the soul-extinguishing step to the Dongyang sword masters. Despite it being the soul-extinguishing step, one must first master the basic footwork technique known as Thunder Shadow Step from the Thunder God lineage to be able to use it, so I asked them whether they were familiar with the concepts of footwork. To my surprise, all the Dongyang sword masters answered in unison. "Of course we know it. Footwork is the foundation of martial arts." To confirm, I called each of them individually to demonstrate their understanding of both footwork and swordplay in a one-on-one setting. It turned out that they all possessed a certain level of mastery in footwork and had also refined their internal energy. I felt a strange sense of wonder. It doesn't seem like they've learned a specific internal martial arts technique, so how did they cultivate their internal energy? As I pondered, Kamiizumi no Butsuna, who was revered as the sword saint among the Dongyang sword masters, spoke to me. "Lord Baekwang, if it's not too much trouble, may we have a conversation?" I followed him to a private space. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, and among the Dongyang sword masters, he radiated the most refined energy. Moreover, his meticulously honed aura indicated that he was no ordinary expert. He was probably the strongest swordsman in all of Dongyang. Kamiizumi no Butsuna said, "I know that your skills surpass anyone here. I wouldn't even have the confidence to win against you. However, it seems you're not very knowledgeable about the martial arts here, so I could provide some assistance." Indeed. It doesn't seem like you guys are studying any specific internal techniques. How do you accumulate martial prowess? He chuckled softly and replied, "In my youth, I was curious about the martial arts of other countries, much like you, Baekwang. I once traveled to Goryeo and the Ming dynasty to train as a warrior. From that experience, I can share a few differences. The martial arts of this land lack the concepts of Xiandao." I stared at him, and he began to explain. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to void, refining void to unity, no intent, no thought, no affairs, no heart, nature's spirit shines alone, transcending and transforming all spirits. As you know, these concepts are foundational for practicing martial arts in the Central Plains and Goryeo's Daoist and Buddhist sects. However, the swordsmanship of Dongyang focuses intensely on the simple processes of aiki and striking, leading to a different direction in practice. Fascinating. I instantly grasped what Kamiizumi no Butsuna meant. It was thanks to his decades of martial arts experience and his extraordinary level of insight. That means your swordsmanship only grows through actual combat without any additional internal studies? You're accumulating internal energy by forcefully honing it, essentially relying solely on your internal force and spirit rather than employing proper techniques. Exactly. That's exceedingly dangerous. And as you reach ultimate levels, it will become monotonous. As I pointed out the weaknesses in Dongyang swordsmanship, he responded bitterly. "I agree with you. The fast sword of Dongyang is indeed faster than that of experts from the Central Plains, making it difficult to reach the absolute levels like strong qi or yuki sword. This is also why the martial artists here fear engaging with the 12 Rat clan." I see. Martial arts schools, including mine, pass down systematic internal techniques, but many others simply refine their skills through real combat. With that in mind, I respectfully ask that you consider this while imparting your martial arts. Understood. I realized that Kamiizumi no Butsuna was indeed the most formidable swordsman among those gathered. Though his words were calm, he possessed a deep understanding of the essence of martial arts. He was probably at an extraordinary level within the realm of sword. Since his advice was invaluable, I began teaching them the Thunder Shadow Step while first explaining the fundamental concepts of natural energy flow. Given that they only had a basic understanding of practical sword techniques, I feared they would struggle to grasp the nuances of the Thunder Shadow Step without some preliminary discussion. My thoughts were validated, as the sword masters listened intently to my explanation of martial arts principles. On the third day, I officially began teaching them the forms of the Thunder Shadow Step. Of course, I was still pondering whether to teach them the Round Moon Heavenly Killing technique, but for now, I planned to focus on teaching them the footwork itself. These truly are skilled swordsmen. Their learning speed is astonishing. On the 8th day of teaching, I found that more than half of them had mastered the form and were entering the application stage. It was somewhat expected, as they were naturally gifted martial artists who had honed their skills through real combat for a long time. It was unlikely they would struggle with just learning a single technique. A few of the sword masters, with curious expressions, asked me, "Do experts from the Ming Dynasty always use such footwork during battles?" Not necessarily. The footwork of my school is quite unique. However, I should mention that many schools possess advanced techniques. Oh, it was clear that these warriors were accustomed to making life and death decisions in close quarters using their fast sword, and they were unfamiliar with the complexities of high-level martial arts battles involving intricate techniques. After another 10 days, I judged that they had all mastered the Thunder Shadow Step at a basic level and announced, "From today onwards, I will test your skills through one-on-one matches. This will determine whether you are qualified to receive the secret techniques." At that, the eyes of the sword masters sharpened. They had also gained an indirect understanding of my capabilities while receiving instruction. It was only natural for their competitive spirits to flare up, being specialized combatants. At that moment, Kami Izumi Nobutsuna interjected. "Lord Baekwung, may I propose something?" "What is it?" "Given that there is a high risk of serious injury or death among warriors during sparring, how about we use these weapons for practice?" Swish. What he presented was a bamboo sword. It appeared to be made by splitting a single bamboo stalk into 4 sections midway and covering the split parts with a leather sheath made from cowhide. As everyone stared at this peculiar object, Kami Izumi Nobutsuna smiled and said, "I personally call this a fukurashina." "Ah, a shina. With this, the chances of accidents would indeed decrease." Nodding in agreement, one of the nearby sword masters shouted irritably, "We should be fighting with real swords? What a ridiculous idea. Such a waste for someone called a sword saint." "Exactly? What kind of child's play is this?" Surprisingly, the majority of the sword masters expressed negative opinions about the shina. Then Kami Izumi Nobutsuna, with a light chuckle, turned to the first man who voiced his complaints. "If that's the case, why not challenge me using your prized real sword? Do you think I can't?" Swish. In that instant, one of the sword masters darted out like lightning, drawing his sword. His speed was comparable to experts from the Central Plains, demonstrating that the fast sword skills in this land were indeed at a significant level. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to easily evade it. Instead, I would need to either dodge or block the attack. Yet, Kami Izumi Nobutsuna seemed to glide through time, effortlessly cutting through the sword master's openings. In the blink of an eye, he disarmed the young warrior, causing the sword to fall from his grip as he pointed a finger at the warrior's vital spot. What a supernatural feat. As the warrior's complexion turned pale, Kami Izumi Nobutsuna remarked, "Well, if I had a real sword, it could have led to a disaster, don't you think?" Ugh. Nervously retrieving his sword from Kami Izumi Nobutsuna, the warrior let out a sigh of relief. "So that's the new Shadow School's bladeless technique? I would have had no excuses had I died." "I wasn't trying to showcase my skills," Kami Izumi Nobutsuna said, scanning the crowd with a discerning gaze. "However, the era of turmoil is over, and those gathered here are precious talents who will carry on the legacy of swordsmanship. This gathering was arranged thanks to Lord Baekwung from the Ming Dynasty, who came to impart techniques. We certainly can't afford to have any accidents that might disgrace our shogun from the shogunate." "Indeed. I'm deeply enlightened." The sword masters soon set aside their pride and began picking up the shina one by one. Observing this scene, I realized one crucial fact. The sword saint, Kami Izumi Nobutsuna, is on a different level than I am. Who would have thought that such a swordsman could emerge from this remote land of Dongyang? I felt as if I had underestimated Dongyang too much, and yet it was true. Practicing skills without a theory of martial arts, relying only on real combat to hone their fast sword and aiki techniques was a rather primitive form of martial arts. While the fast sword might show impressive strength at lower levels, as one progresses beyond that stage, Dongyang practitioners would suffer significant setbacks. Their techniques to wield chi were far too rudimentary. Yet, Kami Izumi Nobutsuna had reached an entirely different dimension compared to the other sword masters. Particularly, the bladeless technique I had just witnessed was a culmination of both attack and defense, and an elevation of intent. Tap tap. Ugh. Ugh. I sparred sequentially with a dozen sword masters, ending up defeating all of them within 50 matches. Thankfully, using shina meant I could do so without wounding anyone. Achieving a streak of 9 wins solidified my position, and soon I found myself facing Kami Izumi Nobutsuna at the training ground, both of us wielding our shina. I stood across from him in silence, mulling things over, then said, "It won't do. I can't find any openings. Haha, looks like you still have a lot of potential left. I'm not reckless enough to attempt any forbidden techniques, nor do I have confidence in breaking through your bladeless technique. If I improved my abilities through the destruction technique and Baekwung style, I might stand a chance. However, revealing my lightning technique to an expert like Kamiizumi Nobutsuna would definitely expose weaknesses and could lead to disaster. Besides, this spar was meant to assess my qualifications to teach the Thunder Shadow Step and the Soul Extinguishing Step. Kamiizumi Nobutsuna chuckled lightly and said, "You must be disappointed in the martial arts of Dongyang, Lord Baekwang." "Not at all. It's people like you that elevate it. Ha ha ha. Certainly, the martial arts of Dongyang may not be on par with those from the continent's esteemed schools. However, there are 3 martial lineages here that should not be underestimated." 3 lineages. Intrigued, I leaned in closer to hear what he had to say. "First, is my new shadow school. I acknowledge that. Second is the Two Heavens One style of Miyamoto Musashi. I think I've heard that name from the 12 Rat clan. From what I understood, he was hailed as the finest swordsman currently in Dongyang, known for his mastery of Two Heavens One style. It was only natural if he exceeded Kamiizumi Nobutsuna in strength. At novel bin at. As I responded, he gave a wry smile. He is a born genius of extraordinary talent. And the last, what is it? At this, Kamiizumi Nobutsuna's expression turned serious. Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique. Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique. It is said to be the supreme fast sword technique that only the blind can master. While the identity of the current practitioner remains unknown, there exists a legend that whenever a master of the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique appears, the world gets stained with blood. I couldn't help but chuckle. There are many such legends in the Central Plains. Besides, old legends can't stand against the new, and often, they all end up breaking down pathetically. And indeed, that was true. Throughout history, there have been countless top-notch martial arts techniques and concealed secrets that would occasionally appear in the martial world. People would panic each time, but in reality, the capabilities of martial arts largely depended on the practitioner's own skill. Many of those who wielded ancient techniques would either dominate a region, creating a reputable school, content with living well, or get themselves killed for being cocky at the hands of a true master. There had only ever been one exception of a technique so phenomenal that it shook the martial world: the martial arts of the White Lotus Sect master. Kamiizumi Nobutsuna shook his head. The Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique is something even the White Lotus Sect master deemed dangerous? It is not to be taken lightly. Was it true that the White Lotus Sect master had made such an evaluation? Surprised, I looked at Kamiizumi Nobutsuna, who sighed deeply and then added, "There was a time I was in the Ming Dynasty searching for the White Lotus Sect master, claiming he had reached the peak of martial arts. I sought him out at the White Lotus Sect and had a personal meeting with him to discuss martial arts. At that time, he told me, if you wish to become strong as a person from Dongyang, learn the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique. It is the most dangerous martial art in all the world." Of course, I didn't heed his words and returned to Dongyang, practicing the bladeless technique instead. I always believed that it was the ultimate achievement to win without drawing a sword. Although my belief hasn't changed, I must acknowledge that the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique is indeed a vicious form of swordplay. I was taken aback. Could it be that this man had met the White Lotus Sect master during his martial training in the Ming Dynasty? And forget about the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique. This fact alone preoccupied my thoughts. I hastily asked him, "Why you've met the White Lotus Sect master? What was he like?" I didn't see his face or his attire. He primarily communicated behind me without ever raising his voice, using only Yuhap Jiansong to convey his thoughts. Not using his voice but relying solely on Yuhap Jiansong? That hinted that the White Lotus Sect master might have some compelling reason for his silence. I took a mental note of that information and then said, "Thank you." So, who might currently be practicing the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique? I wouldn't know. I've searched for decades, but have found no traces. No one aside from myself is even aware of whether or not the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique truly exists. It remains merely a phantom martial art. The White Lotus Sect master wouldn't have lied about bothering a warrior from Dongyang. There must be a pride associated with being the world's best. Though no one from Dongyang seems to know anything about it, it's possible that the White Lotus Sect master might be the only one who knows its true nature. I should ask other masters from the Central Plains about the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique. I felt my plans had been expanded further. I concluded my discussions with the sword masters, saying, "It seems that other than Kamiizumi Nobutsuna, you all have yet to grasp the essence of this technique. I will provide further guidance before introducing it to you." Ugh. The sword masters looked visibly ashamed. It was understandable considering they had all been easily bested by a youthful teen like me while only Kamiizumi managed to save face. Yet for someone who had reached the extraordinary level of martial prowess like myself, they appeared to be mere children. I couldn't help but smile wryly to myself. If Li Guang or Jin Sochong were here, you would all have died within 3 seconds. I spent another month teaching them about the functions of the Thunder Shadow Step and how to integrate footwork with swordsmanship. Occasionally, I dueled with Kamiizumi Nobutsuna using Shina. He was indeed an incredible master, as I found it impossible to penetrate his absolute defense when I refrained from using my lightning technique. After a month, I confirmed that the sword masters could hold out against me for a full 100 seconds. Only then did I happily state, "Now, I will pass on the Soul Extinguishing Step." My goal was to complete the dissemination of the Soul Extinguishing Step to them within a year. Following that, I'd discover the conditions for mastery and then learn those conditions myself. Each step I took was steadily paving the way to enhance my martial arts skills. By the way, whatever happened to King of Gambling and Dongbang Mukyal? Lost in thought, I used illusionary steps to return to the capital of Sichuan. I then visited Gabang to inquire about their well-being. The King of Gambling hasn't been found yet, and it seems that Dongbang Mukyal has vanished beyond Nanman. Beyond Nanman, further pursuit is impossible. He has escaped beyond the borders. With that, Master of Great Bell returned 100 taels to me. It appeared he deemed it a half-failure. I returned the 100 taels and said, "This isn't over. I will come back later, so please continue tracking the movements of Dongbang Mukyal and the King of Gambling. What do you? Depending on the information I obtain, I will give you an additional 100 taels later." Understood. Once again, I returned to Dongyang. There, Maiho was lounging around, munching on grapes while giggling. "You seem busier than a bee. Can't you help out a bit?" Maiho leapt up, singing cheerfully. Keep up the effort even with the strength of a child. "So, you're using the style of the ancient Kumiho to cheer me on, huh?" It took me about 8 months to completely teach the Thunder Shadow step to them. With their exceptional talents, mastering the deeper levels of this footwork was proving to be an uncomplicated task. Finally, I was ready to impart the essentials of the soul extinguishing step and excitedly shared the key technique with them. Feel free to study it personally. Unlike before, I did not demonstrate it this time. After all, it was bound to turn into quite the comical spectacle. Noticing their skills were gradually improving, the sword masters now followed my instructions without any complaints. I grew curious about how they would interpret the soul extinguishing step and began waiting in anticipation. The results came about a month later. The first to visit me was, as expected, Kamiizumi Nobutsuna, who entered and immediately stated, "This is truly an astonishing technique. You've mastered it. Well, I've formulated a hypothesis, but I feel we should hear what the others have to say." Soon after, the sword masters began visiting one by one. They engaged in discussions about their impressions and insights on the soul extinguishing step. Most were convinced that it was ultimately impossible to master, claiming such a nonsensical technique could not exist. However, one individual among them spoke up. "This seems to be a martial art related to mental state." "Indeed. Kamiizumi-sama, have you had any revelations?" He gave a brief sigh and then turned to the individual. "Yajayumun Nori, show me the soul extinguishing step you've learned." Swish swish. Whoosh. I was astonished. The warrior known as Yajayumun Nori had suddenly succeeded in executing the soul extinguishing step. It was something I'd struggled to achieve, so I was utterly astonished. As the other sword masters watched in shock, Kamiizumi Nobutsuna affirmed, "Just as I thought. That was it." "What do you mean?" "Mun Nori, your son, Yajayu Jubei, would undoubtedly excel in mastering it even better." At this, Mun Nori smiled wryly. "Perhaps that may be the case." Kamiizumi Nobutsuna turned to me and said, "The conclusion has been reached, Lord Baekwang. We have uncovered the nature of the soul extinguishing step. I made some slight revisions to the content." "What kind of martial art is the soul extinguishing technique?" Kamiizumi Nobutsuna stated. "It seems that one must possess a talent referred to as Wandering Soul to master the soul extinguishing technique." Wandering Soul? What's that? It was a concept I had never heard before in my life. As I tilted my head in confusion, he continued, "Rather than just talent, it's a nature born from one's character essentially. It refers to the intrinsic nature of someone who enjoys wandering and embodies freedom. It would be better to refer to it as an innate ability." I was dumbfounded. How could such a condition be necessary for a martial art? I couldn't help but think of Li Kuang, Jin So-chong, and even myself, who had all failed to master the technique. At the same time, I compared them to Jiko and Yajayumun Nori and couldn't discern any difference. It's strange. I also enjoy wandering and pursuing freedom. Moreover, those who failed to learn the technique weren't particularly bound by anything. So how can the difference be explained by this wandering soul? That's truly a complex issue. It exists as a separate domain from martial art. Swish. Kamiizumi Nobutsuna had suddenly taken a seated position in full meditation. The other swordsmen also seemed to gather around him in a circle, wanting to listen. The atmosphere prompted me to sit down too. He slowly continued. "Let me ask you something. Lord Baekwang, do you feel free at this moment?" Well. I pondered his unexpected question for a moment. After carefully reflecting on myself, I replied, "I don't think so. Given your skill, you could traverse the world as you please, yet you feel restricted. Be it responsibility or obligation, or any external factors, that sensation exists within you. Lord Baekwang, think carefully. Humans, while seeking freedom, often find themselves imprisoned within constraints, and at times, they even find comfort in those constraints. Truly seeking freedom and pushing through these limits is, in fact, a challenge for ordinary beings. Freedom amidst restraint. Even within the confines of enforced restrictions, one may choose to affirm themselves within that social bondage." I thought deeply about these profound words from Kamiizumi Nobutsuna. Just as I was lost in thought, he continued, "We are called swordsmen and masters of our craft. With our strength, we can roam the world freely, but we don't. This stems from the inherently conservative nature of our character, a primal instinct to protect our tangible and intangible assets. This includes greed and even the self-discipline of overcoming ourselves." That seems accurate. However, those who possess the wandering soul seem to overlook and accept this reality while effortlessly shaking everything off and running free. They live for extreme freedom without a care for what comes after, finding their inner self so loosely tethered that unless there are massive reasons, they will continue to wander. I listened closely, then asked, "That seems contradictory. Among those I know who have failed to master the soul-extinguishing technique, there's one extraordinary master. Even I doubt I could withstand 100 seconds against him if he was genuinely trying. Oh, such an incredible person exists." I nodded, thinking of Li Kuang. A master like him possesses immense talent, perseverance, and discipline. Overcoming his own ambitions shouldn't be a problem for him. He also has the ability to easily shake off all greed and run free. I doubt that contradiction can be explained solely by the wandering soul. At this, Komaizumi no Butsuna chuckled heartily. Haha, you have misunderstood. The wandering soul isn't about endurance or self-discipline. Moreover, the self-control found in extraordinary masters is entirely different from the wandering soul. How so? The wandering soul has the temperament of destruction ingrained within it. Masters who abandon their greed and torment for a pure state are actually driven by an even greater thirst for martial arts. It reflects the pinnacle of self-control achieved through extreme training. In contrast, the wandering soul is marked by a complete lack of contemplation or reserve, ready to abandon everything and become a drifter. It is different from the levels attained through training. I finally comprehended his words. Then, as I glanced at Yajayo Nori, who had just demonstrated the soul-extinguishing technique earlier, I saw him avert his gaze awkwardly. Komaizumi no Butsuna continued. A person aiming for freedom who disregards their own destruction and longs to cast everything away, that is the essence of the wandering soul. Then does that mean Yajayo Nori over there? He is adept at both political maneuvering and self-preservation. Quite conservative, in fact. However, there's no doubt that he possesses elements of the wandering soul. His son, Yajayo Jubei, undoubtedly embodies it even more. At this, Yajayo Nori's face flushed red as he responded. While that may be true, such a person is not my child. In other words, even someone born with a wandering soul could become a stubborn and conservative middle-aged man. It appeared that this referred to an innate character, which might suddenly lead one to abandon everything and wander the world when the moment calls for it. Intrigued, I turned to Yajayo Nori and asked, "Given that you're endowed with such character, have you grown into a swordsman responsible for your lineage?" Of course, there were many times when I felt like giving it all up. My innate character didn't help much in that regard, he stated with a calm demeanor. However, there were numerous times when the great master Komaizumi no Butsuna guided me back to my path. I resolved to shoulder the responsibility for my family and my school, even while carrying the wandering soul within me, lest I let my entire life be swayed by it. Yajayo Nori's teacher was Yajayo Sekishusai, who happened to be a disciple of Komaizumi no Butsuna. In terms of seniority, he was essentially a peer of the Sword Saint. As I listened to Nori's responses, I thought of Jikho. And when Jikho and the disciples of the Thunder God lineage were holding Mangrayang hostage, I remembered the look in Jikho's eyes. Jikho was indeed obsessively fixated on revenge against the Thunder God lineage. Originally, he would have wandered the world with the Thunder God lineage's martial arts, but after his master was slain by the Wind God lineage, he could not forget the vengeance and remained coiled within Guanzhong, always sharpening the blade for the moment he could rise again with the Thunder God lineage. The nature of the wandering soul may describe an innate personality, but it seemed it lacked the power to dictate one's life. Curiosity piqued anew, I asked. So, if the wandering soul is merely a personality, how does it relate to mastering the soul-extinguishing technique? It was Yajayo Nori who answered my question. If you look through the incantations of the soul-extinguishing technique, you'll find some odd patterns that are difficult to interpret. True, they seem to serve a purpose beyond mere luck, much like incantations. While reciting the incantations, I followed some unseen cue and let my body move accordingly. What? Trusting your body to flow in that manner may be somewhat a struggle for ordinary individuals. Upon hearing his reflections, I found it hard to believe. Komaizumi no Butsuna, who listened to him, remarked, "It's akin to a state of possession. Could it be you experienced that as well?" Though I lacked the wandering soul, I had a sensation directed towards me. While I chanted the incantations, I felt something take hold of my body, and it felt so unpleasant that I ceased at once. It seemed to be an instinctual aversion. On a whim, I gathered the swordsmen around and tried reciting the incantation to perform the soul-extinguishing technique together. Ugh. Just as they had mentioned, at some point, I felt something audaciously attempt to seize my body and felt myself moving in completely unexpected directions. It made me feel as if I would lose my sanity and go mad, causing me to hurriedly halt the performance. It wasn't only me, other swordsmen stopped in awe, feeling equally taken aback. One of them spoke up. "Can one really perform this technique with a sane mind? I can't do this. This isn't something that can be accomplished through training." Indeed, it wasn't simply about surrendering your body. The horrific discomfort and estrangement of feeling as though you were transforming into something entirely different, an otherworldly entity. As swordsmen meticulously trained their minds and bodies, tolerating this sensation would come close to impossible. Other masters would likely have suffered the same fate. In contrast, if it were merely physical pain, one could grit their teeth and endure it, but how would one bear the unpleasantness of being consumed by their very self? Only then did I understand why the wandering soul was a requirement for the soul-extinguishing technique. A reckless and free-spirited character capable of casting oneself away like garbage without hesitation. Without such madness, it's impossible to perform the soul extinguishing technique. It was literally about extinguishing the soul. Well, perhaps it could be acquired through effort postnatally, but one would have to be quite insane, fully engulfed in madness. The contradiction of unfurling a new technique while holding on to both madness and reason made it seem near impossible, thus highlighting that only those with the innate temperament of a wandering soul could truly master the essence of the soul extinguishing technique. As I stood there, I pondered deeply. How precious is me to me? How much could I toss myself aside like refuse? This was a different matter than reaching the pinnacle of martial arts by forgetting oneself and killing one's ego. This pertained to whether I could endure going mad while becoming someone other than myself. It made me realize just how potent my ego was, how strongly I valued this self of mine. With that conclusion firmly in mind, I sighed. With my current self, it seems impossible. I was fully engrossed in the goal of defeating the demon god and retrieving all information during my lifetime. So much so that I'd even turned down calls from old rulers to avoid disturbing my own soul. If my ego was this strong, fulfilling the requirements of the soul extinguishing technique would be an arduous journey. Realizing the experiment had finished, I addressed the swordsman. Those except for Komaizumi Nobutsuna and Yajayo Munori may return home tomorrow. Can we still be taught the Thunder Spirit technique? Of course. I had already secured the license for the Thunder God lineage. I had learned all the secret techniques as well. Teaching the Thunder God lineage to anyone wasn't going to cause me trouble. Instead, I glared at each of them firmly and declared, however, what I am teaching you is the Thunder God lineage, the strongest sect in the Central Plains. Make sure you not only keep this knowledge to yourselves but pass it down clearly to future generations. That. Just to be clear, there are 2 masters within the Thunder God lineage who are several times stronger than me. I won't say you must become a discipleship, but should you overreach with your ambitions, I will ensure there are consequences. Understood. The swordsmen wore uneasy expressions, concerned about their earlier plan to teach within their own sect. After they returned home, Komaizumi Nobutsuna remarked, "How exceptionally proud you are. After all, you are the strongest among the 4 major martial arts of the White Lotus sect, so saying you're the mightiest in the Central Plains isn't far from the truth. Ah, so you knew what the Thunder God lineage was. Haha, when I visited the White Lotus sect in my youth, the Thunder God lineage was at its peak among the protective martial arts sects. There's no way I wouldn't know." I was taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. "How old are you, really? Though I may look like this, I'm just over 120 years old." He appeared to be only in his 50s or 60s, it was astonishing. As he smiled faintly and spoke, "Once you reach the peak stage of martial arts and enter the mid to late 50s, your aging process slows naturally, and you'll reap the benefits of longevity. There's nothing remarkable about it." Indeed, it was reasonable for Yajayo Munori to be the great master to a man of such caliber. At this age, it wasn't unusual. I turned to him and asked, "If it's not too much trouble, could you share what you know about the Thunder God lineage?" I decided to speak respectfully. He was a foreigner and a noble of a minor nation, yet his training, age, and wisdom were deserving of my respect. Upon hearing my inquiry, he said, "To my knowledge, the Thunder God lineage was genuinely worthy of its title as the strongest among the protective martial arts sections. 4 great protectors were said to exist, all bearing martial arts that surpassed mortals into a semi-divine level. So, the Thunder God lineage had produced protectors as well." As I lent an ear to his explanations, Komaizumi Nobutsuna added, "Even the leader of the White Lotus sect placed a high value on the Thunder God lineage, having a protector sit right next to him instead of a priest. When I had the chance to observe a duel among the 4 protectors, the Thunder God lineage appeared to have absolutely no weaknesses. The Fire God lineage boasted immense offensive power but lacked endurance, while the Wind God lineage offered impressive agility but lacked in strength, and the Water God lineage was unable to unleash power unless under specific conditions. But the Thunder God lineage had no such flaws. Is that so? Overall, they were a cut above the other 3 major sections." I couldn't help but grin. Given the praise, it seemed that Komaizumi Nobutsuna had also been a remarkable master during his youth when he visited the White Lotus sect. Indeed, the Thunder God lineage could master skills in sword, fist, and spear, all while showcasing nearly flawless power through outstanding talent. And the Thunder God lineage's renown hasn't faded yet. If they can produce an extraordinary master like you, Lord Baekwung, they must indeed be the #1 sect in the world. The #1 sect would rather be the Water God lineage, which is the sect that birthed the leader of the White Lotus sect. Haha, indeed. Although those who learn the Water God lineage may achieve unparalleled mastery, they can never reach the pinnacle of martial arts. What is he on about?" As I stared blankly at him, Komaizumi Nobutsuna clarified, "Their martial arts can only be practiced by those born of the bloodlines of the leader of the White Lotus sect. It cannot be viewed as ordinary martial arts. Furthermore, their school is extremely closed off." I don't know the details, so you should ask the Thunder God lineage's elder. I have nothing else to provide. Actually, I had already inquired with Li Kuang about it. However, due to his expulsion from the White Lotus sect at a young age, he seemed to be ignorant of the Water God lineage's secrets. I thought to myself, I might have to find the past masters of the Thunder God lineage or head directly to the White Lotus sect for more answers. I turned to Komaizumi Nobutsuna and said, Though it may be tough to learn the soul extinguishing technique, I would like us to collaborate and research it together. Also, I hope you can assist in discussing sword methods. Of course. How passionate you are in your old age. After that, I keenly observed Yagyo Munari's performance of the soul extinguishing technique and its transformations, practicing how to entrust my body to the essence of the technique. During the remaining hours of the day, I debated sword enlightenment with Kamaizumi no Butsuna, exploring various levels of sword mastery. I then learned of a unique technique. Lord Baekwung first learned the basics of the bladeless technique. He grinned slyly. Many masters exist throughout the world, but this is my pride. It seemed Kamaizumi no Butsuna had a particular fondness for imparting the secret bladeless technique to me. The bladeless technique was a method to overcome armed skills using unarmed combat. At novel bin at. However, my talent wasn't quite sufficient for mastering a secret technique in such a short time, so I initially learned only the basic forms and training methods. After 3 months of study, I concluded that mastering the soul extinguishing technique was beyond my grasp. With a sense of regret, I sent the 2 swordsmen back to their respective homes. During that time, Maiho, who had been frolicking in the royal palace, exclaimed, "Is it finally over? Well, learning the soul extinguishing technique may take decades." This wasn't an exaggeration or a joke. I couldn't even fathom the extreme perseverance and training required to subject oneself to madness intentionally. Even now, while I could let the madness take charge temporarily, it would make it impossible for practical use. For the soul extinguishing technique to be executable, one had to remain conscious. Then Maiho suggested, "Now that you've researched so much, why not go see that man, Jiko? Jiko, if you were in a situation where you knew nothing, it may have been futile, but if you shared the requirements and specific powers of the soul extinguishing technique with Jiko, he could yield answers only a successor can provide." True. I found myself agreeing with Maiho's insight. Then let's head to the Central Plains. It had been a long time since I stayed in Dongyang, and it was time to return to the Central Plains. I would return and actively track down Demon King and Dongbang Mukyal, while simultaneously uncovering the secrets of the soul extinguishing technique from Jiko. I apologize for the slight delay in serial updates. There were some circumstances, but starting today, I'll be diligently updating. Please don't believe any rumors about discontinuation. Additionally, there was a minor setting error in chapter 149, where I changed the transmission of the Thunder Spirit technique to the general transmission of the soul extinguishing technique. I went to Sichuan first with Maiho. We received the latest information from Dao King by Yokji-sang, the head of the open-sex Sichuan branch. The Dao King has been located. With those words, Dai Zhongyi, who had been staring at me blankly, said, "And as for Dongbang Mujaiol, I'm sorry, but he seems to have no plans to come to the Central Plains at all. Still no signs from Nancehong. None yet. It's been nearly a year since the request was made, so if that's the case, I guess we'll have to go ourselves." I instinctively understood that to find Dongbang Mujaiol, I needed to go to Nancehong. A year may seem short, but in the martial world, it's anything but. If a martial artist hasn't returned within that time, it typically indicates something serious has occurred. Dai Zhongyi continued. If you want to know the whereabouts of Nancehong, it would be quicker to ask One Poison Gate in Yunnan. Although the open sect has a vast network, we lack a dedicated branch in Yunnan. Is One Poison Gate the overlord of that region? More or less. Within Yunnan, they have no rivals, so they're likely the most informed. I thought it wasn't the right time to search for Dongbang Mujaiol. It would be a long and perilous journey out of the Central Plains through Yunnan and into Nancehong. It was best to handle some tasks first before moving on. I collected my thoughts and said to Dai Zhongyi, "Then please provide me with information about the Dao King." Certainly. The Dao King appeared in the Sichuan martial world about 2 months ago, but for some reason, he hasn't moved from a gambling house. A gambling house. The Shuhan Gambling House, the largest gambling house in Chengdu. The Shuhan Gambling House was not only the biggest in Chengdu but also the largest in Sichuan, with mahjong being the primary game. Moreover, it wasn't just a shabby third-rate gambling house, as it was frequented by high officials and the wealthy, serving a kind of social venue. Consequently, the amounts wagered here were staggering beyond what common folk could imagine. After explaining this, Dai Zhongyi frowned. "That's causing everyone quite a headache." "What do you mean? Do you know what the winning rate is when Dao King Bai Yokji-sang is gambling? A staggering 85%. He doesn't lose at all when it comes to mahjong. In that game, he possesses godlike skills. 85%? That was an absurd winning rate, meaning he'd win 85 out of 100 games. Plus, not losing at mahjong made him fit to be called the king of gambling. Having played mahjong a few times myself, I blinked in disbelief and said, "Isn't he just cheating?" Everyone thought so. However, that's not the case. Renowned gambling masters in Sichuan have all tried to discover his method, but it was just astonishing reads on the tiles, psychological warfare, and sheer luck. In fact, several gamblers tried to cheat him and ended up losing their hands instead. As a result, the Shuhan Gambling House has seen a rapid decline in customers to the point where it's barely operational. I paused before continuing. This is dangerous. Does he want to die? Indeed. In gambling, even if one always wins, there's a point when one must lose. The inherent nature of gambling is always accompanied by violence, and considering the absurd sums or stakes involved, murder or threats could arise at any moment. Especially, if high-ranking officials, gamblers, or dark forces were all involved and lost to him, it would certainly lead to severe consequences. Dae Jonggi smirked at my inquiry. His martial prowess is significant enough that the Shuhan gambling house can't do anything about him right now. However, the major sects in Sichuan are eyeing him closely, and soon Dao King Baiyok Jisang will probably be killed. Killed? If Dae Jonggi, who worked in an information organization, was so confident, then the Dao King was undoubtedly in a perilous situation. If the Dao King were to be kidnapped or killed, I would lose access to information about Dongbang Mujaiol, which would be a huge problem for me. I had planned to visit Jakho first, but it looks like I need to find the Dao King right away instead. I mulled over my thoughts and asked, what sects specifically are targeting Dao King Baiyok Jisang? That information costs 50 taels of silver. I felt annoyed. How brazen? Do you think 50 taels is someone's kid's name? Haha, the moment open sect provides you with information, we risk exposure. You should understand that. Reluctantly, I took out the 50 taels in silver and handed it to him. While I wasn't short on money, I was slightly exasperated by Dae Jonggi's persistent greed. As he pocketed the silver, he spoke. There are 6 sects in total. That many. Qingcheng Sect, Sichuan Tang Clan, Blood Flame Gate, Twin Star Knife Gate, Absolute Dragon Faction, and Heavenly Heart Association. My heart sank heavily. While other sects can be ignored, considering that Qingcheng Sect is part of the 9 great sects and that Sichuan Tang Clan is the overlord of Sichuan, this was perplexing. Thankfully, the Ami sect was not involved, but it was strange that a sect of female monks would even engage in gambling. I stared at him in disbelief. What reason would Qingcheng sect or Sichuan Tang Clan have to interfere with the Dao King? Previously, an elder from Qingcheng sect lost a bet to Dao King and was forced to forfeit his famous sword. As for Sichuan Tang Clan, they've never looked favorably on him. Seemed their clan leader dislikes him for being too overbearing. Blood Flame Gate and Twin Star Knife Gate have been dark sects supporting the Shuhan gambling house from the start, but now they've dragged in other forces. The Absolute Dragon Faction is an emerging sect in Sichuan. The Heavenly Heart Association, which originally was a secret religious group, has now transformed into a martial organization. I scratched my head. Ugh, this is crazy. Did the Absolute Dragon Faction and Heavenly Heart Association also get hired to take down the Shuhan gambling house? Indeed. Like the Absolute Dragon Faction, they want to capture the Dao King to boost their own reputation, and the Heavenly Heart Association likely has similar intentions. This was giving me a headache. If Dae Jonggi was right, then 6 formidable sects were vying to take down the Dao King, which filled me with despair at the thought of how many high-level masters I would have to face when I tried to rescue him. Are there any elders or particularly strong masters from Qingcheng sect or Sichuan Tang Clan involved? I don't know the details, but there's a rumor that the elder from Qingcheng sect will personally dive into action to reclaim his honor. As for Sichuan Tang Clan, I can't say for sure. Other sects likely have peak experts stepping up too. What about ultra-peak experts? Ultra-peak experts aren't common. If they do come, it will likely be clan leaders from Qingcheng sect, Sichuan Tang Clan, or perhaps even Heavenly Heart Association. But would such exalted beings personally come to take down just one Dao King? That's somewhat relieving. At that point, Dae Jonggi looked utterly flabbergasted. Somewhat relieving? Are you seriously planning to go rescue the Dao King? I am. Dao King Baiyok Jisang's martial arts are at a peak level, so no random person can touch him. That's precisely why Blood Flame Gate and Twin Star Knife Gate are also fearful, hence bringing in other forces so that the congregation of peak experts wouldn't be underestimated. I chuckled slightly. That's something I'll take care of myself. Haha. Please let me know the location of the Shuhan gambling house. I'll handle the rest. All right. A moment later, Dae Jonggi revealed the location of the Shuhan gambling house and handed me a rough map. I felt it might only take about 20 li to reach there. After exiting, I turned to Maiho and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Maiho was munching on sweet rice cakes she had brought from Dongyang. Since this matter didn't concern her much, she was simply watching with detached amusement. However, she did respond as if she was paying attention. "Why not go ask Mangrayang? Don't rush in blindly only to regret later. Hearing you say that hurts a bit. Stop pretending to be all delicate. You only asked her because you're uncertain yourself, right?" Maiho, still grumbling, went on. "Just know this, while it's good to try to avoid regrets, if you overly depend on Mangrayang, you might end up regretting it even more. The most important decisions should ultimately be made by you, and it's only right that you tackle the crucial tasks yourself to avoid future complications. Also, if you seek advice, don't doubt it unnecessarily. I won't say more than that." I nodded. "That's true. Thanks, Maiho." Just as Maiho said, I occasionally debated whether to seek wisdom from Mangrayang. For significant matters, I usually consulted her without hesitation but worried about whether I was being excessive. Maiho's words provided me with a suitable guideline. Whoosh! I headed to Jinlang Valley with Maiho. Although the place hadn't changed much, Mangrayang herself had noticeably transformed. She has grown stronger. In just a little over a year, Mangrayang seemed to have accumulated significant inner power and martial skills. She must have rapidly acquired skills while digesting the black and white lotus. Mangrayang, sitting in the great hall while reading a book, looked pleasantly surprised upon seeing me. "It's been a while. Have you been well?" "Of course. I have a gift for you. I pulled out the clothing I had brought from Dongyang. After inspecting the 2 or 3 pieces, Mangryang exclaimed, "Is this a stealth outfit for ninjas?" That's right. I had forced Maiho to get it from the Senkeiji clan, one of the 3 great families. The Senkeiji clan, also known as the Hattori clan, is the most influential clan under the current shogunate. Oh ho, it's sparking my collecting instincts. Mangryang seemed to have a particular fondness for the garments from Dongyang. Adding on, I pulled out a doll and a sword from Dongyang. Mangryang admired the craftsmanship of the doll but frowned upon seeing the sword. It's made of inferior metal. Such a thing has no sentimental value. Is that so? The doll is well made. It seems Donjung's doll craftsman possesses superior skills. For the next meal, Mangryang spent her time examining the gifts with delight. Once she felt satisfied, she turned to me and said, "Thank you for the presents. It's nothing, really. Now, please share what's been happening." I recounted everything that had happened so far. Mangryang pondered deeply before saying, "It doesn't seem like a big deal. Then follow my advice and proceed as discussed." At novel bin at. How? For about half an hour, I listened to Mangryang's plan. After she finished, I was left impressed. Truly, the key is not merely to rescue the Dao King, but to ensure you don't create unnecessary enmity in the process. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, and when you return, I have something important to tell you, so please drop by. I understand. Mangryang originally intended to share something significant upon my return, but it seemed pressing matters had postponed that. I thought it wouldn't harm to follow Mangryang's strategy since it seemed practical, so I decided to concentrate on resolving the current issue first. Whoosh! I initially utilized the vibration technique to head to Sichuan Tang clan. I've come to request something from the clan leader. A request. In front of Tang Mujiok, the leader of Sichuan Tang clan, I spoke candidly. If you could acquire the human face pillar's inner alchemy, would you stop targeting Dao King by Yokji-sang and help me? Tang Mujiok laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You come back after so long and speak nonsense. I'm not joking. There's no great grudge between Sichuan Tang clan and the Dao King, right? Ha ha. Personally, I'd love to catch that insufferable guy and deal with him, but it's true he hasn't done anything drastically wrong. As he said that, he broke into a bigger laugh. Except for the fact that he doesn't exist. Ha ha. It seemed Tang Mujiok thought I was merely here to crack jokes since I hadn't seen him in a while. I pondered for a moment and replied, "Shall we have another wager?" "What? Are you serious? If I win, you have to grant my request. But if I lose, I will give you 3 gold bars." Thud. As I placed 3 gold bars on the table, Tang Mujiok reacted with surprise. "Oh, and please lend me a method to guard against poison." Tang Mujiok's expression sharpened. A hint of murderous intent seeped from him. "Baekwang, I've seen you as an exceptional prodigy with extraordinary talents. I could have brushed off your nonsense had you come just to joke around, but now that you're going this far, you must take responsibility for your words. What do you want?" Tang Mujiok picked up the gold bars and returned them to me. "You can keep the gold. Should your words prove false, you shall pay with your life." "Understood." I nodded and borrowed the method before leaving the Sichuan Tang clan. Then I used the vibration technique to head towards the ruins of Suyu. Upon arriving at the ruins, Maiho seemed fascinated, looking around curiously, while I approached the human face pillar lodged in the cliff. The human face pillar seemed to have mummified long ago, possibly due to the passage of time or due to its desiccated body fluids. Lifting from its legs and placing it into my mountain medallion slowly, I was surprised to see it fit perfectly despite its considerable size. The size doesn't seem to matter when putting it into the medallion. I planned to return to Tang Mujiok with the human face pillar in hand. Just then, Maiho tugged at my sleeve, looking disappointed. "Baekwang, can I have that spider instead?" It looks delicious." Maiho seemed to want to transform and devour the human face pillar. I looked at her in astonishment and replied, "Isn't it poisonous and not digestible?" "Not at all. Foxes are naturally fond of spiders." She gazed at me with pleading eyes. I struggled to contemplate but finally patted her head. "I'll catch you one when we visit the lunar ruins." I'll hold you to that? Of course." Seeing Maiho licking her lips made me smile wryly. Despite her beautiful appearance, her true nature as a great monster was still there. I scanned the ruins of Suyu one last time for any essentials before heading back to Sichuan Tang clan. There, I approached Tang Mujiok and retrieved the corpse of the human face pillar from the mountain medallion. Bang! Wah! Huh! Huh! Tang Mujiok was left speechless, utterly shocked to see me produce the human face pillar's corpse from the small medallion. He had many things to say, but I just grinned. "You have to keep your promise." Of course, of course. The human face pillar's inner alchemy." He mumbled, almost in disbelief, before turning to me with a determined expression. "Give me that corpse." "Of course, but in return, I need your utmost support regarding the Dao King." As soon as I answered, Tang Mujiok regained his menacing aura, vigorously nodding. "Sure thing. I don't know who else is involved, but I'll crush them all. I've heard that Qingcheng Sect's Elder, Bloodflame Gate, Twin Star Knife Gate, Absolute Dragon Faction, and Heavenly Heart Association are involved." "Haha, the Elder from Qingcheng Sect? It's surely that two-sword wielder." The old man really didn't know when to stop. Tang Mujiok seemed unconcerned about the other sects. He had the stature of one of the heavenly 5 great families and was among the top sects in Sichuan. With a frosty smile, Tang Mujiok said, "Don't worry. I'll lead one poison gate directly to the Shuhan gambling house. I appreciate it." Yeah. After a moment, Tang Mujiok looked at me and asked, "So, Beck Wong, are you married yet?" "My youngest daughter, Sohai, is a really lovely girl." I hurriedly steered the conversation away. I really must be going now. Why not stay for some tea?" "No, I'm counting on you." I fled the Sichuan Tang clan as if escaping. With Maiho, we headed back to Chengdu and finally arrived at the Shuhan gambling house. While Tang Mujiok assured me he would act, it would still take at least a day for him to reach here, so I needed to assess Dao King Baiyokjisang's movements before that. To enter Shuhan gambling house, it required 10 taels of silver just for admission. A regular patron would need to save money for a year just to get in. Sure enough, even after paying, the doorman frowned. "I'm sorry, but please dress better next time you visit. This place requires attire in line with its status. I'll make sure of that next time. Please go ahead." Maiho and I entered the Shuhan gambling house together. Holding hands, she chuckled as we walked. Had it been any other time, the doorman would have sent us away for our appearance. It seems business is not doing well here. That's proof that the Dao King is here. Haha, I enjoy mahjong as well. This will make for an entertaining spectacle. Soon, Maiho and I looked down from the first floor of the massive 5-story Shuhan gambling house. Several mahjong tables lay within, and at the center, 4 players engaged in a heated game. Among them, one woman caught particular attention. Dressed in purple clothing, she was a beautiful woman with a somewhat sharp appearance. Silently, she raised her mahjong tiles, and soon the faces of her opponents turned pale. "What the? Hu Liao." Moments later, the lovely woman's voice rang out melodiously. 13 orphans. Gasp! At that instant, gasps erupted from the crowd watching the table. Oh, no way. Did that just happen? It seemed like they had been following the mahjong game from the beginning. Each wore luxurious clothing and half masks, likely high-ranking officials or wealthy individuals secretly visiting the Shuhan gambling house. So they're here to enjoy the Dao King sweeping the table for fun. Meanwhile, the middle-aged player seated opposite to her bore a look of utter despair. He hung his head. How could this? How did you?" The beautiful woman responded coldly. "Thanks for passing me the east tile." "Ugh. The middle-aged player wailed and promptly fainted backward, his comatose body being carried away by attendants nearby, while whispers spread through the audience. Can you really blame him? It was 7,000 taels on the line, wasn't it? That loser is bankrupt now, but to lose to the top gambler in the land like that. 7,000 taels? An amount that seemed unbelievable to wager in one round of gambling. But it appeared that things got out of hand to the point where he couldn't manage the aftermath after one missed opportunity. The crowd expressed a mix of shock and thrill at the sight. From that spectacle, I recognized the identity of the cold beauty, Dao King Baiyokjisang. While I hadn't heard any reports about her until now, there was no doubt. The lady was none other than the Dao King, the greatest gambler in Sichuan, and also the one who was being proclaimed the top gambler in the world.